live. Hello. If you've managed to tune into us on YouTube, we are here late, but
not dead.
But not dead and not sorry. Well, we are sorry. 2 for no wicket. India batting first after being put in by Ollie Pope, who continues Ben Stokes' incredible success with the toss. And Pope, on an overcast day with a green pitch in front of him, has put India A into bat. It's England A versus India A today. No Stokes, no Archer, no Bumrah, no Punt.
No Thakur and no Cambodge.
Thakur and Cambodge. Well, that may be a good thing. We've got 4 changes to the India side. I haven't got my phone in front of me, so perhaps you can tell me.
Yeah, so it's Karen Nair back in the side, along with Jurel, the keeper, and Akash Deep and Prasid Krishna also back in.
That's a strange one.
And they're replacing Bumrah, Pant, Thakur and Cambodge. And then for England, Atkinson, Overton, Tongue join Wokes in the seam attack. So that's Overton and Atkinson's first appearance in the series, and Tongue coming back, having missed the last couple of games. And indeed we are going to see one of those men bowling right now. And it's going to be, if I can find his jingle...
Haven't had him all summer. He's in to Rahul, who leaves a rising delivery through to Smith. It is indeed. The bowling impresario, whose last game was for Surrey's second 11 in New Malden, where he bowled 30 overs. He also played a club game for Spencer. But apart from that, he's done bugger all summer. So England really are down to the bare bones, aren't they? Not to say that Atkinson isn't, when fully fit and roaring, a very fine bowler. He's into Rahul, and he tries to get it up into his armpit, but he plays it very well indeed, getting right behind the line of it, pushes up to mid-on. 88 miles an hour, so he's fresh, you can say that. Jaiswal and Rahul, of course, opening. Both have a single to their names. Messi, who's joined us on YouTube. Anyone?
Nobody as yet, because we've only just got there.
Nobody?
Hang on a second.
Where are you?
Oh, sorry, Matley's here. It says,
Yay.
"Woof, morning primates,
Woof,
level
woof.
sausages, and Paul Higginbotham. Morning, chaps. Interesting bowling lineup."
Very
And,
much so. Full outside the off stump, left alone by Rahul.
And Parrot Bradshaw says, "Ahoy, old salts and sea dogs."
Okay, well, he's doing quite nicely so far this over. 86, 88, 87, Grubby.
Nice carry through to the keeper.
Nice carry.
First 2 or 3 deliveries.
Do worry, though, don't you, about the way that... I mean, it's been a new ball series, hasn't it? Where once the shine and the hardness especially comes out of these supposedly soft Duke's balls, it becomes really hard to bowl. So England need wickets early on, defended back to Atkinson by Rahul. And there is no run.
From an England point of view, I'm really happy to see these 3 seamers in for England: Overton, Atkinson and Tongue. It sort of means we've had a look, with the exception of Mark Wood, we've had a look at more or less the full battery of English seam bowling available. And the other good thing about Stokes not in the side as well, in case you hadn't heard, everyone, and Jacob Bethel in the side, so I'm happy about that.
Yeah, I'm happy to see Bethel in the side, but I'm not sure I would have played him at the expense of Dawson. Defended into the offside, but they will scamper through for a quick 1. Rahul moves to 2, 3 for no wicket.
No, I think Dawson is unlucky for sure. I mean, 8 years in the wilderness, in you come, play on an absolute road at Old Trafford.
Yes.
You'd think he'd play a part bowling in the 4th innings, but the pitch had just gone to sleep by that point. He did bowl a few really good deliveries, actually, that I saw. He ripped a few past the outside edge, turn, bounce, that sort of stuff. But his figures didn't really do anything for him. So 8 years in the wilderness, in you come, bowl on a road, and then dropped again. And that'll probably be it for his international career.
Well, probably. Leg slip now comes in. 3 slips of gully, mid-off, mid-on, square leg, just behind. Oh, now Atkinson round the wicket, arrowing in towards Jaiswal's off stump, and it was left alone, but wasn't altogether a long way from that off stump. End of the second over, 3 for no wicket. Messi.
Billy Stevens says, sorry I can't be with you guys. It's amazing how unbalanced our side looks without Stokesy. Yeah, it's a big hole, isn't it?
Huge.
Brown in Brisbane says, morning all, England sticking to their chasing mentality. Well, I think anybody would have bowled today.
I think India would have bowled, but I'm still not sure that it's going to turn out to be the right decision, but there you go.
Steve Bruce says, morning, wonderful men. Hendo the GOAT, Messi the Great, and the ladies' man Grubby.
Ladies' man.
Got his chest hair on show today, though.
Bugger, I wanted to be the ladies' man. Oh,
What's this about chest hair?
Wokes, 3 slip scully, backward point, mid-off, leg slip as well, looking for the chance of the leg slip, but all he does is put it into the area that Rowell likes it. He clips it away. 2 men racing, and one of them is who is that? That's Jamie Overton, who's come all the way round from long leg towards deep mid wicket. He's absolutely demolished the boundary sponge. It will need all sorts of repairs. That's a lovely shot though, beautifully timed.
Real teaser as well. 2 England fielders after it, and they both just failed to haul it in for the first one of these.
1, 2, 3, go!
And Jamie Overton hasn't played a first-class match since May. It's talking of what's left over, Wokes in bowls onto the back foot. No real swing there, maybe a tiny bit, but nothing to disconcert the batsman. Defends it into the offside. There is no run. I noticed Pennington got a few wickets for Nottingham. He was, of course, in the squad last summer, and then got injured. And then it's all gone quiet on the Pennington front. No one has whispered his name this
Matt
summer.
Fisher might be one more who could push claims. He's been a bit in and out, hasn't he, for Surrey?
Yeah. Well, I mean, Surrey do tend to sort of rotate quite a lot, don't they, with regards to their bowlers. Wokes in, hits Rowell on the pad. It balloons towards gully. There is no run. Josh Hull.
Yep.
Who's back playing for Leicestershire now.
Still be in the conversation.
But,
back to Dawson as well. I wonder whether he's done enough to get on that plane to Australia. Well, he won't have done enough in that one game, but whether he's still in in selectors' minds to take as or will Jack Leach come back in?
I think you take Dawson because I don't think he's bowled. I'm not sure that Jack Leach would have bowled any better on that. Defended, full delivery, misfielded by Wokes in his follow-through. Ball ricochets to mid-off.
Well, if you think there's little in it in the bowling stakes, then you go for Dawson every time because he's so good with the bat.
Yes.
Certainly versus Jack Leach. For all his heroics, 1 not out, and the 92 that we saw him get against Ireland.
I do think that Dawson is a clever enough bowler, even if he doesn't get massive turn and doesn't give the ball a lot of air. Wokes in again to Rowell, who turns it away off middle and leg. Sets off quickly, looking for the first, coming back for the second. No, the slab that is Jamie Overton has recovered from demolishing the boundary and it's come round and fielded. I was going to say, what was I talking about? Someone remind me.
Liam
Dawson, yeah. The thing is, he is a very tight, economical bowler. And I don't think Australia... I mean, in the last Ashes series, they went after Leach early on, didn't they? Here is Wokes round the wicket to Jaiswal, gets a thick inside edge down to long leg. They jog through for 1. And I think that's what I fear about this team that's out there today, is that if none of these quick bowlers come off, we've got nobody beyond that to actually stem the flow of runs. And if their stroke players get going, India, then they could put up a pretty testing total. I mean,
all you can do is put on the park the best 11 you think for this particular game, and there are injuries and there's rotation as far as the bowlers are concerned as well. There's always a risk that they're going to take you to the cleaners on a good batting track. They're a very good batting side, we know that, India. But the other thing to say, I suppose, is you've got 4 right arm over, or predominantly right arm over seamers here. They're different sorts of bowlers. well, we'll see how it unfolds.
Here comes Atkinson in. Bowls, another good leave by Gyswell to a ball that's angled into him from round the wicket. 9 for no wickets, the score. Should say GPL is open, hopefully. How many?
It is.
How many shekels in it?
73 nicker.
73 nicker. Your last chance this test summer
Over the line!
to take a part in that.
I'm sorry, Smokey. You were over the line.
Was it a no ball? It was. 10 for no wicket. Well spotted there by Grubby. While we were talking about the GPL, the Gorilla Prediction League, you estimate how many runs can be scored in the day, or will be scored in the day. If you get it on the nose, you get all the money that's in the pot. Of course, you have to put £1 into the pot to start with. Oh, he's hit on the back pad. That's got to be close, hasn't it? Unless he's got an inside edge. Ooh, my word. Harry Brook is standing there and saying, surely that's out. Ollie Pope is now getting involved, of course, as captain. Something about the slowness of it suggested to me that he got an inside edge, but they have decided to review. Certainly.
That was definitely out.
Was that definitely out?
I don't know.
Now, I recall last time Ollie Pope was captain, he had an absolutely shocking record
That's right.
with reviews.
That is right, of course. Well, he's taken advice. I think there's an inside edge here. Just something about it.
I think his umpires call it best on height as well.
I think that's
right.
right.
No, there's nowhere
Oh.
near. Nothing.
Oh, nothing.
Nothing on the back. It's
Oh.
hit the front pad,
Actually.
then the back pad. Well, it could
And only halfway up the pad as well, so...
could it be going down because of the angle?
Oh, this is good, this is good.
It's hitting.
Come on!
Gyswell is gone. Atkinson, what a return for him. India are 10 for 1. What a good review that is.
The crowd says you're out.
And umpire Aston Raza, who we just discovered shares a birthday with our very own Tony Bishop, who's also a fine umpire, has got it wrong and has had to overturn it.
Well, it flummoxed the umpire, it flummoxed us in the studio here. I think not least because it was a sort of a double
Yes.
pad. It hit
Yeah.
the front pad and then it sort of went up a bit higher onto the back pad. Ollie Pope, I think, aware of his shocking record with reviews, is going, yes, I got one. And
yeah, close up on Ben Stokes.
Early
who's
wicket
obviously
swings.
delighted. Yeah, that could be important. Gyswell, it's been a sort of up and down series for him. And he's gone for
He
2
played a
from
long
9.
way away from that ball.
He was
didn't
nowhere near it, was he? But I think that's what made me... I thought, well, it's hit the back pad. It's quite low. That's got to be out. And then partly I was thinking, but it appeared to hit the back pad and slow down. And I presumed that was an edge, but obviously it was the front pad.
Well, it
first.
For me, it was more the fact that it hit the front pad and then it must have gone up a little bit and before it hit the back pad, which made me think that was...
Height.
The height was going to be an issue, but when you saw the replay, it absolutely wasn't. It was hitting about 3/4 of the way up Midland leg.
Well, there you go.
I might say hello to a few of our people who've
Of
joined
course,
us. Steve
go for
Bruce is with us. It says, what are the panel's thoughts on Gambier and the groundsman? Well, I just wouldn't invite either of them to dinner. Mike says you're late, see me after class.
If I can respond to Steve's question there, I would say just watch the interview with Lee Fortis, the groundsman, who gave absolutely nothing to the mainly Indian reporters who were asking him questions about it. So I think that's the best source of information.
Sai Sudderson has come to the crease, got 61 in the first innings at Old Trafford, and of course got a golden duck in the second. Atkinson into Sudderson, who plays well inside the line of that one. He's staying around the wicket. The Surrey bowler through to the keeper. But it's quite interesting, isn't it? There just seemed to be a sort of a slight air of we're not really sure about this with regards to the LBW and whether to review it or not.
That was the other thing. Atkinson, it was almost an apologetic appeal and slightly belated. So I think that
It was more Harry Brook, I think, who seemed more keen. Atkinson, 3 slips, a leg slip onto the front foot, comes Sudderson to a full delivery, pushes square on the offside. Pope is around quickly. He was interested in the single. Raoul said no. Looking at this dismissal again, I mean, it's definitely I really think even with the back pad that would have hit the pad, it would have hit the wicket halfway up. But it's amazing what slightly optical illusions will do for all of us, our own eyesight and how we see these things. In he comes again, short ball, or short back of a length, and he draws the bat inside the line. But what a return for Atkinson. He's not had a good year, obviously, because of injury. Had a brilliant summer, 55 wickets before he got his injury, and from 13 matches, or 12 matches, I think. This is his 13th. And a lucky 13th.
Yeah.
He's back into the wickets groove.
You'd think if everyone's fit, if all of the pace bowlers are fit and at their best, which I know is never going to happen, by the way.
In again to Citizen, just turned around ever so slightly by one that straightens off the pitch and prodded to gully.
I think he's probably in it. I think it would be him, Cars and Archer if everyone's fit. And possibly if Archer's not, then Wood. Do you know what I mean? One out and out quick, and then Cars and Atkinson, I'd say, are England's first picks if all available.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about Atkinson, he hasn't really been tested overseas. Did he play in that Pakistan series? I'm trying to remember now. He's in outside the off stump again. He's playing forward, but not really playing a shot of that. Lets it go way past the bat. It's the end of a successful over 10 for 1. Messi.
Well, I'm just going to read out a super chat first, which is actually from me for $2, just to show how it's done. Because there's a lot of messages there. We won't ever get time to read them all. But if you really want a message read, make sure you make it a super chat. Hello to a few people. MCU fanboy.
Super chat game.
Go for it, Messi.
Mike reckons India are going to win by an innings and 200 runs. He's an optimist. Sagnit Dada's with us. Any thoughts on why Wokes has become this shit? I think he's just a bit tired. Kieran Roseblade says, hello all you lovely people and Hendo. Oh, great
Kieran.
stuff last test, wasn't it? Gotta love test cricket. That's a bit below the belt, Kieran.
What was that about? I didn't really take that in. I have to say.
I won't reread it.
I was looking at the field. This is defended into the offside by Raoul. 3 slips. I think there's a leg slip there as well, which has been pretty much what we've had already all morning.
Just a bit of friendly bounce.
I didn't hear it. I'm just curious to what it was. Because then I can bounce,
right.
bounce
He said,
back.
hello all you lovely people and Hendo.
I heard that bit. I thought that was
it.
more. Oh, that was it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We did have a lovely email this week from Wokes in. A little bit of movement away, but well left and watched by Raoul. We had a lovely email to our Gmail from Scott in Texas. It was truly one of the most offensive but funny. Oh no, yeah, absolutely slating us.
I look forward to reading that later.
It was basically accusing us of war crimes, as far as I could see.
Yeah.
Good.
I'm not entirely sure we were the intended target, to be honest. But
Thoroughly reasonable.
never mind.
Wokes in, bowls taken off middle and leg by Raoul, turned down to the tectonic plate that is Jamie Overton. He's been busy off the coast of Russia this week and gets that in.
When he did that sliding stop and demolished the sponge an over 2 ago, I thought he was going to have to come off. He made that sort of rotating signal with his hands like footballers do when they have to be replaced. What he was saying is, I need to replace my trousers because they're a bit mucky. I thought this would be good, wouldn't it? Get a fast bowler in and he's off after one over without having bowled a ball.
That would be so England, wouldn't it, really? Hadn't played a first-class match since May and wasn't going to play one now. 3 slips gully, leg flick, square leg, wide mid-on, extra cover and long leg, I'm presuming. There's never a third man, so I don't really have to look down there.
I would want a third man.
I would. I always want third men. Wokes in, round the wicket to Citizen, who comes back, defends square. Good placement, allows him to come through for his first run. India moved to 12 for 1. Messi.
It's never occurred to me before. Who was the first man and who's the second man?
It's a good question.
Sorry, Steve Bruce says the chest hair comic Grubby was due to being practically shirtless in the World Cup final that England won.
Bloody hell, some people have got long memories.
Yeah, I reckon. Well, mind you, it has been replayed a few times. And Mike's in the ground. He says there's rain around, very light, but I'm feeling it in my head. Wonder how many interruptions today, if any.
Wokes in, hits the pad. It was angled down the leg side, maybe just a little bit off target. They're going to get through for a leg bye. 13 for 1. I think it's very worrying that we have a listener stroke viewer who remembers your chest hair from 60 years ago.
The trappings of fame, Hendo. What can you do?
So. And you are a ladies' man and a man's man by the sound of it.
I'll take all attention. Not fussy.
Not fussy.
My vanity is not fussy.
Wokes to complete the over from round the wicket to the left-handed Sutton. It's very wide, and he doesn't have to get involved with that at all. And that is the end of the 5th over. India 13 for 1. Messi.
Steve Bruce is with us. Says, Messi, did you see John Hastings in the World Championship Legends? I reckon the bear could have gone through a whole barrel of beer in that time. I didn't. I'm sorry. Second Data says, it makes me admire Cummins even more, playing as a fast bowling captain and not missing a single test and being at his best every match. Just hope you haven't spoken too soon. Berta Murray says, did I see Tommy Robinson punching someone in the crowd? Oh dear God, no.
Allegedly, he hit someone on a station platform, and then fled the country. I mean, it's not funny, really.
Is that recent?
Bharat Rana.
That happened last year.
This week, yeah.
Bharat Rana says, hello, sir, I am Indian. Welcome, Bharat.
Thank you for joining us.
Welcome.
Why isn't Root captain, says Mike. Well, it didn't work out well, put it like that.
Because he's not the vice captain in this current setup. When he relinquished the captaincy, he moved back to the ranks.
Atkinson bowls a good length and straight, and Rahul, as he has done throughout this series, shows the full face of the bat to it, defends it back to the bowler.
Well,
here is a wonderful super chat. I wouldn't normally interrupt an over, but this is a fantastic super chat from Brian in Brisbane.
Yay!
Super chat,
You sent us.
super chat, yeah. Super chat game, super chat game.
He said 10 Aussie dollars and said my food delivery apps are acting up, so I've PayPal'd some funds to you.
Oh, that's
perhaps
very
Grubby, who seems to be the most reliable at cricket, can nip out for the beers and cheers.
Fuller ball, little bit of wobble into Rahul, who defends it up towards mid-on.
Brian, my love for you remains undimmed through all these years. The most generous listener that we have by a long chalk.
The way to Grubby's chest hair is through his stomach.
Are you suggesting there's a degree of unreliability about other gorillas? That's a
So you have to ask Brian.
Seems extraordinary, doesn't it? Atkinson in again. Oh, a little bit of movement away there. He's just beginning to maybe get this ball to do a thing or two to the right-handers.
Just going to say a quick hello to Peter and Barbara, my mum and dad, who I think have joined us. And by the way, Mum, have a look at, if you've got the telly on as well, have a look at Gus Atkinson, who's bowling right now. Doesn't he look like Cousin James? Does he's the spitting image of my Cousin James, isn't he, lads? There he is.
I think we need Cousin James in here. Does he like cricket?
He quite likes it, yeah.
Okay. He's very, very deep in his crease, isn't he, Rahul? Facing up to Atkinson. He's in again. Gets it starts to swing and then it just holds its line, but it's too wide to be fished at, and Rahul puts his rod away. 13 for 1.
I find that quite interesting, how deep he is in his crease, because I understand why you'd bat out of your crease if you want to negate the swing. So I'm assuming that he's thinking Atkinson is predominantly bowling slightly back of the length, and he wants to give himself a better look at it, and that's why he's back in his crease. I can assume he's not maybe searching for that fuller length and that swing.
It's interesting to see whether he actually takes a step back, only a small one, as this is delivered outside the off stump and left alone. You see with England batsmen, Alex Stewart was one of those that did it just before the paceman bowls, and then he was playing
step across
some very, very fast bowlers.
Yeah,
he would take a step back
and across almost.
And I think that's part of that is to prevent you from going at the ball too early, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
If you see sort of very amateur batsmen, or batters, should I say, Atkinson in, again, a little bit of a wobble to start with, but left alone outside the off stump. the temptation, when anyone starts playing cricket as a batter, the temptation is to want to get at the ball.
Yeah.
And you have to rein that in. And even at the highest level, I think it gives you a little bit more time to get behind really quick bowlers or people who are doing a lot with the ball.
And play it under your nose rather than out away from your body.
Yeah. That's the end of the over. 13 for 1. Messi.
Leah is with us. So speaking of Tony, is he in today? Yes, he'll be taking my place in a couple of minutes. Andrew Kelsel's with us. Says good morning to you guys. I hope you're doing well, and I'm glad to hear your commentary again. Mark Sipp says, morning all. What a treat to be listening in the same time zone. Greetings from beautiful West Cork.
Yeah, he goes to Ireland quite a bit.
Town beer, says Kieran Rosebade, which I think is correct.
So Mark Zip is in Cork at the moment. I was only there myself a few days ago, Zippo. Missed each other.
4 slips in a gully for Wokes bowling to the left-hander, Surson, but 2 wide. And really, Wokes has hardly made anyone play this morning. I mean, we talk about, is this Wokes over the top of the hill and beginning the very quick slide down it? But you've got to make them play, haven't you? 4 slips a gully, a leg slip, very attacking field, and yet not getting his line right at all. What can he do with this one? He's into his 4th over. That's a better one, and it goes past the outside edge. And that's what Wokes can do if he gets his line right. Sudderson plays and misses. He's just saying, I've just heard what they've said about me on Guerrilla Cricket, and I'm going to show them. England slips all got very excited by that. Crawley's had a bit of a trim, hasn't he? He's like the whole of the side of his head looks completely free of hair. Wokes in again too wide, so slipping in a good ball. Maybe that's part of the plan. Bowl a little tripe and then bowl a good ball, and that will surprise the batsman.
There's life in the old Wokes yet.
Oh yes, indeed.
That's a familiar voice.
That is a familiar voice. We need to get him out of storage. 13 for 1. England won the toss yet again.
Hilarious. And also, Zach Crawley's haircut, it makes him look even more like a gawky 4th former.
Yeah.
Yes.
4th former.
It's not quite grown into his body yet.
Onto the pads, and that interested the leg slip, but it was wide of him, so not enough. I mean, it's really got to go straight to hand there at leg slip, and it's gone down for 4 runs to long leg. Jacob Bethel is the man fielding there. Started to move, but then realised it was well out of his grasp.
Yeah, couple of yards to his right, no chance.
Yeah,
but a good position, I think, to have one there, because so many balls do go there, and batters appear not to be able to stop themselves playing that shot, regardless of whether there's someone there or not.
That is true, but it really has to go to hand. I mean, you don't see very many catches there, to be honest. I suppose it puts some doubt in the mind of the batsman if he is playing that shot. It's defended into the offside, and there is no run. I mean, I think
Matthew Cullen says, morning all. Overton did go off to change his trousers.
Oh, did he?
Yeah. Honestly, you've got a little bit of the oval earth on your bottom, and you're off changing your kecks.
Well, I suppose it has been a bit of rain around this morning. Might have got a slightly wet arse. Well, he might have got a chill. We don't want him getting a chill. This is left alone outside.
On his buttock.
Well, it can move.
Spare him the buttock chill.
Kiwi by Day was with us. She says, lovely to hear you. Sorry to hear that Scott in Texas isn't a fan.
No, Scott.
Actually, Kiwi by Day is probably not a she. I don't know why I did that.
Well, you might be thinking of Kiwi Callie, yeah. Unless Kiwi Callie's changed her name to Kiwi by Day. What are you by night, Kiwi? That's the question.
A lychee.
Where do you change, I think, aren't we?
Well, no one's got up yet, so let's continue for one more over.
James Moriarty says, apparently, just like Sydney Sweeney, Grubby's chest hair is good genes. Speaking of chest hair, says Kieran Roseblade, what's your hairy cricket Cricket 11. I've got the wicketkeeper batsman is Johnny Hairstow.
Oh, very good. Yeah, we're going to move a minute. You weren't up quickly enough. We're going to do it after this over now. Sliding along the ground, Ollie Pope, I think, or was it Bethel at cover? They've come through for a single as Atkinson starts a new over, or Cousin Jamie, as we should now know him. Cousin James. But yeah, he must need to go off and get some new trousers, having slid that far. Jacob Bethel.
Oh, my trousers have got a little bit of a mark on them. Come on.
Yeah. Yeah, well, you know, I mean, he's obviously had his injury problems, Jamie Overton.
Grow a pair of trousers.
He might get buttock... What do they call it?
Buttock chill.
What's it called? Chilblains. Buttock blains. 4 slips a gully and a leg slip. Atkinson in. And Sudderson is quite annoying from a bowling perspective, because he looks like he's about to play at the ball, but he just keeps the bat inside the line.
Yeah.
And you get momentarily excited from an England fan perspective and then realise he's totally in control.
He plays that curtain rail pretty well. Always reminds me of Jack Russell and Courtney Walsh.
Jack Russell. Now that's not... they're not two batsmen that you would immediately...
Well, Jack was good, nuggety batter, wasn't he? And Courtney Walsh, obviously, stick of rhubarb.
Johannesburg. Atkinson in again, too wide of the off stump. He's now operating from over the wicket to the left hand, so he's just trying different angles, which I think is something England need to do more. They seem to have got fixated on the quicker men bowling round the wicket to the left-handers, and sometimes neglecting the angle across them, which is what Atkinson is doing now.
Has he got an inducker, do you think, from over the wicket to the left-hander?
He's really doing...
A la Darren Gough.
Doing enough, really. Does make him play this time. Goes back to one. Defends into the offside. So a cagey start here after England won the toss and put India into bat. 18 for 1. 2 balls remaining of the 8th over. Atkinson has got the wicket. 1 for 3. And he's into his 4th. Got Jamie Overton and Josh Tongue to come, and then the part-time spinners, because no frontline spinner in this England team today, or for this test match.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how many overs they get.
It will. Atkinson in bowls. That may have just wobbled back into him ever so slightly, but it's certainly probing the stumps, which is sometimes something we can complain England don't do enough.
Yeah, he's a skillful bowler, Atkinson, I think. I always think of him as predominantly a seam bowler as opposed to a swing bowler. He's getting a little bit of movement through the air at the moment, but he's very skillful with that seam and landing it on the seam, isn't he, and putting it in the right place.
Yeah, very much a seam bowler, I would say, an old-fashioned seam bowler.
But it's good, that's what I mean. The different Wokes would be more of a swing bowler.
Well, nibbles.
He nibbles it sometimes.
Tongue, I would say, is more of a swing bowler, but there you go. Atkinson then to finish our stint, and once more Sudderson hides his bat behind his pad. It's too wide anyway. 8 overs bowled. India 18 for 1. Messi will do some housekeeping, and then we will have a change.
Laters.
Okay. Barong says Wibble Wobblers. Bernard Morey says sell snippets of the gorilla chest hair to raise funds. Plenty of women pensioners will buy it. Andrew Murphy says, to your compliments on restraint, you don't mean to go for the full Bill Affy, do you? And Bernard Morey says, one Hendo's chest hair put up for sale at Sotheby's. Oh dear, we're up to date on messages, but you can tell Tony, so we're all good. I'll catch you in half an hour. Oh no, later.
Right, so it's me taking over. I've had a hectic morning. It's been a bit annoying. We're having to change the bowling though, and Josh Tongue is going to come back into the attack, and he has a jingle that goes like this.
Tongue love, Josh Tongue. Let's get together and lick 'em right.
He is right arm over. We haven't seen him since, was he in the second test?
Second test, I think, yeah.
He was very good at cleaning up the tail, but not a lot else. And his first ball is a fucking filthy shit delivery down the leg side. That's going to be 5 wides. That's why he's not in the side. But hey, we've got no one else left, so he's had to come back in.
Well, the biggest danger there was that Jamie Smith behind the stumps, and is it Bethel at leg slip, or even Pope, nearly clashed heads, but both going in the different directions to try and cut that off.
That's just appalling.
That is really.
I mean, that's a
dreadful.
problem with Josh Tongue. Is just looking at his action, it's all over the place. He's got no balance. He's
That was
tipping
definitely a
over,
slip of the tongue.
and he's dear, oh dear, and he pushes it, and that's going to be his problem, really. He needs to kind of straighten out his action, one would say.
You feel like his arm comes almost too high, and
when it comes across, doesn't it?
and then comes down and
it comes
across,
down, yeah.
Ooh.
That one's too wide of the leg stump. I guess once he gets his radar right, he can get a decent spell going. The problem is he just gives away a lot of runs. The next ball is left alone, and there is no run.
Well, that's part of my reasoning as to why Dawson should have been in this team, because at least we know that he can stem the runs and bowl long spells.
Look, there was a lot of love for Lawson, and I kind of get it. Dawson even, not Nigel Lawson. And I kind of get it. The guy had been sort of misplaced, and I would have taken him to India. That one's a much better delivery. It's just dropped down in front of KL Rahul, and he scoots through for a quick single. I wasn't impressed, I've got to be honest. As a spinner, I was looking at him and I was thinking, well, no. I thought Jadeja was getting big turn. He was bowling in the wrong spot in that 5th innings when he first came on.
I agree with you to a large extent.
And I just thought...
But then it's really, isn't it, the captain has got to be onto that and saying, why aren't you bowling wider of the off stump?
Well, the bowler's got to feel comfortable, and he should know where... I mean, if he'd have watched Jadeja on day 3, he should have known exactly where to bowl.
I personally didn't think that Jadeja got a lot out of the pitch, to be honest.
He got some that went big out of a particular bit of rough.
To be honest, he is one of the world's leading wicket takers as a spinner and as an all-rounder.
True, but he's not a big turner of the ball on flat wickets, but he was getting it to jump and shit out of a particular rough patch on the offside, and he was doing it pretty consistently, and I just thought Dawson was bowling too straight.
He was bowling too straight, but I didn't see Jadeja getting that much out of the pitch either, in my opinion, anyway.
That's down the leg side to Siddharthan. He misses out on that, really, and there is no run.
I mean, should Tongue immediately switch to around the wicket to the left-hander when he's already looking to find his radar? I think that's potentially a mistake, because he has to adjust. You do have to adjust when you come in from that angle.
I don't know. Presumably he's got reasonably good first-class stats. I mean, he bowls at a decent pace. I'll give him that. He just lacks control, really. I mean, that's fucking filthy. It's wide as well.
That's yippish, that is, I'm afraid. Those 2 balls are yippish, in my opinion. Was it 2 years ago when he was in the Ashes? He bowled really well. I thought he was getting the ball to move. He got Warner with a couple of absolute beauties. I mean, whether the injury has had a big impact on him. I mean, his first-class stats have been affected because he hasn't played much first-class cricket.
Let's just hope it's a warm-up over. I mean, he can get it together. It seems to take him 2 or 3 overs to do it, and you're only going to... That's fucking disgraceful. Oh, for crying out loud. That's 5 wides down the leg side. That's horrific. You've got to feel sorry for him to a certain degree, but this is international cricket.
Well, he's gone for 12. He's gone for 12 from effectively 3 balls, of which 10 have been wides, yeah. But I mean, that did swing, but he's just unable to control it.
Yeah.
Might even been had that been delivered round the wicket to a right-hander, it actually might have been quite a good ball, because he might have been drawn into playing it. But difficult.
11 wides, in fact, of this over so far. That's better. And left alone by the batsman. There is no, and hopefully this fires him up and goes, I'm not this shit. I'm actually quite good.
I mean, the worry is that England had put quite a bit of pressure on India in terms of they hadn't got away, and now suddenly they're going at 4 and over.
Yeah.
In 1 over.
Well, presumably Jamie Overton comes on soon. I'm hoping that he does some good stuff. I quite like Jamie Overton.
The big question is he going to get through this over, or will I not read a single tweet in the entire
Well,
It depends
my entire spell here because he doesn't get through his over?
well, he's coming in for the 5th ball, and that's a decent ball, straight, and there is no run.
It's kind of worrying when we just say a straight ball is a decent ball. He's got to try.
What if he gets one to nick off in his last ball?
Well, we'll say all is forgiven.
Yeah, exactly. And they're looking at his feet, and maybe his feet are sliding a little bit. Maybe that's not helping him. It's a lot of green. It's a green pitch, isn't it?
Well, it is, but then I think a few of the oval pitches this year have been to start with, but doesn't necessarily mean it does a lot.
That's a decent ball. And he gets it right. It's good. Good pace. Getting Siddharthan to prop forward. It beats his outside edge through the keeper, and there is no run. Ends the first over. Went for 12 or 13 or 14.
But almost none of them off the bat.
Yeah.
Well, we need some light relief after that. Let me see if I can find you some. Bernard Murray says Tongue's bowling is equivalent to the women's international penalty taking. Well, I think England, to be fair, did redeem themselves, Bernard. It also says, wasn't Hendo's chest hair put up for sale at Sotheby's? Lord, I hope not. What a thought.
Well, it wasn't my chest hair. We were talking about Grubby's chest hair, not mine.
Well, I don't know. Andrew Murphy, to your comments on restraint, you don't mean to go the full Bill Athy, do you? I don't think so. Quick reminder, if you're a Patreon today, we're having our Patrons lunch. That means that all questions, discussions, comments, conversation, we will be talking only with, you can listen, of course, if you're not a Patreon, and think about becoming one. But all those questions will be submitted to and discussed with our Patreons.
Atkinson is in full and clipped into the leg side by KL Rahul. I think it's Wokes chasing it down. It'll just be the one run. Please do become a patron. It's the only way you'll get your questions asked, and we will answer.
At lunchtime, yes.
At lunchtime, yeah, totally.
And how do you become a patron, Tony?
You go to patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket, or even easier, you go to gorillacricket.com, and you'll find on the very slap bang on the top of the homepage is all the information about the different levels, how easy it is to sign up, the benefits that you get, which include getting content first, getting onto our glory roll.
I think Wokes was complaining there. As he wandered across, there was splashes of water coming up from behind his feet.
Well, it won't be doing the ball any good if you're trying to
I
bowl
think
with it
that's
either.
probably more what he was thinking was about the ball.
Atkinson in, that's around the wicket, left alone by Siddharthan through to the keeper, and there is no run.
Access to our archive, thousands of jingles, thousands of match commentaries.
Hours and hours.
Hours, not thousands, yes, hours and hours of fantastic stuff. You can become a studio member. You get the chance to visit the studio. There's merchandise for free. There's a whole bunch of things, all when you help us to do what we do, which is to keep cricket free globally across the internet. And we can't do it without your help.
Atkinson in around the wicket again. Siddharthan leaves through to the keeper, and there is no run.
Pretty good discipline as well from India this morning. Sudarshan 5 off 24, Rahul 13 off 25. Not trying to do anything too adventurous. Trying to see off the new ball. Now what are we seeing? Is that Jamie Overton who's...
I think it's Josh Tongue.
Oh, it's just Tongue. He may be having some problem with his studs. He's got the screw out there, tightening them down at the long leg.
Maybe he's getting longer studs.
Atkinson bowls back of a leg, defended to sorry, why am I doing this?
Yeah, exactly. You just carry on, yeah?
You're interchangeable.
Yeah. No run out to cover.
You do the first part of the sentence,
Yes.
I'll do the rest. Or vice versa. But yeah, Atkinson's bowled very solidly. He's got the wicket. There isn't masses of movement out there, though, is there?
No.
And that's kind of been true for most of the summer.
I mean, I wasn't in on the last day. I watched a fair bit of it up until about lunchtime and a bit after. I mean, there are, sliding doors moments, weren't there? Atkinson's in, beats the outside edge of a prod by Siddharthan through to the keeper, and there is no run. I mean, if fucking Ruti had caught the second catch off of Jadeja just after lunch.
No, just before lunch.
Just before lunch, yeah. Could have been a very different afternoon, couldn't it? I mean, probably Thacker would have come in next. You'd have had a right hand. It seemed all the dreadful shit was happening to the right handers, really, except for that thing with Dawson about not hitting that particular spot on the wicket, and I was just getting frustrated watching him, thinking you're just bowling too straight. You're bowling too straight.
Yeah, I was getting
great.
a bit frustrated
You're
with
not getting hit, and you're going for no runs. I mean, Billy on the WhatsApp, that's left alone, swung wildly after it went past Siddharthan's bat, but you know, need to play it at no run. I'll carry on after you've done some socials, Tone.
I can chuck in some more if you wish. Let me see. Steve Bruce, the Bishop and Bear thing's just got serious. I'm not quite sure why. Leah wants to know if I've checked my Blue Sky recently. I haven't, to be honest, but I will. 3 goats on air now, apparently, says Steve Bruce.
Well, yeah.
3 goats are better
Billy
than one.
goats or mountain goats?
Well, I was going to make a rude joke there, but I won't. What are we looking at? We're looking at Raoul before he grew his hair at Lord's against Jimmy Anderson. I'm probably thinking Jimmy Anderson's been playing for Lancashire this week. Could we have him back, please?
Yeah, I mean, Billy on the group chat was going on, you know, he's going on about, oh, well, you know, at least Dawson offers control and he wasn't going for many runs. I was like, Billy, it doesn't really give a shit on day 5 when they were still 100 odd runs behind. He's there, you know, he's got to take wickets. That's the way we're going to win the game. Oh, thrashed at by Carroll. It was a full one from Tongue.
Just moved.
Was out wide, did just move away.
To be fair,
Close
on
to
Tongue,
the edge and there's no run.
his last 3 or 4 balls after that horrible, yippy, messy start have been pretty much on the money.
That's a big swinging delivery. It started swinging quite early and it drew Raoul in, surprisingly. No foot movement, just waved the bat at it.
There's 89 miles an hour as well. But
Yep.
Probably because it was
He can
full.
be quick, but...
He can be quick. He's in again. That's a better delivery. Maybe it is a problem with his feet and he wasn't feeling confident on delivery stride. That one's much better. 88 miles an hour, in at the stumps. Maybe a tad too full, but
No, that's a
pretty
point.
good delivery.
That was a point we were making on commentary, was the fact that the runs were not a problem. I think what it shows, and from his first innings bowling, is that he can keep up an end, which is a skill in itself, but it wasn't appropriate to that particular
Point in
period.
the game, yeah. That's defended back down the track and there's no run. I mean, that was my point to Billy. I was like, who gives a shit if they're going at 5 and over? We took the 7 wickets and needed 90, 100 runs off 30 overs or something. I mean,
you could say, if you know, he'd been struck all over the place. I mean, I don't think he would have been.
no, they weren't going to do that, were they, really? I mean, their first and foremost thought was not losing wickets and just accumulating runs at a pace that would eventually get them ahead and where to, you know, time out the game, essentially. That's short and down the leg. Rahul thinks about a pull, but eventually watches it through to Jamie Smith and there's no run.
Yeah, probably thought to himself, there's a leg slip. I could glove this. There's also a long leg. Maybe it's not worth the risk, I suppose.
And then, of course, there was all the storm in the teacup about the fucking handshake. I mean, that just annoyed me. I mean,
It annoyed me. I mean, as it was happening, I thought, come on, England, it's a bit silly because, you know. But then, did they really need to get hundreds?
Probably not.
No.
Left alone through the keeper and there's no run. And either way, does it really need to be made so much of? Like, we're completely evil fuckers because we didn't want to give them the chance to get to 100?
I mean, the other thing is, I'm absolutely convinced that had it been the other way round, the same people criticising England for wanting the handshake at that point would have said, "Oh, how selfish of them to make everyone stay out there.
Yeah.
The game was over just to get their hundreds," and they'd have been criticised for putting themselves before cricket, I suppose.
Something like that. It's quite possible that would have happened. Oh, that's a good delivery. Seemed to jump a little bit, came back in, kind of missed the stumps by a lot. It was a leave by Rahul, and there's no run. End of the 11th, 33 for 1.
Right, yes. Farong says the first over from Tongue proves that an international bowling debut shouldn't be far away. Now we know who he's thinking of. I wouldn't count on it. I would not count on it.
See, now that would have been superb at the end of the last test if they had put the ducket on.
They did put some awful stuff from
Harry Brook.
mixture of dob and dreadful spin.
Exactly, it would have been a perfect time to put ducket on.
Bernard Murray says Tongue's bowling is as accurate as the Blind Archery Club Billy Goats.
Sorry for laugh at that.
Billy Goats Gruff, says Muttley. That would be us, I expect.
Around a wicket.
Mike, are you going to skip on the 100? What? On a 100?
Yeah, of course.
It's a test match.
We're going to skip on the 100's grave.
Yes.
I don't know. I don't think he means the 100. Are you going to skip on 100? No, he's asking. He's going back to the debate we were just having about the shaking hands. Are you going to skip on 100?
Not necessarily, but to be honest, we often talk about milestones and in some ways that they are meaningless. 99 is no different from 100, really, and that's true. I can understand certainly Washington Sundar because he'd never got a Test 100 before, but Jadeja's.
But also, he was 20 runs away. It's
well,
not
exactly.
Like he wasn't literally on 97 or
no,
something.
no.
It was quite a long way away. That's worked into the leg side and it's no run. I mean, it says something about the pitch that they were convinced that they were going to get to 100.
Yes.
I think you've got to think about scheduling in all of this.
Oh, totally.
Everything's so condensed that there wasn't the time in between. Ben Stokes would have known he needed to get off the field and get his shoulder looked at and sorted out. You've dealt with soft, snotty, horrible pitches all summer. You've had the Duke balls. It's been a batsman's game.
It certainly
100%.
Which is a shame because we're used to it not being so much so in England. That's played out to cover by Rahul from the crease, and there is no run. I mean, this is the thing. I mean, England have, in that article he sent from Atherton, England have basically decided to bowl first, on 4 out of 5 occasions. So they've generally bowled 2 innings, sometimes to India's 1. I mean, they've bowled a good 150 overs more. I mean, the bowlers are shagged. I mean, 2 sets of back-to-back tests.
The B string or even the C string bowlers here.
Well, I mean, you'd say Atkinson isn't, but I mean, he hasn't played a lot. That's through to the keeper, and there's no run. I'd say Jamie Overton is on the fringes as well, and it's good to give him a run out. I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with not having a set spinner. This is England, after all. And this test looks like it'll be an overhead for pretty much the whole test, maybe except for Monday, where the sun's supposed to come out.
We actually haven't had conditions like this, really, which we are used to having days of gloom weather-wise, and we haven't had too many of those. It's been quite sunny, hasn't it?
It has indeed. That's defended by Rahul, and there is no run. I mean, Rahul's also been a pain in the side. He's been fantastic throughout the series. You have to hand it to him.
You do. I mean, he's batted brilliant. I've never understood why he wasn't rated in India by some. You can look at his record overall, but we've said those things about he's been up and down the order. He's kept wicket. He plays in all formats. He's been relatively successful in all formats. I think he's really underappreciated in his own land.
Yeah, I have to say that's true. But now he's kind of an old man of the side, isn't he, really? I mean, experienced player that's worked into leg side and there's no run. They kind of need him.
Wasn't it here that he got his 100? It was at the Oval, wasn't it? When he first came to England, if I remember rightly.
Might have been. He had a pretty poor series as well, didn't he? Don't know why the umpire didn't give that out.
Well, he might have been thinking it was an edge. I mean, I thought the way it slows down, my initial opinion was that it had hit the back pad, but it hit the back pad after the front pad.
I think
so that's probably why I thought it was an edge.
He's a Gemini, therefore he must have been in 2 minds.
Oh, goodness. And is he as ancient as you, Tony?
He's even rounder.
Well, that's true.
Is Atkinson now coming off the field?
I don't think it's Atkinson, is it?
That might be. No, it's not. I was going to say, is it Tongue? But it's not, because he's got the ball there.
Was it Wokes?
No.
Who was it?
Good time for him to break down.
Maybe he's had too many fluids and needs a piss. Tongue around the wicket to Siddharthan. He's fine. He's got it together now, and that's a decent delivery, and there's no run.
I think the other thing we've seen a lot of this summer is how much the ball has swung after it's gone past the batsman. So I really think that all England bowlers should be bowling from 24 yards. Yeah. It's worth a try.
Might be.
It is worth doing things that, seem ridiculous.
Well, Bumrah has a delivery, doesn't he? He bowls from behind the umpire every once in a while. Certainly does it in short form cricket.
Oh,
wow! That's a great delivery.
Too much.
Done too much. It's going down the leg side, but it's knocked Siddharthan off his feet.
That swung.
That swung late and quick.
Yeah. And that is the kind of ball that he got Warner out with, although it started straighter in those Ashes tests.
That's gone into his shins and basically knocked him off his...
Oh,
he's got an inside edge.
Yeah.
Which is why it was probably actually was going onto the stumps.
Yeah.
But it's knocked him over.
Well, of course, England are bowling with the lights on, I presume. I'm just getting a bit of shine off the helmet there. If someone is there, can just confirm that the lights are on.
That's wide outside the off stump this time, though, and left alone, there's no run.
But yeah, I mean, the thing is, unfortunately, and it is actually, I mean, we talk about it being because of the 100, and certainly over here it is, but you know, we now want to play the 100 when there's no Test cricket. They still play the Big Bash when there's Test cricket going on in Australia. County cricket is being played when the Test match is on, and that annoys me as well.
Yeah.
I know that's always happened.
And Tung's gone back to pushing it wide of the off stump. Is that going to be given as a wide?
Very close to it, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think it was actually.
I don't think it was because it was 34. That hasn't gone up.
No,
Forth is doing some very elaborate
Oh,
calisthenic
Forthy's here.
warm-ups here.
Forthy's apparently he's been perilously close to being Earlsfield. Is this right? Yeah.
Well, 2 more balls. The warm-up crew is going on, and Indo is supposed to be...
He's in the waiting room.
He's in the waiting room.
He just needs to be
No,
admitted.
he's been admitted. That's another wide one. Is he going to get away with that one as well?
And those have got to be given as wides, even though it's Test cricket. I mean, how are you supposed to reach that?
I think he's trying to overcorrect here, isn't he?
Yeah, he's trying to maybe.
I mean, the
start
one
it
thing you can
straighter.
say about a bowler like this is you don't know, licorice all sorts. You don't know what's coming next, and he bowls a wonder ball, and you're probably going to be stuffed.
Yeah, he's just got to make the wonder ball count, hasn't
Yeah, basically.
When it does.
Well, he did against the
slip out.
tail, didn't he? And 2 tests in a row. Tongue comes around the wicket, last ball of the over. That is a decent ball. It's pushed up to mid-off. There isn't a mid-off, so it's probably going to be 2. As well, Gus Atkinson wasn't the man who went off because he's just fielded that.
I can only think
And
it
there
was
is no
Wokes.
Well, someone without a name on their back, otherwise we'd have known who it was.
Oh, right.
Maybe it was a sub, maybe it was someone taking a drink on, who knows. It is Grubby, Forthy and Anindo who are going to take you through the next half an hour. Grubby has given you his ball-by-ball skills.
Well,
and we'll see you in a
couple of quick messages while they sit themselves down in those 2 seats, because I'll be getting up as well. Steve Bruce, has the bear knocked off yet with the pub next door? Can you imagine the bear getting fired up, riled in the green room if they had a brass band concert in the back? Well, they do some pretty interesting concerts. We haven't had brass bands yet. Let me see. Enrique Mentor, good afternoon, chaps. We are here, final Test match. And then you can pick up from there, whoever's on social. I shall love you and leave you.
Thanks, Tone. It's Grubby here, and sitting down next to me in the studio, Mr. Ian Forth.
Hello.
And joining us remotely, it's Anindo. Hello, Anindo. How are you? I'm not sure Anindo can hear us right now. Anyway, he's there on screen, so you can see him. You might have to turn on your mic or something. No point me saying that.
No, there isn't. You can't hear you. Can't see you. Oh, there's my mic.
This office I've been working in recently, they have every Tuesday at 10:30 they test the fire announcement system or whatever it is with a pre-recorded message, and at the end of the message it says, if you've had any difficulty hearing any of this message, please do get in contact. And you think, what's the point in putting that in an audio message? What is the bloody point?
Well, I was criticised by my wife because sometimes in foreign train stations there's the person doing sign language.
Oh, is there?
Next to the train times.
Okay.
But isn't the person doing sign language for people who are deaf? Well, how does that affect them reading
Oh, I see,
the
yeah.
train time? But she said...
Stop moaning, deaf people, is what you're saying.
Well, she more or less said, and you don't understand how these things work or something, so I'd shut up at that point.
I went to see Tim Minchin. Have you ever seen him?
Proud Australian, yes.
Proud Australian. He's terrific, by the way. I think
he's one of our best
incredibly talented.
Yeah.
I would go and see him as either a comedian only or a musician only. The fact he can do both in such brilliant and creatively fantastic shows. I think he's great. Anyway, he had a signer at the side of the stage.
Does it translate to humour in the same way? Maybe it does.
I wasn't really taking much in
Yes,
in terms of this.
you wouldn't know, would you?
Because I'm fortunate enough not to need one. I was able to consume the show.
Yeah.
But yes, I suspect for some of the lyrics that he was.
Australians have a weakness, if that's the word, for the piano and lyrics man. There's a guy called Eddie Perfect who did Shane Warne the musical. Anyway, that's just something they do.
Did you go and see Shane Warne the musical?
Did go and see it. It's pretty good, actually. Yeah, they did Keating the musical as well. The old Prime Minister. He did that.
Okay.
It's just something that they feel happy doing.
Would you say you are generally a fan of musical theatre?
Not really, no. But
I'm
I did
not.
see Come From Away, which I loved. So, exceptions, rules.
Well, exactly. Jesus Christ Superstar being another one. It's a terrific piece of work.
Yeah, I'm less keen on that because I think you get taken to see it when you're about 13.
Well, I remember it from school. I remember liking it then. I think the music's terrific. It was written in like 69 or 70.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, and it all comes. Tim Minchin played Judas in one run of it over here. Which is very good.
If we have time, we can get on to Judas because I'm a bit confused by him. Why does the Bible story need Judas? Well, what's his role?
In terms of the
he was
narrative,
betraying Jesus. But everyone can see Jesus. They were going to arrest him anyway and stick him up on the cross. We don't need Judas to do that.
Are you saying that? Hang on a sec. We'll come back to it. Rahul facing up to Wokes after the drinks break, and good carry as Rahul leaves this one over the top of his off stump. Are you saying that the guard who wasted those 30 pieces of silver would have been castigated by his superiors later on?
What's the point?
Yeah, we can see him.
We can see
have to bribe him.
He's not hiding. He's walking around in plain sight.
Yeah.
I better
Hello.
get some. There's something.
Hi, Anindo. You're with us.
Yeah.
I was with you, but the sound was completely distorted, so I had to go out.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, welcome or welcome
Thank
back.
you.
I hope you're well. Hope you're enjoying
Thank you very much.
Hope you're enjoying the action so far. 3 slips in place here for Wokes, who's bowling to Rahul. He pushes it into the covers, and one more. What are your thoughts so far, Anindo? Have you been watching?
Well, it's the first pitch, which looks like an English pitch.
It does. It's interesting with the oval because quite often, in the day before or even the day of the game, people look at it and go, oh, that's a green one, it's really green. And then it usually bats pretty well. So I've seen a fair bit of cricket at the Oval in the last few years. And it's definitely a typical oval pitch. It's not like those ones that we all remember from 20, 30 years ago that it's kind of straw-coloured.
Take a lot of spin later.
Exactly, yeah.
All of that, yeah.
So you could be fooled, I think, if you're not used to these pitches and thinking, oh, we definitely got to bowl first on this. But they usually bat really well. This is a deliberate play and miss, if that's possible, by Sudarshan, just dragging his bat inside the line.
That Josh Tongue over, he really suffered.
Yeah, that was weird. we were being put in mind. Was it Scott Boswell who got the yips in that one-day final? Yeah, I'm getting the thumbs up from Jason, so I've got it right. Yeah, and it looked a little bit like that for you. Start to worry about people if they're having such an absolute shocker, spraying it all over the show.
Atkinson looked really good.
Yeah.
From the word go, he looked really good.
Yeah, I was saying earlier, he's probably, if everyone's fit, he's probably one of the first choices in terms of seamers. Back in his crease goes Sudarshan, defends into the offside, no run. A very skillful bowler.
He's got the skill, he's got the pace. So he's a good, really good piece of pace bowling put together. Yeah.
He's got the skill, he's got the pace, let's make lots of money.
You're listening to the Pet Shop Boys tribute band, fronted by Ian Foot. Does that make me Chris Lowe then?
I guess.
Can I have a baseball cap to wear? This is Left Alone by Sudarshan outside the house. Come on in. Sorry.
So Foti, how long are you going to be in England?
I've got another 10 days in India, so I'm just making the most of it. I'm actually going to the Oval tomorrow as well, so that's nice. Are you back in your homeland? You left Melbourne now?
Yeah. I'm in Mumbai. I should be back there mid to late October is the plan. Everything going well. There's a lot of challenges at the moment, but we'll see.
Okay.
Siddharthan facing up to a straight full one from Stokes, defends it into the onside. There's no run. And how is Mumbai at the moment? Is one of the cities that I remember being so full of traffic when I visited there a few years ago.
Yes.
Lots of beeping horns. How's the traffic?
It's double of whatever you saw.
Oh God!
I better do some messages because I'm getting behind.
But there's a lot of. To be fair, there's a lot of infrastructure work which has happened in terms of building a lot of flyovers and roads over the sea.
Okay.
So that's and under the sea as well. So it's taken some of the load off, but the quality of roads is probably worse than you saw.
Got you.
The general quality of roads, and it's the middle of the monsoons right now, so it's not a great time to be here if you're not from Mumbai. If you're from Mumbai, this is the best time in the world to be here
because no one
people
comes.
Love getting wet. I have no fucking idea why people love getting wet all the time.
Tongue starts anew over it's on the pads
English?
of Rahul, just knocked into the onside, and they're through for one. Fourthy, it's a leg by the way. Fourthy, do try and get some messages in between if you.
I'll do a few quick ones. Enrique Mentor's with us, hoping that it's going to be India 2-all. I missed one or two, sorry. Mayank Messi showing he's a true Aussie with that comment, something to do with respect and the English. And Steve Groove says, Grubby and Fourthy, the Laurel and Hardy of guerrilla cricket.
Well, I did just put on a hat. It wasn't a bowler, it was a cap as I was channeling Chris Lowe. Thank you. I'll take that as a compliment, even if it wasn't intended as one.
I don't know which of us is which, but...
Forward in defence comes Siddharthan into the offside. Sharp piece of fielding. And there is no run.
Muttley says, good to see you. You're back home in India, loving the sausages. So, special message from Muttley for you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I know he was very nice when I was in hospital. Lots of nice wishes. Thank you, everyone, for that.
Did he send sausages?
Absolutely.
Nice.
There is no love without sausages.
How true those words are, spoken even today. Siddharthan faces up to Tongue. This one rears up at him, and he just plays it quite well in the end, but it surprised him, tailing into his midriff. Dabbed it down the offside.
Apparently Cricket Writer says, can you guys let me back in the waiting room?
That'll be an Indo then.
Ah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I thought it was someone else.
I was trying to grab your attention anyway. I could.
Well, it's worked.
Now we saw you on screen, but it's clear you couldn't hear us, so I assumed there was something going on. In comes Tongue with his arms akimbo as he runs in, and this one is under-edged off the back foot by Siddharthan. Can't time it at all.
I hope I haven't outed your pseudonym on YouTube there. Well, I have. Sorry about that.
I think everyone knows it.
Yeah.
So we're all good.
He's got that very idiosyncratic way of running in with his elbows sort of parallel to the ground, hasn't he, Tongue? And he's one of England's more sort of muscular bowlers in the wider squad, along with Cars. I think of the two of them as particularly muscular, both of them.
Muscle bound, as Spandau
Just
Ballet.
And Tongue is with a leg slip, 3 slips in place. This is left alone outside the off stump, not too far away from the stumps, 4th or 5th stump line. So a mixture of watchfulness and suspicious defence in this over. A better over from Tongue, direction-wise. It could hardly be worse than the first one he bowled. But he has bowled a couple of balls that have troubled, particularly Siddharthan, recently. One more in the over. The score is 38 for 1. This is the 15th over. Tongue running into the crease now, around the wicket to the left-hander. And just squares him up a little. Defended to point, no run. A much better over. Siddharthan had to be very careful playing a lot of those deliveries. And it is 38 for 1 after 15. Fourthy.
Steve Bruce, Gorilla Towers busy today. Love it.
Yeah, it is.
You don't want to get up. You might lose your seat today. Kieran Roseblade. Lads, the YouTube screen is brilliant. We don't often get that. We can see 4 grubby legs if he continues with his current pose.
This was before I joined, because there was a separate picture of Grubby as well.
No one needs to see twice the number of legs that I have.
If he maintains the current post, we may see 6. Matthew Cullen, the piano and lyrics man, is a great way to refer to that. A lovely warm welcome to a Ninja from Steve Bruce. You're getting a lot of love here at Ninja.
Yeah.
It's lovely, isn't that
Thank
nice?
you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
And Philip Shaw says, my ex and I were arguing, and at that time our daughter was young, so we spelt the words. I must have asked for something, and my ex...
And the hole's chopped on.
Unbelievable.
Chris Wokes back into the attack in his first delivery, chopped on a bit too close to be playing the cut shot, and KL Rahul, who's been a massive thorn in England's side for this entire series.
Yeah, that was a terrible shot.
Has to go. Yeah, a bit too close to him. And Indo, do you think?
Oh yeah, I mean he was in no position to play that card.
Yeah. The thing is,
he's was like 3 inches from him.
Yeah, he's probably played that shot quite frequently this series and got a run or
But
two.
a bit further out.
Yeah. But I mean, sometimes players are that good, they can play that shot. It just looks really bad when it goes wrong, as it did there, and he's out for 14. Wokes with the breakthrough, and it's 38 for 2.
Oh, shit. I forgot I'm on double duties. Sorry, guys.
Double screening there, 40. We'll keep talking until you find your way.
Yeah.
What do you make of the India lineup here and India? Obviously, both.
I was just going to say that I think Gautam, because I just see the head coach having much more of a say on the Indian side right now than given his inexperience. And Gautam Gambhir clearly seems to be someone who does not care about taking 20 wickets. He just wants to bat as much as possible and fills the side up with batters. They've got 8 batters in this team. Not enough bowlers. I don't know how they're going to take 20 wickets. So we'll see how that goes. I'm not a big fan of the way Kuldeep's been treated, because I think he should have, maybe not at the Oval, but by the time the Oval came around, he might have had quite an impact on the series already.
It's really disappointing. I love Kuldeep Yadav. He's one of my favourite cricketers. I've talked about it a lot on this programme, and not to see him at all in the series is hugely disappointing for me, and no doubt lots of cricket fans around the world.
Put you in mind of, by the time we get to the Oval, there must be Kuldeep, but we never did get to there.
Anyway, the Indian captain has come to the crease.
And
it's Gilly us past the cats and Ellenbogen by the sea.
One thing I'll be interested to see in Indo, interested to see if you agree as well, is the dynamic with Mohammad Siraj when Bumrah's not in the side. He steps up and he sort of relishes that role as the leader of the attack, doesn't he?
Oh, he absolutely does. And I think it started from the 2021 Australia series when he had to step up to lead the attack when everybody else was injured.
Wokes bowls to Gill. Gill leaves alone outside the off stump. And let's not forget that was the match in this series that India won at Edgbaston.
Yes, absolutely. And every single time he's been given that responsibility, I think he has stepped up. So which is great to see. And they have Akashdeep back, which should be good. And then they have Prasidh Krishna back, which is not so good. I think the bowling attack with Akashdeep and Siraj is probably going to be a good one. Prasidh Krishna, I remain convinced.
Yeah, he's looked a little bit more toothless. Akashdeep bowled very well, particularly in that Edgbaston test, I think, didn't he? This one's tucked around the corner by Gill to get himself off the mark with 1. But
Krishna's the kind of bowler who would do well in Australia or South Africa, where you get a lot of bounce, and he just doesn't have skills beyond that. Which is the problem.
Well, we'll see how this pitch behaves as the game wears on. We are expecting a bit of weather, is forecast, so maybe it won't dry out in a way that it would do if we had 5 days of uninterrupted sun that we have had for long periods this summer, which might suit a bowler like Prasidh Krishna better. The old-fashioned bouncy oval pitch. Sudarshan faces a ball from around the wicket from Wokes this time. Movement away a little bit and leaves it alone.
I wasn't tuned into guerrilla cricket at that point in time, but what did you guys think of Jaiswal's dismissal?
I was coming up the stairs, so missed it. So over to Grubby.
I Oh yeah, yes. So I think when we saw it live, it didn't quite look right somehow, the LBW, and I think it's partly because it hit both pads as this ball is turned off his hip.
No, I'm not
by
talking about the
Siddharthan.
decision, but about the way he got out.
So just one to the total there. Yeah, and so I think, and maybe that's what confused the umpire as well. When you saw the replay, I mean, he was stone dead. I mean, he was hitting 3/4 of the way up middle and leg. But I'm not surprised the umpire didn't give it based on what we saw on the screen. Hendo thought he might have actually got an inside edge on it as well. Turns out he was miles away from it.
No, it was miles away. I think he was beaten by the movement, and he really. I don't think he did anything particularly wrong, unlike what Rahul just did.
He's got out by a good ball. This is left alone. A decent leave by Gill. The Gill's not off the mark, as I said previously. That must have been a leg by in the previous over.
I was interrupted by a wicket, which is a legitimate form of interruption.
Sure.
Halfway through reading Philip Shaw, it says, "My ex and I were arguing. At that time, our daughter was young, so we spelt the words. I must have asked for something, and my ex spelt WHY. I couldn't argue after that." Steve Bruce asks, "Fourthie, what's the best thing about England that you miss in Oz?" I'll go with three things. Oh, we've gone.
That's all right. No,
we haven't gone.
Just a gap in the background noise.
Then it's come back. I would say Friends. I would not the series, but people. I would. I don't miss that at all. I would say trees.
Ooh.
And I would, because you get a lot of gum trees, which you get a bit bored of. And I'd say creative ideas in advertising. Probably the three things I miss.
In that order.
Probably in that order.
So you don't live in the Nullarbor Desert, do you?
Might as well. Might as well do. And we're back on. Philip Shaw adds, Carter USM did the best version of Rent, which was by the Petrol.
Oh, cracking. This is a full delivery from Tung. Pleasant push, and he's timed it beautifully, Siddharthan. This is running away through mid-on, all the way to the mid-on boundary, Fourthie.
All the way to the mid-on boundary for one of these.
4 on the floor, and one more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4s are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
Seamless.
Beautiful shot, that. Another full delivery, and he just leant on it, high elbow, didn't try to hit it too hard, timed it, races away to the boundary. Great shot. 3 or 4 slips and a gully and a leg slip. This is more on leg stump and turned to mid-wicket where it's fielded, and there's no run this time. 44 for 2 is the score.
I just wanted to give a call out. I think it was the last day of the previous test match. I wasn't on commentary, and one of our listeners, Rohit Singh, came out on YouTube and said a thank you to me, and I'm really happy because it's an interesting one that the whole guerrilla cricket, the ecosystem, if you like, that we have around us is such a joy sometimes. I'll go on after this.
Oh, nice one. Well, thank you, Rohit, and thank you everyone who gets in touch and interacts with us. What makes the show. This is Down the Arse and taken by Jamie Smith. Again, good carry. We've seen a lot of good carry so far this morning. It's not the morning anymore. We're into the afternoon here in the UK, and probably 3.5 hours, 4.5 hours ahead there in Mumbai. Is that right at the moment?
4.5. Yeah, 4.5.
Yeah.
So how do you know about how do you know about the half?
Because I had a couple of trips to Mumbai when I worked at HSBC.
Okay.
Yeah.
Adelaide got a strange half hour.
Does it?
Around.
Oh, it does it? I didn't realise that.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, well,
Adelaide's got a lot of strange half hours apparently.
Does, yeah.
In Adelaide. Siddharthan back in his crease defending towards mid-on when there's no run.
It's a lovely place though, especially the wine region. I really love it.
I mustn't bag it too heavily because I've never been there, and I would love to go, particularly to the cricket ground.
It is.
Particularly
it is one of the nicer. It is one of the nicer parts of Australia. I have to say.
It's not as nice as Melbourne, but it's quite nice.
Sure.
Quite nice.
I've never been to Melbourne.
Melbourne's nice. I have to say that. Yes.
Spent a bit of time in Sydney,
which I
enjoyed. No, I know I'm not exactly preaching to the choir here, but I enjoyed Sydney. Tongue round the wicket to Siddharthan, who again shoulders arms, thrusting his hands skyward, and again it jags back and over the top of the stumps. You've got to be very certain when you're leaving on length like that. And one thing when we get to see Karan Nair, because I think his leaves have looked a little bit shaky in this series as well. He's a bit of a hostage to fortune with that leave of his. he can go big, as we know only too well. 303 against England back in 2016.
Well,
and he got a double 100, didn't he? Early before the series.
Triple. That's right. In the Lions match.
Yeah.
Yes.
This one is, he's got his radar wrong again there. Tongue started wider and went wider. Just left alone. Could hardly reach that one, Siddharthan. But that's the end of the 17th over. It remains 44 for 2. What you got, 40?
Yeah, I got Dr. Nivedita Verma says, why not get Jimmy for the new ball? He's already playing for Lancashire. Mayank says this pitching conditions has 2 to 2.5 days test match written all over it. Not so sure. Andy Reevely, thoughts on the Ashes coming up? Oh, well.
Plenty of those to come. There'll be
plenty of those to come.
Tone will be doing a bumper podcast preview, no doubt, in all in due course.
Well, this might be one for you, Grubby. With all this banter of a greenish pitch, but apparently the norm for the venue, a good first innings score would be
320 would be a competitive score, I'd say. Gill, who's still to get off the mark, 4 slips in place now. Always genuine play and miss here, as the ball just shaped away from the right-hander, and he definitely played at that. So doesn't matter how good you are, how many runs you scored this series, you still got to get off the mark.
Yeah, and these kinds of deliveries, there's little you can do. I mean, there was one innings in between, I think, where Gill was hanging his bat out, which was very unusual because the entire series he's had, very close to the body.
That was at Lords, I think. He's forward here, took a step down the wicket and played it firmly to straight mid-on, and there's no run still. I remember thinking to myself...
He just came in and played a bizarre innings.
Yes.
For some reason.
Yeah, he suddenly looked... I mean, having looked $1 million, I mean, he scored $1 million. He scored 10 million runs in the series, and he suddenly looked like the most nervous, skittish, kind of Ollie Pope frenzied start of his innings. It was weird, wasn't it? And it was at a time when there was a fair bit of pressure in the game as well. It just goes to show, doesn't it?
Yes, that's right.
So Gill still on none. Wokes bowling to him. It's a full delivery on leg stump. He is going to get off the mark here. It was a bit of a freebie, that one. Tucked through mid-wicket. And he's going to get back for 2 here. So he is off the mark now. And he can still break that fabled Bradman record of runs in a series, I think. He'd have to go some. But he's broken all sorts of records. 4 tons in the series. I think only Gavaskar and Kohli have done that for India. I think I'm right in saying. Gavaskar did it twice, I believe.
What is the record?
What number of runs? Yeah. The Bradman one. I can't remember the exact numbers. Is it 900
903 I've got in mind. I don't know why I've got in mind.
It'll take quite a bit of doing to bring that in this test.
And there was the game earlier in the series where he scored the second most number of aggregate runs after Graham Gooch. So he's having a very purple patch. This is turned towards mid-wicket and fielded. I don't know whether that was aerial for a while.
Not far short, we suspect.
Wokes does the hands over mouth thing, and it's Bethel there.
What is possible is that Gavaskar holds the record for the most number of runs in a series, I think, for an Indian,
right?
Which is 774 in his first series against the West Indies.
Okay,
that I think is in Gill's sights. He's on 724 or something like that right now.
Oh, another decent leave. This a ball that just was on a length, and he left it on length, and it did obediently go over the top of his off stump. But I just think you only need one to keep ever so slightly low, and you look a bit foolish with that. So I'd much prefer to be trying to cover that up with a combination of bat and pad than leaving them. But hey, I'm not an international batsman.
Yet.
Not yet, there's time.
Not yet.
Next summer, England pick 54-year-old debutant.
Bert Ironmonger, part 2.
Gill facing up to Wokes, who bowls him a fuller, floatier ball, and he can't time it, playing it to mid-on, and there is no run. It's the end of the 18th over, 46 for 2.
We've got a Novocastrian joining us. Andrew Twining says, hi guys, listening from Newcastle, Australia, enjoying your broadcast. 9:30 p.m. down here now. Yes, indeed it is. I'll be back on that time again in a couple of weeks. Kieran Roderblade, I thought culture would have been up there, 40. Well, there is culture in Australia, it's just a different type of culture. Apples and oranges. Leah Adjit told me yesterday that his brother in Heidelberg listens to my channel, so he gets his cricket fix, and he can also practice his German. And Mayank says, Adelaide City is boring, but the cricket ground is great. Melbourne is by far my favourite Aussie city. If I lived in Australia, it would be there, but too bad the weather in summer is all over the place. Well, it is a bit, but you can put up with it.
Adelaide arguably is not as boring as Perth.
I found the reverse. But
careful, you wake Messi.
Yeah.
Messi will be coming in the door in a minute.
Messi knows that.
I think Perth's improved in the last 10 years, actually.
Now, it's another bowling change for England, and we're going to get our first sighting in this series of the 31-year-old big old lump that is Jamie Overton. He's coming in to bowl his first ball of this match. Short and on the hip of Sudarshan, who drops it down into the onside and gets a run.
Well, I'd love to play the Jamie Overton jingle.
He'll be in there somewhere.
Well, the sun has come out along with Jamie Overton.
How do you scroll to onside on this thing? Do you know? Sorry.
Well, yes, Jamie Overton, a big old lump of a man.
We can improvise a jingle for him, maybe?
We could do.
Have a little think about
Go
that.
for it, Fabi.
Jamie Overton, Jamie Overton, Jamie Overton, Jamie Overton.
Where's your brother gone?
Where's your racist brother gone?
There, how about that? That's pretty good.
Yeah, there you go. Mog, who needs him? In he comes, Jamie, and bowls a ball. Good shape on that one. Just started on an off-stump line and went away a little bit in the air.
By the time we get to the Oval, there'll be Jamie.
We keep seeing Stuart Broad taking a wicket with, I think this is his last ball in Test cricket, isn't it?
Yeah.
Caught behind by Johnny Bairstow. All the
He's
family
on
on the balcony.
commentary, so.
Yeah, that's it. But they've shown that twice now. Come on. Come on, Sky.
I know, it's a bit over the top. Bradman scored 974 in the Ashes of 1930, according to Farong. I'm sure he's right.
Yeah, that's
a lot.
Unbelievable.
Ludicrous.
It is a lot.
Overton bowls an absolute filthy ball. That's got to be signalled a wide. It is. Similar to Josh Tongue, who dragged a couple down earlier on. Overton has caught the yips.
Why?
He seems to blame his step.
Yeah, maybe he's blaming his new trousers. He essayed a diving stop earlier on that couldn't drag it in, and then signalled immediately to the dressing room.
Wide.
Signalled to the dressing room, did that sort of rotating hands thing that footballers do when they want to be subbed off. And he was just asking for a new pair of kecks. Nice shot here from Gill onto the back foot. We've seen that shot many times from him this summer. He's just going to reach the extra cover boundary. He was on the back foot. Another wide one, got what it deserved. 4 runs to India. Oh, I like that one.
We don't often get that one.
I like it.
It's absolute pants ball, wasn't it? Terrible, shocking ball.
So, 2 of the seamers that have come into the side for England have struggled a bit with their line and length. Overton's only bowled about 3 deliveries. And at the end of this over, we're going to have another change. I can see Jason G. Hiscox. And
get those hammies straight.
Tony's doing a few lunges. 52 for 2 is the score. This one, Gill fetches from outside off stump. He's not got his pace up here, Overton. And pulls it, but only half-heartedly. He's fielded it mid-wicket by Ollie Pope, England's captain for the day. He's already done something good because he was the one who decided to review the Jaiswal not out decision and was proven correct. And I think he was well aware of his terrible record as England captain when it comes to reviews, because when it was given, he did one of those sort of fake "wahey," as if to, ironically saying, "Yes, I got something right." So he'd be painfully aware that he's got most of them wrong in his brief stints as captain. Gill has 6 now. Overton runs in, bowls in, a bit wide of the crease this time. Defended at the onside, there is no run.
Andy Reevely says that Adelaide is the hidden gem of Australia. Cricket oval aside, great beaches, great vineyards, and Hondorf in the hills. Lovely.
It's not renowned for its beaches, Adelaide, is it?
It's got some nice ones. Maybe
it's got some nice ones,
yeah.
Like Brisbane and obviously Bondi and places like that would get more of the publicity.
Yes. Oh, they're more showy. Showy,
like
Sydney, very showy town.
Adelaide very much hiding their beaches under a bushel. Overton into bowl now. A great delivery, this one. Beats Gill, all ends up and nearly takes the edge. prodding forward to a ball that was swinging away from him. So a good comeback there from a troublesome over from Overton. It's 52 for 2 after 19. And Indo, 4th. I'll see you both later.
See you tomorrow.
Tony's
Great stuff.
coming.
Thank you.
All right, nice one, Indo.
Lovely.
See you there. Do you want to do some messages while we...
Oh yes, I'll do that while you're all
See
settling
you later.
in. Messi says, perhaps Perth City is exciting, but I haven't felt the need to go there for 20 years other than to the Wacker, so I can't really judge whether it's even duller than Adelaide. Shall I pass the screen of dreams along to somebody who can do something with it?
The screen of dreams.
There
Crikey
we are.
Moses. Oh, I'm going to get all tangled up now in blue wires.
Tangled up in blue.
There we go. I'm sorted. 52 for 2. Lee Pope taken over as captain, of course. Just carried on with
tangled up in blue wires. That's
with
your
the toss-winning run that England are on. Wokes into the attack. That's left outside of his off stump by Sai Sudarsan. And there's no run. We're in the 20th over. It's not been quick going. It's been all seam for England, but then it would be because they've only got 2 part-time spinners to call upon.
It's the Surrey way.
And it is, as a man who knows, to my left
Are you offering one to me as well?
is
lovely.
Jason. The beers are being passed around.
Early morning. It is past 12 o'clock, isn't it?
It
It's
is.
past the yard arm.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
It's always past the yard arm somewhere in the world.
True.
They've lost, have India, KL Rahul, and they lost Jaiswal. Jaiswal, LBW on review to Atkinson, but it looked amazingly plumb. Wokes around the wicket to the left-handed Sai Sudarsan, left alone. And KL Rahul chopped on to the man who's now bowling, Chris Wokes. Something of a second string attack there, isn't it, for England? No Archer, no Stokes, who's been the leading wicket taker
It's
so far.
the B-11 in terms
However,
of bowling.
Extraordinary first over from Josh Tongue, which was, I mean, wayward doesn't even begin to describe it. He was barely bowling within the boundary sponges of the oval. That's a good ball from Wokes. Just moved away a shade from the left-hander who drew the bat inside it. He wears a number 66 on his back, does Sai Sudarsan. The relevance of that I don't know. At least
Well,
Root
it's because
is
he bats at
obvious.
3, obviously, and he wants to emulate his hero.
Who is what?
Joe Root.
Well,
Actually,
I was going to say, we understand why Root is Route 66. But I don't know what Sai Sudarsan's claim to the number is, unless it's, don't know.
They just picked their favourite number, don't they? He obviously likes Joe Root.
Yeah.
Or he's a fan of England football. That one is beating the outside edge again. That was a terrific delivery by Wokes. Who, I mean, he's not quite trundling, but 80 miles an hour, it's not about pace, but it is about just that little bit of nibble and movement.
But what we worry about is that because it's not that pacey at this level, the batsman have got time to adjust, which is why he doesn't get the edges that he used to get, all that kind of stuff.
Just try to work out what your numbers would be if you had a number on the back of your shirts.
What we can tell you about the Oval is some extraordinary stats. So far this season, Surrey played 5. That was weight for Wokes. That's a bat drawn inside it. Again, it's just that little bit of shape away from the left-hander taken by Smith. They've won twice, drawn 3. So wins haven't necessarily been that easy to come by.
Well, for
the
Surrey
team
in general,
winning the toss,
they've only won
bowls.
3 out of 10. They've drawn 7, which is the most, but they've not lost any matches.
Yeah, but we're only focusing on what's been happening at the Oval. The last 6 Test matches, I know, but I think it's actually more. The team batting first has always chosen to field. Hasn't always worked out.
The team batting first.
No, sorry, the team winning the toss. That's nicely worked off his legs. Beats Bethel, who is there, one of the part-time spinners, back in the fold. But that was nicely steered down to fine leg. It's got 4 for Sudarsan. Sai Sudarsan is moved on to 18. And we'll go to Jason for some messages.
I'm not sure exactly where we got, but we'll start with Bernard Moray. It says the bear is the Tommy Robinson of Guerrilla Cricket. Oh, that's a bit harsh.
Steady.
Fuck off.
I don't think
That's a bit harsh, yeah.
Absolutely not.
Banana Brook says Overton needs longer spikes. Well, he needs radar as well, I think.
We did see Josh Tongue sorting his spikes out. We also saw Chris Wokes and I think it was Overton together. They came together in the field, just fielding one ball, and both stared in horror at what seemed to be like a huge damp patch.
Yeah.
which can't be doing much good for the ball.
No.
There's a thick layer of cloud
What you
layer
mean?
of cloud over the city of London.
Where they've left the hose off the covers.
Overton, 3 slips for him. Gets a little bit of swing there and very inside edgy from Schubers. Effective, I suppose, but wasn't that convincing. It was a good ball by Jamie Overton. Not been playing a lot with injury. You've had Josh Tongue, who's been out with injury. You've had Atkinson, who's been bowling in club cricket because he's been injured. But no Stokes, no Archer.
Yeah, just imagine going to your Premiership League match and suddenly at the other end it's
3
either
slips a gully.
Atkinson or
Cover
Mark Wood.
mid-wicket. Oh, that's short and pulled, but pulled down to deep backward square. Atkinson is there, and they will just take a single. Yeah, it's been. It was a. I think curate's egg is the way you describe Josh Tongue.
Yeah, very much so. He it's all over the place. When he gets it right, it's good, but it's probably only about 45% of the time.
Yeah,
and you got to be a bit higher than that. It's
He
got to
had
be 90%.
one ball to Sudason. He was Sai.
Knocked him
one
off
ball
his
to
feet.
Sai, knocked him off his feet.
I know.
A big inside edge, but it swung late, right at his toes.
I'd hate to see his control percentage.
It's Overton. Down leg to the left-hander. Jamie Smith deals with it. There's a few lads on their home ground. Jamie Smith, of course. Overton, who's bowling. Now his home ground. Having
Atkinson.
deserted Somerset. Gus Atkinson. Any more? Have I missed any?
Ollie Pope.
Ollie Pope. What are we saying? Ollie Pope. Stand-in captain. He's won.
Finally got a review right as well.
He's won 4 out of 5. The one he has lost, of course, was here at the Oval against Sri Lanka as captain. That's a good ball. Rather squares up Sudason, who plays an ugly
Oh, of course, and
defence.
Sai Sudarsson as well.
Has he been playing for Surrey?
He's played 5 games in 2 years.
All right.
He's
Counts.
been
He's a Surrey lad, dyed in the wool, man and boy.
He's not really performed at the Oval either. He's had scored runs away from the Oval, but not at the Oval. Before today, he'd had 33 runs in 4 or 5 innings.
Well, he's doing all right.
He's got 18 or 60. It's not exactly rollicking along, is he? I mean, this is the thing. England have only conceded 57 runs in 20 overs, so they'll be reasonably
Over the
happy.
wicket comes Overton, moves that into the left-hander, who drops the bat on it, steers it to backward point, and jogs an easy single. Sort of honours even, really, Bear, at the moment.
Yeah, kind of. That's what I mean. I don't think they've got away. Under 3 and over, England will be happy, considering we've given away about 17 extras already.
Well, how different would the scoreboard look? It would look a lot more
Well, it would
favourable
be about
to England
40 for 2, exactly.
without that crazy Josh Tongue over, that is for sure.
Jamie Overton also was not exactly on the money in his first over. Spread it around a bit. This over's been a lot better.
Well, Gary is there today, our Gary.
Of course, he
Not
was there
on
at
media
about
duty.
6 o'clock this morning.
No, he's not on media duty.
Okay.
That's short and wide and cut smartly by Shubman Gill. 2 men are off in pursuit. Is one going to win the chase?
No.
I don't think he is. No, he's not. And it was rather forlornly given up in the end by Chris Wokes.
And it's one of these.
It's
That's
me,
4 runs.
Sanshi. It's me, Sanshi.
Farong is doing his best and his Altsman here and says, Jadeja this series, balls bowled 817, balls faced 847. Could he break the 1,000 balls mark with bat and ball?
Ooh.
Would be a first, methinks. I'm
Not
sure
sure.
some all-rounders in the past have bowled an awful lot of overs in a 5-test series or 6-test series, so
Well,
it might not be the first.
Not giving too much away to let you know that Farong is going to be one of our questioners at lunchtime for our Patreon lunch.
Patreon lunch.
To celebrate and say thank you to our fabulous patrons who help to keep us
And
on
he's also
air.
got another message. He says, the reason Adelaide isn't renowned for its beaches is simple. Sharks.
Well, there you go. That.
To which David replies, sharks live in water, they don't do sunbathing.
What do they call that stand now? At the Vauxhall end.
I always call it the...
OCS? I always call
it used to be the OCS, then it
must
was
be
the...
something else now.
I'll get it in a minute.
Oh, is it the JM Finn?
It's JM Finn, yes.
Right, that one squares up. See, it does, and it goes to, well, it's really fourth slip. The mighty Duckster is fielding. We did genuinely think we might see him bowl towards the end of the last test at Old Trafford. As that game got extended, we thought surely they're going to give him a bowl.
Giving the review sign.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I was just thinking, Jace.
I have no idea. There is a gentle breeze fluttering from Archbishop Tennyson across the oval.
I can tell you, it gets pretty damn windy up
the
there.
city. I'm sure it does. The cloud is thick and heavy. Well, as might some of the crowd be, of course, but that's just pushed into the onside.
Hang on, I'm not there today. I am there tomorrow.
No, but Gary is. I'm not saying he's either of those two things, of course.
So Gary, I thought Gary had got a media thing. He did say he probably wouldn't get one.
No, he's gone with friends.
Oh, right.
He's gone with friends today. Old school friends, apparently.
Real friends, yeah.
Was he paid for a ticket, or does he get one because of his media pass?
I don't know. No, he didn't. He got squeezed out of.
He was ejected from the media centre. Yeah.
Right, Sudarshan to face Chris Wokes, who's around the wicket. That's full, and it's beautifully straight driven. You will not see a classier straight drive if you live to be 150. That was a gorgeous shot by Sudarshan. 4 runs.
Well, it's a 4 for a boundary where here's a rope. The ball won't like it, but it had to go.
What a shot that was, Bear.
That was a lovely shot. It's a bit too full, though, wasn't it?
It was.
Long half volley, really. You expect professional batsmen to put them away, and he put that away lovely. Just pushed it down the ground. Well, not a big flourish of the bat.
Block
drive, pure
really,
timing, yeah. Just good timing.
What shows from first-class players is that they just if you get bat on the ball, it's going to the boundary unless something gets in the way.
Well, he got it past Ashan Raza, and that's no mean feat in itself. Round the wicket comes Woke, spears that down leg, steered to short mid-wicket. But no run on this occasion, so Dasan has moved on to 23 with that 4, and India 66 for 2 having been put in, which came as literally no surprise at all.
It would be nice to get another wicket before lunch, wouldn't it?
Yeah, you get the feeling it's kind of on as even at the moment.
Yeah, pretty much.
3 wickets would definitely push it a little bit more in England's favour.
Shubman Gill, of course, is in sight of any number of records, isn't he?
He's got
a little look at those in a minute.
700 and something runs.
He's not that far off Bradman's record if he has a particularly good test here.
Well, you need 200, I think.
Well, he would. That's a terrific ball, and it was coming over the wicket to the left-hander, which I'm always a fan of.
Not enough of it these days, isn't it?
No, it's like a
when the
default
ball's
reaction.
exactly when the ball's nipping around a bit, if you can bowl straight and you're close to the wicket, bowling over the wicket, it's always. I mean, that first wicket that Joffrey got back in the series was from over the wicket. It was an absolute peach to Jai as well.
And that's just moved slightly in the air away from the left-handed Sudarshan. Lovely ball, and he's played slightly across the line on that towards mid-on.
Yeah, he's actually pulled his bat quite a long way inside it in the end, but.
Wokes that swung in, but it's just ends up on leg, and it's pushed again by Sudarshan. Josh Tongue goes lolloping after it in rather a laboured manner.
A bit ginger across the pitch, isn't he? So I wonder if it's a bit greasy underfoot.
I imagine so.
Well, yeah, he was one of the first to, after that hellish over where literally everything was wide and horrible. You saw him very quickly get the old stud screw and seemed to be replacing his studs.
Yeah. Bernard Murray, talking about Tongue, says, Tongue's ball control is worse than my bladder control. Well,
oh, goodness.
And he also says, the team bowling first is the team batting first. Dementia check, please.
No, thank you. I know what I meant.
Yeah,
the
but between your brain and your mouth, there was a bit of a disconnect.
Yeah, well, wouldn't be the first time that happened. I can absolutely assure you.
Well,
signals can sometimes
happens
get
with
lost.
age.
Overton, in he comes, left with a big high leave by Shubbers. There was no run, 68 for 2. Right, before this innings, where he's obviously got a few so far.
Well, there you go.
He's on 733 is his runs in the series. So for India, he's only behind Sunil Gavaskar, who got 774.
And he's just gone past Sunil Gavaskar, who on 732.
But that was in 1971, and he's passed Gavaskar. Indeed, he has.
That was 774, I think, was Gavaskar's first series against West Indies.
Overton in, short, pulled, kept down, gone all the way through square, and all the way for 4 runs. Not a great ball, an 80-mile-an-hour hit-me ball. And it got
4 on the floor, and one more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4s are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
Yeah, that wasn't a great delivery. It's too short.
That was too
Does
short.
that weird short arm jab though, doesn't he? He doesn't pull it traditionally, he just sort of flaps it around. It's a good shot because he's under complete control of it, and it's just timing. And
it's like a soft paddle pull.
Yeah.
Well, he's got 4 centuries, don't forget, and he's still got a maximum of 2 more innings to come.
Gotta hope he doesn't get another century.
What's he got? Only one man, Clyde Walcott, in 1955, has previously made 500s in a single series, so he'd need 1 more to equal that. That's full and on the legs of Gill, who pushes to mid-on where Josh Tongue fields. Looking for the Yorker, slightly overpitched it, but Shubers didn't really take advantage. So he's got Clyde Walcott in his sights, 500s in a single series. No player has passed 800 in a series since Mark Taylor.
Tubby.
In the 89 Ashes.
Oh, fucking hell. That was painful.
When we didn't take a wicket until the 3rd test, I don't think. Something stupid.
John Bradman did it 3 times, and his all-time record was 974 runs. That's well defended in front of his off stump.
In that 89 Ashes, I'd never seen Mark
Gill.
Taylor, and he came in that morning, and I remember watching it on the telly, and all he seemed to do was edge it through the fucking slips, and he was on a,
Do you remember the story about his initial call-up?
No.
Everyone thought that they'd picked the wrong Taylor because they had Peter Taylor as well, who was an off-spinner. And they all thought he was going to get a test call-up. And they said, no, we actually mean Mark Taylor, because he hadn't been tearing up trees in Sheffield Shield. And then he turned out to be a really quite good opener after all that.
That's played down from sort of just below chest height by Gill into the onside. Better ball from Overton. If you're going to bowl fast or bowl short at Overton's pace, you've got to really make sure it's accurate.
They did make a mistake with a Taylor who was a spinner as well, didn't they, in a series in Australia where they got the wrong Taylor.
That's the one.
Ooh, I think he might feature in my birthday team. I'll tell you more about that after this ball from Jamie Overton. 72 for 2. He's over the wicket. And that again is a little stop check of a push into the offside. There's no run. It's just 79 miles an hour there, and he looks extremely tired, and he's shaking his head as umpire Dharmasena hands him his jumper. Actually, we'll get some more messages from Jason.
Apparently, I've been corrected by Jay Grover, not for the first time. He says it was the other way around, Jason. So presumably Peter Taylor was selected for Mark Taylor.
Well, you can probably take your time because
wow, that's
those
quite heavy.
clouds have opened up. Umbrellas are going up. The crowd are scattering.
Oh, that'll
to
freshen the
cover
pitch
they
up
can
for
find.
a bit before they get the covers on, won't it?
So Darson and Gill are going to be first off. Duckett's little legs are
Wow,
carrying him
that's
as
really
fast
heavy.
as they can, and it is
teeming down.
Absolutely persisting down.
And it's quite bright down here in South London. We're only about 3-4 miles away.
So that, we assume, would
Is
mean
lunch.
an early lunch. So, Jason, tell us whatever messages you have, and then I can tell people about our plans for lunchtime.
They're a bit slow getting the cover on, aren't they?
Yeah, well, they've got the flat cover on because it's the fastest thing they can
Big
get
Lee?
on. That is Big Lee, yeah.
Oh, that is Big Lee. What's his second name?
Lee Fortis.
Lee Fortis. He's been very much in the news.
Yeah, I think Gambier's been very fucking arsey about all that shit.
He has. Jace, anyway.
Frank Rockefeller, well, I think it's been asked and answered before. England won the toss for the 5th time. What's the chance of that with a fair coin? 1 in 32. And that is us up to date, pretty much.
Well, it is. Right, so lunchtime, yes. Well, first of all, let's just reprise the morning, I suppose, very quickly. England won the toss again. Ollie Pope and called.
He's having great problems getting that cover off.
They are.
He's now flapping it up and down to get it off the ground. I'm presuming it's not dried out from overnight rain. And it's all a bit tacky. Well,
Ollie Pope, anyway, inserted India. Jaiswal went very early, LBW to Atkinson, on review, a terrific delivery too. Interestingly, we all gave it, and we couldn't believe that Ashen Raza hadn't, but he didn't. And needless to say, the 3 red lights came up. Kyle Rahul, he chopped on a good delivery by Wokes. But since then, Suderson and Gill have looked relatively untroubled and moved India onto 70-42. A few changes, of course, in both sides. In for England came Jacob Bethel, Gus Atkinson, Jamie Overton and Josh Tongue. So 3/4 of the bowling unit completely
and one
shifted.
other change as well.
Jacob
obviously,
Bethel
I
for
said Bethel in.
Oh, right.
Bethel in. A few changes for India as well. We did hear a whisper that Bumrah might actually play, even though they categorically said he wouldn't. As it was in the end, he didn't. But Karen Nair is back in. Akash Deep and Prasid Krishna. Prasid Krishna are the seamers accompanying Mohammed Siraj.
And I bring you news from the weather cave. Message says the weather report is I'm fairly optimistic that there will be only the odd shower after lunch. Well, depends how heavy this shower is, I think, before.
Well, we shall see. Now, presumably, they will have taken an early lunch, so they'll have effectively started lunch
About
5
10 to, yeah.
minutes early. So we have to think about we might be on at 1:35 rather than 1:40 because we only lost 5 minutes, I think. So lunch, yes. To say a big thank you to our phenomenal patrons. We've decided to have a patrons lunch. Obviously, we can't feed you all independently, but what we could ask was throw ourselves open and at your mercy to any questions at all that you wanted to ask us. And for the 40 minutes of lunchtime, via Discord, the chat group on Discord, which is uniquely by invitation only to our patrons. Or, if you wish, we can still check you on YouTube if you're a patron. We will answer your questions and only your questions. Other people that don't know go away, of course, because there's some fun questions in there, and we'll do our best to answer them. Now, the first question would be, for me, who's going to be on air while we do it? Should we get Hendo in?
Yeah, it's me, you and Hendo, I thought, to start it off.
Hendo, do you want to come and join us now? It's lunchtime. Please, here he comes.
I will step out.
Jason's taking his leave. The rather frustrating thing is down here in Lewisham.
It's bright and sunny.
It seems perfectly pleasant. Although there's some big puddles on the driveway. Yeah, Hendo is coming in. And I shall queue up some questions that we have received. We've received plenty, I have to tell you. So I might have to do some judicious. I don't know what's wrong with my talking today. Editing as we go. Right, so Hendo is settling himself in. So remember, it's all about questions from Patreons. And the first was from Chris the Choir. And he had said, as someone who shares a birthday with Sir James Anderson, Kate Bush, Daley Thompson, he wants to know which famous people do the Gorillas share their birthday with, and just for me apparently, but everyone can do it. Can you find a cricket team entirely of players with your birthday?
I have very much done that. I was just spent the last hour.
Here.
Who have you got then? Who have you got then, chaps?
Well,
you go first, Hendo.
Okay. Well, I can tell you. I mean, I knew 3 of them, but I've now discovered more. It's May the 5th. The May the 5th 11 is opening partnership of Graham Clinton, the dogged Surrey opener from the 70s and 80s. Used to open with Alan Butcher. Adam Rossington, keeper batsman at number 2. Played for Northampton. He plays quite a bit of 100 stuff now. And Middlesex. James Whittaker.
Ooh.
Who
I remember James Whittaker.
Well, yeah, Leicestershire captain, and then went on to be. Wasn't he a one-test wonder for England? I think he was one of the one-test wonders. This one surprised me. Keeping Mohammed Rizwan as my keeper.
That's not bad.
That's not bad. Number 5, Curtis Patterson, who is the Australian left-hander. He's played a couple of tests, or is it just one? But he got 100. Saeed Sarkar of Bangladesh, I don't really know a great deal about. This one I love because he sounds more like a Happy Meal than a than a player, but from Namibia. Maybe Mog knows about him because he's a big Namibia fan. Cola Burger. What a great name, Cola Burger.
I'll have my cola and burger, please.
There must be someone called Earn Brew, something or other. At number 8, Ireland's my female member of the team, Rachel Delaney. Does anyone remember these? Well, bowling all-rounder, I suppose you'd call him. Number 9, I've got Graham Burgess, trundler for Somerset. Annie will know all about Graham Burgess. She probably knows Graham Burgess. Lahiro Sri Lakmal of Sri Lanka, who's played quite a few first-class games, but no international cricket. And then bringing up the rear, at number 11, a quick bowler at the Oval, but very rarely gets a game. He's been there for about 15 years and still doesn't get a game very often. Matt Dunn. Anyone remember Matthew Dunn? Well, there you go. That's my 11. I should just point out that actually, if you want to go to for May the 5th birthdays, apart from Karl Marx, there are Michael Palin. Michael Palin's another one. Richard E. Grant.
Oh, very good.
And tennis players, Carlos Alcaraz, Jaime Munar, also of Spain, Arina Sabalenka, and who was the other one? I've forgotten his name now. He got to the Chris Eubanks. Oh, is it Eubanks? He got to not Chris.
He doesn't play tennis.
He's a boxer.
I think it was a Eubanks who plays. He got to the Wimbledon semi-finals a couple of years ago, but has disappeared from view pretty much since. Oh, I should mention Adele as well. So there you are.
Adele. Well, I'll do mine and then pass to you, there, shall I?
Okie dokie.
Well, I'm going to start with, in my fabulous birthday 11, May the 29th. And would you believe it, he's in this game. It's chubby umpire, but former right-hand batsman and wicket-keeper for Faisalabad and Lahore, Ashan Raza. I won't give you them all. I'll pick out some of the more interesting ones. Here's one for you. Steve Gatting, brother of Mike.
Oh, and footballer.
Well, more of a footballer than played for Sussex. Brighton and Hove Albion.
That's it.
Yeah, many years for Brighton. Born in. Not only that, he was not only was his birthday the same as mine, same day, same year. He was born in 1959. Steve Gatting. He also, of course, played for Middlesex Twos before he went on to football, other things. Dennis Blundell of New Zealand, no relation, I don't think, and he was born in 1907. Basil Bridge, the famous, not Basil Brush.
Basil Bridge.
Not Basil Brush, Basil Bridge, right-hand batsman and right-arm off-spinner for Warwickshire. Played his last match in 1959. So there you go, the year I was born, against the Indians, who featured Nari Contractor and Polly Umbrigar.
Oh.
So there you go. I've got Rumana Ahmed, Bangladeshi, in there. I've got Amanda Jade Wellington, an Australian leggy from Adelaide, plays for Adelaide Strikers, as well as Manchester Originals. Chamika Karunaratne, Sri Lankan.
He's good.
Now, you can't always entirely trust AI, because I was going to feature English cricketer Henry Taylor, who played for Cambridge University. However, when I looked it up, good old AI had misunderstood the question and he actually died on the 29th of May rather than being born.
Should we do a whole team of people who died?
Well.
That might be harder to find.
That might be harder.
John O'Brien. Right. So that's just a flavour of some of those. David Murray, brother of Derek.
Oh, yes.
You could throw in there. My 12th men.
Oh, you got a 12th men?
Oh, I've got a series of 12th men.
Oh, my God.
Well, firstly, Mog. Because a team that great of born on May the 29th
Must have some nutter with some knives.
Is well,
some nutter with
knives. I wasn't really thinking of him as a nutter with knives. I was more thinking of him as the musical entertainment. You know, like before the FA Cup final, you'd always get someone come in and entertain the team.
My side is going to have better musical entertainment.
Would he have a grindcore version of Abide With Me?
Oh, how cool would that be? All 3 seconds of it.
Yeah.
So we've got Mog in there for sure, my fellow 29th of May birthday Bob Hope. Provide good humour. John F. Kennedy. What's left of him?
He'll be shagging everybody in sight, yeah?
Noel Gallagher. He was busy last night. He was at Wembley. He was at Wembley. Charles II. I'm sure that Forthy could tell us all about Charles II. Rupert Everett, Annette Benning, and LaToya Jackson. They make up my bench. What about you, Bear?
Okay, so my team, my keeper, Mohsin Khan, very good keeper. My top order, my bowling attack's not so bad either. I've got the man who sadly gloved one through to Gerard Jones at the end of the Edgbaston Test. No. Oh, was it Kasper? I thought it was Hilfenhaus who did that.
No.
It's Kasperovich. Okay, I got it wrong. Well, Ben Hilfenhaus.
The one time he actually does some research.
Well, I didn't actually do some research. So I'm going by memory here. I've got a batting cheat but a very good batsman before he became a complete pariah. Mohammed Azharuddin. Another fucker who got in trouble with his thing, who actually I spent some time with at the World Cup in 2019. I think he might actually be good friends with Lloydie, because he's often turning up, but now he's an airline pilot and he's Colin Croft.
Oh, Colin Croft, yeah.
Very
he's
good.
Huge man.
Yeah, he's actually a very nice man, because I remember when he came into, when we were doing Test Match Sofa, we did an interview with him, and I talked to him about actually when we were on the 2019 World Cup, and he was like, didn't know who the fuck you were. I wasn't really in a very good mood that morning because he was really combative. But he turns out to be quite a nice man. All-rounder, Carl Mills, New Zealander.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Carl Mills, yeah. He played for Middlesex for a while.
Now, he is an umpire, so go with your umpire. I've got Richard Kettleborough. I presume he had a first.
Also played for Middlesex as well as Yorkshire.
There you go. Now, then I've got found someone else. Founder of a school that's provided many a player for England.
Millfield.
Ollie Pope. Yeah, Millfield. Jack Mayer. And weirdly, I didn't realise, but Millfield was only, I think it was 1903 or 1909. It was founded as a school. It's not one of these really old school schools like Eton or whatever, and it's a very posh one. But hey, then we're coming down to the also-rans, really. I found a Shaman Anwar, who plays for the UAE.
A shaman?
Shaman Anwar.
It's a shaman.
So you've got troublemakers and a shaman who put together dubious substances.
Then someone else I have heard of, Rory Kleinfeldt, the South African.
Oh, yes. Rory Kleinfeldt. Yeah.
Then someone I've never heard of, I can't tell you anything about, Bransby Cooper.
Who does he play for?
I can't remember. I think it was Australia or England, but it was early 19th century. 20th century, sorry. And then Ehsan Adil, who played for Pakistan for 2 tests back in the 90s, I believe. And then on my bench, my musical stalwarts who are going to rock out and take away Mog. I've got Sly Stone and Will.i.am on the bench.
Ooh, that's not bad.
That's not a bad little combo, is it? Then I've got someone who I'll probably shoot anyway, but that's Paul Pogba. I just beat him up because he's a Man United player or an ex-Man United player, and he's also a jug treat.
Hang on.
Beat him up.
So now we've added to Kieran Pollard, who's on your people you're going to see to.
Well, this is
You've
in my
now
team.
got Paul Pogba.
Pogba.
What's wrong with Kieran Pollard?
Bear wanted to have a fight with him.
Why?
Well,
I thought he was lazy and should have been playing for the West Indies, but you know.
I see. Okay.
You offered him outside. I mean,
I
he
did.
wasn't actually there at the time.
No, exactly.
I'd like to see them do that face to face.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, well, I think that's what we said at the time. Would you be saying that if he was here?
That's what that's what the lift shaft's here for.
Exactly. I'll be running away at great speed, but he'd probably catch me in about 2 paces.
He'd be running away. I'm not
And then
so sure about great speed.
Someone who I can't stand, but I thought would be quite funny, and he'll be flogged up on the wall, was Jimmy Swaggart.
Oh, he's a preacher, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, a bit of a nutter.
Nutter, exactly.
Right, well, here's a quick question before we go back to a longer one. It's a couple of good ones, actually. It is from the aforementioned May the 29th birthday Mog. He had 2, so we're going to let him have both of them.
Okay.
Hendo,
yes,
for you, should aluminium bats be reintroduced?
Of course not.
Oh, I think so. I think you've got to even up this series. They've been brilliant.
This series, the
Yeah.
ball. Hang on, you'd have been changing the ball every 2 overs with an aluminium bat.
Yeah, they wouldn't have been scoring so fast, though.
Yeah, they probably would have done.
They probably would have been.
I'm sure you can make an aluminium bat ping it off to the boundary quite quickly.
Well, I mean, if you think, I don't know if there's anyone been working behind the scenes on aluminium bats, but or aluminum bats, as the Americans would say.
You don't need to go there.
But you know, if you consider that Dennis Lillies was in the 70s, I mean, it's had 50 years to refine the aluminium bat, and I imagine that they'll have moved the middle so that it's almost as big a middle as willow bats these days. So that would be desperately bad. No aluminium bats, please.
Not for you, Bear. Very quickly. Yes, no. Where do you stand on
absolutely
aluminium
not.
bats?
Fuck that.
Right. Well, here's another. So I'm going to give Mog a second question.
Okay. Ooh, look at that.
To be fair,
Prince Mog gets 2 questions.
Well, he's probably earned it. To be fair, and it's a good question. So I'm going to throw this one at you, Bear. Why are Jeff's jingles so much better than mine?
Well, I think that's
where do we start?
Well, I think it's a debatable question, Mog. There's variable quality across all jingles, as is well known. There are particular absolute gems of yours, and absolute gems of Jeff's.
Not to mention Richard Peel and
Richard Peel as well,
and Men with Ven.
And unfortunately, some of our and Men with Ven, and unfortunately, some of our favourite jingles and best jingles now really gets dinged on YouTube, which is quite unfortunate, but such is life.
There's 3 people in the green room. We're going to have a little change in a minute and get 1 or 2 of them. Green room, can you hear me? If you think aluminium bats should be reintroduced, put your hand up.
No, nobody. No, sorry, Mog.
Oh, Jason has actually simultaneously put his hand up, but at the same time put his thumbs down. Just to.
Okay.
I think that essentially meant.
I think that
no.
means no.
Hendo, is there anyone with us on YouTube, and are you able to call up Discord? In which case,
I can't call up Discord.
I can. I'm there. Do that. Just to see if we have others.
I can barely see this bloody thing because it's so small, even with my glasses on. Disinterested hand job is getting very excited because
he's got 2 questions.
He says, "Finally, some recognition." Right.
Yeah.
Oh, Grubby's going to come in and join
us. No, Grubby's going to go and buy goods.
Oh, we needed you for the next question.
Hang on,
let him go and buy some goods. I'll sit here while he gets goods.
Hang on, I'm just going to double check with this guy.
Right.
Matthew Cullen says, "Hendo, can I be 12th man in your team as a fellow May the 5th birthday?"
Oh,
Matthew, you're not a journalist by any chance, are you? Or were you a journalist? Because I do remember someone who had the same birthday as me who came to do some work experience at the time.
We don't need it right
you?
now.
Could that have been you? Remind me if that was you, Matthew. If not, it doesn't really matter, does it? Right, any more questions?
Loads more coming, yes.
Excellent.
Let me see. Well, I've got one from Spud.
Spud?
Spud.
Not Spud you like.
Spud, no. Although we do like the question.
Do you remember Spud you like? What great little
I do,
shops they were.
because Harry Enfield had the character Spadulica. I can't remember who she was married to. Who was the character she was married to? The Slobs. Wasn't
in the Slobs?
The Slobs, yeah.
Oh, right, okay.
Anyway, she was called Spadulica. Right, Spud's fabulous question. We don't know if he's wearing his jacket or not. What's the airspeed velocity of an unladen swallow? What's the airspeed velocity of an unladen swallow? Spud, you absolutely already know that to answer that question we need to know is it an African or a European swallow.
Well, absolutely.
Otherwise, I don't think we can answer it.
No.
As neither did, I believe, Monty Python when he did it. Didn't it? Wasn't that somehow linked to the fight on the bridge scene in the Holy Grail?
I've no idea. I didn't even know. I didn't even know it was a Monty Python stuff.
It's when they come to the castle, isn't it?
It might be. Yes. Yes, it could well have been. Right. Okay. Now
The
here's a good one.
Frenchies.
This is a great fun one. So halfway through this, I think we are going to call up Forthy to come and join us for a couple of minutes. I said that loudly in the hope that he might acknowledge the call to arms. But the question is from the fabulous Rich Turner Music. It's a very good question.
Okay.
He says, I'm going to be listening back to this on Thursday evening as I'm at work. But my question is, if the England team were alcoholic drinks,
Oh yes.
which drinks would they be? Now,
Don't do that.
fill your boots
That's
on
it.
that particular question. Who wants to start?
Well, I was thinking about this, and surely all the Yorkshire lads, Harry Brook and Rooty have got to be some sort of bitter ale Yorkshire drink,
Yeah.
obviously. But Crawley was one that sort of, he's a kind of posh lad, a bit brainless, and I thought he has to be some sort of cocktail with an umbrella in it.
Who's it? Harry Brook?
No, Crawley.
Oh, we did. I have to say, we did cheat a little bit. Well, only in that we opened the question up because we thought it was such a fun question. We opened it up to our sort of internal WhatsApp group. So we do have plenty of suggestions to throw back at you for that question.
Well, the bear bringing up Zach Crawley because I immediately thought of Zach Crawley, and I thought of him as a sort of cheap champagne.
Yes, well, that goes along with my cocktail with an umbrella in it,
On the basis sort of luxury that you can't really afford.
Yeah. Exactly. And a bit cheesy at the same time.
Yeah, well, exactly.
Let me see. We did have a couple of Crawley suggestions. I'm just seeing.
Did we?
if I
Crawley seems to have been the most favourite, or the favourite.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if I wrote them down. That would be not particularly helpful if I didn't. Where was it? Oh, Crawley. Yes, he was described by Jason actually as an English wine, occasionally sparkling but generally flat.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
which I thought.
Give it that.
Billy had both Pope and Crawley actually as Guinnesses. Hit Guinness, but great when you get a good one.
Yeah,
Say that for almost any drink.
Exactly.
We did have one, which was for the longest absinthe, which will have been Liam Dawson.
Or Karen there if it was an Indian.
Well, there you go. Yes, indeed. Indeed. Jason had Harry Brook as a pint of Theakston's.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, that's a Yorkshire.
Yeah, well, I imagine so. It's somewhere up north, and it's.
There's loads. What about? There are loads of Yorkshire beers, aren't there? Wasn't?
Well, Bryden Castle would be a Castle Lager because he's a Sapper.
Oh, that's true. Or anything from SAB,
Castle. Yes, that makes sense.
South African breweries. What about Ollie Pope as the blood of Christ? I mean, he is the Pope.
What is the
Which
blood
would be
of
red
Christ?
wine in a church.
Well,
really.
exactly. Red wine in the church, blood of Christ. He is the Pope. The Bishop of Rome.
Whose idea
or
was
a
that?
shandy.
That one was me, actually.
Oh, right, okay.
Did you know that there is a devil's tongue cocktail?
I didn't, but now I do.
There is a devil's tongue cocktail.
What's in it?
Don't know. Don't know.
A tongue and a demon?
Well, speaking of cocktails, you could have for both Ben Stokes and or Ollie Pope a ginger martini or a ginger Cosmo.
Yeah, but Ben Stokes and Ollie Pope couldn't possibly be the same drink because they're
Stokes,
so different.
Well, exactly. Ben Stokes would have to be some sort of drink that took your head off.
Yeah. So what would that be?
I don't know. I'm trying to think of something.
Special brew?
Bloody Mary?
Nah,
Bloody
that's a
Mary
recovery
if you put
drink.
Enough Tabasco in it.
Yeah, special brew might work actually.
Special brew. Favoured very much by the alfresco drinker.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, it's funny. I only mentioned that because I was watching
extra.
I was watching a clip. I was watching a clip of Sean Locke the other night, and maybe last night, basically talking about special brew and the fact that it was you could only advertise Special Brew on the side of a stray dog if you wanted to get hold of its particular audience. But I think that's a bit harsh. I think that's a bit of a harsh joke, really.
Well, I can tell you as well, Billy had a few.
Go on then.
Billy had a few.
He's had a few.
He's had the way he describes this question, he possibly had, yeah. He had Jamie Smith as a VK Blue.
Yeah, I like that.
Well, he also had to send a picture for anyone under the age of 22.
Well, what's a VK Blue?
Well, exactly.
Is it like Wicked or
yeah,
WKD?
basically.
It looked like
it's a fluorescent blue alcoholic drink.
Antifreeze,
For the kids.
Yeah, Alco Pops we used to call them, did we
Yes.
not? Yes.
Well, yeah, he described Jacob Bethel as an Alco Pop. Somebody did. Billy said a VK Blue for Jamie Smith was a young man's drink on a night out. And then he carefully included a picture, knowing that most of the readership on our WhatsApp group would have not a Scooby-Doo what he was on about.
What sort of proof is a VK Blue?
Ooh, Billy, if you're listening, you might have to tell us that. No idea.
Might say on a picture. I was thinking Joe Root actually has to be a martini cocktail. Shaken, not stirred. Like James Bond. He's that cool.
Ooh, that's a good idea.
But he's never shaken, though, is he, really?
Well, no. But the point is, it's the cool cocktail.
Well,
for
yeah,
cool
true,
people.
I suppose. Yeah.
And he is the
He could be a root beer.
Could be a root
Oh,
beer.
we actually
Although
haven't
they're
had
right
that many
nasty.
for Joe Root, have we?
Well, it's because he's too cool.
Does it say on the picture? Let me have a look. No.
Trying to think of someone else.
Oh, hang on. Yes, it does. Oh no, it just says it's an alcoholic mix.
Would Ben Duckett be the beer that he poured over James Anderson's head?
Well, he may be. Someone had also suggested for Duckett he'd be a wee dram of just about anything.
A wee
a wee dram. Right, although that kind of has to be said in a Scottish accent. And he's very much not Scottish.
And obviously Joffre Archer would be some sort of rum cocktail or just rum neat on the rocks.
Who else did we have? There was a few others. We also had Thatcher's Gold or Scrumpy for Overton.
Well, of course.
Which I suppose Joffre Archer popped. Oh, here was a good one. I liked a couple of these. Dawson as a Pims, cited only briefly in the English summer.
Oh, yes.
Shoaib Bashir would be a snowball. He's not going to be seen again until Christmas.
Also a no-hito.
Why?
Well, that's an alcoholic-free mojito, isn't it?
Ah, true enough. Ben Duckett would be a shot of vodka. Not that much of it, but it can get you hammered, which I thought was quite
Well,
clever.
he'd be more than a shot because he's got loads of shots. That's the point, though, isn't it?
Ben Stokes a Barolo.
I don't even know what that is.
Well, it's a heavy wine, best rationed, and can induce a long lie down after overindulgence.
Juice. As if it's sort of something very subtle, induce, rather than
we had Joffre as a rum punch.
Yep.
It's a bit obvious, though, isn't it?
Well, surely an Archer's, but maybe that's literally too
Archer's
obvious.
is a girl's drink.
Is it?
Yeah.
It's a cider, isn't it?
I'm thinking of Archer's in a white bottle. That's some sort of weird, fucking nasty, fruity.
Well, you're really saying it.
Yeah. Archers. I don't know.
Anyway. Right. Is Forthy still there?
He is, but he's not showing any signs of moving.
Could someone go and grab him?
I can tell you VK Blue is 3.4%, which sounds
the
That's voice from the Weather Cave.
I should say that Matthew Cullen is not a journalist. He is a Patreon, and he's a PhD student. God, we got the really intelligent people on here.
I did know he was a Patreon.
Oh, good point. He says Matthew Cullen says Stokes is either a vodka Red Bull.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
So
very much high energy.
Oh, hang on. This is the same as you, Bear. Matthew Cullen is a polymer chemist.
Yes, that's right. But he actually finished it and got a PhD, whereas I flunked out. Well, I didn't flunk out because I passed my first year, but then decided that it really wasn't for me.
I remember having a long conversation with Matthew while on air about polychemistry.
Oh, really? That must have been fascinating.
No, it wasn't. However, the only reason was I was working for a chemical company. It was one of my biggest clients at the time. I was having the conversation. Therefore, at the time, I could speak with some knowledge and authority.
I'm not knocking chemistry at all because it's important, but It would have been an interesting one to go with the cricket. I suppose it must have been. Was it in the boring middle overs?
It could well have done.
So you made it actually more boring than just a boring
Well,
middle
it
overs.
was quite interesting. I seem to remember being there at the same time.
Yeah, I think it was. It was one of those conversations you started off thinking, Christ, this is going to be so dull. And actually ended up being quite entertaining. I don't know if Matthew remembers it. But yeah, there was the polychemistry link.
Yes.
Right,
Great.
Fourthy. Mr. Fourth, would you care to join us? Here
Come
he
forth.
comes. Come forth, Fourth.
Come forth.
I should go and pick
Just
up my
outside
car.
the middle positions.
Can we have some more
He
questions then?
comes forth. Yes, I'm about to fire a question at him when he sits down.
I was
Who's
just going to
making
say.
way?
I was just going to. Bear. I'm comfortable for that.
Okay, I'm going to go and collect my car then.
Oh, okay.
You're not on straight after lunch, are you?
Well, I wouldn't worry about that because it's been absolutely tipping it
has
down.
been.
The covers were spread across the entire square and out to almost to the boundary ropes. In fact, I'd be very surprised if we start as we should at 20-2. The rain has finally got to Lewisham as well. We lost the feed for a little while. But it's going to take a bit of time to tidy up, isn't it? Puddles were developing.
Well, just settling himself into the chair to my right is a man. Well, last night I was on my way home. I'd been to watch Watford play Deportivo La Coruña in a completely meaningless pre-season friendly, which we won 1-0. And I have to say, indulged in a couple of very fine bottles of Rioja, as well as the tapas. So I was still sort of vaguely recovering. And I was on the 11:30 train out of Clapham, having got to Watford from Watford Junction to Clapham. And it was trundling into Earlsfield, and a figure who'd been sat next to me pretty much the whole journey stood up somewhat shakily, and I looked up, and it was Ian Forth.
Had he not noticed you?
No.
Well,
were you in a bit of a
his
state
own
as
world?
well?
Own world.
There's a couple of things I need to say very quickly. I'm always very shaky on those trains, not because I've had too much to drink, because I lose my balance. I've got asymmetrical legs as a result of a series of operations.
Oh, God.
Crikey.
Well, no, it's not. Honestly, it's fine. And the other thing is, when I do these trips back to the UK, I'm always paranoid that someone I should have looked up is going to track me down. So you didn't tell me you were in the country.
Oh dear.
So I was quite pleased it was you.
Well, it was even weirder because I immediately said Ian and then Ian Forth,
Yes.
where I've never called you that in your
No,
entire
you
life.
haven't. No, Ian.
So
Anthony.
It was, yes, Anthony. What a surprise. I fancy seeing you. Anyway,
Oh,
right.
yes.
So there is no connection with this question.
Okay.
And why
That's
I've got
fine.
you, but we just need your combined brains. It's from our friend Farong,
Yeah.
who just wants to know, who would you select in a World Knobhead 11?
Okay. Right.
Which I think, I suspect
Well,
gives us
we've-
ample scope.
I mean, there are. Thing is, there are 3 openers when only 2 positions available. We've got Haydos.
Oh, very good.
We've got David Warner, and now we've got Gautam Gambhir competing for the opening slot.
I had him down. Well, Michael Vaughan. We debated
I don't
Michael
mind
Vaughan.
Michael
What did you?
Vaughan. I'm okay with him, but I know that's not a popular view around here.
Well, it's not. What I would say about Michael Vaughan is that he can talk sense.
Yeah, he can. Yeah.
Whereas he will talk nonsense for the clicks if necessary.
Yeah,
So
that's true.
yeah, I think that's what annoys people about him. But well, KP presumably has got to be in there.
Yeah,
hasn't he?
he's always in the reckoning. He's there or thereabouts, isn't he?
He might be
KP?
skipper. I mean, it might.
I mean, I'm not a fan personally of Darren Lehman. I'd have him as my number 5, I think.
Well, having met him very briefly, that would be the only thing that would. My history of him, my knowledge of his history, and particularly Sandpaper Gate and the likes.
Fair enough.
But obviously, I didn't talk to him about any of that.
Yeah.
I was just sitting in a tent watching Middlesex play Northants. He's doing a pretty good job at Northants, I've got to say, Darren Lehman.
It's not entirely a coincidence for zeroing in on the Aussies here, isn't it? Because
Sorry, I've got to come in here. W.G. Grace has to be there, surely.
W.G. Grace.
Yes, a man of great ethical
They've come
integrity.
to
I
see
don't know
me
what
back.
don't know what you're talking about.
Not watch you bowl.
Absolute knobhead.
Because we've got Matthew Wade for the wicket keeper, haven't we? We thought he'd be quite good.
Oh goodness, where do you start?
He's-
I don't know where you
he's
start
just
with.
a
I mean,
little bit
I don't know where you
spiky.
end. I don't know where you end.
Ian
with this
Healy.
knobhead.
Ian Healy.
What
Not
a-
his daughter.
Brad Haddin a little bit,
Not
maybe.
his daughter, no. No, Brad, I
Um,
think it'll be a right pain in the arse as well, it's true.
Well, Forthy may not remember. I know Hendo will. That
Yes.
when we had our epic Dickwell Abroad Dice Cricket
Yes.
trophy, which I was robbed in the final.
you
by-
were beaten fairly and squarely.
by some shameful manipulating of the scoreboard and some complicit fat fingering from the bear. I might wish to rephrase, but
Don't be fingered by the bear.
but
It's very sharp claws.
Atif had the Naughty Boy Nets 11. Do you
Yeah,
remember
that's
the
slightly
Naughty-
different though, isn't it? Naughty boys from knobheads.
Yeah, that's
I
different.
tend to think.
Ooh, really?
Yeah, well, you can be naughty at
Yeah,
times
you can
without
be
being a
n-
complete knobhead.
You can be
that's
naughty but
true.
nice.
Oh,
You
well,
can,
now- yes.
exactly.
Okay, so now we're putting. See, I rather went back to that. And,
You mean
and-
you cheated?
No, I didn't. Well, it's not be cheating.
I mean, I suppose if Australians were doing this, they'd put boycotting. They'd have a very different list. So that's fair enough.
Oh, what about Lou Rowan, the Australian umpire
No.
who failed
Yes.
or gave
0 LBWs in the
zero
1970
LBWs, and
series.
also there was a clear run out of Stackpole by boycott,
Keith
I think it
Stackpole.
was. Yeah.
Yeah.
Stackpole didn't die that long ago, did he? He's got fairly
That's
recently.
right, yeah.
And I mean, there was a picture in the paper, a still photograph,
He's not even in the frame.
and he's not even in the frame, and he's given not out. It's just
Oh,
extraordinary.
he's a terrible. He was an ex-policeman.
He was
wasn't
an ex-policeman,
Yeah,
yeah,
that's
that's
right.
right.
Yeah. So we have him to umpire, and any Pakistani umpire from the immediate post-Second World War period, I
that's-
suppose.
who's-
Jacko Rana.
Yeah.
Well, to be fair,
he'd be the one people would go with.
there was an umpire. Was it in the 50s when England first went to Pakistan, who got treated very badly by the England team? I mean, I think they played some sort of joke where they tipped water all over him on an off day or something. It was very, very. I mean, if that happened today, can you
Sports humour.
imagine?
Yeah.
Yes. But of course, because there was so little coverage, it didn't really come out immediately.
So who's your captain, Bradman or KP?
KP.
KP, yeah.
KP. Just yeah. Also, there's also like knobheads bowlers who just did things like Roy Gilchrist used to do and just bowl beamers at you, and that's slightly different. That's just violence.
We put Greg. Was it Trevor or Greg? No, it was Greg Chappell. Wasn't
No,
it?
Greg
Who was
Chappell with the underarm. Well, he
Yeah.
instructed
Trevor
his brother
Chappell
Trevor
did
to
it.
do
Yeah.
it.
Well,
Yeah.
there you go. Both of them in the
Yeah,
in the
yeah,
score.
yeah.
Yeah, but that's a knob. That's merely just a sort of thing, an awful thing to have done at the time.
I mean, Ian
you
Chappell
know.
was more of a knobhead.
Yes, I think that's fair. I think that's
of
fair.
the three of them.
Who? Srikanth.
Srikanth. Yeah, Srikanth.
Srikanth, yeah.
Do you mean Srikanth or do you mean was he?
Yes, I know the one you mean. Yeah,
We know
Srikanth.
who you mean,
Srikanth.
yes. Maybe he was.
I was thinking of maybe Harbhajan Singh.
When the Aussies wound him up and everything.
Yeah, maybe it was. No, maybe it's
So
unfair.
I think we're saying if you were wound up by an Aussie and then you were a knobhead,
It's
as a
absolutely
result,
fine.
It's okay.
It's perfectly fine. Yes.
It's okay. Oh, look, Donald Trump may be happy. There's a great big windmills.
Yes.
Okay, I've got one for you.
Go on.
chaps. Andre Nell. Remember Andre Nell?
Oh yes.
He might have been all right.
He had
but
an
what
alter
about
ego.
his alter ego
His
called
alter
Gunter?
ego.
Gunter is alter ego.
I do remember the story. Wasn't there this story about playing with? I think it was with. Might have even been Ollie Pope. Maybe they didn't. No, they didn't. Surely didn't come together at the same time in the Surrey team. But Andre Nell, I remember him getting really upset. You know, this habit. Certainly, I don't see it very often now. There was a habit particularly in county cricket, a little bit in Test cricket, back in the 70s, 80s. I don't know when it died out. That when someone got a wicket. Other players would walk up to him and they just pat quietly under one of his buttocks. Do you not remember that as a sort of congratulation, which I always thought was a bit strange.
I've got a feeling.
And someone did that to Andre Nell at Surrey, and he went absolutely ballistic.
We could have a Graham Swan if we wanted to. Even the balance sheet up a bit. He was a bit of a knobhead, particularly when he was young.
Well, especially when he was at the Australian Academy, and he was absolutely, slating Rod Marsh, who was in charge of it at that point. And this Rod Marsh, one of the great keepers, one of the great keeper batsmen of that era.
We have a man.
Barong has suggested Shakib Al-Hussain too.
Who? Sorry,
Shakib.
Shakib Al-Hussain.
Yes.
Shakib.
The only man to have got someone timed out.
He also, I was commentating on a match in which he threw his bat, not at the opposition, but at his fellow batsman. Which I enjoyed. It was hilarious.
I mean, to be honest, with the knobheads, we could probably sit here till tea and talk about them.
Well, we'll do a couple more. In the meantime,
Jeff Thompson, for example.
I like Tomo.
I liked him, but he could be a knobhead. I want to see blood on the pitch. That's a bit knobheadish.
I mean, someone that I always thought of as a brilliant batsman and great competitor, but some people might say is Javed Miandad.
Yeah, good call.
I mean, he got quite spiky, didn't he? I mean, that doesn't necessarily make him a knobhead, but there were... Was it him and Dennis Lilly, and Dennis Lilly kicked him?
Yes,
is that right?
Famous picture, yes. No,
right.
you're right. There is a distinction between knobhead and ultra-fierce, patriotic competitors.
Yes.
Rana Tunga, for example, will come into the latter category.
Rami Tunga Dharmathota.
Yes.
Brown in Brisbane says Hansi Cronje.
Cronje's on my list.
It's interesting you mention him because I just listened overnight to the BBC Sounds series, which is hosted by Mark Butcher, and I fell asleep after the first episode because I was using it to help me get to sleep. But it was very good, and it's looking back at Hansi Cronje. It's talking to people who knew him, trying to find out, what sort of guy was he really? The plane crash that killed him. Did he get involved with the wrong crowd and all that sort of stuff? And Bush's own experience of him, having played with him and against him. So it's fascinating on BBC Sounds. I mean, I wouldn't normally shout out the BBC on Guerrilla Cricket, but it's worth listening to, I think.
Okay, right. Listen to that. PowerPoints.
Pitch inspection at 2 p.m, by the way.
Okay,
so we have some more time. Yeah, Brian in Brisbane had literally just said on our Discord group, without wishing to speak ill of the dead, Hansi Cronje.
Okay.
Right. The reason I was distracted, chaps, was Lord Buckethead is en route.
Oh, right.
So I needed to furnish him with the
series
of entry codes
yes.
to get into the building. Presumably, how big is his bucket head? I think he can get through the...
he doesn't tend to bring his bucket, although if it's raining, I suppose he might have done.
Well, actually, I've got some more bad guys for you. Again, some of these were... Because you'd have Henry Williams and Herschel Gibbs if you're going to have alongside Hansi Cronje. Mohamed Azruddin, did we mention?
Yeah, Bear mentioned. Oh, no, he had him in his birthday team. That's right.
Then, of course, there is the unholy trinity of Smith, Warner and Bancroft.
I don't think Bancroft
Do you let Bancroft off as just being...
absolutely, I
patsy?
Do. Bancroft has been really badly scapegoated in this, I think. And, he should be back in the frame to open for Australia in the current, amongst the current dearth of Australian opening batsmen. Surely, I mean,
playing for Gloucestershire this year.
He's been playing for Gloucestershire for several years, hasn't he?
Well, I think
he's played for Durham as well.
The middle.
Bancroft's a patsy, Warner's evil, and Smith's weak. Really, of those three, aren't they?
Smith's weak. I wouldn't say Smith's weak.
Patsy, evil, and weak.
Would you? Would you say?
I think he's a very good batsman. He's not a weak batsman. I always thought he's morally weak. He probably just
morally weak.
Signed off on the ball tampering, and you go and sort yourselves out.
Not Alan Weeks.
No, Alan Weeks. No, he's a very good commentator. Yeah,
commentator.
No, I loved it when Alan Weeks was on. He used to say, "Well, every World Cup, as soon as sure as eggs is eggs." Well, if the gin-swilling Dwyans at FIFA have got anything to do with it, I suppose that's a foul. He was great.
Brilliant.
Danish Canaria.
Oh yes, of course.
He's appeared in your birthday team, Hendo, and he's on my bad boy list. Oh, Mervyn Westfield.
Well, wasn't he sort of kind of taken under Canaria's wing, really, and was slightly slightly led on, I think, in that circumstance.
And Atif. Now here's one who seems like a very good bloke, occasionally naughty. But Atif, for some reason, had him in his bad boy, naughty next 11. Alan Lamb.
Well, I think that's more. I think that's more for some of the things he might have got up to off the pitch.
Yeah,
more a bad boy than a knobhead.
Yeah.
Although,
All right. I have a nomination from Knackle for Scott Kugelheim.
From Knackle?
Yeah. Unfortunately, he's not a patron, so we're not able to discuss it.
I've
got being purely for the benefit of our fabulous patrons. In fact, let's take the opportunity very quickly to remind you the reason we're taking your questions and your questions only for patrons. So hopefully, the chat that ensues is entertaining to everybody. It's just to say thank you. We're coming to the end of the English summer. Hurried along, alas, by making room for the 100, which has cost at least injuries to at least 2 or 3 players playing in this series because they just simply haven't had the appropriate amount of recovery time. But that's a digression. It is to thank our patrons. We did think about doing it tomorrow, but then Hendo wasn't here. Could have done it Saturday, but then I wasn't here. Sunday, the Bear's not here. And then Monday, well, who knows if there is a Monday? I mean, hopefully there'll be a Monday.
There'll be a Monday.
But not necessarily.
Short of a nuclear war.
Well, yeah, you say that.
In the cricket.
You
given weather and all kinds of stuff. So we did it today. And it's our way of thanking our patrons who contribute to us, to keep us on the air, to keep cricket free globally across the internet. And we see the value and benefit of that. For example, when we play the West Indies, we get a phenomenal audience in the West Indies. Why? Because they don't have any free access.
They've given up on it, haven't they?
Yeah.
It's not
so they
financially viable for
We're
them.
thrilled to say that many of them come to us. When we were commentating the World Test Championship final, suddenly we see a huge number of South Africans, not just from South Africa, although many were, but South Africans in outposts all around the world who wouldn't have been able to listen to their team's triumph in that final without joining us.
This is
it
true.
means a lot to us doing what we do.
But also, I think, I hope that people are also renegades who've left other services for us because we do things a bit differently. I just wanted to catch up on what Matthew Cullen replies about talking about
polymers,
chemistry and polymers. I believe it was during a particularly dull ODI on a weekday, and you'd ask people what they were doing while listening.
Oh, that's right.
And I gave the name of a paper I was reading, which prompted the Bear to tell various stories from his time at university with little polymer chemistry involved.
Of his experimentation with various chemicals.
But it was definitely more interesting than the cricket at the time. Actually, I think I might have been in that day as well, because that does ring a bell.
I think you were. I sort of vaguely remember that.
Let's have a look. Nick Vickers says, just think, everyone, has it really been 5 years since Dice Cricket? It has. I mean, if you want to put up the finances for a new series, I'm sure we would manage to do that.
Do you know what? I listened back. I did watch back at least one of those games because I wanted to refresh my memory on who the bad boys were that were in Atif's team. It was cracking stuff. It was absolute concrete proof that we are mad as fuck.
Oh yeah.
But somehow there was something in there that was just ludicrously fun to do.
Well, things you had to do in lockdown. I mean, that we had to discover something to, and it was kind of a bit of a dry run for Zoom, wasn't it, as well? Because we hadn't used Zoom at that point. So,
have another question, by the
go
way. Chris the Choir. It's one for Forthy, I think.
Oh my goodness!
Got your name all over.
That's it.
Forthy.
Okay.
And that's what's the difference between a snark and a boojum?
Right.
You're a man of letters.
I know what a snark is. It's the hunting of the snark.
Yes, it
in
does relate to
Lewis
that, I
Carroll,
believe.
isn't it? But I don't think I know what a boojum is actually. You any the wiser?
Well, only by having Googled it earlier and found a bit of AI help. So there's every chance this is complete nonsense. But as suggested by Darian Graham Smith. In the hunting of the snark stands for science, Charles Darwin's research, where the boojum, so he's kind of seeing behind the allegory,
Okay.
I can't remember who the boojum was, stands for religiously unsettling results of that scientific research, like Charles Darwin's findings.
Right. I don't entirely follow the logic there. Cause
No, neither do I.
If the science is one thing, then you're not going to get religious interpretations of it. You're going to say, well, there isn't a religion.
I did caveat my response
Okay.
with the fact that
Yeah.
it was
For some-
hastily researched.
For some reason, I was reading about Alfred Wallace.
Wallace, yes, the
yesterday.
competing evolution guy. Yeah.
Well, not exactly competing, but I mean, I think, some of his ideas, were they appropriated or were they just sort of discovered at the same time as Darwin?
yeah.
But I didn't. This is something I didn't know, but he was a spiritualist, and he, was quite interested in that sort of thing. And I'm just wondered, is that why he was sidelined, even though he had quite similar ideas to Darwin? Was he sidelined by the scientific community because of his sort of spiritual leanings?
I think it was a class thing. I think he
was
was
it? Oh, yes.
the wrong type of guy to be finding out about evolution. Charles
Yeah, you could
Darwin
be
was
right.
establishment.
Ah,
I think
right,
he was
okay.
also tucked away in Malaysia or something, and they wanted to forget about Alfred Wallace.
Well, he wasn't. I mean, he started. I mean, it's a curious life. I mean, he started off in Wales, I think it was, and for a long time he was a surveyor, working for his brother. So
Charles Darwin?
no, Alfred
not
Wallace.
Charles
Alfred
Darwin.
Wallace.
Yeah,
He's very
not Charles Darwin.
establishment, down house.
So he didn't have an orthodox journey into that side of things.
I think what happened was, if anyone's interested, I think Darwin did crack it, but then was so paranoid about upsetting his wife that he didn't publish it for years and years and years, and went and did 13 years on barnacles. Meanwhile, Wallace writes to him and says, I think I've cracked it. And he thought, oh, fuck, I'm going to have to publish. So I think he twisted, he forced Darwin's arm.
Didn't he do most of his research in the Galapagos
Yes, that's
Islands?
right, because he
Yeah.
discovered that why have all these finches only got minute differences between them on the different islands, and he pieced together the theory from it. It seems highly unlikely that God would have, created these minutely differentiated finches on the different
Well, that
islands.
presumably is why he created Aaron finch, so you could tell the difference.
That is exactly correct, in
There you
fact, and let it not be forgotten that Aaron Finch
is
is a direct
the only
result
one who
of
can't fly.
evolution.
I was going to say, are there
He's
any
a flightless finch?
Are there
yeah.
any finches that are quite as aggressive as Aaron Finch in terms of?
Peter Finch. He
Well, I
was
was gonna
quite
say- Peter Finch,
aggressive.
of course.
He's aggressive in Network. The
I'm
film.
as mad as
Do you know,
hell.
I
I'm mad
literally-
as hell, yeah.
I am, and I can't take it
And I'm
anymore.
not going to take it
Yeah, I'm
anymore.
not going to take it anymore.
Does he actually kill himself in the end of the film?
He does, I think.
I
Yeah.
think he does.
Was it Network? Did you
Yeah,
say
it is Network.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's an unbelievable
1976, I think.
Sorry. So
Where were
have
we?
we completed the question about barnacles and snarks? Or?
I think we have.
I know that Lewis Carroll's actual name was Charles Lutwidge Dodgson, if that helps.
Yes, it
Is that
was. I
right?
did know
Yeah.
that.
I discovered someone's real name the other day that surprised me, but I can't remember who it was now. Mark Zip.
Cary Grant, maybe?
No, it
Archibald
wasn't.
Lee?
No, it'll come
Harry
back
Webb?
to me. Oh no, it was Harry Hill.
Oh, I don't
His
know.
real name is something like Matt Coles or something. I don't know.
He
Anyway,
was a golfer.
is he a golfer? Oh, okay. Mark Zip says, Patreon question. Please, could you give me one paragraph that I can tell people when they ask me why don't they bat in tests like they bat in T20 and just hit everything all the time?
Sorry, ask that. So give me the question again.
Basically, why don't they play in tests like they play in T20 when they're batting and hit everything?
Well, I suppose the very simple PowerPoint answer is because the rules are different. So if you hit it in the same way as it in T20 as in a test match, you're going to get out caught on the boundary. Because you would be.
Fielders can be anywhere.
They can be anywhere, yeah.
Well, there is that, but I think it's more to do with the fact that you look at certain shots, certainly early on in a T20, go flying through the slips, and if you've only got like two men out, as long as you hit it over the field or you get it through the field, you've got guaranteed 4 or 6, haven't you? But I always think it's the fact that players will be caught in the slips. If the ball moves,
Yeah.
there'll be more wickets very early.
And they've been playing on a different type of surface, which is very, very essential.
There's the ball.
There's the ball
white
as
ball
well.
behaves differently. There's you said the rules, but the length of the game.
Well, the KPI is different. You're trying to score as many runs as possible.
I thought he was not going to mention KP or his eyes.
He had a very good eye,
but he was going to make it into our bad boys team anyway.
No eyes,
with or without his eyes.
No idea. Yes, so there we are. There's a lot of reasons.
The length of the game.
He wants a pack. Well, it's not just the length of the game, because I suppose maybe if what had been the most dominant form of cricket had been T20 from the word go, things would be different. But I think because T20 has emerged out of one-day cricket and initially tests. So
yeah, that's a good point.
You know, it's kind of evolved
that way
backwards
round.
In a sense, if that makes sense.
It does.
Kind of. But the other thing that's interesting is, even in the context of a test match, you increasingly see T20 style shots appearing. I mean, watch Rishabh Pant bat. He knows when to defend, but he certainly knows when to be innovative, and you know he plays the whole range of shots. We've seen it many times this summer. Sadly, because of his foot, we're not seeing it.
I would argue that while that side of batting has evolved, I would say that the ability to survive in difficult conditions and the ability to play the moving ball has diminished quite severely.
Well, almost inevitably, I suppose.
You know, so that to the point where we now talk about T20 specialists who really can't play first-class cricket. I noticed that Phil Salt was playing in the current Lancashire County match, batting at about 7 or 8, and I thought to myself, you know, he's a good T20 basher. He's got shots for sure, but you put him even in the ODI side and open the batting with him, and you get a good bowler doing a bit, and he just can barely lay a bat on it. You know, there's massive technical differences.
There are. I suppose the question is, does someone like Phil Salt care and make a perfectly good living out of T20?
I'm not saying he cares.
Yeah.
I'm just making that point that you know, in the past we've talked about, you know, good technique. I mean, I suppose what you are getting with the range of shots, the likes of Root, and even Root has, you know, developed his own shot, hasn't he? Which he's thankfully put to bed, generally speaking, for a while. You know, you've got all that fantastic innovation in that respect, and that's, you know, while retaining a certain element of technique. So, you know, you couldn't just throw your head up in the air and try and play that backflip over the slips that Root was doing a couple of years ago. So, yeah, there's evolution and devolution in a sense, isn't there? I think.
No, Devo. Are we not men? We are cricketers.
Oh, well, yes, we are not men. We are indeed deviants. No, Devo.
We are definitely deviants.
Right, Brian in Brisbane. Brian,
Yes.
first of all, a quick message to you, just to say, as we always say, just a whopping great, huge hug, love, and thanks for all of the kind things you give us. By way of information, I can tell you that Grubby has been dispatched to go and source lunchtime food, which was your recommendation. I'm less sure that your assessment of him as the only sensible one to do it.
What?
I'm not entirely sure by that, but he is trudging the streets
of Lady.
I trust him, Grubby. I trust him, Grubby.
We speak. But Brian also had a question.
Yes.
And it goes back to, I think, possibly the aluminium bat discussion. Who was it in that altercation with Lily got quite upset? Was it the England captain?
That was Meander. That was Javed Meander.
Javed Meander, this is who it was.
Yeah.
But I thought Lily walked out with an aluminium bat.
Oh no, that wasn't the same. That wasn't the same incident.
Oh no, two different incidents.
Two different incidents.
Yeah. There were one where they're about to knock 7 bells out of each other. That was me and Dad. The famous photo. That was Javed and Lily, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
But that's not the aluminium bat.
No. That's a different incident.
Do you know what you need? You know what you need? You need a copy of The Worst of Cricket.
Do you know what? I literally was about to ask you.
Thought you were.
You'd written a book about some of these
If only there was one of us who'd written a book.
If only.
Not one, but two, I think. There was
Yeah,
the
two.
worst of cricket too.
And the worst of football.
Only there was somebody written 2 books on that
If
very
only.
subject.
What's the very worst of the worst of crickets 1 and 2, Andy?
Oh, that's a very good question. I'll have to think about
why I'm
that.
here.
I think it's the injury to W.G. Grace's. No, it wasn't W.G. Grace, but I think his brother was playing in a game.
E.F. Grace.
When another player, and I can't remember his name, unfortunately, I'd have to go and get a copy of the book, which I haven't got here. He basically tried to stop a ball and he impaled himself on railings around the ground, and they basically had to stitch his throat back together.
Oh,
His
on the
brother,
ground.
W.G. Grace's brother. This
Yeah.
wasn't Fred, was it?
No, it was the.
Is it Edward?
Edward, yeah, that's right.
Well,
Yeah.
because poor old Fred, seeing as we're at the Oval, it was poor Fred who played for England in the very first test at the Oval in 1880 against Australia, because that's the only team we ever played back then.
Yes.
He made 2 ducks,
yes.
faced 4 balls, poor old Fred Grace, and 2 days later died. So, I mean, if you take that sort of, that's a pretty bad 4 or 5 days.
Did he die of a broken heart?
No, I think he was ill. I think he had pneumonia.
Well, that might explain why he didn't do very well in the game.
Well,
I mean, personally, as somebody who spent 4 nights in hospital with pneumonia, I think I would have struggled to play a game of cricket, even against Australia at the Oval. Even with that inducement, I think I would have struggled.
Well, indeed.
Where were we?
Oh, we have more. Hold on.
Forgot what the question was.
Yet. Without wishing to speak, we've had that one from Brian, who is typing as we speak. Always makes me think when I see is typing on a group, I always have to think of Gary.
Yes, indeed.
It is the most terrifying thing to see on our WhatsApp group.
Oh, no.
Grown men have been known to weep when they see those words, Gary is typing.
And then when they've read it,
oh
they've
God.
been known to weep again. Even more.
We're very free with our comments because we know he's not listening. He's at the Oval, but we would be much more circumspect.
There's a golfer there called Woad. I thought that was some sort of blue paint that.
The
ancient Britons, wasn't it? The ancient Britons.
Yes, I think.
Oh, hang on. Have we given up on the cricket?
No.
What's happened? Have we just turned it over, or is
I think it's just raining or whatever.
We better make sure it is still raining.
Yeah.
I thought there was going to be.
That would be funny if it was.
There's supposed to be inspection in 5 minutes, according to Messi.
Oh, it's not till 2 o'clock. Yes.
I see. We're on the wrong chat.
Well, we are watching ladies golf, where N. Corder has just chipped out of the bunker onto the green.
Nice.
I'm watching the cricket, so I'll let you know.
Oh, thank you very much, Messi.
You're watching the non-cricket at the
Coles.
moment. Yeah.
Who was the Coles? It was Neil Coles. Did I call him something else? You Matt Coles.
Matt Coles.
The golfer was Neil Coles.
Oh yeah. Wasn't is Matt? There is a Coles who plays for Sussex now, isn't there?
Good shot.
Might be.
I can't think of what his first name is. There
was a New Zealand cricketer who went by the name of, is it Jeff Hunt? And the famous in his later years, he had quite a bit of a sort of a bulbous whiskey nose. Famous golf commentator on Henry Longhurst.
Oh, Henry Longhurst, the golfer.
Oh, yes.
Henry Longhurst.
Yeah.
And he would famously, he was a bit like John Arlott with his claret.
Yes. Don't get him on after lunch.
Don't get him on after lunch. And he was actually asked once in a tournament, Henry, are you sure you're going to be all right to commentate? And he said, dear boy, I shall be fine so long as I don't have to say Hunt and Coles.
Nice.
I've got some contributions that seem quite interesting, but I'm not. You see, I'm not sure whether I put this past the committee.
Okay.
I'm not sure how many of them are actual Patreons, and this is meant to be a Patreon.
We've reached over an hour now.
Have we done enough Patreons?
We've done
okay.
over an hour. So I think if we can open up the discussion, and I'm going to have some lunch in a minute anyway.
Yeah, all right. Well, Namor Butlins, I believe, was in here. It says 5:46 in LA. That's in the morning.
Okay.
I'm vertical and awake, checking in with you lads. Miss
That's
your
nice.
spot in Lewisham. When I dream, I think of Bear, Jason Raj, and the light roller. I missed you, Namor. I'm very disappointed that
I
you came in.
because I only got the message late, and I was already in the car 3/4 of the way home.
No, there
I
you
met
go.
the light roller was in
Yeah, I've met the light roller
2 or 3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Very nice to meet
Met him
him.
a couple of times. I
in this test.
think he's back in this test,
Yes,
isn't
he
he?
is. He is.
Haven't met Neymar, I have to say. Farong says one of the reasons why the lad, by whom he means Ben Duckett, is loved by Indians is that he plays in IPL mode, so to speak. He doesn't block or leave balls. If only he was allowed to bowl, say the Indians. There was a good point I think made by Messi that went through regarding that question that Mark Zip had about why don't test players play in T20 mode. And I think it's like, well, you couldn't build a big target, could you? You couldn't build... You're unlikely to score 600 in that vein. You're going to lose wickets, aren't you?
Yeah, of course.
Well before you get to that point.
Yeah.
Very much so.
Pirate Badshah says, if you're a T20 slugger forced into the scary world of first-class cricket, one should always remember that a sense of humour is precious in precarious circumstances. Very true.
Philosophical.
Bernard Murray says, I'll just put my favourite Geal on to cook.
Geal? How do you spell Geal?
Geal. I think pork shoulder steaks. Lightly brown them and place in deep pan. Finely chop 1 whole red onion, cover steaks in water, add full jar of Coleman's. And the other goes on, mint sauce, add 4 oxo, salt, pepper. Are you on the right? Are you actually...
You're on the cooking channel.
I can tell you, there is a TV programme looking for a chef.
There is
as we
as well.
speak.
That's
so
true.
if
That's
you want
true.
to apply,
What you might have done,
get a
what
job.
might have happened there is that you might have stumbled on Greg Wallace's new channel where he's
Yes.
encouraging people
Not the
for a
other
mere
Wallace we were
£12 a
talking
month to join in some
Was that real?
white middle-aged male chat.
Well, I'm not averse to a bit of white middle-aged
You
male
should
chat.
go and
but,
join us.
But I'm not going to be. Yeah, I'm not going to pay 12 quid for it. Let's have a look. Neymar says, I don't remember Fred Grace, but I do remember working in ladies' underwear with young Mr. Grace.
Yes, perfect. Yeah.
sorry.
Old Mr. Grace doesn't
He
get
doesn't
about
get
much.
about as much these days.
That's
Oh,
the best
I love
line
that
from
one.
that show.
Yes,
Always.
Pirate Badger says, for the record, I am a €22.73 a month patron.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Magnificent.
Believe
Now
me.
that's what you should all become if you can afford it.
Could go higher.
You could go. You can give us what you want if you want.
Higher, go higher.
I mean, if there are any sort of really rich or affluent business folk
God, that'd be brilliant.
looking
wouldn't it?
to invest in white middle-aged men talking about cricket and younger people too.
Yeah, and women.
And women.
We've got women.
Yeah,
we've got
do.
women. We've got
women.
folders full of women.
We've got followers full. They just don't come in very often because they don't want to spend much time with white middle-aged men, presumably.
I was rather hurt during the last time I was on when someone said his wife came into the room and said, I thought you were watching the cricket. Why are they just 3 fat men talking?
Oh, here's John.
Cool.
Has joined us.
Bin face has arrived without his bin.
Without his
Never brought
Sans
his bin.
poubelle.
I'm very disappointed that he hasn't brought his
Il
bin
est
in.
really son poubelle.
Maybe he could come in and talk about some questions that were.
Yeah, I'm very
that's
happy to release myself into.
Well, no, I was going to release myself.
well, you
so
release
I was about
yourself.
an hour.
I think
we're going to release ourselves.
possibly.
You need to stay on, Tony, for a little bit
No, I'm
longer.
going to have lunch.
Oh, okay.
Well, I am definitely.
Leah is asking about a piece that she wrote about Bannerman. Do we know anything about that?
I always say the same thing when Bannerman comes up. No one ever seems to know the answer, so I'll say it again. There are 2 Bannermans.
Are there?
2 Bannerman records.
Well, there's the one which is the 67%.
Yes, there's
of
that,
the
but there's
team's
another
innings.
one too.
First player to score a test run, or the first person
Well,
to take a
yes,
test wicket?
but I mean that would be almost inevitable. No, he's still got the record for the highest Australian test score on debut.
Oh, and what was that? 167?
Whatever it was, 167.
I think it was 167. I don't know why I
Yeah.
said that. She also says, that reminds me, I think talking about Bernard Murray's discussion on food, of the idea for the official Gorilla Match Day finger food cookbook. I don't remember that, I have to say.
That sounds like a Christmas
I think it's not at all a
stocking
bad
filler.
idea.
Farong says, hold on, I'm 56, so I should now be referred to as a middle-aged person rather than an old Bradman. Well, whatever you like, whichever you prefer.
Yeah.
And we're up to date, really, on the YouTubes. I don't know if we've got any other.
Well,
should we put some highlights on for a little bit?
Well,
while we wait?
John can come in and have
Does
a little
John want to
chat
come
for a
in
while.
and Fourth, are you okay to stay?
Yeah,
for a little bit
to
longer?
stay. To stay, right?
Sorry, guys, just to
Yes.
fill you in
Yes.
before you
Yes,
do
the
that.
keynote.
The inspection's been put back till 2:30, so there's a lot of wibbling ahead.
Okay, well, we'll let John in. What about Grubby? I mean, I know he's been out doing
Yeah,
some...
come on, Grubby. Indeed, do a stint.
Grubby. There you go.
Grubstar.
He's going to come and wibble with
You can
John.
talk about literally anything you wish to talk about. John's come armed with a banana and a bottle of water.
We've
so
opened the
he's
floor
in-
to you.
He's in full Peter Siddle mode.
Unzip a banana.
Hey, while you're there, Forthy,
Oh,
and
yes,
given
hello.
that Grabby's just coming in,
Yes.
I think it's a great opportunity for both of you to
Oh.
actually publicise your podcast. Just let people know what it
do
is
you think
do.
we should?
Yes.
Yeah, all right.
Absolutely.
Well, okay. So I'll let Grubby speak in a moment. I've got a podcast called Sombrero Fallout. It's populated by alternative music. I pick an intriguing theme every fortnight. That might be an artist. It might be a theme such as horses, which I did last week. Might be a year, such as 1978 or something. And then at the end of the year, I do a roundup of the best of the year's music. And it goes out for an hour every fortnight. Messi's a big listener. I've got some minor celebrity listeners. I've interviewed people like Gideon Haigh, the cricket journalist, in my time. Adam Buxton is a fan, if that helps. And that's me. Grubby, why don't you tell us about your musical podcast?
Well, very much inspired by by the godfathers of music podcasting like yourself. No, so another fellow who Forthy will know, a guy called Tony Harris, who if you can imagine a kind of a mainstream version of Forthy, that's Big Tone. He knows more about music and has more records than anyone I've ever met. And it's called The Twilight Turntable, our podcast. And every couple of weeks, he will set me some homework. So we started off with, but it's basically it's trying to revive the lost art of listening.
Very nice.
So
This is very good.
Every night before he.
So what was that?
Lovely
Very good, you
stuff.
see.
Lovely stuff. Good business.
Yeah, Big Time will listen to an album with no distractions, sleeve notes, cover notes, all the rest of it, artwork. That's the only thing. Listens to the music, so that's what we're trying to do. But the brief for the album that he will set me as homework will be one that I've not heard before. So So let's take the first one we ever did was the Kinks' Face to Face from 1966, which has Sunny Afternoon on it, which is the only track that I had heard on it. Apart from that, I was listening. It's quite magic because I was listening to it all as if anew 50 odd years later.
That's good.
So we've done 14 or 15 episodes now over the last few months.
That's great.
And
Really,
it's
really
great
good.
fun, and I'll give everyone a mark at the end of it,
Oh,
which
that's
I've
lovely.
rather sudishly done as a kind of like a university degree type mark.
What beta plus
So,
that
minus?
sort of thing.
Query.
Yeah.
Double plus query.
Yeah.
I suppose I'll just add the reason I suppose I did it in the first place was because I know a lot of people used to like music when they were young, used to like quite a lot of alternative music, and then the intervening middle-aged years get in the way, the mortgages, the children and everything, and you just assume that there isn't any good music being made these days, and it sort of puts the lie to that, but I'll mix it up with older music as well.
Yeah, it's very good. And like one of the albums that we did was Sparks, as you know, is an act that you really like, Forthy.
Oh, I love Sparks, yeah.
And on the back of that, we looked at their album from 1994, which is brilliantly entitled Gratuitous Sax and Senseless Violins.
Yes.
And
Wonderful
I
stuff.
really enjoyed it. And on the back of that, I bought some tickets to go and see them live in Hammersmith last month.
Oh, yes.
And
It's supposed to be really good.
It was amazing and very touching because they're
It
like
is,
79 and 76 now.
Yeah.
And so when they are interacting with the crowd and they're accepting the applause at the end, it really means something to them.
Yeah, it
And
absolutely does.
because they've had, it's fair to say, a bit of an up and down career for them.
Yeah, I mean, like, for example, for 6 years, they were writing a music for a movie with Tim Burton,
Yeah.
and it just never happened. So that's like 6 entire years of your life gone, and they've had so many ups and downs over the years. And it's great that they've got this Indian Summer now where everyone loves them, because there was an Adam Wright Edgar Wright,
Yeah.
rather, a documentary a few years
Which
ago.
is fabulous as well.
Has sort of re-platformed them for a new generation, and they're a very touching group, actually. They're lovely people.
Yeah. Endlessly.
A musical fan yourself?
I am. Well, I can talk about. I'm musically trained. I've got my grade 8 piano, got my A level, all that kind of shit,
lovely,
and
lovely.
I play a few instruments, so I can vibe on this with you. Sparks actually had I thought an interesting career moment. No one talks about it really, but sort of early noughties.
Yeah.
They had I can't remember if the album was called Ride 'em Cowboy, but certainly the single from it was. I remember them going on Jonathan Ross's Radio 2 show, and they played this track, and it's brilliant. And I ended up putting it in a film I made, just a sort of spoof documentary thing I made with a friend. And it's so fun. They've got lots of gems across their output, even in albums where you wouldn't expect it. But I think it's called Ride 'em Cowboy. If you can check it out, and it'll be on Spotify. It's a really good tune. Yeah.
And they also did a collaboration in recent years with Franz Ferdinand, didn't they? And they called it. They called the project FFS.
That's right.
Also
yes.
quite good. They're just endlessly arty, unapologetically so.
Yeah. When the guy from Franz Ferdinand, Alex Kapranos, received the first digital download from Ron Mail in Sparks of the first. It was titled "Collaborations Don't Work."
Oh, okay.
It's also lovely little touches, like when you see them live, and Ron is, for most of the set, sitting behind his keyboard, and as many of you will know, the famous make of keyboard is Roland, but of course his just says Ronald.
Yes,
it's just swap those two letters around. So nice. Little touches like that.
Let's ask you. I wonder whether because there is that wonderful trope in electronic duos of the one at the back who just stands there and tries to move as little as possible. Was Ronald the archetype?
Well, there's no one before him.
I think it must be him.
Yeah,
but obviously Kraftwerk, all of them did that.
Yeah,
so Kraftwerk probably they go back before that, don't they?
Well, you're right. They took the momentum out of on-stage performance altogether. They did, but that duality of the sort of Mick Jagger style hyperactive front guy, but then the yin and the yang thing of having someone absolutely stationary behind them, that was Sparks.
But it's a real thing, is it? Because Vince Clarke, obviously Chris Lowe, maybe most famously now,
that's right,
have made it their thing. But it's a strange trope, isn't it? That
it is.
These people do that.
And it was interesting when we looked at the album on our podcast, that one from '94, and I don't think they'd made an album for sort of 5 or 6 years prior to that.
That's right.
And in the meantime, it did. On my first listen to their album, I thought, well, it sounds like they've spent those 5 or 6 years listening to Pet Shop Boys, but they've had a sort of an ambivalent relationship with them. Apparently, they sort of had a throwaway comment in an interview where they sort of said, "Oh yeah, we wrote all of their songs," and then apparently Neil Tennant was absolutely incensed, and then they ran into each other in a recording studio not long afterwards, and Ron sort of said, "No, we didn't mean that," And but I think there's maybe a bit of prickliness on both sides, because clearly Sparks had been there years before and maybe taken had a bit of a hiatus in their career, and by the time they come back, Pet Shop Boys, and their album does sound Pet Shop Boysy, and that's no bad thing to me.
Yeah.
But maybe they think, well, I'm not sure we get the credit we deserve, and maybe that whole thing that you're talking about, John, the quiet guy at the back, because as you say, Pet Shop Boys, Erasure.
I suppose Sparks.
Depeche Mode, would they be put in the same bracket? I suppose.
Yazoo, the synth pop thing. Yeah, I mean Sparks. They were always too clever to be mainstream, weren't they? There's a cleverness to them, which is great, and it probably has guaranteed their longevity, but at the same time has always meant they've never sold heap loads of records, unlike Pet Shop Boys, who know how to make a hit record.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right. The number of Sparks mega hits you could count on one hand easily, I would have thought.
Yeah, I'll tell you a funny thing about that is that it depends what country you go in the world. Because you go to Australia, they've never heard of this Down It Big Enough for both of us.
Right.
But that Cool song they did.
Cool Places?
Cool Places.
Oh, with Jane Wheedling.
Yeah, from Jane Wheedling from the Go-Go's.
Which is an alright song, but they've done way better.
We don't, what was that again? So it depends where you are in the world, depends on what you know of Sparks.
And from the 70s, Beat the Clock and Amateur Hour were big enough.
Amateur Hour was the follow-up to this time. Beat the Clock comes a bit later when they're moving into their more disco phase, isn't it?
I mean, that's kind of, you scrape, after that, you're kind of scraping it for like smash hits.
Oh, for smash hits, I mean, when do it's actually wait to '94 and they could choose Sex album? Yeah. When do I own the BBC? That's a
or when do I get to sing My Way?
Where do I get to sing My Way? Now I own the BBC. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
they were minor hits.
And the other another they're all minor hits, and
they're all minor hits.
Certain parts of Europe they're bigger than others. There's another. I think my favourite.
When I'm With You, that's the one they love in Australia as well.
Okay.
When I'm With You.
When I Kiss You, I hear Charlie Parker playing.
Yeah, that's a
a lot of these songs are faintly ridiculous,
but
strangely touching.
One funny little thing to bring it back to sport from home.
How dare you?
There's a song called Suburban Homeboy they've done. which I think completely unconsciously has got exactly the same chord progressions as Back Home, the 1970 England World Cup song.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I've got a funny feeling that's not deliberate.
I'm pretty sure it's not. I can't see how they would have heard it.
But that's a nice remix to be done there, isn't it?
Yes.
They haven't remixed. Do you know the B-side of Back Home, 1970?
Oh, golly, what is it?
It's very. I know this from watching Fantasy Football League back in the day.
Yeah.
It's called Cinnamon Stick, and it's the entire. I can't remember it's by because I see that knocking on my door, cinnamon stick, and it's the whole back. They've obviously been taught. The whole England squad have been forced to learn this song. It's got nothing. It's beautifully innocent. Like the idea now that you'd get Harry Kane singing along some random ditty. It's brilliant.
And the titular cinnamon stick of the song. Does it just relate to a cinnamon stick?
Yeah. What are we thinking? What are we
Yeah.
thinking?
I don't know if Sparks wrote it. If there's any, it might be very touching.
Actually, you could do a Cinnamon episode. There's Cinnamon Girl by Lana Del Rey. There's Cinnamon Girl by Neil Young.
Sally Cinnamon by the Stone
Sally
Roses.
Cinnamon. Sorry, we've already got 4.
There you go.
There's your playlist. fill in the gaps.
After that, scraping the barrel. As long as you don't have to do the cinnamon challenge for each song, then otherwise the podcast might have an interesting timbre.
There is
Got a couple of listener interjections into our conversation. So Bernard Morrie says they, I think meaning Sparks, were on Jules Holland Later not long ago. That would have coincided with their tour. I bet that was good. I'm going to look that up. And then our friend Mark Zipp, who knows loads about music, says number one song in heaven does well in the USA.
Yeah, that's a classic example.
Yeah.
Though everyone in the USA knows them one song in heaven.
Giorgio
Moroder. Yeah.
It's a great song. Great.
In
pop
fact,
song.
when Joy Division were about to record Love Will Tear Us Apart, they listened to 2 songs in preparation. One was number one song in heaven, and the other was Frank Sinatra's greatest hits. So there we are.
Wow.
Little footnote.
Well,
musical history.
So yeah, when do I get to sing My Way, which is also off that album? When we did our podcast, Tone then launched into this tale about. Have you heard of this? The My Way killings. There's a spate of murders.
Oh, I remember it from your show.
In the Philippines. I think possibly only the Philippines, but definitely the Philippines, that have involved incidents at karaoke bars where someone has been so incensed with how they've been singing My Way that they've shot them dead.
Shot the singer dead?
Yeah, about 12 murders attributed to an argument over the singing of My Way.
Now that's a version of X Factor I could get behind.
But it is, I think, some of the sorry.
No, I was going to say on Desert Island Discs, they say you can choose whatever song you want, except My Way.
Very good rule, that.
Yes, but nonetheless, 1 or 2 people have chosen it anyway.
But it does have, at its very core, a huge vanity about it, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
They said I couldn't do it, but up yours, haters.
Yes.
It's all that, isn't
right.
it? I've done it without you.
Yeah, you can see why those footballers all love singing it, don't you?
Yeah.
Big Ron.
Or Vladimir Putin.
Or Vladimir Putin for that.
He quite likes it, apparently.
It's a French song originally, isn't it, by Jacques Brel, which is
yes,
translated.
that's true, isn't
That's
it?
why it sounds awkward, because it's translated.
Or wasn't it originally an instrumental? I've heard something
Paul
about
Anka?
Why am I
Paul
getting
Anka? Paul Anka did what ended up being the official English translation.
Oh, okay, right. Yeah.
I seen, but the words I think came late. I've something to. I'm sure someone listening will be able to look up and tell me as well. I've got in the back of my mind that it was maybe even an instrumental, and certainly completely different lyrics. But the My Way lyrics came a substantial.
And the French version is called Comme d'habitude. Comme d'habitude.
Jacques Brel?
I can't remember.
We could look it up, but where's the fun in that?
But comme d'habitude it's different.
Yeah, it
is. Means, as you probably know, as usual. And the lyrics to it translates as like he wakes up next to his partner, I stroke your hair. It's all really creepy and horrible.
And French.
Yeah. Smoking gauloises and sort of, sighing and shrugging.
Françoise Hardy is in the background somewhere with, and so on. Where are we?
Well,
sorry.
Well, we've had a few more contributions. Cinnamon Girl, I believe, was the opener for Neil Young at Glastonbury, says Kate Eleanor.
Well, that's not quite true. It was Sugar Mountain this year.
Okay. And it was his debut, wasn't it? Neil Young at Glastonbury, wasn't it? Was it the first time he'd ever played?
I think he'd played before.
Okay.
Sugar, cinnamon, there's a theme developing.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nick Vickers says Type O Negative did an awesome cover of Cinnamon Girl.
Oh, that's
sounds
interesting. It sounds like something Mog might like.
Oh, and John, you're going to have to introduce yourself to Kieran Roseblade, one of our regular contributors, who just wants to know a bit more about you. Is he new? They say. Rather rudely.
Yeah, well, that's fair enough. Yes, I'm relatively new. I think it's my 4th or 5th time. My name's John. John Harvey. I'm a comedian, writer, broadcaster, and I have this alter ego that you guys like me to make as much of as possible, mainly for super chats. I am also the alter ego of Count Binface, the satirical alien politician. So I'm the guy who beat the fascists last year in the London elections.
Come on.
So hello, Kieran.
That's got to be worth a super chat.
Surely.
Or 3.
Yeah.
We'll see. There might be fascists listening. Who knows? It's not ours. It's not
Well.
Sudan's and mine.
And we will take your money off
Yeah,
you.
yeah, exactly.
The law of probability says
There's got to be one or two.
Kieran Roseblade says, John, you sound like a man who likes a challenge.
Yeah, well, quite. Yeah.
Clearly.
Thank you very much.
So someone mentioned Glastonbury there. Did either of you follow much of that at all?
Well, I live with an entire people I'm staying with in Earlsford. All of them went. They go every year. I don't know how they always get tickets. So they go as a family. It's rather nice. But I'm a bit allergic to festivals. I just get very nervous about the toilets. And
I think that's fair. I only go now. I've got a rule because I'm lucky enough. I've performed at Glastonbury twice. I did as Binface and in previous guys Lord Buckethead before I had to upgrade myself. And it's quite fun playing the park stage. Good few thousand people. It's great fun. I wouldn't go without that now.
How many stages are there now? Because every time I was listening on Six Music, it seems that they're playing and like Ratcliffe and Maconie were the Spudgy-like stage, and they were just
they're playing the what would it be the Suggs from Madness stage or something. It's like 20 people. There's probably as many stages as there are people in it. I think and there's now it's like Wimbledon. As in, if you look at the All England Club when they show those aerial images of it, and I actually think this parallel goes far too far because the BBC have tried to turn Glastonbury into a sort of musical Wimbledon. It's wonderful. Follow this stream and you can go on the acoustic stage. He'll be the Avalon stage. He'll be the idiot twatting about with a washboard stage. You know, and so it goes on. But the fact is, Glastonbury is supposed to be a sort of countercultural thing. You know, it's where music is supposed to be like that. And so I think the whole Bob Vylan thing was inevitable because if you just allow music acts who are by their very nature going to push the envelope, unless someone's got a really ready finger on the red button to stop it, that was bound to happen.
Yeah,
and
of course.
It's their own fault just for trying to turn something which is quite edgy. Yeah. Michael Eavis said at the beginning of the festival, he said, we are political. If you don't like it, don't come. Yeah. But what he meant was people who just didn't want to go and see Kneecap or something. He wasn't aiming it at the BBC, but he might as well have done.
I liked it years ago when the Welsh Football Association, before a game against England, got Goldie Looking Chain to play. and inevitably they did their quite famous hit. It's one of their songs called Your Missus Is a Nutter, and David Beckham was in the side, and they said this one's for David Beckham. And now afterwards the Welsh FA felt the need to apologise, and there was a load of hand-wringing. Same as, what did you expect?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I don't know why this is coming into my mind, but I always remember the difference between socialism and communism. Communism, everyone's equal. Socialism, everyone's equal without being silly about it.
There's just one or two fewer committees.
Yes.
We asked for super chats, and our very own Jeremy Henderson.
No, nice one.
Has paid a couple of Aussie dollars. Fascist fucking fee paid, he says.
Yeah, there we go. Lovely.
Meanwhile, Nick Vickers says Type O's mission statement was basically to combine the Beatles with Black Sabbath, hence their nickname, the Drab Four. Very good.
That's nice.
Has anyone seen? There's a wonderful clip online today of one of the military, I think it's the Fusiliers, one of the Royal Guards of the Fusiliers playing the military band outside Buckingham Palace playing Paranoid by Black Sabbath.
Oh,
and
lovely.
It's beautiful just seeing that
so
done.
Nice.
It's gone very viral.
Very good. Kate Eleanor says Sugar Mountain came about 3rd or 4th this year.
Well, why did my friends say they came on and played Sugar Band?
To be fair, I tuned in, and not being a Neil Young sort of aficionado, I couldn't work out what the hell he was playing.
Okay.
Shambled on. So I can't help you, I'm afraid.
Oh, well, that's interesting. Well, I mean, if you were there, then you were there, you know.
Oh, no, I wasn't there this year.
Not you, our listener,
yeah.
That's Kate.
Kate, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how it felt. I listened quite, because I think I was driving that weekend, so I listened quite a lot of it on Six Music. I quite liked bits and bobs of Wolf Alice that I heard. They seem to be all over. They played, and that's the other thing. Bands playing multiple sets across the weekend on different stages.
Oh, did they? Okay.
I don't know if that has always been the case.
Well, once you're there, it's a bit like being on Guerrilla Cricket. Or once you're here,
exactly.
You end up talking through lunchtime in a rain break. Didn't sign up for this, I tell you.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, no, they got some good tracks. Wolf, and they did a good performance. The one which I thought stood out by a mile this is just from what obviously it's a very different experience when you're there. Because the beauty of going to Glastonbury really is going to some random tent, watching an acoustic person you've never heard of, and going, "Oh, this is what music's supposed to be about." You know, it's not just about who you've heard of. But on the Sunday night, the Prodigy were on the other stage, and it was just amazing to watch on the TV. And they did a brilliant sort of tribute version of Firestarter to Keith Flint, where the other singer. To dancer, it just stood there, wouldn't sing it, and so instead it was just you only heard Keith's voice,
really?
and they illuminated him sort of through animation behind. It was really spine tingling, and obviously the people. I mean, it would have been incredibly messy. So I'm quite glad I watched it on the TV. That's well worth checking out on iPlayer if you can.
And by all accounts, he was a lovely guy, Keith. James Blunt tells quite a nice story because. I mean, James Blunt is one of those figures, a pariah for some in the music business. So obviously Noel Gallagher hates him. Obviously Damon Albarn hates him. And when they were on Jules Holland together, Damon Albarn refused to be in this photo at the lineup at the end. You know, get over yourself. But Keith Flint was there when Blunt won some award at the Brits or whatever it was, and was genuinely, properly gave him a massive hug. Well done, mate. I'm so happy for you. You know,
that's nice.
I quite like hearing stories like that.
When the Fall were on Jules Holland, they had it written into the contract that Jules Holland cannot play any fucking boogie-woogie piano over any of their tracks.
Too right. Yeah, can you imagine that?
Actually, that would have been quite fun if he had.
Yeah. You just try and stop me.
Yeah.
Very good at walking backwards.
Yes.
It's Jules. What else? We've got Will Reynolds with us. How's it all going, darlings? He says. Well, we're all right, Will, but there's an absence of cricket, hence random music chat.
Yeah.
Andrew K is with us. Good afternoon, you guys. Hope you and the team are doing well. This is turning to Steve right in the afternoon. Love the show.
Yes.
He opened with Cinnamon Girl, says Kate Eleanor. Sugar Mountain was very moving, though.
Okay,
just Neil by himself with the guitar.
The weight of public knowledge is against me.
Muniyandi Jekub says, hi, good commentary. This is commentary on stuff that's not actually happening at the moment. Good cricket. I'm happy. I'm Jacob from Sri Lanka. Well, hello, Jacob. Good to have you with us there.
That's nice. Actually, just while you're looking, very quickly on Jules Holland, it's really pissed me off on this trip I'm on because my favourite tree in Kew Gardens, I was really looking forward to seeing it. It's magnificent, like 17th century thing there. It was behind bloody scaffolding. I asked them why. Oh, we're preparing for Jules Holland tonight in the park.
So you couldn't get near it?
Couldn't get near my favourite tree.
What is the tree? What type of tree?
I don't know. It's just some big thing.
They've got a lovely monkey puzzle there somewhere.
They've got a great Aracoria. Yeah, it wasn't. It was.
Do you want to tell the Guardian? Because he called himself. Because is it true that tree is also known as a chili pine?
Oh, is it?
So he called himself
monkey puzzle.
He called himself Aracaria because he and/or his brother were huge cinema fans. Right, bear with me.
No, keep going.
Huge cinema
fans. We've got time.
and cinephile is an anagram of chili pine.
Okay.
And that's why he called himself Aracaria.
That's nice.
Yeah,
good deep knowledge.
I can give you a Jules Holland. It's not a fact, more of some dirt spraying.
Let's stay on Jules Holland.
Why? Because I cannot verify this, but someone I know, their uncle or someone. So it's very random. But years ago, used to play in Jules Holland's Rhythm and Blues Orchestra.
Okay.
And they said that he is shit. And
just generally,
he's a shit. He can't keep time very well. So this is not great as a band leader.
Do you know what? I've never quite forgiven him. Up the Junction is one of my all-time favourite songs, and everyone knows that you mime on Top of the Pops. Yes, of course you do. Oh, but he couldn't stop hamming it up with a big cigar in his mouth and playing the wrong instrument. And Up the Junction is a lovely bit of working class melodrama, and he ruins it for me on the Top of the Pops.
Respect your own song, you were shouting.
Respect your own song, mate. Yes.
Although it's hard to judge a song or a band by its performance on Top of the Pops.
Nonetheless, I felt a little bit angry.
Fair enough.
Will and Kate and Leah are saying hello to each other. Yash wants to know if there's any update from the ground. Well, we think they're inspecting at 2:30, which is 3 minutes away. Bernard Murray says Holland presented a great show with Dave Sanborn. Did he? Nick Vickers says, I saw the Sex Pistols with Frank Carter here in Spain a few weeks ago. I saw them at the Albert Hall a couple of months back.
Okay.
Which was quite something. I mean, imagine the Sex Pistols at the Royal Albert Hall.
That says everything.
I don't know what that says about
anyway, Nick Vickers had a great time.
God save the Queen.
And so did I when I saw them. Leah is telling Will that she's relaunched her nerd podcast with Ajit. Dream content, says Will. And Jim Campbell, hey GC, why no feed on the website? Well, that's something I can't answer.
We're not the technical membership committee of Guerrilla Cricket.
No. Bear's just turning around and going,
speaking to the wrong people.
Bear's just he goes, there is.
There is! We've heard from off-screen.
Yeah, and we're just having seeing some pictures of the ground now. We are expecting the inspection to happen. So anyway, yeah. Next couple of minutes we should have news of any potential restart. I don't think there's been any further rain, is there, since that massive downpour an hour and a half ago?
Seems not. There've been some very nasty looking clouds, but no, it doesn't seem to have.
What we do know is that we've seen more of the Oval Test from a couple of years ago during this match than the match we're actually watching. We're back to it again.
Well, someone could tell us that they've also been showing. We don't have the sound. We've just been sort of chatting about music, but in the background there's been one of those classic Sky Sports of reminiscence packages, and it was set in a cinema screening room.
Oh yeah.
Michael Atherton, Nasser Hussain, and in the middle of them, Alan Donald.
Yes.
Apparently watching a test match against India. And I don't quite understand.
Was
what's
it Alan
going on.
Donald? I thought it was Dominic Cork.
Oh, was it Corky?
I thought it was Alan Donald.
I thought it was Alan Donald.
I think probably as soon as
you may well be right.
As soon as you see Mike Atherton, you assume he's sitting next to Alan Donald. I think.
yeah, maybe that's it. Maybe it was Corky. They do look quite similar.
They do as well. You're absolutely right. Yeah. Just very quickly, because I might forget to say it later, does anyone else out there think that Gus Atkinson bowls very similarly to Jeff Arnold? I'll just leave it there. Anyway, back to your questions, Grubby or whatever.
No. Well, actually, let's talk bowling, because I wasn't here earlier, and Crick Viz and all the stats munchers are sort of foaming in the mouth about Josh Tongue's over.
Yeah.
So maybe so I've watched it on replay. Were you watching live?
Oh no, yes, it's a wonderful over.
Well, it was in a way for India, certainly. I want to ask you guys what you think was going on, because obviously you, with an international class bowler who is a very good bowler. It's not like he's just new to the game. What was going on there? And I was watching his run up, and to me he looked all over the place in a way which I've never seen. He didn't look right.
Well, it could be a number of things. He changed his studs at the end of it, and presumably if you're a fast bowler and you're wearing the wrong shoes, then that's going to make that's going to have an effect.
Yes.
It was a wet ball, probably. Maybe a little bit of difficult. Maybe he was trying for too much swing or too little. There could be a variety of things.
But I thought, and obviously we need to see a replay to be able to look again, but it seemed to me like his arm was so far off straight.
Yep.
I don't know if you saw that, his bowling arm.
Beyond the perpendicular.
Beyond the perpendicular.
Yes.
So it just seemed like he just wasn't set. Now, obviously, the feet, the shoes and everything could set him off kilter.
I think that's probably what happened.
But I was shocked how for an entire over he could be that. Yeah, and for the ball to spray either side.
Yeah,
I think you're right, John. I think he does bowl like that. He's one of those where, like Stokes when he comes sort of wide of the crease and he almost angles it into the right hand, and then it can go off the crease. And if you can get it right, it can be really powerful. And I think Tongue does bowl like that with his arm beyond the perpendicular. But it looked all right, like he was shoving it down the leg side or he's dragging it down to the offside.
It's not a well-grooved, repeatable action.
That's the thing, isn't it?
It's not like Glenn McGrath. It's the opposite end of the spectrum.
But yes, the metronome. And I suppose when you don't have that kind of action, all it takes, if something goes wrong, it goes very wrong.
Yes, exactly right.
So I think that is really interesting. And I'm going to this is what we're here. We're here to have a bit of cricket.
Occasionally talk about cricket.
Yeah, but also we've got to look. This is the last test, is it not, before the Ashes?
Yeah.
So there are going to be some decisions to be made, and I want to put it to you that over on its own could have put a huge question mark over whether they'll take him to Australia.
Well, you might well be right, because England followers have got massive yips over the first ball in 2006, of course. So, yeah, well, I haven't thought of that, but you're probably right, actually. It might have ruled him out of contention. I'm not sure he would have made the boat anyway.
You'd like to think they'd look at the bigger picture, whatever, and make a decision, not just on that, but on the...
But he might come back and get a 10 for, who knows? So it's early days in this match, but they are obviously having to work out... I mean, for example, in the last match, I think a lot of armchair pundits and, real pundits as well were saying Liam Dawson had worked his way in because, he did okay and he can bat, therefore he's a better bet than than Shoaib Bashir. I mean, they'll take both of them, but I think Dawson's forced his way onto the plane, unless he has a shocker. But I think his county form, plus the fact that he did okay.
I think 9 times out of 10 he gets on the plane. It's just a question whether Stokes and McCullum are so philosophically driven that they might say, no, we're not going to take it. Because they obviously haven't. He's slightly on the outer, and they fought.
Yeah.
Bashir's injury forced their arm, but you'd imagine they'd take 2 spinners. You'd imagine.
I think he's the set. I think they'll now take
you'd
those.
Think they would.
So I think those 2 berths are kind of done.
Yeah.
But in terms of the fast bowlers, obviously who knows who's going to be fit. I mean, Jofra will probably be back in intensive care by then.
Yes.
So, but if they are all fit, I think Tung now. Whereas I think he might have got in it because they're desperate for speed.
Yeah.
Got to have pace. Not that he's blessed with huge, but he's faster than some.
Yeah.
He's done well mopping up the tail in the 2 tests he played earlier in the series, didn't he?
Yes.
So that will have been a big tick in that box.
But I just wonder whether if that could happen at the MCG or wherever, then you got McCullum sticking every toast.
98,000 baying Australians, etc. Yes,
I think he's sort of
he bowls to the left, he bowls to the right.
Well,
I think he's sort of in
what came to mind, wasn't it?
In the second tier, I think if everyone's fit, then England would go with, let's say you pick 3 seamers and 3 specialist seamers in the side and Stokes. So I think you go Archer or Wood and Carse and Atkinson. I think they are the premier England bowlers if everyone's fit.
If everyone's fit,
Atkinson
has to play.
Tung and Overton.
Yes,
are
I think
in
you're right.
That second rung,
and you just have to see whether Stokesy turns up, and because we didn't think at the beginning of the summer we'd get anything out of him, and now he's bowled more than he's ever bowled before. So we'll wait and see.
Well, here's the big question then. You sort of mentioned the fast bowlers. I think the Bazball conundrum. Obviously, we're looking forward a few months now, but this is what everyone's going to start talking about: is do they play Wokes? Because he is that kind of cannon fodder on Australian pitches.
I don't think he'll go.
I don't think he'll go.
Then why are they giving him a full summer? You
know
what I mean?
Because they reckon that he's as good as anyone in English conditions. And like at Lords, he averages 12 point something per wicket over his course of his career.
I think that's fair enough. I mean, I think there is a logic to it, and he's obviously a good team player, and he's he had something at number 7 or 8 as well. I mean, and India's it's not all about prepping for the Ashes. It's a series in and of its own right, and he was the right guy for the summer. They thought. I think he's had a bit of a disappointing summer, but theoretically he was probably the best guy to be.
But it's interesting. The reason I mention it is because it's not as if he's just been the third seaman. They've had him leading the attack.
Oh yeah.
So he's been doing the Jimmy role.
Yeah, he's having new ball.
And so there's an argument. It's just it's curious that obviously they dispensed with Jimmy, and we know Jimmy's wife wasn't happy about that, and nor was Jimmy. But but to pick someone who is kind of a Jimmy light in terms of his bowling, and as you say, it'd be interesting to know how Jimmy would have gone this summer.
Yeah, I mean, I think they just looked at the age a bit too much there. As far as I know, he's not actually bowling any worse than he ever has, and the 43 is just a number, isn't it? Yeah. So could he have gone again? Maybe he could have done.
I think he could have done. He's sometimes that sort of level of wicket taking counts. It reminds me of when McGrath came over here, for his last, it was the 2005 actually. He was creaking even then, but those wickets they meant something.
He was, but he had a funny summer, didn't he? Because he was brilliant in the first test,
of course, and then
stepped on the ball, and he was never the same again after that.
Well, he didn't play in the 2 games that England won in that series.
Well, that's correct, it. Even at Trent Bridge, he was still great. He is and Old Trafford, and of course he batted at Old Trafford.
Didn't play at Trent Bridge.
No, he was clearly affected by it. Yeah,
but so it's interesting. I'm interested to see that you put Carse immediately on because I think he's done okay, and he's a bit faster, but he hasn't set the world alight, has he?
I think he's done really well, and given where his stock was before the series, I still maintain that he's in that first team if everyone's fit.
Yeah, I think so. Because who else really?
Well, because I think I can't see them picking both Archer and Wood in the same team. Maybe for 1 or 2 games.
Well, I think Archer plus Wood could equal 5 tests between them. In an absolutely perfect world, Wood play 2 and Archer would play 3. But we shall see.
Yeah. That's the problem, isn't it? Isn't it a shame that those 2 you can? It's sort of heartbreaking in a way that we could have these 2 very quick bowlers but neither of them has had that injury record to be proud. They've been blighted throughout their whole career.
Yeah.
And we as fans, have we ever seen them in the same team? Very rarely. If in white ball, in red ball cricket.
Oh, in red ball cricket, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, well, not this summer.
Isn't that sad?
2019. I don't know if they've ever played. Maybe one or two. I'm just going to go back to our listener comments. So Philip Shaw, a few minutes ago, and back on the music, says Elvis Costello had a great show called The Spectacle. Had great guests including Levon Helm from the band. He would interview cover songs of the guest and sing with the guests. Okay. Bernard Murray says, Philip, it was very similar to the Holland Sanborn show, a little night music. Will says, I don't see Tongue getting a ticket unless there are injuries. Might be in the squad, don't they? Kate Eleanor says, always a little night air, music and perfume, to Bernard. If you want to listen to a great album, says Bernard, try the Crusaders, Free as the Wind. Any recognition?
No, I've played a bit of Crusaders, but no, I can't say I've...
Crusaders as in Cambridge University second team?
Yes.
as in Richard the Lionheart's lot?
Yeah. Their third album.
Yes, the 1189 album.
Messi Jez says Wokes has bowled the most overs for England. He's averaging over 50. While Wokes has bowled the most overs for England, he's averaging over 50 in this series, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay,
there you go.
He's not on the back.
Jimmy has had heaps of fitness problems this year, apparently. A moot point, really, because they're not going back to. What else can I tell you? Sean Elliott says Wokes has never floated my boat, and he's not good enough. Should have kept Anderson and let Wokes go. Total madness.
Well, that's rear mirror thinking though.
Oh, sorry.
Noise is off. No, I understand the logic of going with Wokes this summer. It just hasn't quite paid off, and maybe it was a series too far for Wokes. I don't know.
He's not been terrible as well.
No, he's not been terrible.
He's had some spells.
Yeah.
Not making excuses or anything, but he had some spells where he bowled and he's a bit unfortunate. He's bowled some absolute jaffers for no reward.
And the
moments in the series.
He's been a victim of a lot of 50-50 umpiring.
He was, wasn't he, at the start of the previous game? Yeah. But anyway, right. I'm desperate to. Restart at 3 p.m. There we go. So
okay.
I wouldn't mind. Who wants to come on next?
Yeah, they've disappeared into the background.
Yeah, exactly.
Rapidly, haven't they?
On the phone.
Who's so at 3 o'clock? Who should be on at 3 o'clock?
What, as in rotor-wise?
Yeah.
Don't know. I need a bit of time to go and prep, though. It's all about the prep.
100%. Yeah. You got to get in the zone and do your pre-match ritual and all of that.
So I don't know. Bear, can you put something on for 20 minutes?
Tony, Jason, and Grubby were due to come on at 2:40 till 3:10, and then Bear, Hendo, and John on from 3:10 to 3:40.
So we'll work something out with the rotor in the meantime. That'll take 20 minutes to do. Meantime, Bear's going to put something on. He's going to give me a signal when he's done that.
Unless you want to sing.
No, I'm all right, actually.
You're okay.
I've given you a blast of cinnamon stick. What more do you want from me, man?
Well, we could do. I could do Cinnamon Girl. So that's Lana Del Rey.
Yeah.
I wanna live with the cinnamon. That's Neil Young.
Yeah.
In that form of competition. You only have a certain amount of time to make a move, or
you can do cinnamon stick.
We're on. Rapid time control. Everything these days that has any kind of proper financial backing will be shorter time controls. Apart from specifically the World Championship cycle, which is supposed to be the jewel in the crown, and which is still played over a longer time control. But that has its own troubles because of its longer time control, definitely as part of the reason the best player we have kind of quit the cycle. Right. And there is a World Championship match going on right now, which is contested by two people not named Magnus Carlsen, at least in part for that reason. Right. But yeah, it was a short time control, but it was also an attempt to recreate the kind of an IPL atmosphere. It's franchises. It's not national teams, but it is a team competition. So it's 6 people playing, 6 people in every single match. They all wear colored jerseys, and there's an attempt to do this whole kind of carnival atmosphere. The second one was actually in London in October, but obviously it has gone completely unremarked upon. Well, that's quite interesting because I just noticed the other day on the local London news that sumo wrestling is coming back to London, and there's been quite a bit of publicity about that. But as you say, I don't remember any publicity about about this. Here you go. But yeah, it's an attempt. Like the formula is, I mean, you can't just copy paste the IPL into chess. That will not work.
Right.
But as much of it that they could copy paste, they kind of did copy paste. They created a draft, which was not the kind of an IPL draft at all, because they had it's 6 teams of 6, so it's 36 players, and that pool was determined in advance, and you couldn't draft anybody outside of the pool. But within the pool, there was, as far as I can understand, there was kind of an actual drafting. Teams were choosing who to pick, and so they imported that. I mean, that's not just IPL, obviously. That exists in all the American sports as well. But so there was that, and also a lot of the people behind the production were Indian, and also their previous experience of producing anything was generally with cricket.
Right.
So I think the idea was pretty clear that this is what the direction that they're trying to push the game into. In case of chess, I'm not that alarmed, because I don't think. I think if GCL succeeds, it's called Global Chess League. If GCL succeeds, it's going to be good for chess. I don't think. We're not going to just suddenly sprout 15 of those all over the globe.
Yeah.
These are very specific people who were very much invested in making it succeed. But it will be a singular event. And if it's a singular event, the more chess, the better. I'm very much in favor of trying new things.
Yeah.
But with cricket, there's one every second these days. There's currently something going on in 3 different places, I think.
Oh yeah. Well, there are 3 test matches starting. Well, no, actually one started.
No, test matches we don't mind. I mean, there's the Abu Dhabi T10s. And
I know. How do you? And actually, some big names playing in that. And in fact, the major league in America, there were Pat Cummins was one of those who, eschewed coming over to England to play in the 100 to play in major league. And so,
you don't begrudge the players.
No.
I mean, financial stability is important, and as somebody who played the game professionally for 20 plus years, I very much appreciate the chance to actually earn enough to perhaps not, because with sports people, with chess is less clear cut, because first of all there is no immediate physical cutoff at which you're no longer capable of playing, and you can also seg into various things. But for athletes, you are done at 35, and you don't really have much in the way of profession. And if you haven't made enough, people die destitute. Maybe not anymore, but they definitely have. And we should probably be addressing the super chats.
Yes, we should. There is a super chat from Ian Southcott West, sent us $10. I'm sorry if I've missed any other questions. It's just that it's so fascinating. I wish we had more time. Hi, Peter. How do you deal mentally with players who are very animated at the board and wear their emotions on their sleeves? Do you just ignore it? I have trouble focusing on the game instead of my opponent.
Well, yeah, I mean, the answer than the question there. It really is distracting, but I think you can, to a degree, train yourself just to not to look there. But I mean, it's a legitimate question. It doesn't happen very much, because I think there is a certain level of decorum, in particular in high-level chess, where you're not really supposed to be particularly emotive at the board, with notable exceptions. Like Garry Kasparov was very famous for facial expressions,
right?
And there are some current players as well who are quite well known.
Is there any sledging, or is that not allowed?
This is actually in the rules of chess. You are not allowed to speak to your opponent at all. So sledging is, I mean, there are some very once again, I don't know how much you want me to venture into the chess lore, but Viktor Korchnoi has had some, and those actually are kind of sledges. It's the closest I think chess has ever come to somebody who was sledging his opposition, and the most famous one that always gets repeated, but it is pretty good, was Viktor Korchnoi, who played 2 World Championship matches, losing both, but still one of the very few people who qualified for the World Championship match twice, and just an absolute all-round legend of the game.
Mm-hmm.
Very interesting life as well. He is actually an example of something I was talking about earlier. He continued being extremely competitive into his 70s.
Right.
Beat some very, very strong players aged like 73. So he was playing in an open tournament. I don't know exactly when that was, but he was probably like 60 plus, maybe even 70 plus by that point. And he was playing somebody much weaker than him, and his position is completely winning. But as is often the case, your opponent kind of still wants to prolong the suffering to a degree, yeah? And his opponent is thinking, and then Victor looks up from the board and says, "Do you speak English?" The guy says, "Yes." "Why don't you resign?"
Oh. But was he allowed to say that? I mean,
well, not really, but the guy did resign instantly. So it you know,
the intimidation.
You can say it worked. But apart from, I mean, there's not really very much sledging going on in chess. And as returning to the question, ideally, first of all, ideally this doesn't happen because it really is very distracting and is kind of frowned upon.
Right.
But if it does happen, you should, as much as possible, try to kind of ignore it. Yeah.
Do you think that it could come into the game? Is there a chance that that would the boundaries be dropped, as it were, to a certain extent, to allow a little bit more needle in that respect, or not? You can't see that happening.
In some formats, like probably not in tournament play, but in exhibition play, kibitzing. I very much like kibitzing.
Right.
I don't do like straight. I'm not very good at trash talk, but I do like the light kibitzing during games, and you can definitely imagine it in some sort of more light-hearted events. But in proper tournament play, not anytime soon, I don't think, because the ideas of what the chess game looks like are so rigid in people's minds that I don't think this gets shifted anytime soon.
So how much of a sort of mental strain is it? I mean, not just, I mean, we were talking out in the green room, and you were talking about how it's changed, the game has changed from when you were younger. And I immediately said, oh, right, because you had to have so much more in your head when you were younger. I was just thinking that, because there are computers and technology that people would know a little bit more. But it's actually, there's almost too much information.
Yeah, there's absolutely the avalanche of information that began with the advent of database software and chess engines.
Yeah.
Which solve problems for you, it's difficult to overestimate. It's very much one of those where you have to run very fast to stand still these days type of situations.
You said there was something like 11 million games on
the
database.
There's a thing called the mega database, which comprises sort of the entirety of human knowledge, so to speak, and or human practice at least. Like, people know more, but they keep it like the stuff you do as homework is not as well publicized, but the stuff that happened over the board between two people, there are now very good records of that. Pretty much everything is live the day it's being played. Even some relatively minor tournaments will have electronic boards which transmit everything.
Right.
And that particular database is now, I think, 11 point something million games long.
Which you could never...
Yeah, you're not supposed to, but
No.
the fact still kind of tells you something.
Is it easily searchable, though? I mean, is it if there was something in particular that you wanted to know?
Yeah,
how
it is very easy.
You can sort of, a bit like Stats Guru on Cricket Info or something like that.
I struggle with Stats Guru.
No, me too. But that also sort of ties in with cricket, doesn't it? Because I mean, with technology, it's in all sports now. Data is such a big thing.
How much? I read about it, but I mean, I read Moneyball.
Right, I haven't read it.
Okay, you watched Moneyball, maybe?
I don't think I have actually. But anyway,
okay,
carry on.
But the thing is, and I mean, I've watched live baseball, and you don't need to. And Americans who think baseball is somehow better than cricket are delusional. But
I want that on our front page.
But baseball compared to cricket, I think, does a much better job of keeping track of all kinds of like cricket is a very stats-based game.
Yeah.
But compared to baseball, we haven't scratched the surface.
Yeah.
Like misfields are not properly filed. I'm sure. I mean, some people do try, but there is not an acceptable universal database which has all of this at your fingertips. Some enthusiasts, I'm sure, have some.
Well,
some version.
it's only recently that you would get the thrower of a run out in cricket actually getting a credit in that. Yeah, so that's if you go
So
back.
I wonder. My question to you is, like, how much data is like, what are they using?
Well, I think they're using a lot of video. I think that's as much as anything. I have to say I'm not in the know. I don't really know that much about it. I mean, I do remember Peter Moores, who was briefly was in charge of England at one point and coached Nottinghamshire. I mean, he was kind of mocked at one point for his use of data.
Yeah.
And we were talking in the green room, weren't we? We were talking about how that feeds into the captain's job.
Yeah.
Because I was brought up on someone like Mike Brearley, who to me, a great man manager. He came back in the Ashes and got the best out of Ian Botham. And he went on to be a psychotherapist. And I think of him, the cricketers, and even in my own experience of captaining sides, you worked on intuition. You something happened. You would watch something, and you would get the opinion right. I don't need to bring on the fast bowler now because actually, although this spinner is going for a few runs, I've seen enough in the batsman that suggests to me he's going to get out to it. So it's just sort of bits of intuition like that. And you were talking about a particular tweeter of Summer now. We may not necessarily name him, but who just disparages this notion that captains actually do anything really. Is that right?
As far as I could understand the argument, sort of, if you look at the impact captaincy has on the on field, man management is unbelievably important. As somebody who played for teams all my life until very recent times, I am not going to say a single disparaging thing about man management. This is a massively important part of any team sport, but specifically on-field decisions, I mean, there's definitely a school of thought out there which kind of puts serious doubt on the idea that it does very much, and that would be like very bad news for this current setup because Stokes changes the field 6 balls and over.
That's right. That's what he said. I'm just going to check whether there are any more questions. Richard Milgate sent us another super chat. Says there were too many people in reception and I missed my first super chat. So here's another one. Thanks very much for that.
Thank you.
And Messi Jez has a question that I was going to ask you as well, to a certain extent. How would you get on in the World Staring Championships? Now, I don't know. Have you seen that? Have you seen this? I can't remember what the name of the.
Is that a thing?
Well, no. It's a sketch show, comedy sketch show, in which they have the World Staring Championships, and they have Barry Davies, effectively, who was like one of the most sort of eloquent football commentators commentating on this World Staring Championship, and it's just a little cartoon, and it's very funny, but I'm guessing that do you have any of that in chess where you're trying to, if we talked about sledging, but are you trying to sort of intimidate in any way?
That's not who I am, and
but are there people who are like that?
Subconscious. I don't think anybody does that, like sets out to do that, but some people are much more physically intimidating over the board than the others. Like, once again, Kasparov would be a perfect example. Playing a game against Kasparov would absolutely ring me out. I would be kind of dead for 2 days afterwards, because you would be extremely challenged over the board, but there is also the feeling of playing this force of nature.
Yeah.
And he was an amazing physical presence at the board. Still kind of is. He doesn't play very much anymore, but when he does play, he still is incredibly capable. But yeah, for me, I don't really do that. Not only because of the kindness of my heart, but also because I don't think I would be any good at it. And a slightly adjacent topic is I definitely am one of the people who believe that the thought is transmutable. So I actually get away from the moment I make my move, I normally get up and I'm away. I'm not there staring anybody down because I don't want to give people ideas.
Okay, well, there's just one. I wish we had longer to talk, and you will be back on to do some commentary. We're hoping you're going to do an over a ball by ball at some point. We've got another super chat. Prime Magnus v Prime Kasparov. Who you got? Says Ian Southcott. Want and West. No, it's Want.
It is.
And he says he sent us $2.
Yeah, that's a tough one. I'm probably. This is like I don't know what the cricket comparison is, but you can talk for hours about this. I'll pick Gary, but it's very, very tough. It's just because I need to get off air.
Okay, the one thing I want just before, as the players are coming back out again, and Tony and the Bear are poised to do commentary. I just wanted to ask you, who is the Zach Crawley of chess?
Yeah, these kinds of like. I am just not bright enough to answer this question.
Oh, really?
I don't think. Yeah.
I'll tell you what. We'll have you back on at tea, and we'll.
So somebody
you can think about
who has an extremely poor record against New Zealand. I don't think those people. Maybe it's me actually, because if I have 30 seconds, a guy I played once in my junior years, moved to New Zealand,
right,
and has become board one for the New Zealand team and has been for years and years, and I still have the 0-1 score against him, which is an average of 0.
Right.
So maybe it's me.
Okay, you are the Zach Crawley. Well, I think you're probably better than that, to be honest. I'm going to do the first ball.
Zach.
Thanks, sir. That's Peter Spidler, chess grandmaster. Grandmaster of batting is Ollie Pope. We wish. But he has got 29. He's just driven that to mid-off. Peter will be back to do a little bit of, we hope, a little bit of an over ball by ball. Maybe. And at the very least to do a little bit of summarising. And also we'll hope to chat to you at tea a little bit more.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot, Peter. And if you want to vacate the seat, we will... Well, that was a little chat we did with Chess.
This podcast is part of the Sports Social Podcast Network.
Bear, have you turned that off yet?
There's a lot we're told about bladder leaks. We're told that it's something to be ashamed of, that it means you can't wear the clothes you want, that it means weakness. Really? 10 of discreet ultra pads give you up to 12 hours of dryness, so you can feel confident even on the longest of days. And they give you 10 of triple protection, offering up to 12 hours of dryness.
Well, welcome back. Finally, we've got got the interview with Peter Spidler and the associated advertising completed. Jason has stepped in where the Bear, of course, having sat around for half an hour, realising that the cricket was going to start at 3 p.m, has decided to go off outside. So we are missing him. We're waiting for John as well, Count Binface, to return. So at the moment it's me, Gorilla Hendo, alone again, naturally. 72-4-2 is the score for India. We were forced off, about 10-12 minutes before lunch. Revised session times are 3 o'clock to 5:05, and then tea, 5:25 to 7. Although play can continue until 7:30 p.m. 60 overs remain in the day. The Bear noisily joins me.
And Gus Atkinson is going to come in around the wicket, having a nice little rest. And sides it out and leaves it through to the keeper, and there is no run.
I thought I was doing ball by ball.
No, I think I'm doing ball by ball.
Tony, who's doing ball by ball? Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought it was me.
That's okay.
He said I was on at 3, but what am I doing? Oh,
you're doing that. It's all so confusing, Hendo. It's all so confusing.
Well, it is when he tells me I'm on at 3 o'clock, and I thought he was talking ball by ball.
Left alone outside the off stump, and there is no run. It's okay. You can give us your wise words anyway, Hendo.
Well, wise words. I don't know if I've got any of those, but. Well, I haven't got anything from people at the moment. It's not wet here in Croatia, says MX.
Well, that's nice to know. You're having a heat wave out there.
Have they got a team?
I imagine they do. They play in that Euro League, don't they? Like with all the other idiots down there.
Iceland are decent these days, aren't they?
Well.
thrown up wide outside the off stump by Atkinson, and there is no run. I don't know. We'd have to ask Cato that one.
Yeah, but we have an in with the Iceland team. We commentated on them once, didn't we? Up at Hampton Hill, I think it was.
They're good on social media, the Iceland.
Oh, very good, very good. And in fact, if you can get hold of Cato's book, which I forget the name of it.
Something about old Icelandic people, wasn't it? And crazy people.
Yeah, but it was about cricket in Iceland. It was really, really good. Really good book.
Had some good tales when he did the podcast, didn't he?
Yeah.
That one, Saisad Arson on the back foot defends into the offside, and there is no run.
Yeah, go on.
Oh, I was just going to say, resuming India on 72 for 2 after 23.4 overs, a run rate marginally over 3. England a bit up and down this morning. Atkinson got an LBW in review. Stone dead, don't know why the umpire didn't give it, although it looked a bit weird at the time. And Kyle Rahul chopped onto his stumps. Some wayward bowling from Josh Tongue as well, with some good deliveries.
Wayward's putting it mildly at the start, Ben.
Well, he got. I think he went for 14 after 4 overs. 13 were in wides after his first over. That one's left alone through to the keeper, and there is no run, or at least 11, maybe 12.
I do like the idea of someone bowling 13 wides one by one, rather than going for 2 lots of 5 wides. The longest over in history. That'd be quite fun.
I mean, they were so wide that you could probably pick half the crowd out and they'd have managed to get it on roughly the same level of accuracy. They were bad.
They were terrible. He's got an odd action though, Josh Tongue.
I was saying that during the break.
That's left alone through to the keeper, and there's no run. It's not very repeatable.
Yeah, he's way off, as we were saying, way off the perpendicular. His arms all over the shop, and he just didn't look right that first over at all.
No, but he nearly knocked Satarson off his feet as well, didn't he? Did you see that ball?
No, I heard about it.
Fucking full in swinging, quick delivery. Got inside edge onto his pads and basically took his feet out from underneath him.
Because he's a talented bowler. He's got something about him. I was just saying, I was being contrary, saying, could that single over stop him from getting on the plane to Australia? Because that sticks in the mind, doesn't it?
It does, but it depends how he comes back, doesn't it? And if he starts getting a few wickets, I think.
If he gets a hatful.
Well, if he bowls out the tail again, like he has done several times. Jamie Overton is going to start from the other end after lunch, tea, rain break.
We don't seem to have an.
Oh no, we won't have had a Jamie. You have to go and search for him. I don't know if he was in the squad or not at the beginning. His first ball starts outside leg stump and then swings to almost straight.
It almost got to leg stump, didn't it?
It did. Shubman Gill couldn't get a bat on it, and there's no run. There's certainly a lot of movement in the air today, which makes a change.
Yeah, it is nice to see, isn't it? I mean, anything to help the bowlers in this series, because it's
terrible,
just,
isn't it?
It's and the rain might. The last thing any of us want is a washout. Even as an England fan, you want to see a proper match. But a bit of rain, anything that gives the pitch a bit of zip, gives the bowlers something, because all this controversy about the balls this year being it's not fair on the bowlers.
No, it's not. It's been that's a decent delivery as well. Fullish. Got a little movement in the air, but it's well defended by Shubman Gill up to mid on, no run.
I was just about to say he's coming into this game in good form, having got 6 wickets for Somerset the other day. Well, of course, I'm thinking of Craig Overton.
Racist.
Yes, indeed. Well, we've got Jamie, and I think we've got a newish jingle for him.
They'll get you now, Jamie Overton's how he'll get you out, because the pitch belongs to bowlers. Jamie Overton is the best of all, because the pitch belongs to
squares one again. Good delivery. And then there's a bit no after you clawed in the middle of the pitch. It's totally squared him up outside edge. No run.
He's getting some away swing, isn't he?
He is
At
indeed.
pace as well. That was 87 miles an hour, that last delivery.
Yeah, he's quicker than his brother. And I mean, if he hadn't had all these injuries, he probably would have been a regular in this England team, to be honest, because he can bat as well.
Yeah. Although they kept picking him in the ODI. It was
the ODI
that's different.
Side. That's slightly different.
It was slightly different, but they kept picking him at fucking number 7. It was total nonsense. And then he'd get out first ball or second ball. Yeah, it was dreadful.
Well, he's got a 97 against New Zealand in his Test career.
Yep. Overton in again. That one's too far down the leg side. Goes through to Jamie Smith pretty rapidly though. Pulls his head away as he takes it. Yeah, it is nice to see a wicket that looks like it might have something in for the bowlers, especially on a day one with a bit of overheads and a green pitch. Hopefully it browns out and becomes a batting paradise for England, and then
that would be ideal.
rain.
They were saying I was reading about the pitches at the Oval have been greener as a sort of matter of course the last few years. I don't remember that. I always remember the Oval pitches being baked, you know.
Decent ball again from Overton. It's good over straight after the break, making Shubman Gill think. He defends that out to the offside. There is no run.
Yeah, I mean, they used to be. It used to be an absolute batting paradise in the late 70s or mid 70s through to mid 80s for sure.
But wasn't it supposedly the hardest pitch in England? I always thought the Oval was. So
it was quicket. It was probably one of the quickest, but in a way that was good because it was kind of true.
You just come onto the bat nice.
Yeah, you just had to put the bat there and it would fly off.
Unless you're a West Indies crick and it goes in the stumps.
Well, yeah. Nice drive, last ball of the over. Shame, spoils it really. It's going to end up being 4. Beautiful drive by Shubman Gill through the covers.
Now my innings going, great guns. I hit the ball, 4 runs. I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
That's one of the memories of the summer is the Shubman Gill extra cover drive. It's a thing of absolute beauty.
He's been a pain in England's side, hasn't he, this summer? Along with KL Rahul.
And you've got to give him so much credit that he picking up the captaincy. I mean, there were so many retirements from the Indian team before they came that you thought, do they actually care about the series? And he's proved that and then some. I mean, remember 252 is his target across both innings. This test to overtake Bradman's record as an overseas player in England. Yeah. So, I mean, it's a long way from that, but an astonishing series as a batsman and captain.
Syed Arson gets on a back foot as Atkinson comes around the wicket. Punches it through the covers. It won't get to the boundary though, and it'll be 2 runs. Still grey and overcast in South London.
Well, I heard that the weather was supposed to be moving south, but whether it's going to move south quick enough, I don't know. Whether we're going to get any more in the Oval.
Well, I thought
area.
it was going through till 4, 5, 6 o'clock. I mean, we might get showers later in the afternoon.
Just further to that stat, by the way, they're just showing on the screen. So Shubman only needs 33 or 34 to overtake Gavaskar's Indian record in England.
Yeah.
You've got to say he's odds on to do that.
Indeed. Syed Siddharthan plays inside that ball from Gus Atkinson.
You can imagine Sunil will be somewhere in a commentary box seething at the prospect of losing a record. Yes, angry Sunil.
Yeah, I met Sunil Gavaskar.
Was he nice?
He seemed alright. It was more interesting in the tennis than the World Cup final. I think it was Federer Djokovic at
I
Wimbledon
suppose
final.
India weren't playing, were they?
Yeah, that's true. Atkinson around the wicket. Closes the bat face on it. Syed Siddharthan will get himself a single down to long leg.
I seem to remember Spurs were playing that afternoon as well. I had 3 screens on the go. It was heaven. I obviously I know the cricket went our way. Did Federer beat Djokovic that year? One can only hope. I
can't remember.
I can't remember. I don't think so, because I think Federer was again.
No, I think it was a bit late for him.
Yeah, he was chasing
unless that was his last one. It could have been his last one.
Might have been.
No, maybe that was 2017. I'm sure listeners will be able to pipe up and tell us. But I'm pretty sure Spurs lost that day, so I didn't get my hat trick.
Well, Spurs, you've got Thomas Frank now.
Thomas Frank and a Europa League title, thank you very much.
Well.
One with blisteringly audacious football.
Oh, yes. God, yes.
Atkinson over the wicket. Squares up. Shubman Gill. They think about a run, and Syed Siddharthan is sent back. It's good movement to the right-hander here. Surely he's got to get a little nibble sooner or later.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Because it was Overton that was getting it from the other end, and now Atkinson is getting a little bit of movement
from both
away.
ends.
Yep.
This is English conditions. This is what you want. Might be worth getting Wokes on.
Oh,
that's a replay.
That's a replay.
Well, Syed Siddharthan could have. Yeah, they could have got a single because he was halfway up the track and then sauntered back into his crease. Atkinson again, shorter, just knocked into the offside. They go through for the quick single and they get it. That was very well run. Literally just dropped it in front of him.
And this is something I don't think we've seen from India touring sides in England for a long time. They've shown this tenacity. They didn't roll over in the last match when everyone thought they would. And throughout, they've got, given, again, like I say, they had these retirements before the series, this pugnaciousness about them.
Yeah.
They're making for it. It's for a fantastic series, isn't it?
Yeah, it has. That pitch at Manchester was pretty shocking by the end.
Was awful. Yes.
I mean, it started off okay. It looked like it was coming onto the back. But you thought it would break up more than it did, and it just didn't. Although there was talk before the game, actually, that's short, too short, so Arsenal put his bat in front, inside the line, and there is no one. Go on, Hendo, give us some.
Yeah, well, there aren't any real contributions on YouTube if you discount Lucky Singh, who's just sending us a tweet per 30 seconds, it would appear at the moment. None of them are saying very much except love the Lionesses, Subman Gill, keep going, go Subman Gill.
Okay. We had a no ball, by the way.
We have a no ball.
Not many people in that Venn diagram of Shubman Gill and Lionesses fans. I mean, there must be some.
Yes.
But it's great to hear.
Well, I suppose I am. I mean, I was actually. I mean, I don't really love women's football, but I was watching the final. I watched the extra time, and
there was a crazy stat about England and the Lionesses. Atkinson around the wicket, last ball of the over. It's really short. It could be another wide.
It is.
So we'll have another ball. That England in the knockout stages were only ever ahead for 4 minutes.
Yes, that is sort of almost perfect football.
It is, isn't it?
Is that you?
Yes.
It's the absolute antithesis of what we're used to.
Yeah.
And indeed, I'd say as a Spurs fan, it's like you only need to be winning at one specific moment in time.
And presumably that was after Kelly's penalty in the semi-final against Italy when they were 2-1 up.
Yes.
Will Reynolds is upset that you're a Spurs fan.
I'm sorry, Will. I'm sorry for myself. I'm upset about it as well.
Well, Spurs fans, you just laugh at them,
Ooh,
don't you?
that's
a decent ball. Just beats the outside edge of Siddharthan's bat, and there is no run. 82 for 2 after 26. Hendon.
Yeah, I mean, the funny thing was I've been out all day on the, was it the quarter-final when they played Sweden? And I got in, and I turned it on. There was 78 minutes gone, and it was England 0, Sweden 2. And I said, oh dear, England are going out of the Euros. And then 2 minutes later, it was 2-2.
Yeah. And then the same thing happened against Italy.
Well, yeah, but
it was in 94 minutes. They were 1-0 down or something, and then they scored that goal.
Yeah,
like, oh my
but
God.
I think
Adjumang was fantastic, wasn't she?
What I remember about that Swedish game was the penalties. They were awful.
Yeah,
like both teams.
Both teams were terrible.
Listen, sorry, go on.
Overton's in again, defended by Shubman Gill. Out of the covers, no run.
I have to correct you both on the penalty shootout, just in the sense that you only have to be better than the other team.
Well,
something which the men's team historically have failed to do. And it's a bit like you can only judge a pitch once both teams have batted.
Yes.
Likewise, you only have to be relatively good in a penalty shootout, and the Lionesses have been multiple times.
Yeah. I'll come back to that after this ball. Something to add to that.
Shubman Gill facing up and jabbed into the offside by Shubman Gill. Facing up to Jamie Overton. He'll get himself a single and get himself off strike.
What struck me in that that penalty shootout against Sweden was, okay, both teams missed quite a few penalties, but I didn't understand it when Sweden only had to score to win, and their fifth penalty, and they sent their keeper up to take the penalty. And she missed.
Yeah, she ballooned it over the bar.
Yeah, I mean, there were no? Are they saying there were no outfield players good enough or strong-minded enough to go out and volunteer?
She might have a good spot kick on.
Yeah,
her.
exactly. I mean, isn't there a men's team where one of the regular penalty takers is one of the keepers? I can't remember who it is. It might well. Oh wow! Now that's come back a long ways from Siddharthan. He's pulled his arms and hands and bat out of the way very well. But he's getting an extravagant movement through the air here as Jamie Overton.
No, it's not. My point isn't so much that. I mean, because yes, goalkeepers have taken penalties before.
And free kicks. The most famous Chilavert, is it the Paraguayan keeper? He used to take World Cup free kicks and he scored a few.
Was he the guy who did the scorpion in the goal?
No, that was Higuita, the Colombian.
Higuita.
But Jose Luis Chilavert, look him up. Amazing player.
Overton again jumps on Siddharthan. He's given her a right working over here. England will feel a bit disgruntled if they don't get a wicket in this passage of play.
I mean, it's a really good little spell from Overton. 88, he's regularly 88. I mean, he's only bowled 4 overs. He may get tired, but he's getting it to swing. He's getting it to bounce.
Well, I'll sort of say it again. I think these are Ash's auditions. I really do. And he's doing himself no disservice with this spell.
I think he'd be quite useful in Australia.
I think he would be.
Overton. I mean, my thoughts on the Ashes are that one's full and swinging in, and Cyrus Arson defends it a little bit sketchily, but it's not a problem. There's no one. You take an expanded squad with every single fast bowler that you can think of who's actually fit.
Well, why not? I agree with you.
Yeah, but I don't think they're going to need to do that because, as I understand it, an England A team is going to go out at the same time. So you just make sure you've got the right people in your A team, and you can move them in at any time you want.
That's true.
Well, that's what they've got to do. Incidentally, Siddharthan, just as Overton comes in, 28 off 81.
I know, it's been slow. That one again comes in, but there's an appeal. There's nowhere near the fucking bat, Jamie. No. There's about 3 inches between bat and
It didn't look out, but occasionally those can be feathers, can't they?
Yeah, they can, but
it didn't look out.
No.
Let me do some tweets. Lucky Singh thinks that women's football is better than men's football.
No.
Results-wise for England, yes.
Very much so.
I mean, it's a smaller field at the moment, isn't it? There aren't enough good teams that have got. There are enough teams that have got the resources put into women's football yet. I think. It's hard enough for some teams, particularly in parts of Africa, to get men's teams together in some respects. So to actually get a women's team, which is going to be, whether you like it or not, lower down their list of priorities.
Atkinson in, that one darts back in, hits the pad, but it's probably going down and high. There is not even an appeal, no run. Oh, it looked pretty good actually.
I think that hurt Gill, that did.
Yeah, I think it did.
That shot back, didn't it?
Yeah.
I absolutely love women's football, says Will. Michelle Aguiman is incredible. She's one of those people that is amazing at everything and is really lovely.
She's a pianist as well.
Is she?
She has to have a piano of some description in her room, so she can
just have a little Casio keyboard.
Have a little. Well, I'm sure that'll do. Why not? Good demos on that. Yeah.
What is it? Not the polka. What's the one?
A bossa nova.
That's the one.
Yeah, everyone loves a bossa nova.
Bossa Nova soundtrack from a Casio keyboard. That one's just dropped into the offside.
He's got him!
He's run himself out, Shubman Gill. He's just dropped it into the offside. He set off for the single. It was never there. Gus Atkinson has picked it up on his follow through, and for once, an Englishman has struck the stumps. Apart from Stokes, no one has. And Shubman Gill bows his head in shame, and so he should. There was never a run on there. What the fuck was he thinking? And England get a bonus wicket. They deserved a wicket, but they haven't got it how they thought they would, which is probably an edge through to the keeper. He's just hurtled down the wicket. He's just played it back to Atkinson. We know what he was thinking.
And that is great fielding from Atkinson.
It was.
Off his follow through to have the sort of steadiness to.
He didn't get rid of it too quickly.
Yes, he had all 3 stumps to aim at, to be fair to him. But as you say, Bear, the fielding this summer from England has not been great.
No.
And Atkinson, that is fantastic. To get rid of the captain, he was looking dangerous.
Run,
fantastic.
Rabbit, run. You dug a hole too deep, I won. Leave because you're done.
I think I've heard this one before.
I haven't.
Look around while walking off the ground.
Jeff.
It's obviously a Pink Floyd take.
Yeah, very much so.
But
I
don't think we'll get it dinged.
No, you can't call him a rabbit, though. And I'm going to stick up for Shubman on that front. But, I mean, how many run-outs have we... As you say, Wokes, is it 1 or 2 this season? 2.
I think the Stokes one of Pant.
Yes, that's right.
Which was a good run-out.
I didn't know the lyrics to that one before I played it because I'd never heard it before, but I will play this one instead, see what happens.
Okay. He called me for a single and my stump shattered. Do don't run, 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 do don't run, run.
There you go.
Well, it's Karen Nair's back in.
Oh, he's back.
In, out, shake it all about. It's a bit like the Hokey Cokey.
Yeah, he must wonder what he's done.
Well, he hasn't done enough. He's got starts and never gone on, has he?
Yeah, but then, Well, Sutterson is still there, so he got 60 in the last game, so yeah, fair enough, I suppose.
Listen, he's played 10 matches and he's got an average of over 40. I mean, Crawley hasn't got an average of over 40.
Cool, stylish liar, swinging, slashing, classy batting action. Good and Carranea, triple century holder. He'll maybe one day, maybe he'll play away from Indian against England. He spanked him. Oh yeah, it's
That is one of Mog's best, I think. I have to say.
Well, I don't know what Shivan Gill was thinking there. Well, yeah, but his average is basically bolstered by 303 not out against England.
Yeah, it's true. Actually, that's very similar to Crawley, isn't it? Who
Yes.
has these occasional mega scores, followed by not much in between. But there's
Well, Atkinson in tonight, outside his off stump, lets it through to the keeper, and there is no run. Of course, after this bloody wicket, we got the fucking two left-handers, Washington Sundar and Jadeja. Jadeja, and those two bat very well, you have to say, at Manchester, although Jadeja should have been out first ball. It's a bit annoying.
He's just, I mean, he played it wide of, I mean, Atkinson did have to move on off the cut pitch, and I mean, he had to go over. But
like 2 yards.
He just dropped it and then ran, didn't he?
I know, it's craziness. Oh, well, that one's coming back in. Karen Knight has a little bit of a drive inside half of the bat, goes to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
I think if you look at it in the round, what happened was the previous over they'd dropped a single like that and run it really well, and we were all praising them.
Yeah, but
I think the difference was he wasn't expecting Atkinson, because there was no fielder. He could have dropped that to the fielder, but just not to Atkinson.
Yeah,
that's the problem.
Well, the one before he dead batted a much squarer, so I didn't go anywhere near back towards the bowler, and sort of went out to where that little patch of grass is on the second wicket across. But that one's just gone straight back towards the bowler on his follow through. Oh, that's a decent ball going away and then nibbles off the seam a little bit.
Did too much, really.
Yeah, it did do. Karen there lets it through. No run. He's none.
Okay, let's get up to date. I'm told by Will that the Swedish goalkeeper takes pens for her club. Well, yeah, I mean, I can remember seeing Ray Goddard for Wimbledon in the 70s taking a penalty in a League Cup game against Orient. But I do think that there should be players out there with the bottle to say, I'm an outfield player, I can take this.
Yeah.
And Nick Vickers says pretty much the same thing. I think for penalty shootouts, the gaffer is looking for 5 hands to go up. That's why Batty took one in 98. Sometimes there are better attacking players who don't have the bottle. Absolutely right.
Yeah, it's true.
Yep.
They don't want to get slated in the press. Oh, edged! But, well, I think it might have been glove. Softly came off that into the ground and didn't carry through to the slips. No run.
Another interesting thing in that, just to go to that shootout again, when the Lionesses beat Spain, it was interesting that they left Chloe Kelly as late as they did in the shootout. There's a mathematical thing was done. There was some sort of research done on the idea that you should leave your best penalty takers to the end of the shootout. And England did that. They put Niamh Charles had only just come on. You're like, God, you can give her a penalty. She's like a Class A candidate to miss one. Of course, and she buried it.
Yeah. Yep.
So it's interesting to see. I've rarely seen men's teams follow that logic that you actually keep your best players back.
Yep, I agree.
That one again, he's getting extravagant movement. That's off the seam. I mean, it's seamed back in, but then straightened. Swung back in and straightened. That's no run. Siddharthan leaves it through to the keeper. No run.
Also, I've seen more often than you would expect, the team that scores the first penalty often loses the shootout. I mean, more than I would. I mean, I don't know. I haven't done the stats on it, but in
Is this like bowling first, Hendo?
I just said it.
Put them in.
I've
not
learned,
on this pitch.
I've learnt over the years not to worry if we miss our first penalty, because if they've...
Oh, wow, that's a filthy delivery. May well be wide, but fortunately it's been stopped by first slip. It went away this time and was way too wide.
We're into the territory. This has got to be the potentially the widest bowling England have done in a long time now.
Well, it is the B11 bowling. Well, it's not really the B11, but it's just players who've been injured all season and haven't had much of a go. And Wokes, who's knackered probably.
But there must be a stat. What is the highest number of wides England have conceded in an innings? Because we must be getting on for it already, I think.
Well, that's true. I mean,
not just extras. I'm talking about specifically wides.
Wides, yeah. I mean, I think back to Harmison's first ball in the Ashes of 2006-07 over in Australia, which kind of went to second slip. and that kind of set the tone.
Oh,
It did.
mate.
For a
I remember being
disaster.
so excited about it. I was doing an auction for Homes Under the Hammer, and we were in. I used to think it was kind of the witch capital of Somerset. I can't remember.
Where?
I can't remember what it's called. That one's well timed by Caronet Square, but it stopped. And
It's
there
not
is
Wells, is it?
No.
Bishop of Bath and Wells.
Crewkern or something like that?
No, it's kind of like all fucking signs lead to it, but it devises.
Oh, yeah.
But it's like a tiny little village, but you go anywhere in Devon and all signs. So I thought it was like a big sort of Mason's place or something like that.
Well, they should be left to their own devices.
Yeah, well, exactly.
Hey.
But I was there, we were staying in a hotel, and I was so excited. And I stuck on the radio in the little hotel room we were staying above the Bear pub or whatever it was. And the first ball went to the fucking thing, and I listened to the first hour, and we were getting slaughtered. I thought, oh, fuck's sake, this is all going wrong, isn't it? That's defended and fielded off his own bowling by Jamie Overton, no run.
It is amazing how first balls in Ashes series that I can remember in Australia have really set the tone. I mean,
this is a I mean, well, it's is it Slater's famous 4? It's
Yes.
smashed.
Yes, and also, I mean, I can remember. Yeah, that's right, and it was De Freitas bowling. The rain's back, by the way, unfortunately.
No, there's only a couple of umbrellas up. Maybe they might saunter through.
Man putting on a red anorak.
That one's shorter, defended, back down the track, and there is no run. But it's okay, we've had our stint. It's exactly where we're off after this over anyway. So.
But going back to that start of the Ashes, I think there was that. There was Harmison's first ball in 2006-07, and then 2021, where there was Rory Burns bowled round his legs by Mitchell Starc. And you just thought, oh, here we go.
Well, I've got an unusual compatible. I'll give it to you in a second.
Oh, that's a decent ball. Gets him in the knackers.
No, a bit higher.
He's a short man. It's
The bread basket.
There is no run off the last ball of the over. Are they going off? Are they going to switch around? They're staying on,
staying
I think,
out.
for the time being.
Yeah.
No, I remember. The other one I remember, I think it might have been that same series. No, it wasn't the same series from the face it before. There's another series. I was watching, it was a Boxing Day test. And I was at my brother's, and I just got together with Lena, so that must have been like 2002, 3, somewhere around there. And fucking Slater was run out, and they didn't go upstairs. And he went on to get 100 or something. I think they're going off. They are indeed going off.
Oh, sad.
That's a real shame for England, because it's really been doing a bit. And talking about those wides, I think actually part of that is at times the ball's been uncontrollable. You know, they just let it go and it just keeps going, doesn't it?
Yeah, I'd love to say that's what happened with Josh Tongue, but sadly his radar was off.
Yeah, no, I agree, but I think maybe the one that Overton bowled just a moment ago.
Yes, more of that. I'll give you a bit of a high art culture to mix in with what we're talking about, the first ball of an Ashes series. If you're into your epic poetry,
right?
So your Homer and Virgil, each of these epics, the very, very first word of these sort of 15,000, 17,000 line poems, you can boil it down to the first word of the poem. So the Iliad, the first word is wrath. Well, that's what it's about. Achilles.
Don't need to read the next 15,000
fucking paddy, yeah. The Odyssey, the first word is man, because it's the tale of what a man will and won't do in order to get home and the rest of it. And the Aeneid, it's arma virumque, the first 2 words, it's arms and the man. It's about a war and about a man's journey home. So I would say the Ashes follow an epic tradition of the very first ball dictating the entire thing.
Do you know what? You should ring up the Times and offer that as an article, because I absolutely love that sort of shit.
Okay. I'll do that. I'll time it for the next Ashes in December.
Yes.
And they'll love it. Yeah.
Absolutely.
There we go. Watch this space.
Yes,
well, maybe
indeed.
we should do it for us, actually. And we'll
maybe do it at the we've got a very discerning listenership, haven't we? Let's do some tweets then, since there's going to be a delay. Will Reynolds says, apparently Michelle Adjumang is doing philosophy at King's.
Oh, wow.
Will says, I've been going to Meadow Park since I was a kid. I'm way more into the women's game, but being an Arsenal fan does help, because they've always been the best team in England. Well, I don't think that's
Chelsea
really true.
were,
I mean, I know they won the Champions League, but Chelsea have been dominating everything for years.
I think he just means relative to their men's team.
Well, yeah.
Maybe.
Spurs fans.
Yeah, exactly. I've got a crow. We won something. Come on.
Yes.
Yeah, that's true. Kate Eleanor says, I had a place to do anthropology at King's, but I read English at Queen Mary's. The women's is good, says Nick Vickers, because they don't dive and argue with the ref all the time. Plus, people can afford to go and watch it. Well, I will agree with that last bit, but actually, they do a bit of diving.
They do.
And there are some dirty fouls.
Yes.
It's beginning to come in. Chloe Kelly, Lucy Bronze, bronze respect, top left, top corner of net, says Lucky Singh.
Lucy Bronze is incredible.
Well, that is I mean, to play the whole game with a fractured
tournament.
I want to know what sort of fracture it was, because you can't play football with a fractured fucking tibia. It must have been a tiny fracture.
Well, yeah.
And that's fair enough.
Yeah.
But I mean, the idea we all have in our head is just some massive fracture down her tibia, and she was somehow playing through that. It's not that.
Well, what I will say though about her generally though is that she's been England's best player for such a long time, and it's so rare to be the best player and to influence a game from fullback like she does. Very few in the men's or women's game have been such an influential player in a team from that position. You've got to be damn good to be able to do that.
Well, the header against Sweden that got England back in the game, it was great. Floated in the back, snuck in the back, no one had her. Great header.
Mayank says, England winning football and stuff just makes me irritated. Don't like the English winning anything. You're not the only one, are you? There's plenty of people.
There's plenty of people out there who don't.
And it's a rarity.
It is. Well, that's true. That's true.
Apart from the Lionesses, to be fair.
Indeed. Bernard Murray rather sour-facedly says, most of the penalties are at 2 feet either side of the goalkeepers, hence so many saves. Yeah, but that's true of a lot of penalties.
Well, what I noticed
in general,
what I noticed in the game against Sweden when so many were getting missed was because they don't hit it so powerfully.
Yeah,
the Swedish goalkeeper, she'd take a couple of steps along the line, and and then somehow England kept hitting it to her fucking short side, and because they didn't hit it very powerfully, she was there all the time. It was like, hit it the other side.
That is the one thing. Just to be fair to you made a good point there, Bella. Because they don't hit it quite so powerfully. So 12 yards is a different proposition for a keeper. And I noticed even in the Spain shootout that basically the thing to do is to be patient.
Yeah.
Because if they're not struck cleanly enough,
if they're not right in the corners, you've got time.
Obviously, equally they're not as tall, or some of the keepers aren't as tall, so it sort of equalises a little bit. But you're right. The worst thing you can do is preempt, I think, in a women's shootout.
Well, yeah, I mean, Bon Matty's penalty was terrible.
Yeah, it was awful.
But very few penalty takers actually have the guts to go high. So they tend up being quite low, and I think that's probably goalkeepers know that now, and they go low, don't they? I mean, you never see them diving to a higher ball and being able to tip that.
I mean, you've got to play the odds, haven't you? I mean, if you go sort of mid-height, and dive towards one corner, as you say. But I mean, this is it. I think the best penalty takers hit it high and in the corners.
There's some interesting some stories about shootouts. That the first time the England men ever won a shootout was, do you know? It was against
probably Scotland.
It was Spain, Euro '96.
Is that right?
And one of the Spaniards who missed the penalty was the uncle. His name's Tony Nadal, uncle of Rafael Nadal.
Oh, right.
And he ended up coaching
Rafa.
Yeah. And there is an argument that he was his lack of glory as a Spanish footballer, which led him to feed Rafa with that desire. So it could be that by beating Spain in a European Championship quarter-final shootout, England caused Rafael Nadal's dominance on the clay courts and etc.
And effectively meant that Andy Murray would not win as many majors as he might have done.
And Federer and beyond.
Federer.
Yeah.
Indeed. It's like Tony Nadal, of course, was a kind of always there, wasn't he, alongside Nadal at matches. But I didn't realise he played football for Spain.
Yeah, he was a defender.
That is news to me.
I mean, England's men's record in penalties is fucking appalling, isn't it?
Well, it is.
It's getting better, I think.
Well, it started to get better, and then it's got worse again. So there was we beat Colombia in the World Cup, which was the first time we'd won a World Cup shootout. But since then, was it against Italy we lost a shootout in was that the final of Euro?
Euros.
And so I think the taste is bitter once again.
Indeed so. The most number of, or the most wides in a test innings is 21 by Australia, of all people, versus the West Indies in 2008, says Mayank.
Well, we're already at 20 extras here, so that is surely...
There's a couple of no balls in there, but the rest
but
are probably wide.
So I think...
leg byes
There's
too,
a chance. There's a chance, for sure, depending on how long the innings lasts, if we get back on today. The second most is England's 15 against the West Indies in 2007.
They must have passed that, right?
No, we think 13 so far.
So
14?
is it
13, 14.
I don't know. We could look on Cricket.
We'll have to look it up in a minute. Oh! We've got a super chat.
We need more of those, please, peeps.
Yeah, we do need. We're getting a bit. We're getting a bit depressed by the lack of super chats today.
Super chat cash, super chat cash, super chat cash.
Zippy Tuna $2 says, please improve the weather. Thank you.
We'll try.
We'll try.
I'll tell you what I'll do.
Yeah.
If we get 5 super chats, I'll tell you who I'm interviewing as Count Binface next week.
5 super chats to find out who Count Binface is interviewing next week. That's John's alter ego, if you didn't know about that. So get on those super chats. In the meantime, I'll read other tweets. The first ball by Stark in 2021, says Mayank, to Burns was poetry.
It wasn't.
What? No, it was a kind of it was like a really bad limerick, if you ask me. Muttley says, just got up from a nap, say I haven't missed much, and now more bloody rain.
Yeah.
Yeah, Hendo, and there you went, straight into ignominy. I don't know what that's about, Leah. Perhaps it was something I said a while back. She also goes on to say, this reminds me of Lords in 2018 when India got the worst of the on-again, off-again due to rain during their first innings, and England won comfortably. Well, we don't mind if that happens again.
We don't mind if that happens again.
Does anyone like American baseball, says Lucky Singh? No, not really.
I do try.
I've tried.
I went to...
Me too.
In London and City Field, but I was just unlucky enough to see the Mets getting hammered. So there wasn't much of a match to it.
I think I saw Toronto Blue Jays v somebody in Toronto. But most of the game I saw, what's that tower in Toronto? The CN Tower. And it's got a glass floor that you can look through. And the first part of the game, I was looking at it from about, I don't know how high it is, 1,000 feet up, watching it through the glass from there, but then went to watch the rest of the game. Yeah, I don't know, baseball, I try to get into it, but people criticise cricket. I just find there's too much not happening.
And there's, from my understanding of it, I read there's a very good book by Nate Silver, The Signal and the Noise, and he talks about statistics on all sorts of levels.
Yeah.
And he says how what's fascinating about baseball is it's one of the rare sports where across a season, even the team that does best will lose a third of its matches.
Right.
I'm sure listeners will be able to tell me if that's right or wrong, but because they play so many games.
They play something like 130 games?
Yes.
Or something ridiculous.
So the margins are different, and so you go along, and it's not cheap to go and watch a match, and you can watch your team have a sort of outlier results. Now some people might say that's great because it means there's more sort of mystery in each individual match, but it's a sort of different proposition to most sports.
I've never really liked American sports generally, not necessarily because of the sport, but just the hype around them. I find it.
It's Americanism.
Well, I know, but it's come. I mean, we've been absorbing that, haven't we, with T20 cricket in particular, and the 100, and the constant music, the constant noise, and I personally find that a bit off-putting. But there you go.
I'll tell you another interesting thing though about American sport, and baseball is a good example, is that American sports tend, the Super Bowl being the key exceptions, tend to end in what we would consider like a test series, a best of
World Series.
Yes, and that's something we haven't picked up yet, and I'm grateful for that, because obviously if the FA Cup was a sort of 5 matches over a week and a half, it wouldn't be the same thing, would it?
No.
Well, yeah, I suppose you could also have a World Series of Test cricket at the end of the summer. That would go on forever, wouldn't it?
World Series cricket?
World Series of Test cricket.
Yes, indeed. Right.
That would be fun. I like American baseball, but I'm American, says Zippy Tuna, which is fair enough. Paradise Lost does the same thing. That's Will Reynolds talking about, presumably about your first word in epic poems. Spain were diving all over the place in the final. Was so happy England won. What's that? Lucy Bronze is insane in a good way, I think he means. That's Sippy Tuna.
Just tell us what was that epic one again, Hendo?
Oh, Paradise Lost.
Yes.
Yes? Okay.
First words of paradise or lost, by any chance?
What is the first word of Paradise
I'm trying to
Lost?
remember.
Don't know.
Living in Spain, says Nick, because I'm very happy we've finally beaten them in the final. I watched it in the local rugger pub, so I was safe to cheer on the Lionesses. Hannah, this is the goalkeeper, I presume, is only about 5'7". I think she's smaller than me, and I'm 5'8". Zippy, good to see both teams care about winning sports. Makes matches better. Oh, here we go. This is apparently, says Patrick Duggan, it was Miguel Angel Nadal, not Tony Nadal, who played for Spain. Brothers, I think.
Oh, we see it. Is that right?
Well, we're going to have to check that out now. I meant Arsenal were the best team in England when I was growing up.
Right.
Chelsea only really became a force after around 2010.
It was Emma Hayes, wasn't it? She won everything.
Yeah,
year
but I mean,
after year after year.
I mean, Chelsea only became a force of men's football once Roman Abramovich,
yes,
took control.
And Jose Mourinho.
Well, Chelsea fans would say that's not quite true. Although, I mean, obviously, I have no love for Chelsea. But
of course they
Matthew Harding piled enough cash in, and they won the FA Cup with Vialli and Ruud Gullit, didn't they? So
that's true.
So they were on the up before Abramovich took over.
Yeah, but they were very inconsistent at that time.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm very sore about that because in the semi-final they beat Wimbledon in '97, and we went out in both semi-finals that year of the League Cup and the FA Cup.
Well, and dare I say it, as a footnote to the main story in the '97 FA Cup, which the Chesterfields were absolutely done up like a kipper.
Oh, they were,
in the semi-final against Middlesbrough.
Yeah, totally. Zippy Tudor says, much like cricket, the more you know about baseball, the more you see is happening. You can get excited about how scoring pitching duels. Pretty certain Burns lost his middle stump first ball from Stark. It looked like to me he was bowled around his legs. He might have, if he was bowled around his legs and lost his middle stump, that's even worse.
But that says everything about Rory Burns' stance. Do you remember?
It kind of does.
Yeah.
John, your lot beat my lot in that friendly in Hong Kong just now.
Really? I know that Spurs were 1-0 up. But I'd love to know what happened.
Against who?
It was they did the North London derby in Singapore, was it?
Oh, my word.
Somewhere out east. And Pap Sarr lobbed the keeper, I know, to go 1-0 up, but I don't know what happened apart from that. Just on the cricket, can you believe I'm talking cricket? But just they brought up the bowling figures just before they showed highlights of the first test. Atkinson, 9 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 13, going at 1.44 an over. Now that is very healthy.
That is very healthy. He's bowled very well.
He has come back much better than I imagined that he would do. I think he's bowled really well since he's come into the England team. The only downside was when he was playing in a lot of those one-dayers in India at the beginning of this year, and he was getting smacked all over the place. But then maybe he's just not a specialist ODI or T20 cricketer. I don't know. I am a little bit worried about him when he goes to Australia, even though they say now the ball does move more in Australia. Because I think he's quick without being really pacey, and I think Australian batsmen will quite like that if it's not moving.
Yeah.
I think that will be the ideal pace for them.
It's interesting that it's quick without being pacey. It's also pacey without being dangerous, and I would say that's my big fear with Mark Wood. I've never seen such a fast bowler play for England and can be brilliant, but can also be so innocuous, and yet at 90 miles, that's very odd. Mark Wood's career.
I think with Mark Wood, part of it is to do with his lack of height. I mean, he's 5'11". He's not a big guy, so he doesn't really get the high arm, does he, to get that bounce?
Yeah.
And in fact, until relatively recently, he didn't really get any swing whatsoever. But he has begun to swing it in the last 2 or 3 years when he's been playing. Although that's been interrupted a lot by injury. Of man's first disobedience and the fruit is the first verse of Paradise Lost.
That proves my point, because the first word is of.
There you go.
And it's an of.
Of. It is all about of. North London Derby in Singapore, says CP Tuna. Football heritage at its finest. Correct, it was around Burns' legs, says for wrong. Barnaby Shepherd says games in the USA are based off the early years of baseball on the sheer side of the country. When East Coast teams play in LA, they usually travel down the West Coast playing 3 and 4 games series in cities. Okay, that's interesting. Thank you for that.
That's right.
And we're pretty much up to date on the tubes. So there's another rain delay. What time is it now? It's 10 to 4. Looking out the window here, not that far from the oval, it's grey without raining, but let's hope the rain moves over here, shifts away from the oval, and we can get a bit more cricket, because it was shaping up to be a really fascinating afternoon, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That little session of cricket. Really good stuff. Well, we could wibble for a bit longer, or we can put some highlights on. What do you think? We don't seem to be getting any super chats, so you're just gonna have to tell us who you're interviewing next.
No.
You can tell us off air.
I'll tell you off air.
Oh, right, okay.
No one else is going to know.
Is it Trump?
Oh God!
I'm not telling. I put my price. If you guys, if the listeners, come on,
people, I want to know.
They might not want to know. That's fine by me.
Well, it must be someone quite special.
Well, it depends on your definition.
It's true. That's true.
Well, I need to go and have a lie down.
Is it going to be Kemi Badenoch, the low energy weirdo, as she's referred to on Dead Ringers?
Yes.
I do enjoy that. Right. Well, let's go and put something on, Bear.
Okay.
And we'll find out off air. And
we'll see you soon.
We'll see you hopefully very soon. Yeah, absolutely.
Time to rethink bladder leaks. Visit tenna.co.uk/women. Always seek medical advice from your GP or pelvic health specialist.
Brace the rudder! Raise the sails! Raise the sails!
Captain, an unidentified ship approaching. Over.
Roger that. Wait, is that an enterprise sales solution?
Reach sales professionals, not professional sailors. With LinkedIn ads, you can target the right people by industry, job title, and more. To get £100 off your first campaign, go to linkedin.com/lead to claim your credit. That's linkedin.com/lead. Terms and conditions apply.
They did it again. Flower instead of flowers on my birthday. I'm 95 minutes late, but it's hard to leave when you've shared so much. Your postcode, your gluten intolerance. Then I saw it. 25% off your first Ocado shop. Plus free delivery. And I just knew I'd found the online supermarket of my dreams. Ocado, life delivered. Geographical restrictions. Min spend £60 and charges apply. Max saving £20. New customers only. Terms at ocado.com.
Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Guerrilla Cricket.
Good morning, good afternoon, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to Guerrilla Cricket. I'm Gorilla Hendo, Nigel Henderson. And alongside me today for this really special podcast is fellow Guerrilla commentator Tony Bishop. And the biggest name ever to grace the Guerrilla airwaves. Although Gladstone Small might have something to say about that. A man who scored more than 27,000 runs in international cricket, captained his country to 48 wins and 77 matches at the helm, and presided over some of England's most painful moments down under. Yes, Adelaide 2006, I'm thinking of you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's none other than Ricky Ponting. Hi, Ricky. Great to have you with us. Welcome to Guerrilla Cricket. How are you?
I'm great, guys. How are you all doing?
Yeah, we're not doing too badly, although, of course, we're licking our wounds after what happened at the beginning of the week. Have you recovered from that first test yet? I mean, what an experience that was.
It's a very small world, mate. I mean, I've obviously in the Australian camp all week, and I'm working in a heavily English commentary box for the last week, and sat back for the first part of that game, sort of, first 4.5 days of that game, really just taking little prods in the ribs right the way through that test match, and right at the end of the game, the Aussie boys obviously did the right thing and got across the line. But when I say it's a small world, actually, the day after the game, played golf with Brendan McCullum, and we talked all things Birmingham, all things Test cricket, and it was great to catch up with him. Yeah.
Did he give you any insights as to what's likely to happen at Lord's?
I don't think anything's going to change too much. Listening to him, I think they're pretty clear on the way that they want to play their cricket. With him and Ben, since they've been together, what they've been able to do with English cricket, but more importantly, I think world cricket. With the amount of people that were sitting back and watching and talking about last week's game is brilliant. And I know that they are thinking about that. They're thinking about what people think about the Test game and how can we make the Test match game more appealing to a lot of people, and how do we get viewers involved. And I mean, the television numbers through the week last week were absolutely through the roof. Whether it was Sky's numbers, I know, were astronomical, and obviously we had some people out from Australia doing the Channel 9 coverage, and the numbers back in Australia were huge as well. So, the anticipation for this series was massive. The contrasting styles between the two teams was something that everyone's talked about for a long time, and then to see it actually unfold and see two different ways and two different methods sort of come together over 5 days in Birmingham was unbelievably good to watch.
Was there a part of you that was pleased to see the traditional Test approach win out over the newfangled approach of Stokes and McCullum?
Well, only because it was Australia that was playing that way.
But generally not.
If it had been anybody else playing that way against Australia, I wouldn't have been that happy to see it. But I mean, it's refreshing. It's definitely refreshing to see the way that they're going about their cricket, and also listening to a lot of the messaging that's coming out about the way that they want to play. It's also good. But I think what we might see, though, I mean, I think England were unsure and a little bit nervous as to how that style was going to go against Australia, and was it going to stand up, and do we need to tweak anything to try and beat this very good Australian team? And I think we will see both teams probably make some little tweaks to the way they play their cricket in the second test at Lord's. So that's once again what's so intriguing about this series. I think the conditions will be different at Lord's than what we saw in Birmingham. England have probably got a few selection headaches they've got to work out as well. There's no way in the world that Moeen Ali can play again after what we saw with his finger. They'll probably talk about their keeper as well. Johnny Bairstow made some errors last week, but I've got a feeling that Brendan will want to keep him in the side because he offers so much with the bat. But England have probably got a few more questions to answer after Birmingham than the Australian team do.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, I just wanted to talk a little bit about Pat Cummins, because he's a player that well, certainly I, and I think the rest of us on Guerrilla Cricket, admire greatly. I mean, from the very start of his career when he burst onto the scene, and then the injury troubles that he has, and of course going back to the India tour, he had to go back from the India tour because he had his mother was very unwell. I mean, amazing that he could come out and perform like that. I mean, you probably know the guy quite well. I mean, what has he been going through?
Yeah, I know Pat really well. I actually handed him his baggy green cap as a 17-year-old in Johannesburg a number of years ago now. So, you know, I played a bit of cricket with Pat. I've watched him develop as a player and as a leader certainly as a leader over the last couple of years now. Yeah, I mean, things have been tough for him. You know, I think we quite often forget about what you know, these guys go through. We see them on the field, we see them playing their cricket, we make judgments about them as people and cricketers when we don't really know, you know, what's actually happening in their personal life. So Pat's, you know, he's had a tough time. You know, his mother passed away, and he had 3 months off cricket before the World Test Championship final, and I think, you know, I commentated that game, and I saw him bowling in that game. He looked like he was a long way off his best and a long way off where he needed to be. I think he bowled 10 no balls in that game, which is more than he's bowled in his last 10 Test matches combined. So, you know, it was obvious that he was lacking a bit of rhythm, but it didn't take long for him to get it back. I mean, everyone will remember his batting in the last innings of that Test match. But if you wind the clock back another day, he got 4 wickets in England's second innings as well. And as we know with Pat, they're always big wickets too. He gets the big players out. And, you know, they bowled England out for 270, and if they'd have gone on to get 300 plus, then it might have been a different result. So, you know, everyone should think about his all-round game, leadership, batting and bowling, and it'll go down in Ashes history as one of the great Test matches.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think the time that we thought there's something special happening here was when he got rid of Ollie Pope. I mean, that was almost an unplayable delivery, wasn't it?
Yeah, and he's been working on that particular ball for a long time. I mean, the people that haven't watched Pat bowl much would, you've probably not seen him swing the ball ever. He's more of a seam bowler, running, hit a line of length, and, you know, use his scrambled seam deliveries. But he has been working on that particular ball. He bowled it a couple of times in Australia a couple of years ago when India were out.
Right.
A big hooping in swinger, and he generally tries to bowl it as a Yorker, and he got it spot on to Pope the other day, and it was too good for him. So he's a very skillful individual, no doubt about that.
It was kind of odd because we hadn't seen much movement out there at all, had we? And then suddenly he just got hold of the ball and produced an absolute worldie from nowhere, it seemed.
Yeah, it was a bizarre game as far as conditions were concerned. I mean, Australia got those conditions, was it late on night, day 3, when it got cloudy and the lights came on and the ball started to move around a lot. And the interesting thing for me, which was a bit of a topic of debate in the commentary box late on day 5, was, you know, around England taking the new ball or not, because, you know, the old ball was hard to score with, but it was also less likely to get a wicket. When England did take that second new ball late on day 5, we thought that it would present some easier scoring opportunities, and it did, but we also felt that there would be a better chance of getting some wickets. But it actually didn't swing at all. The brand new ball right through that Test match in Birmingham didn't move. It wasn't until it got to sort of 15 to 20 overs old and the lacquer came off where the ball started to swing a little bit. And England didn't have enough time in the game to get to that stage where it would start to swing.
Yeah, we've been saying that it doesn't seem to swing until a few overs have gone by. I suppose the other thing that was interesting about that was how, as you say, whether to take the new ball. And the fellow commentators here, I wasn't on air at the time, but I was coming to the door and I was saying to people, don't take the new ball, because it looked to me as if, as you say, that lack of pace might have been what proved crucial. But it looks like, of course, then Joe Root stayed on, got that wicket of Alex Carey, and after that, Patrick Cummins hit a couple of sixes and everyone was laughing at me.
Yeah, I mean, the other part of that as well is when they did take the new ball, they opted not to give it to James Anderson, which was a little bit strange.
Do you think it was just because he'd just seen a little bit off colour in this Test? I mean, not quite the man that we know him to be.
Well, he said that as well, but if you watched him, I mean, it didn't look like he was that much off the mark. You're talking about England's leading ever Test wicket taker. And an Ashes Test match on the line. I know where I'm throwing the ball. Well, I'm throwing the ball straight to him. I mean, if Glenn McGrath's in my side and he wasn't at his absolute best, I still know where I'm going. I'll give it to him because I know he'll get the job done more often than not, regardless of how good a touch he's in.
So your advice to Ben Stokes would have been to turn to Jimmy Anderson.
Oh well, mate, hindsight's a wonderful thing. It might have been the same result, but if you're just playing percentages, which I mean, as a captain, a lot of the time you have to just play the percentages and think about what's the most likely scenario here. Like if you look at, I mean, you can answer this question yourself. If who's more likely to get you a Test match wicket, James Anderson or Ollie Robinson? I know which one I'm going to.
Yeah, very, very, very fair point. Now let's move on from the Test match. We'll probably return to it as we go through the interview. But let's talk about well, one of the reasons that we're here is because you've now got your own wine label, which we are proudly drinking and showing off to various people. Now, the first one that we've got here is the Mowbray Boy Pinot Noir. Tell us about your journey into wine, how you got into it, and how you've come to have your own wine label.
Well, firstly, you're making me very jealous. I'm sitting there watching you drinking wine. I'm sitting here with a big bottle of water beside me. This is not the way it's supposed to be.
This is Gorilla, mate.
This is Gorilla, mate. Come on in. Come and join us.
I was going to say, next time I'll do this in studio rather than...
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah. Our journey into wine. Well, I mean, my wife and I are both avid wine drinkers, if you like. You know, through my playing career, you know, I was lucky to travel, you know, lots of different countries around the world. I'll rewind it. I was actually introduced to wine mainly through my wife. You know, my background and upbringing in the northern suburbs of Tasmania, Launceston, on the, you know, almost brought up on the wrong side of the tracks, if you like.
Yeah.
I wasn't sitting around the dinner table having a glass of Pinot with my dinner. That's for sure. It was very much a barbecue and a beer sort of upbringing that I had. But you know, once I, you know, played a lot of cricket for Australia, a lot of the more senior guys in the team would have a couple of beers at the end of the day's play, and then move on to a glass of wine. You know, I met my wife, and she sort of she was a wine drinker, and so early days when we were dating, I'd take her out for dinner and look on the wine list and try and find the most expensive bottle of wine and try and impress her. And me not knowing anything about it, you know, it'd be a Margaret River Chardonnay or something. It'd be a couple of $100 that I'd have to fork out for dinner to try and impress her. But that's where it started. And you know, through the years now, I mean, I've been retired 11 years, and we've been together for about 22 or 23 years. It's been a really fun journey to go on. As I said, the countries that we travel to, the regions we go to, sampling different wines from different areas, and then to start our own business nearly 4 years ago now, it has been an incredible thing to do together. That's the point with this. It's a passion project for both of us. We both love wine, but we're also very passionate about this brand, and people need to understand that it is us. It's Rihanna and I. We're the major shareholders in the business. It's not, you know, we're not being paid to put our name on someone else's wine. This is our business, and we work on it every day. And we, so far, as I said, nearly 4 years in, we've loved the journey.
Well, I was going to say, I mean, as soon as I knew that you had this wine, I was thinking, oh, great, I've never heard about Tasmanian wine, generally speaking. You know, we talk about the Australian areas that are known, the Hunter Valley, Barossa Valley, various places like that. But you have, it's not a complete Tasmanian wine setup, but there are a couple of Tasmanian wines in that. And the Mowbray Boy, it's the first one that I'm holding up to the camera to show people. That's the first one we're talking about. Why did you feel that you wanted to represent where you were brought up? It's just something that you felt that's where you learnt your cricket and that's the community that you were in?
Yeah, it was the first thing I said to our winemaker and my other business partner, David Krenich, is that I want to be able to tell story through the brand as well. You know, I want to be able to tell stories about me, my life, my upbringing, obviously a bit about cricket, and tie all these stories in together. So, you know, being a very passionate Tasmanian, and you know, I wanted to have those Tasmanian wines in the range. So we've got the 3 Tasmanian wines in the range now, the 2 Pinot Noirs and a Chardonnay, and we're about to. There's a Pinot Gris. It's about to be bottled as well that we'll include into the range, which will be sold exclusively in Tasmania. But yeah, the Mowbray Boy. I mean, storytelling. If you asked anyone in Tasmania to describe me, the first thing they would say, "Oh, he's a Mowbray Boy."
Right.
You know, that Mowbray is my local cricket club. It's the suburb that I sort of spent my early teenage years in. And that's just how I'd be described. So, but as I said, the upbringing that I had, I don't think there'd be too many guys at the Mowbray Cricket Club that I grew up with that would ever have thought that I'd have my own wine range. Let's put it that way.
Will they be drinking it now, though? Have you converted them?
A couple, yeah. They're pretty hard to shift away from a BB can. Let's put it that way. No, it's the feedback we've had. And it's great that I've got that sort of support in my home state. I mean, a lot of people from Tasmania, I'm sure, even though we've got 9 or 10 different wines in the range, the Tasmanians are that parochial that they'd probably only buy the Tasmanian stuff and drink the Tasmanian stuff. So it's certainly been well received in my home state.
Talking of Tasmania, I visited there during the 2006-7 tour, and it was a lovely place to go. I really enjoyed it. I went to Hobart. I went out on the Southern Ocean, and it was superb. But with your roots there, have you ever felt that Tasmania has missed out in regards of being part of the Australian summer or Test summer? I mean, it always seems disappointing to me that there quite often isn't a Test. I know there was in the last Ashes, but quite often there hasn't been a Test there.
Well, yeah, there was in the last Ashes, but that was by default as well, remember, because they couldn't go to Perth. It was Perth.
That's right.
Game, so that was the only reason that game was moved from Perth down to Hobart, and it ended up being a night game too down there. Yes. So with a pink ball, which they'd never done before. Look, I do sometimes get a little bit disappointed that Tasmania hasn't been able to host more international games. But there are only so many games that can be played in Australia, and there's a lot of venues, and there's probably a few other venues in Australia that would say the same thing, that they feel like they're a bit starved. I mean, Canberra's probably another good example. We've got a terrific ground in Canberra, and I've been on the front foot for a number of years, and even when you talk about that Hobart Test match, I was very much on the front foot then. When it didn't look like it could be Perth, then I was on the front foot, basically demanding that it had to be Hobart.
I imagine your opinion carried a fair bit of weight.
Well, I'm not sure. It ended up being played there, so I guess it must have had something to do with it.
Okay, well, we're going to move on to what the Ashes is, which is the Pinnacle, and Tony's going to ask you some questions about the Pinnacle McLaren Vale Shiraz.
Yep. I can tell you we've done a couple of wine tasting evenings with your wine, Ricky, and the Pinnacle's gone down particularly well, you might be pleased to know. Well, obviously, what a first Test match. Do you still get the same tingle from the commentary box, or is it just a different tingle when you're watching an Ashes game not playing?
No, there's a tingle, absolutely, but it is a slightly different tingle. I mean, what I was going through with the microphone in hand the last 20 minutes compared to the tingle that Pat Cummins would have been feeling when he's out in the middle, I think they're slightly different. But and I said it was that game was. There's so many eerie resemblances to the 2005 game that I played in, and we unfortunately lost by 2 runs. I mean, the first day of the 2005 game, England made 407. Yeah, have a guess how many runs were made on day one of this Test match? 407.
Yeah, it's extraordinary. Yeah.
England declared 393. Australia were none for 14. 407 day one. How many did Australia require going into day 5?
It was 174, wasn't it? No, it was 174, I think.
Yeah, it will have come down to from 187 to 174, I think, yeah.
Yeah, but what does that equal if you add them all up? What were they chasing?
Hang on, who's interviewing who? He's plying us with his wine, and now he's asking us tricky questions.
Arithmetic is not our strong point, I think you'll find it, Gorilla, generally.
I think there was one run difference of what Australia needed to chase.
Yeah.
Last week than there was in 2005. It was an incredible game of Test match cricket with so many similarities. So, yeah, the tingle is definitely still there. Although when it was getting tight, I felt like going and hiding at the back of the commentary box and just waiting for either the wickets to fall or the runs to be scored. But as it turned out, I did about an hour 15, I think, commentary stint. Normally our commentary stints are about 30 minutes.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
We did the same thing, actually.
Yeah, I think we did, absolutely. Yeah, it's just so engrossing, wasn't it?
I can tell you one of our fellow commentators was tingling, but that was probably because he was on his 10th glass of Pinnacle when he was helping us call that last session.
Yeah. Sky wanted me on for the end of the game. So they brought me in when Kerry got out 8 wickets down, thinking the game was going to be over, and here I am an hour and a quarter later, still sitting there calling the winning run. So, no, look, I loved it, and the guys that I work with, you're calling with Nasser and Athers and those guys, two great broadcasters. So to be on at the end of a game like that, and I was on at the end of the Headingley game last series as well when Stokes got England across the line. So I've been able to call some really special moments in Test history.
Yeah. Do you think the way Ricky England are playing is genuinely different? Now, the reason I ask that is Test captain, you won, I think, 48 Tests out of 77. And I recall the late Rod Marsh once saying, if you can't score 300 in a day, you might as well go home. So there was that kind of aggressive desire to put runs on the board early that was baked into your teams. Have England just kind of accelerated that a bit? But essentially, it's a similar principle.
Yeah, Rod Marsh told me that as a 15-year-old boy, straight out of year 10.
Yeah.
out of Launceston over to the Cricket Academy in Adelaide. And the first chat we had as a group, he sat us all down as batters and said, "Right, boys, I can see where this game's going. If you're not good enough to score more than 300 runs in a day, then I don't want you here." So what we were trying to find, and I think, to be totally honest, I think this is where Test match batting has probably changed a little bit in the last little period of time. It's so the year that I came through and the teams that I played in with Hayden and Gilchrist and Martin and these sort of guys, Michael Clark, Mike Hussey, guys that were naturally aggressive players. The batting philosophy, and certainly the way that I played, I was naturally an aggressive player, but that was the way that I was taught. It was, how do I score runs really quickly here without getting out? So you were always on the edge of taking risk. But how do I do that without getting out? Now, if I look back to the England team, if you look at the England team that came to Australia a couple of years ago with the guys that they had at the top of the order, it wasn't about scoring runs at all. It was about not getting out first, and then if I make some runs at the end of the day, then great. It's almost about taking every little bit of risk out of the equation, hanging around, wearing the bowlers down, picking up ones and twos and the occasional boundary and scoring runs that way. So it's been refreshing to watch England play, but I definitely think, Brendan, I know Brendan really well. I've known Brendan for, nearly 30 years actually. And it's no surprise to me that they're playing that way. And, our best teams, we probably scored at, close to 4 runs and over. This team scoring at close to 5 runs and over, which is remarkable in Test cricket.
Well, no, look, the Pinnacle McLaren Vale Shiraz, it's called the Pinnacle because it represents the Ashes and your fantastic association with the Ashes. You won more tests than you lost in the Ashes. Not so series. Does that still rankle, or is life just too short and there's too much else to look forward to?
You know what? I didn't even know that. I didn't know that I won more than I lost. I'd probably, I would have thought that I won more than I lost. But the thing that does rankle me a little bit is the fact that, as captain in 2005 and 2009 in the UK, that we weren't able to win. That still burns a little bit. But at the end of the day, I know that I did everything that I could. I know the players obviously did everything that they could to try and win those couple of series. And, as we all know, we talk about, this current England team sort of reinvigorating Test cricket around the world. Well, I think that 2005 series, even though we lost, I think that reinvigorated the game. But I would have. At the end of the day, we all know as Australians and as English cricketers that your name and reputation is forged and created on what you do in Ashes cricket. And if I had have been able to win here as captain, then I'm sure my reputation in Ashes cricket would be a bit better than it is right now.
Well, we're going to stick on the Ashes, I think, because let's move on to another wine, which should be the Barossa Valley, another Shiraz, the 127.
Yeah, that's actually my favourite. That's my favourite wine in the range, actually, the Barossa one.
Well, maybe you can tell us a little about why. I mean, you made an immediate Ashes impact. It was 97 at Headingley, I think. An innings win for Australia, a huge triumph for you with a century in your first Ashes test. But it was another friend of our show, Jason Gillespie, had torn through England in the first innings. Was Dizzy just unplayable, or did England have a real shocker against him?
I think, what did he get, 7 or 8 for, didn't he? 8 for
he did.
Yeah, something like that. I mean, he's, I think, one of the most underrated cricketers that's ever played the game, Jason Gillespie. I say that all the time. I mean, I was lucky to play a lot with him, and that, he was young and fresh on the scene too. In 97, bowled fast, swung the ball, that Duke ball. He loved bowling with that Duke ball. And that 127. I mean, that particular wine that you're talking about that's part of what we call our milestone range. So that's it's a step up from our sort of not I'm not going to say entry level wine. None of them are entry level wines, but we're obviously a premium wine brand, and the Pinnacle Shiraz that you were talking about is that entry level sort of stuff on the bottom side, on the lower end of the premium range, and then we've got another step up, the milestone. So we've got the 127 there. My first Ashes 100 at Headingley, 127, first Ashes Test match. I thought it was appropriate to start there. What do you think about milestones? I always think about the first time that you did something, and whether it's your first test or your first 100 or whatever. So we landed on the 127 for that particular wine, and as I said, it's my favourite. I don't like saying it's my favourite because our winemaker's based in McLaren Vale, and this wine's actually from the Barossa. So Yeah, but it's definitely my favourite.
Well, we've been enjoying drinking it. That 127, by the way, you've got a pretty decent lick as well. Going back to the discussion on the speed of getting runs on the board, it was only a shade over a run a ball from my recollection of things. Is that how you remember it?
Yeah, I don't actually. The tour after, I reckon, as well, 2001, I made 100 at Headingley as well. I think I got 140 odd in that game. I know that was pretty much a run a ball in the 2001 series. I'm not sure about 97, but as I said, that was the way that I was brought up to play. You know, and I backed myself and I trusted myself, and my team wanted me to play that way. And when you play that way, you play well, you can set up games really quickly. So, you know, I was all about winning. It wasn't about how many runs I got or how many hundreds I got. It was about winning games, and that's the thing that I'm most proud of through my career is, you talk about that captaincy record, but I played 168 tests and I think I won about 110 of them. So no one in the history of the game has won over 100 test matches, and I'm the only person that's done it. So that's what I'm most proud of.
Well, you said, by the way, on that, you had said you thought you'd played as well that day, which is your first Ashes test. I think it was your second overall test, but your first Ashes test. You said you played as well in that innings as you ever had done before or since. What was it? Can you sort of give us some more memories of what it was like in your first Ashes to take, walk into the crease, getting a ton? That's a heck of an introduction to Ashes cricket. Tell us a little bit more about some of the memories of that day.
Yeah, well, I was one of the spare batters on the tour. I didn't play the first two. I think Headingley might have been the third test or fourth test. Michael Bevan was in the side batting at 6. He'd been dismissed a few times in a very similar way against the short ball in the first few games. And I think England had sort of exposed a bit of a weakness in Bev's armour at the time, and I'd made 100 the week before. We played a county game down at Glamorgan actually, and I made a really good 100 down there. And then they decided to leave Bev out and give me a crack. And once I got that crack, then I wasn't going to let it go quickly, and I was going to make sure I went out and played my way. And I think it was second ball. I think I'd pulled or hooked Dean Headley for 6 or 4 second ball of my innings, and I was away. And then in a partnership with Matthew Elliott made 199. Remember in that game as well. He was a good mate of mine and a very, very good player. I think we put on close to, well, must have been close to 300 after being about 4 for 40 or 4 for 50. So lots of great memories. I mean, the atmosphere that's created around an Ashes Test match, around these great venues in England, smaller capacity grounds, but they're as loud as anywhere in the world.
Well, Headingley sure has some history. That is for sure. And you selected the Barossa Shiraz to celebrate that first 100. Some of the fruit comes from a vineyard that's over 100 years old, which is pretty impressive. What else makes the wine special to mark your milestone? You said it was your favourite. Yeah.
Well, what we've tried to do, and you guys probably know a lot about Australian wines and probably enjoyed lots of Barossa Shirazes in your time.
We have.
Yeah.
Bang on.
Well, you'll have an understanding then of a Barossa Shiraz and what it's all about. How big and bold and heavy those Barossa Shirazes can be. And what we tried to do with this particular wine is make it. It was a more modern take on a Barossa Shiraz, if you like. So I didn't want it to be exactly the same as what you'd expect with a Barossa. We wanted it to be. It's a bit more between a McLaren Vale Shiraz and a big heavy Barossa Shiraz. It's somewhere in the middle. So. That was what we're trying to achieve, and I told Ben Riggs, our winemaker, that's what we wanted, and he absolutely nailed it. I think you'll agree that it's a lot softer on the palate.
It is
than a normal Barossa Shiraz. Yeah,
it did very well in our wine tasting evenings. I can tell you that too.
Good. You're just making me more and more jealous. Can you? I'm staying at the Nubius. Can you make sure you send a few bottles around for me?
Well, hang on. If you have to ask for your own wine, Ricky, then I think you have to have a word with your management company, mate.
I'm going to have to.
But I know where you are because I know that very well, that hotel. Hendo, over to you, mate.
Yeah, let's move on. And you've mentioned already about the fact that it was your wife that got you into the wine. And I have to say, I'm not a massive red wine fan, but I do like a rosé. And I am sitting here, and I've been sitting here all morning. Well, not all morning, with a lovely Rihanna Fluoro Peninsula rosé. You're celebrating your wife. Why did you choose this particular wine to name after her?
Look, I tell a few stories and a few jokes about this right the way through. And the joke goes that she basically said to me, if we're going to do this together, then you better make sure my name's on one of the bottles of the wine. So
That's a very good. That's a very good idea. I think she was being very smart there, wasn't she?
Yeah, no, that wasn't the plan at all. In fact, she was that scared of having her name on the bottle in case it wasn't that the rosé wasn't that well received by her friends. That
Oh, really?
We almost didn't do it. A lot of her friends are big rosé drinkers, and once again with that, I mean, I'm like you, mate. I'm not a huge rosé fan. I like. Like most varieties, but rosé is not one that I would go to very often. But all the feedback we've had on that particular wine from people that are rosé drinkers has been particularly good. So you can tell by the colour. It's a bit bigger. It's not like a really light rosé. There's a bit more to it, a bit more about it, and that was what we wanted, and that's what we got. So it's been great. Yeah.
It's interesting when you first met her. She wasn't a cricket fan at all, was she? And she even clapped the wrong batsman coming onto the field, thinking it was you. Is that right?
Yeah, my last test. I had my whole family over there in Perth, and it was late in the second inning. One day 4 it must have been. We were batting, and we lost a wicket late. 10, 15, 20 minutes to go in the day. I was padded up, ready to go in, as was Nathan Lyon as a night watchman, and Michael Clark pushed Nathan Lyon out the door, and as he's walking onto the ground, Rihanna stood up and clapped him onto the ground, thinking it was me. So. No, she wasn't a cricket fan, and to be honest, she's a lot more of a cricket fan now since I've retired. But I'm in this coaching role with the Delhi Capitals in the IPL, and my kids just absolutely fallen in love with the Delhi Capitals and the IPL. They've adopted that team as their own. They love everything about it. So Rihanna's a lot more involved in the game now than ever before. I mean, the other story with her is when I retired, like the day after I retired, we're sitting back at home on the couch, and all the news reports are happening, and my career is sort of flashing up on the sports part of the news, and it's Ricky Ponting retires after 13,378 test runs, and she stops and she says, "Did you get 13,000 test runs?" And I'm like, "Yeah." She said, "You were actually pretty good at that game, weren't you?" And then it flashes up again. He's distinguished one-day international career. 375 games, 13,000. And she said, "Did you get 13,000 one-day international runs as well?" So it wasn't until I retired that she actually had any idea what I was doing at all.
But does it? I mean, I wonder whether. I mean, we often see commentators, especially and writers, will talk about a guy who's been around the cricket scene for a while, and then suddenly say, well, they got married and they've matured, and suddenly they're a different guy, or woman if it was the other way around. How important is it for an international cricketer to have a stable home life and supportive family?
Oh, look, well, I only know one way. I only know that way. Yeah. I don't know what it would be like without that. I mean, it's a really strange life that you live. And you lead as an international cricketer. You literally spend 10 or 11 months of every year out of your own home. That's the thing about cricket that's different than most other sports. I mean, you even think about the Australian summer. So if you live I live in Melbourne. If you live in Melbourne, the Australian summer starts in November, finishes in the end of February. If you live in Melbourne, you only play one game there for the summer. So you play the Boxing Day Test and maybe one day.
Yeah.
So the other 3 months you're actually somewhere else in Australia. You're not staying in your own home, and that's when you're in Australia. Let alone when you're away. And I guess it's actually probably getting worse now, to be honest. With more and more domestic T20 comps popping up all over the world, the players are spending less and less time at home. They're making a lot more money, but they're travelling a lot more and away from their family. But it's So when I was captain of the team, I basically demanded that wives and families were able to travel to any game that they wanted to.
Right.
And the one thing I loved seeing at the end of the Test match in Birmingham was the first thing I saw when I looked up at the change rooms. The families were in there 5 minutes after the game, and it was great to see.
Brilliant. We're going to move on to the Tasmanian Chardonnay. Let me find this on the floor beside me, and Tony's going to question you about this one.
Well, and the cricket as well.
Is that the one you've been drinking? You've been drinking that Chardonnay? I've noticed.
No, we didn't. We haven't had a chance to try this because it wasn't originally up, was it? Oh, you have tried it?
No, I've had some. I've had some.
All right.
It's full of citrus and stony fruits, and obviously it's Tamar Valley, right? Am I right? It's a Tamar Valley Chardonnay.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So we're sourcing grapes from all over the state at the moment, actually. So that particular wine there was all from the northern part of the state, from the Tamar Valley, but the thing about Tasmania, with how premium the wine and the grapes are down there, it's getting harder and harder for us to get the volume that we want. So we're sort of having to pick up little parcels from lots of different growers now to get the amount that we need. Yeah.
Well, it's the 140 Tasmanian Chardonnay, and I know our focus is probably very much on the Ashes at the moment, but 140, of course, was your 2003 World Cup final score at the Wanderers versus India. Got that at a very decent strike rate as well. So tell us a little bit more as to why you've chosen this particular Tasmanian Chardonnay to celebrate that particular milestone.
Well, it was probably more why I chose that particular number for that particular wine rather than the other way around. It is, once again, the Tasmanian wines that we've got, that Chardonnay and another the 257 Pinot that sits in that milestone range. So and it sort of has to the quality of wine coming out of Tasmania now is just unbelievably good. The volumes, as I said, are really low, so therefore the price is always going to be a little bit higher. But this particular Chardonnay, I talk about the milestones and more special moments and cricketing moments in my life, and it's hard to go past the first Ashes 100, and it's hard to go past the 140 in that World Cup final. That was my first World Cup as captain. I'd only been captain for about 6 months actually before that World Cup started. Warney, God bless him, missed that World Cup because of a failed drug test. Jason Gillespie played one game, was ruled out of the tournament with a heel injury or Achilles injury. So straight away then, the two of the bigger trump cards I thought I had and points of difference I had going into the tournament were gone, and we had to rely on Andy Bickle and Andrew Simons came into the side, and we know what Andrew Simons did first game against Pakistan, played one of the all-time great one-day international innings. So I mean, it's not. Whenever I think about that 140, it's not just necessarily what I did in that final. It was that entire World Cup that we went through the World Cup undefeated. We got 360 in the final against India, and we were able to put them to bed pretty quickly when McGrath got Sachin out in the first over when they were chasing, and that was pretty much game over. So
you smacked 8 sixes in that innings, as I recall. You also shared a 234-run partnership with Damien Martin. So hopefully, of all people that should share a glass of the 140 with you, it should be him. Has he had a chance to sample it?
Most of the guys, mate. As soon as this wine label was launched, I haven't heard from a lot of the guys for 6 months, and then all I got was their name and address and where I had to send it to as soon as it was launched. So yeah, Marto. I mean, I was best man at Damien Martin's wedding. We're great mates. The thing to remember about that partnership as well with Marto is that I brought him back into the team for the final. He broke his finger about 2 weeks before that with a fielding drill. Broke his right index finger really badly, and he'd missed a few games. And I met him the night before we finished training. I went to him the night before the game because I don't think anyone expected him to play, and I was desperate for him to play because he's a big game player. And I went with him and sat with him, and I said to the coach, I said, look, I'm going to sit down with Marto. I'm going to look him in the eye. I'm going to ask him one really simple question. If he blinks at all or doesn't give me the answer that I want, then he's not playing. And I sat with him and looked him in the eye and said, mate, are you 100% right to go? And he looked at me and said, pick me, mate, I'm fine. So I picked him. He got 80 odd not out. If you watch the replays of that innings, the whole innings, you look at his bottom hand on the bat, his right index finger was off the handle pretty much that whole innings. But he got 84 in that. I think it was 84 in that partnership, and he was amazing.
And he has tasted the 140, so we're glad to hear that.
Yeah,
it was at the time the highest innings in a World Cup final, a record that only lasted 4 years, but at least it was another Aussie who broke it 4 years later, wasn't it? Wasn't it Adam Gilchrist?
Gilly in Barbados a couple of years later, and when I talk about Marto having a broken finger, Gilly actually did that. Remember, with a squash ball in his glove that no one knew about. He struggled right through the World Cup. He was hitting the ball poorly. His bottom hand grip was getting too tight. He couldn't keep control of the bat face, and he didn't tell anybody at all. He didn't practice with it. Didn't do anything. He puts a squash ball in the bottom of his bottom hand glove, so he couldn't grip the bat as tight with his bottom hand. And he goes out and gets 149. He brings up his 100. He puts his arms up and raises his bat to the change rooms. And then he starts going like this.
Oh, right. And we got some film of that.
So I'm saying to the 12th man, oh boys, Gilly needs gloves. Gilly needs gloves. It wasn't that at all. He had a squash ball in the glove that no one knew about.
I think was that when you got run out by Andrew Simons, didn't you? Was that game?
Wasn't that happy about that actually.
No, I suspect you probably weren't, but at least the win kind of made up for that, I guess.
Farcical win in the end as well. Remember, we finished in the dark. It was a crazy finish to a World Cup final.
Well, we should move on. Hendo's leading us to the close of play now.
We are close of play literally. I mean, I think
I've got this, and you guys are sitting there with that.
Yeah. Are you telling me that's not vodka?
A little bit early yet. I'll wait till I finish with you guys, and then that can start later now.
Okay, fair enough. The close of play. And I think your autobiography was called At the Close of Play, wasn't it? It's an incredible book which I've read over the last few months, and I have to say it's the most incredible. The detail in it is tremendous. I haven't seen in a lot of other cricket autobiographies. But let's talk about the close of play. The close of play is a Langhorne Creek Cabernet Sauvignon 2020. And just to sort of make it interesting, can you remember at which close of play you felt most satisfied or elated, or just generally chuffed?
Yes, that's a very good question. I mean, as I said, I was lucky to play in a lot of Test match wins. A couple of winning World Cups. Probably that 2003 World Cup change room at the end, sitting back there when you've got a World Cup trophy in your arms and you've got your mates with you. And obviously one of those mates that was with me there is not with us anymore. Warney started that tour with us, is not with us, and Andrew Simons, is not with us now either. So that probably makes moments like that little bit more special. And then the other one you mentioned earlier was that amazing Adelaide 2006 Test, which, I'm not sure if you can be any more excited and happy with the way a Test match went than that one. And I'll tell you the reason why, because, you think back to 2005, we obviously lost in England. The knives were out for us, really. The knives were out for some of our more senior guys. They're too old, McGrath and Gilly and Hayden, they're past their best, Langer. These guys, the hunger's not there anymore. And, we got back to Australia. We had a world famous now, basically SAS bush camp that we all went out for 3 or 4 days. No one knew where we were. We had a backpack and a pair of track pants and a t-shirt for about 4 days, and that was all we had. The boys got brought pretty bare, and emotions came out on that tour. And we obviously won really well in Brisbane. First game, we go to Adelaide, England bat first and get 500, whatever they got. And the moment that England got 500 in that it was almost like everyone had forgotten about the first Test in Brisbane. It was like, here we go, England they're going to steamroll this team again. And I remember after, actually might have been after day 2 actually, because England would have batted most of the first 2 days. I got the boys together in the nets out the back, and I said, look, I'm sick and
tell me when I can go live. Well, welcome back if you're out there and you have your YouTube or particular listening mode available to you. I can tell you that cricket is about to break out in soft evening sunshine. That's certainly the case here in Lewisham. At the Oval it is at least dry for now, and we will be hoping that we can go through to 7:30 based on how long the day can be extended for. I'm Gorilla Hendo, Nigel Henderson. I'm joined by Jason G. Hiscox.
Yeah, it's been a long time for me. Oh, I've pretty much waited all afternoon.
Have you not been on yet?
Not since lunchtime, no.
Right, okay. We're waiting for Tony. Tony's still trying to sort out the rotors, re-sort out the rotors, although we did point out that everyone involved is actually in the room. Yep. But then Forthy has...
he's been subbed.
Has he been subbed?
Yeah, I can tell you that in terms of the weather,
yes,
there may be the occasional very light shower, but there's nothing serious heading towards the Oval. So
well,
I think we're good for pretty much solid play from here on.
Well, I mean, I suppose it just depends. If it hits the Oval, then that probably will be the end of the day. But we shall see. Let's just hope it holds off, because we're at a fascinating juncture of this game. 3 wickets down now,
Very
India.
much.
Brilliant run out of Shubman Gill, although rather a foolhardy attempt at a single.
It was definitely a brain fade from
It was a brain
Gill.
fade, but it was good work by Gus Atkinson. The ball was doing quite a bit in that little period after lunch.
The replaced ball.
Oh, was it a replacement ball?
It was.
Well, that explains it all, doesn't it?
Because they showed you a side-by-side picture of the old ball, which had quite a lot of scuffing on one side. It definitely
I thought that was
seen signs of life, and then the new ball was a lot harder and a lot darker.
Are you sure that was for this game? I thought that was from a repeat from, because they were showing the final test of the Ashes. I thought it was. Then there was. Do you remember there were loads of complaints about that? I thought that's what it referred to, because I looked up and I saw that and I thought, oh, is that today?
I might have been Tony repeated.
I don't think that someone needs to check that out for us, but I'm not 100% sure. Anyway, the players are out and taking guard. A good, solid knock from him so far, 28 off 84. Is this man?
There he is. There he goes.
I can tell you that we've got a super chat, which I shall jingle up if I can find the correct jingle. I can indeed.
Super chat cash, super chat cash, super chat cash.
Indeed, it's Frank Rockefeller who sent us $10. Says, do you think cricket should lower its standards and be more like baseball by allowing 2 wickets from one ball, i.e. run out and LBW?
No.
Well, it'd be LBW and run out, I think, or double
well, it'd be not
double
out.
run outs. You could have double plays.
No, I don't like that idea. Others may, but I don't. Atkinson into Sudasan, who's on to the front foot in solid defence. 3 slips and a leg slip. The sun is shining quite brightly now, so one would imagine that perhaps this ball, whether it's been replaced or not, will not do so much, but might still do a bit off the pitch.
Yeah, the atmospherics will be very different now, I think.
Yeah.
Pitch, well, it have had a little bit of moisture on it, even allowing for covers, and so it might play up for the first half an hour or so.
We shall see. As Atkinson is in round the wicket to the left-hander, who defends again. Another foolish straight delivery up to mid-on. Sudasan is joined out there now by Karen Nair, brought back into the team after Rishabh was left out because of his broken foot.
He's also moved from 3 to 5, hasn't he?
He has. Well, he started off at 6, then he moved up to 3 after Sudasan was dropped off the first game. Now he's back down to 5. So he's had to move around the order. It's not very easy. First test tour of England. Atkinson in again outside the off stump, and as often today, Sudasan just keeps his bat well inside the line of that and lets it go through to the keeper.
A couple of messages from Brian. Who's the invisible GC in the middle chair? Well, it will be Tony when he finishes sending his missives.
Well, on the basis that we're only doing a 20-minute spell before the next group, he's hardly going to get on, is he? Atkinson's bowled really well today. 1 for 13, halfway through his 10th over. And you wouldn't believe he's been out of the game for so long. This is left alone outside the off stump once more.
I can believe he bowled 1 for 13 off 10 overs, bowling that line and that length, because it doesn't necessarily engender people to play shots. They just let it go past and wait for another ball that they can, with less risk, to play on.
Yeah, they haven't really got. I mean, they haven't got someone who can so easily take the game away from England without.
There's
Rishad.
no Stokes to get momentum and impose his will on the game.
Well, no, there is that too, but there's also, from an Indian perspective, Atkinson balls, hits him on the pad. That's worth a shout as well, isn't it?
That's going down.
Certainly interested in that one. I think they're probably going to leave it. England did review one earlier and they got it right. We were talking about last time Pope was captain. This time last year, really, wasn't it, against Sri Lanka? And he was absolutely dreadful as a reviewer.
We're going to look at the replay. I thought that hit him front of leg and was going to miss leg stump by quite some distance. Yeah.
It's not a bad ball at all.
No, it moved through the air, so it was a good ball. Beat the bat, inside edge of the bat. Just going to beat the stumps as well.
Probably, yeah. Atkinson to complete the over outside the off stump again. Sudderson once more just pretends to play forward but really keeps his bat tucked away. That is the end of the over. Maiden 85 for 3 on YouTube. Who is with us?
Frank Rockwell has it. It's dizzying moving all around the order.
It is a little bit. It is. It's a good decision not to review that. Would have missed.
Lots of chat about the England ladies prior to us in the interval.
England ladies football again?
Yeah.
Jamie Overton will continue. I thought he bowled a really good spell in that sort of cloudy period with the lights on. Let's see what he can do now that the sun is out. He's going to be bowling to Karen Nair.
Well, you've got 2 Surrey specialists in, albeit they haven't had much experience of
barely
playing
had a
Surrey
game
this
between
year.
them. He's in. I think he's operating from the nursery end. I thought he was coming in from the pavilion end earlier, but I'm not 100% sure. That's hit high up on the pad.
Well, we've just seen a very large patch of sawdust on the ground, which is probably presumably for a man of Overton's stature, he's going to dislodge a lot of earth.
Absolutely, so might need a
when
bit
he
of
lands his front foot.
Well, we think Josh Tongue bowled a terrible first over, and we think partly that was down to slipping. The studs weren't gripping. This one starts wide, goes wide. Drag that one down a little bit, Overton. A little bit lucky that isn't signalled as a wide. He's down at 84. Maybe needs to sort of build himself up again. He was bowling at around about 88 in that little spell, wasn't he?
Yeah, very definitely a one-day wide, but not in a test match necessarily.
I don't really get it. I mean, that's too wide to hit. And if you're going to say that a ball over the head or high over the head is impossible to hit, then, and that is given as a wide in a test match, then why not that? I just don't understand it. It's just one of those silly idiosyncrasies.
Speaking of footwear, he's just readjusted his before this ball.
Here he is to Nair. He gets that to swing a little bit, but it swings onto his Midland leg stump, and he times that very nicely indeed. The outfield may have been slowed down a little bit by the rain that we've had overnight and today, and they can only get back for 2. That might have gone for 4 earlier, or certainly a few days ago. 87 for 3. Nair off the mark.
Yep. Very nice shot, all well controlled. All he made sure he got the bat on the ball, didn't hit it too hard, just pushed it into a wide open area.
Well, I like Karen Nair. I'd like to see him get some runs at the same time. I don't want to see him get runs, if that makes sense. Oh, he's left that very dangerously indeed. And he has been out padding up, hasn't he, in this series already?
That is the quintessential definition of a good leave.
That
That really didn't miss by much as it snaked back off the pitch.
Yeah, it's a genuine. Well, it has
Actually-
missed by quite a bit, just because of height, really. But in terms of direction, it's across over the top of the off stump, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just too much bounce as far as Overton's concerned. But impressive return for Jamie Overton, who should have played a lot more Test matches, really. Here he is, going wide on the crease, looking to get that away swinger going. There's a hint of movement, but nothing too difficult to endure from Karen. He's onto the front foot, defends.
That's the old Ian Botham take a wicket with a outswinger from wide of the off stump ball.
Do you know what?
Not quite the Mark Wood jump sideways and bowl it into the.
The thing about Mark Wood doing that is he doesn't really swing it very much.
No.
He does swing it more than he used to, but he doesn't really swing it a great deal.
That's a lot. I mean, that's 4 slips, a gully, and a backward point, all sitting waiting for the edge.
That's 2 leg side. He's hoping for it to swing back and straighten a little bit, but it's clipped away. Atkinson runs round and they jog back for a second. It was leg buys, so Karen Nair remains on 2. That is the end of the over. Jamie Overton 7 overs, none for 25. India 89 for 3.
Brian in Brisbane is with us, and he said, I'm sat in glorious sunshine at Northampton watching the game against Derbyshire. For a unique bowling action, have a look at the Kiwi Blair Tickler for Derbyshire. Very high knee action. I seem to remember, he sort of trots in with, almost like he's running on the spot and then wangs it down.
I did notice that someone that I quite rated, seeing a couple of times in short form cricket, has moved counties. I didn't know. George Scrimshaw doesn't seem to be.
He used to be
coming through.
Leicestershire, didn't he?
Yeah, he was at Derbyshire.
Derbyshire, sorry.
Atkinson into Suderson, and it's again left alone, showing great judgment outside the off stump today. Suderson, 28 off 91. Bedding in for the long term.
This is proper opening batsman traditional batting, isn't it? No, not playing anything that's not on the stumps, pretty much.
Well, a number 3 in a sense. I mean, we look at the number 3s around the world these days, and there aren't many specialist number 3s who can come in and force it when they need to, or just stick in there when an early wicket has gone down.
One, and he's playing for Middlesex, and Tony will know his name.
Atkinson in again, too short, forced off the back foot. Again, that outfield has definitely slowed up. Duckett runs after it. Are they going to come back for a 3rd? No, they're going to settle for 2.
Yeah, it's all happening in slow motion, really. I mean, the ball's sort of dribbling off the bat. Duckett is wading through quicksand trying to chase it.
And I suppose the worrying thing for England is that dampness will be getting into the ball, and that may affect, any swing that there might be.
Yeah, just going to make the ball swell a little bit as it dries.
Now, do we have any update on whether there's been a replacement ball? Because I think that was from the Ashes test. I think we may have just looked up and seen that and thought it was today, but I don't think so. I think there would have been more chat about it.
I think so. There's
Atkinson bowls from over the wicket now to Sudersan. I'd like to see that change of angle. He swings it into him. It's very full indeed. Bat and pad very close together. Defends it well.
Yeah, good idea, well executed. Unfortunately, not quite the result that England wanted.
Nearly got taken out by the pigeon. Atkinson, a pigeon was flying across at the time of delivery.
Well, that should surely, on the basis of Graham Smith, that should be a no ball.
Well, yeah. I mean, you say to the umpire, if you were bowled by a delivery like that, we say, well, I was distracted by the pigeon over the bowler's head. Down the leg side, swinging, but a good ball to a right-hander, not so good to a left-hander. A good take by Jamie Smith, diving away to his right.
Had to dive a little bit, but no, he's a tall lad. He's got good long levers should he need to cover the ground.
Has been pretty good, I think, behind the stumps, I have to say. I mean,
well,
the odd mistake, but then every week
practicing with Ben Vokes every day can't hurt.
Well, I mean, Ben Vokes is back for this game that Surrey are playing at Durham, but he's been left out of the team for one reason or another. I'm not sure why.
I believed he was on paternity leave.
Oh, really? Okay. Defended to the offside, looking for the quick single. They might have had one, but Duckett's coming in on his left hand, and that's possibly a good call from Karen Nair.
I'm just looking up the Surrey versus Durham score at the moment, hoping that Ben Vokes is not batting. That means we'd have lost two. Surrey would have lost 2 wickets.
I mean, I know I'm a sort of Surrey supporter, but I really don't want them to win the county championship because I don't like the fact of bringing in spinners
They have
for
lost
1
2
or 2
wickets.
matches. They've lost 2 wickets.
And it is Curran and Lawrence currently. They need another 60 runs, I think.
They should be able to do that.
55 runs.
Atkinson bowls a very wide, full delivery, and once more Sudderson probably not even looking at the ball once he realises it's gone in that direction. Just head over the top of his bat as he comes forward, bat well inside the line. End of the over.
And we've gone a bit quiet on the socials at the moment.
Don't forget you can super chat us. Did we have any entrants for the GPL? That's the other question. We did mention it a couple of times this morning.
Yeah, we was getting towards the end of the first session, so that we didn't push it right at the end of the first session because we were off air.
That's right. We came off for 10 minutes before lunch or so, didn't we?
Yeah.
Something like that.
But yeah, anyone who put their estimates in before the rain came,
yes,
it's probably going to be over by quite a long way.
You would think, wouldn't you?
Unless they've priced in the weather change.
They have. Now I should tell people that I've got a new pillowcase on my pillow. But I'm not going to reveal it quite yet. Defended out into the offside. It was sent to us as this is a single for Karen Nair, takes them to 3. Sent to us by one of our jinglers, Richard Peel. Took us a while to locate it. We went to various different floors to find it. Got stuck between floors in the lift.
That's the royal we, I presume.
Well, that was me, basically, yeah. But finally, it was rescued from reception on the first floor. A lovely new pillowcase for my...
Your lovely assistant.
My lovely assistant, yes, indeed. Here comes Overton. Bowling to Sudderson over the wicket. Oh, that's a cracking delivery. Great length. He didn't know whether to be back or forward. He pushes at it. It comes into him, but he still misses it.
That's very well played in the end, I think. He's not pushed his finger.
I think he has held it inside the line, hasn't he?
Yeah.
That's
he's
very
not
good.
Pushed his hand at the ball, and he's just allowed the ball to straighten, yes, but he's played the line of off stump, and therefore anything that misses it, he's going to miss.
That's England going close, but not quite close enough at the moment. Overton in again, wide on the crease. That climbs on him, and he plays that very well indeed. Gets over the top of it from on the back foot and plays it away through third man. And of course, England never have a third man, so that means one of these.
I'm just wondering if you get extra bonus points by hitting it into the groundsman's cave in the Alex Bedser stand.
I still haven't looked at that video that people were telling me about. I was about to, and then I think we were looking for the pillowcase.
Yeah.
But it wasn't a bad piece of bowling, but it was also a very good piece of batting.
Yep. Stood tall. In fact, probably just jumped off his feet very slightly to get over the top of it.
He did. I mean, you say he stood tall. He actually did jump, which is not an easy thing to do, and still play a shot like that. Overton in again, into the legs, and nicely timed, but picking out mid-wicket. So growing, isn't he, Sudderson, I think, as a batsman?
Well, he's putting down markers for a slot at number 3, number 4 for the next 10 years, potentially.
Well, absolutely. He's looked very solid, I have to say. He's now on to 34.
If we're still playing cricket in 10 years' time, Test cricket in 10 years' time, that is.
Overton, too wide this time. Decent carry through to Jamie Smith at around about head height, but Sudderson was not in the least bit interested in that. That was his 100th delivery that he's faced so far.
He's got his dentary up.
His what?
Dentary. Remember Joe Denley's century? 100 balls faced.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Dentary. I see there's 2 Denleys been playing for Kent from time to time.
There has. Jaden, his nephew.
That's right.
Has been coming in down the order.
Overton in once more. He plays inside the line, goes through to Jamie Smith. It's the end of another over 92 for 3.
And there's been a number of people with famous names, or scions and relatives of people with famous names, who've been making their debuts across various teams in this county championship and competitions. I mean, you've got the obvious ones. You've got Flintoff. You've got Crawley and Rocky Flintoff. You've got Archie Vaughan at Somerset. You've got Jaden Denley. They've all played in the Under-19 World Cup recently, and Benkenstein has a son as well.
That's right. Yes,
who plays for Essex as a leg spinner.
Yeah, but they're both Rocky Flintoff and Benkenstein are playing in that PCC 11. What does that stand for? PCC.
Professional cricketers something. I'll look it up. 'Cause
they're playing a 3-day match against
the Pakistani Shaheens.
Yeah.
I don't know what Shaheen means either.
I'm not 100% sure. Atkinson starting a new over to Bolton there, brings it back in off the seam, but well fiddled out into the offside. They won't get a run.
It is the just says PCC Select 11, so it's just a.
Yeah, I think Benkenstein is captaining that side.
Let's have a look at the teams.
Did he get 100? I think he got 100 as well.
Luke Benkenstein is captaining. Thomas Rue, brother of James Rue, is keeping wicket. And let's see what he did in the first innings. Benkenstein got 197. He certainly got 100.
Certainly did. I mean, he must have been on 100 odd not out when I last looked. Defended on the line of off stump by Nair to extra cover, no run.
Flintoff got 39. Thomas Rue only got 10. And there's another name I recognise, Smead. Is that Will Smead?
Yes, it is, yes.
And Tom Clark from Sussex as well.
I mean, Will Smead playing in a 3-day game. I mean, he's hardly played any long-form cricket for Somerset, has he?
No, he's opened, I think, once in a 4-day game because they had Sean Dixon injured and
defended again. Good line, a very, very consistent line at the moment from Atkinson, all on the top of off, really.
But they'd been using Josh Davey as an emergency opener for a long time this year,
and
doing well at it as well.
Gregory's been has been opening a bit as well, hasn't he, Lewis Gregory?
More likely Tom Lammonby.
I thought he'd
who normally bats at 3 would have opened.
Maybe Gregory was batting higher in the order. Atkinson again, once more on the spot, a little bit fuller this time.
A little bit of an inducker as well, I think. That was just shaping to move in slightly.
It's quite nice to see an England bowler with a consistent line and length, isn't it? 4 balls right in the... not even in the corridor, because it's on the top of off, really.
Yeah. Talking about that video that you
oh yeah,
Brian Bisbee says, read the groundsman and wicket faculty. Surely, if you want people to stay 2.5 metres away from the pitch, you put the barrier at 2.5 metres.
Atkinson a little bit more back of a length, rising ball, but well played by Karen Nair, who leaves it really on length. Bounces well over the stumps through to Smith. 96 for 3.
And Leah says, fun fact, a dentary is known as a Cowan ton in Australia.
Well, as in Ed Cowan?
As in Ed Cowan, yes.
What happened to him? He was sort of carving out a niche for himself a bit as a journalist, wasn't he? Ed Cowan for a little while.
Well, you have to ask Adam Collins. He's Adam Collins and Jared Kimber's
mate. Yeah. 3 slips in the gully, backward point, mid-off, mid-on, long leg. Atkinson in. Oh, he has found a bit of movement this time, and
well
Karen Nair, well, it was well played, but I think maybe we should give him credit and say that he played that with soft hands. That I just felt he was reaching for it a little bit, but it's fallen well short of the 3rd slip. And that is the end of the over. 96 for 3. Citizen 34, Karen Nair 3.
And Mayank, who is going to be at the Oval tomorrow, along with
I think he's there today, isn't he?
Forthy and me and a few other people.
Oh, right.
Although not necessarily all together, although we might try that.
Might meet up at some point, I imagine.
Says Shaheens in Urdu means like strapping youngsters.
Oh, is that right? The strapping youngsters of Pakistan. I like that. In comes Overton from the... I said nursery end. I meant the Vauxhall end. I said that earlier. This one climbs in towards Sutterson's ribs, but he plays it well, dropping that bottom hand off the handle, controlling it down towards leg slip.
What I'm going to say is, if he's coming in from the nursery end, that's a hell of a long run up.
Bit of a long run up. That's very true.
Good 7 miles.
From northwest to southeast of London, that is. 96 for 3, 34 overs bowled today. I'm guessing we can go to 7:30 to get in the number of overs required. Well, obviously, we won't get that in. This one comes back into Sutterson, keeps a little bit lower, but again takes that bottom hand off the handle as he guides it to mid-wicket.
I mean, they're quite long shadows. It's quite bright at the oval at the moment, and they can use the headlights, floodlights.
I like the idea. I like the idea of loads of cars parked around the around the edge of the outfield. Didn't they used to do that sometimes at Canterbury? I seem to remember. This one moves away. Oh, it's found the gap off the edge. Duckett at gully has his head in his hands because, of course, there is no third man. It's not so much the 4 runs, it is the chance of a wicket that has gone begging. England had 3 slips and a gully, and perfectly placed. Would have been a lovely, comfortable height for anyone in there. Good bowling from Overton, but he's a little bit unlucky.
Now my innings going, great guns. I hit the ball, 4 runs. I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
I edged the ball and they went for 4 runs.
And he brings it back into Sutterson, a fuller ball, in swinger to the left-hander, but he's on the front foot this time. No mistakes, defending solidly. 100 up for India, 100 for 3. England put India into bat, of course, lacking Ben Stokes, lacking Bryden Cars.
Well, the lights have gone on here as well.
The lights are on and we are at home. Sutterson moves to 38. Overton toiling in again, right on the top of off, defended into the offside square. Sai imploring Karen Nair to take the single there, but Karen Nair is not in the least bit interested.
Just trying to work out, this might be Overton's longest spell ever, because it's almost 9 overs now, but I think it's been broken up into 3 different mini spells with 2 rain intervals in the middle.
Yeah, I don't think he could have bowled 9 overs straight off. And also it wouldn't be a wise thing to do based on his injury record. He's in again, bowls shorter this time, on to the back foot Sutterson, defending straight back to the bowler. End of the over, India 100 for 3, Sutterson 38, Karen Nair 3.
Luke Callahan says he's loving Atkinson's return, not sure he's a quality player, not sure about the other people. Overton Tongue don't seem up for it. Smith and Labuschagne are licking their lips, I think. Hope I am wrong. Well, if Smith certainly, Labuschagne will be licking his lips if he gets back in the side.
I think Labuschagne will get back in the side, to be honest.
I think the contest experiment must finish fairly soon.
I mean, my feeling is that
although he may do better in Australian wickets.
My feeling is that Australia need to go back to Marcus Harris or Cameron Bancroft. Anyway, we've got a change in the bowling. Yep. He was a little bit erratic earlier on, to say the least, but it is this man coming back into the attack. Where the heck has his jingle gone? There it is. I'll do it in a minute. Over the wicket to the right-handed Karen Nair. Oh, and he starts, well, not quite as badly as he started this morning, but he sprays this horribly down the leg side. Jamie Smith does well, diving across to his left and takes it one-handed on the half volley. Pretty difficult ball.
He made that look that very easy
to
taking
take.
that.
Yeah, he did.
Tongue love, Josh Tongue. Let's get together and lick 'em right.
Short ball, which Karen Nair just sways out of the way of.
Well, I would say Josh Tongue, there's a lot of moving parts in his action, and therefore there's a lot to go wrong potentially.
I would like to see a comparison, which we haven't seen from Sky so far of maybe his action during that 2023 Ashes, to see if there are any significant differences, because he's struggling a bit, and whether that's to do with the injury that he's had. Wide half volley, but not really timed by Caranair. Will get a single. Pope moves around from mid-off to field.
Yeah,
101 for 3.
Leah says, sorry, he's making runs in the first innings, which means there's another duck coming up in the second. Well, one can but hope. A, that he gets a duck, and B, that we get second innings.
Well,
given the weather forecast for the remaining 4 days.
Yeah, it's not great, is it? Not great. Tongue, remarkably, has only gone for 19 runs, but he conceded 14 of those off his first over. Most of them were wides, as in 2 lots of 5 wides.
11 wides in the first over, which is the most wides in any individual over by an England bowler.
Really?
Which, well, I think that was what Andy Zotzman was saying earlier.
Around the wicket, cracking ball, and I think he's got an edge to that. Josh Tongue looks back at the umpire. Well, there we were criticising him, but he's got through. Sai Sudarsan, who goes for 38. It's been a vigil from him. He's had to come on and off and back on again, and he's batted well, but he switched around the wicket, and he's really got that to go. It's angling in, it moves just enough away, gets actually quite a clear edge on the replay, well, that's why he's there.
Very small technical flaw by Sai Sudarsan there. That's all to do with going over the wicket and around the wicket, whereas he's still playing the shot towards over the wicket where the previous ball had come from.
I don't know. I think sometimes you just got to credit the bowler and say that was a pretty good ball.
I'm not decrying the bowler at all. That's a superb ball in the right place.
I'm not sure. I mean, if he has played that a little bit differently, then I think that's great thinking from Josh Tongue to switch around the wicket there and get immediate reward. He didn't look like getting out, I have to say, really. I mean, I know he edged one in the previous over through the slips or through the gap, but I thought he was looking very solid.
I'd say that Atkinson and Overton were probably not making him play enough balls.
I think Atkinson was. I mean, maybe not the left-hander. Atkinson was more accurate to Karen Nair, wasn't he? I think. Yeah, you're right.
Anyway, let's have some more messages. Blair says to Mike, do you know the band Strapping Young Lad had one of the best album titles of all time? Heavy as a heavy thing. That's really Tubular Man.
No, I don't know them.
Zippy Unit says that having the cars round the pitch to put on the lights sounds like some kind of redneck night party.
Well, it could be, but whether that actually did happen or whether it's a figment of my imagination from the John Player League in the early 70s.
2 from Luke Callahan. I think it's just the ball being wet that's putting Tongue off, making it hard to grip the ball. What did they say? Loose tongues cost lives? He said he also claims credit for the wicket, saying that reverse psychology does it for you. You are welcome.
3 slips a gully and a leg slip, and Jadeja, the century-making Jadeja, dropped first ball in the second innings. Drops the first ball square onto the offside and picks up a single. This is his jingle.
They need a more controlled Jadeja's on.
We've got an update from Brian in Northampton. For Hendo's information, Scrimshaw is fielding on the boundary near me.
Oh, really?
There's a photo on Discord, so you can look at that at your leisure. He took 1 for 56 off 17, then scored 17 at number 8. That's
not bad. But I did have hopes for him. He's got a funny action, but he's tall and he was quite quick, but he hasn't really developed. Full pushed firmly up to mid-on by Caranair. Tongue switches back to over the wicket. Looks like we have
lurking gorillas, yeah.
Oh, so basically we've gone back to the half hours, have we?
Yeah, we've done the whole 40 minutes.
No, we've done half an hour. And we're going to go through to 6:15 with the next 2. It's the end of the over, and Jason will bring you up to date with more tweets. And the next voice you hear will be Grubby.
Meanwhile, Zippy Tudor says, ouch, got my Blackadder reference removed. That's terrible. Well, you need a cunning plan to keep your comments coming through.
I'm not sure who's leaving then. If it's not me, it must be you, Jason.
I think so. I am out of here, and I will see you later, I presume.
Indeed, 102 for 4 until Grubby gets in. I'll keep you going. Overton might feel as if he should have had Citizen's wicket. Now they brought 4 slips in the gully. There's still a gap outside the off stump. Jadeja leaves that alone. 102 for 4. So England benefiting a little bit maybe from the various stoppages that we've had today.
It tends to favour the fielding side, doesn't it, definitely, when there are stoppages?
Yep.
As Forthy pointed out off mic just now, it's probably quite a chirpy slip cordon now that Jadeja's come in.
Yeah, could be fun.
Take your time, Ravi.
Yeah, just tell us how long you want us to stay out here, and we'll arrange.
We'll accommodate.
We'll
you.
arrange.
How long do you want to stay out here?
How long do you want to stay out here?
Overton bowls one down the arse of Jadeja. Nothing doing there. A rather pleasant evening now at the Oval. Long shadows. If not bright sunshine, then at least some sunshine, which has not been there most of the day. And England, all told, will be pretty happy with where things currently stand, won't they? 102 for 4.
I'm just looking at Jadeja's record. He's got 4 50s and 100, but 4 of those 8 innings are not outs. So his average must be fantastic.
Yeah,
in this series.
I was trying to add it up quickly there. I wasn't quick enough.
No.
Yeah, he's a hell of a cricketer. I always really love watching him play. This one ducks in Overton with his prodigious movement that he's got in the last, couple of hours. Anyway, that was inside edged by Jadeja, just about covering that late swing, which he's found as Big Jamie and getting himself a single there, Jadeja.
Yeah, that was another good ball. He's got a consistent in-swinger to the left-hander, away swinger to the right-hander going.
Well, before the most recent rain break, he was firing it down leg side and it was straightening up to come and hit. It was really tricky to play, I would have thought, to those right-handers. It's like, it sets off, you think it's going way down leg side and then it just straightens pretty late and sharply. Could easily get bowled. Here he is again. 4 slips. This one is high up on the body, I think, of Curran. Looking to turn it to square leg. They're through for 1. Whether it's a leg bye, I think it might be.
I thought it was a leg bye, or it could have been, maybe it was glove, but it looks like it's a leg bye.
And the only thing is, if you're Jamie Overton at the moment and you see the ball moving so prodigiously, I think the danger is that you think, well, it's going to do all the work for me. And you're just thinking, I need to put it there and I'll get some results. And partly that's true. If you've got some movement like that happening, you can definitely use it. But you've still got to think and bowl well. This one is just outside the off stump, coming over the wicket to the left-handed Jadeja, pushes it to extra cover, and there is no run.
I think the only danger for Overton here, a man who hasn't played a lot of cricket this summer, he's bowling very well. He's just about to complete his 10th over. He's gone for 35 runs. He'll probably feel on a luckier day he would have had a wicket or 2.
Yeah.
And it would be easy to get a little bit frustrated.
You've got to be patient and you've got to be stoical as a bowler, I
Indeed.
think. Here he comes now. It's a bit short of this, so he's not going to get that movement that he has been getting. Jadeja is back at his crease, defending it straight back up the track. There is no run. 37 overs gone in the first innings. India 104 for 4. 40.
Yes. Brian in Brisbane says, for Hendo, Scrimshaw is fielding on the boundary near me. Photo on Discord.
We've just done that one.
Oh.
We talked about Scrimshaw.
Frank Rockefeller saying 40 with Forthy. Zippy Tuna saying Cunning as a Fox has been named Professor of Cunning at Oxford University. And Jeremy Henderson of this parish. Jadeja's average in this series is, do you want to guess?
It's over 100.
89.
113.5.
Yeah, he's a hell of a all-round cricketer. Josh Tongue, who flushed with recent success. However, he's being driven to the boundary fence here. Full and wide outside Karen's off stump, and this is probably his favourite shot, that extra cover drive. 4 runs.
Yeah, lovely shot.
And if you
Not a great ball.
listen and you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary, crossing a boundary.
You get a real mixed bag from Josh Tongue, don't you?
Well, yes. I mean, he's sprayed it all over the show.
Licorice all sorts.
But the ball he got Suderson with was an absolute jaffa, wasn't it?
Yeah, and the one that he nearly got him with earlier this morning that swung him very late. He just got an inside edge and knocked him off his feet.
Yeah.
Sort of took the feet from underneath him.
Yeah.
Literally.
I thought he did well to nick it.
He did.
Yeah. This one is another harmless one down the arse. Something's tickled Forthy, and it wasn't me.
No, I don't think I've ever seen anyone bowl quite so many bad balls in one day.
And still have reasonably decent figures.
And he's got one for 24 off 6.
There's the luckless Kuldeep Yadav on the boundary, wearing, as he has done all series, the high-vis bib.
It must be so dispiriting.
Yeah.
It really must be.
It's almost
Why'd
humiliating.
you bring him? Why'd you bring him if you're not going to play him? Outside the off stump, he shoulders arms this time, Karen. Pregnant fifth former, Karen Nair. 108 for 4 is the score.
Always makes me laugh.
Well, going back to Kuldeep and the fact, I mean, at least in days gone by, and I suppose those days that have gone by, getting more distant by the year.
Yes, that's fucking history for you.
That's history, bloody history, moving like that. You know, he would have got a couple of games against counties.
Yeah.
At least he would have done something, but otherwise, it's just very dispiriting. Get hopes up each game. They're going to select me.
I think I saw, Chris Woke's warming up there. This is another one. I think he looks like he deliberately hung that one out wide, trying to tempt Karen and trying to get him nicked off in the slips. But who knows? Anyway, he doesn't time it. It goes to extra cover. It's no run. I was maybe projecting a bit onto Josh Tongue there, thinking that he did that deliberately. But based on how he's bowled today, I don't think even he knows where it's supposed to be going or where he's aiming.
No.
Every now and then he'll get a good one.
You don't play Somerset. You don't play Gloucestershire. You hardly get round the grounds anymore when you come on tour.
Oh, right.
This one's fired down the leg side. Karen gets a bit of wood on it. It flies down to fine leg for another one.
I really kind of think Tongue should bowl 2 over spells maximum. See if he can produce one really good ball, get a wicket, and then get him out of the attack.
I think he is going to be replaced. It looks like Wokes is warming up.
I mean, this is, well, yeah, but I think he might be about to replace Overton, who's bowled.
Yeah, well, maybe.
Bowling all fair way.
Maybe we'll have a double change. Maybe at some point in the not too distant, we'll see a little bit of spin. Who knows?
And the thing about Josh Tongue, he's got a bit of an old grubby moustache going on there, hasn't he? Although now, of course, you're filling it out, aren't you?
Well, I know. I've been away. I didn't take a razor with me. Hey, I'm on holiday.
Exactly.
Tongue bowls to Karen now, who lets this one go. It was a bit of a weird one, that. Went a little bit like a leg break, but sort of after it had passed him. And that completes the over. What do you got, Forthy?
I have got Frank Rockefeller.
Yep.
Boycott would be all over that like stink on a monkey.
That's not an expression I'm familiar with.
Nor me.
Stink on a monkey.
I'm just trying to...
Sounds good.
It does sound good.
She was all over me like stink on a monkey.
Stink on a monkey.
I want a t-shirt with stink on a monkey. Really.
Stink on a monkey. The Whole Life Network says tongue down the arse. Oops.
Oh, yeah.
And,
Yes.
and Bernard Murray says tongue stuck a wicket, must have been a mistake. It's the old Botham trick, isn't it? Bowl a whole load of drivel and then, you go.
And we are indeed having the bowling
It really
change
is.
that we thought might happen. It's going to be this bloke.
Works was fit, got out of bed, went and had himself a net. Found this way that his heel had healed. Passed the test and he went into the team.
3 slips, gully, point, mid-off, and that's your offside field. This one is slanted across the left-handed Jadeja by Wokes, miles across him actually. Nothing doing on that occasion.
That was a little bit of a tongue. That was a bit of a tongue ball.
It was tongue-esque. Tonguey.
Yes. Were you a bit upset, Chris, about Aussie?
Was I a bit upset, Chris, about Aussie?
Well, you're Chris Woke.
Oh, Chris Woke. We'll have to ask him.
Okay.
Yeah, next time I see him.
Okay. I mean, there was a big. It was all very emotional, wasn't it? Big turnout.
Yeah.
For the old.
Jadeja facing up to Wokes, who bowls a straighter one this time. He's forward in defence, and there is no run.
I mean, between them, Ozzy Osbourne and Chris Woke have made Birmingham famous, haven't they?
Make Birmingham great again.
So when was the time when Birmingham
was
was
great.
great?
That's a good point.
In
Peaky Blinders.
early seasons of Peaky Blinders, yes.
Birmingham has never been great.
Says the Coventrian.
Yes.
With a little bit of vested interest.
Forgot about that.
Wokes over the wicket to the left-handed Jadeja. A little bit of an inside edge up into the box area, and he's bending down asking whether he can pick the ball up. Just never do it. I saw a kid in an under-12s game at Peel when one of our batters did that the other day. He just played it, and he shouldn't be handling the ball. He played it in front of him, went to get it to be helpful and give it back to them, and this kid from Square Legs appealing to the umpire.
And the umpire hopefully gave it out. Because he had
well,
to.
Didn't.
He said, "Don't be silly."
He said
he's not going to do that again if you give him out.
Yeah. don't be an island just off Italy. Don't be so silly.
Hey.
Wokes bowls a fuller one, driven by Jadeja. It goes through. Who is that extra cover there? Who now is Pope. Captain Pope letting the side down. Boo. And he's gifted them 3 runs there. Quick between the wickets, Jadeja, and Wokes is pissed off.
Oh, he's not happy, Wokes, is he, at all? Yeah, that's poor. I mean, Ollie Pope is a really good fielder. But
that was shite.
It was shite, and you've got to keep the pressure on, haven't you?
Yeah. We haven't heard from Jay Grover today, have we?
I haven't heard from him for 2 or 3 days, actually. Towards the end of the last test, we didn't hear much from him.
Let us know if all's well in
Sheffield?
In Sheffield.
In Groveland.
Is anything ever well in Sheffield?
No, not really.
I was up in Sheffield for the World Snooker.
Ah.
Start of May. Lovely time.
Oh, that's nice. Tallest city in Europe, of course.
Tallest city in Europe, and it's got trams.
It's got trams.
Which I'm never going to take a tram, but I like the fact that they're there. Just outside the off stump this time, a better line length to the right-handed Karen Nair by Wokes.
Sorry, tallest
Shoulders
city?
on.
Do you mean like
Tallest
highest
city,
above sea level?
Yes.
Ah, okay.
In Europe?
Yes, tallest was a bit of an odd description. I meant highest, yes.
Yeah.
Tall.
Very tall, that city.
They're all very tall in Sheffield.
But probably not quite as high as, say, La Paz, which is very high in city terms. And it's just part of the reason why, after this ball, Chris Wokes bowls it. A bit of swing there and mistimed up to mid-off by Karen Nair. No run.
Yeah,
just part of the reason why Bolivia is so good. They beat Brazil once 5 or 6-0.
Because they weren't climatised.
Great home record. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Someone was saying
home advantage.
What you should do with the World Cup is do it like the FA Cup, and every country draws another team like the FA Cup. They said if Bolivia kept getting home games, they'd win the World Cup every time.
Yeah. Well, except the final would be played in, I don't know, the Maracanã or somewhere like that.
Zippy Tuna says a little bit of tongue ball. I'll be back in a few. But otherwise, it's a little quiet if you want to write in.
Don't forget the super chats.
Don't forget the super chats.
Yeah, your tweet will go to the top of the queue if you give us some money. It's a simple bribery.
To the front of the queue of 1.
Yes.
Jadeja has 5. He's facing tongue. Again, it's misdirected down the leg. So I think I've got a little feather on that.
You did.
It races away to fine leg. No, it's buys. So
nice.
That ball did that all by itself, it seems.
I was with you. I thought you got a little nibble.
Anyway,
it didn't
4
miss
runs.
the pad by very much at all, but then it just kept swinging, didn't it? I mean, he's a little unlucky there.
Look where it lands, though.
Oh,
He's
I
bowling
know.
from round the wicket to a
I know.
left-hander, and it pitches outside leg. So that's never going to be any good, is it?
Balls keep swinging. Balls can work it out.
You're on
I don't know
live
why.
jingles
Yeah,
with
I
Ian
am.
Forth.
I don't know why today.
119 for 4. Tongue in the middle of his 8th over. A rather parlous bowling display. This is uppercut by Jadeja, a short ball. I reckon that's gone all the way, isn't it?
I wouldn't be surprised.
No, 1 bounce.
Not quite.
1 bounce 4, I think. Umpire Raza signals that. So, again, he's misdirected his length. Well, he tried a short ball there to discomfort the batsman, but all he did was give him some extra width and the ability to get under that ball, which he gleefully and gratefully did.
Well, a player who's in as good form as Jadeja, and you give him something like that, and there's no third man, it's one of these. Almost a free hit, really.
Yeah. Yeah, you'd be very unlucky just to get a little feather through to
Yes.
the keeper, wouldn't you, playing that sort of shot? so it's relatively risk-free. This must be his last over of this spell for Tongue, I'd have thought.
Yeah, well,
we got the wicket quite recently, but still, he's bowling like a drain. Let's have it right. Jadeja, 9 not out, facing up to Tongue, coming around the wicket. A much better delivery. Almost a car, and he's got him. He has got him. Almost a carbon copy of the Sai Sudarshan dismissal. Squared him up, a feather of an edge. So he's bowling some absolute Jaffas, peaches, in the middle of sour cream.
I don't really think I want peaches and
quite
sour
like
cream.
sour cream.
Yeah, but with peaches,
gone off cream.
Oh, it's a beauty.
Wow. Well, you talk about a batsman in form, which Jadeja certainly is, averaging 113 in the series. That average has come down a bit with that wicket, of course. The previous ball, you're just feeding the run machine that is Jadeja. But if you're getting a batsman out who's in that good form, you've bowled a good one, and he definitely bowled him an excellent nut there. Goodbye, Ravi.
And I imagine that we will have heard this.
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says you.
Presumably someone will be saying, "You coming in already?"
We've got a super chat. We've got 2 super chats.
Yay!
Oh, come on.
Marvellous news. I'll do one jingle for the
Chat
tune.
cash, super chat cash, super chat cash.
The first is from Eco Stevens, possibly mispronounced by me. I'll read it word for word. Recently discovered that super chats cure gonorrhea.
How did you
I just
stumble upon that?
I've just read it word for word.
No, I'm just asking
I don't know.
Eco.
Eco can maybe unpack that one for us. And
or answer it.
Or, Zippy Tuna says, wicket. Another please.
Well, he did the trick.
Yeah.
He did.
And India's wicketkeeper has come to the crease.
Is it going to be... I don't know that they're going to take him off after the end of this over
Well,
now.
perhaps not now. You'd settle for one unplayable one every over, I suppose, wouldn't you?
I suppose you would, as long as you don't go for 24 off the other 5. Anyway, this man is at the crease.
Oh, have you heard of Juve Jurel? Oh, he's the dude behind the stumps. And he also sometimes bats. And that's the tale of Drew Jurel.
And his first ball was wide and shortish, and he fiddled at it, didn't get anything on it. 123 for 5 then. Game's moving on.
Surely is. And I'm just thinking to myself, Jurel seems to have played a big part in this series. But is this the first time he's actually batted? I think it is.
You might be right.
No, he surely batted in the... Oh, no, maybe
No,
not.
he couldn't have done
no.
because he was, he had to replace Rishab, and he's just kept wicket, I think.
This is defended off the stumps. The way that Tongue's bowling is almost surprising when he does bowl it at the stumps, and that's what makes these balls where he's getting the wickets
Even more unplayable.
Even more unplayable. Like, Jesus Christ, where's that come from?
Actually, that's quite a good little quiz question for our people out there. Is the most impact someone's had on a series without batting at all? If anyone can remember another case.
Gary Pratt would be one.
Yeah, that's a good contender. I was thinking maybe if someone had taken a lot of wickets, but that is a good contender. Yes.
Oh yeah, without batting. Yeah, okay. This one is half edged, half guided to gully. That completes the over.
Right, well, Philip Shaw has got a good one. Tongue is the equivalent of avant-garde jazz. Absolutely awful, but now and again, the best you have ever seen stroke heard.
Yep.
For example, Ornette Coleman science fiction. That's a good call. And Richard Peel's got a good one here as well. I was batting for my school and hit one back to the cocky bowler, who caught it and instantly put the ball in his pocket and laughed at me. Umpire said, not out, that counts as a drop.
Does it?
Really?
I'm pretty sure it doesn't.
No, I'm pretty sure it doesn't.
Very good. Frank Rockefeller, India struggling, too bad. And the Eco Stephen says, I managed to spell bloody gonorrhea properly, then mess up with supper. My life sucks. No, it doesn't. You give us a super chat, your life does not suck.
I'm happy to call them supper chats, because maybe that's what we'll spend them on.
Yes.
This is driven with not much timing towards mid-off by Karen Nair. It's Wokes who started a new over. He has figures of 1 for 31.
I think it's time for the big reveal.
You've not done the big reveal yet?
Richard Peel has has just tweeted in. I think we need to show those on YouTube.
Oh, look at that.
What he has sent. I have a proper Samantha.
That is quality.
Pillow. There you go. That was sent in by Richard. Thank you very much.
Quality.
I thought it was a T-shirt, then I thought it was a flag, and then I realised it was a pillowcase.
He's been sitting on her for the last 25 minutes.
She's loved
and
every
you didn't
minute.
even know. Karen faces up to Wokes, who bowls a ball that just threatens away from the right hander there. And again, good carry through to the keeper. We've seen that quite a bit today, haven't we?
We have, yeah.
Decent carries. He's often been taking it at chest height, Jamie Smith, isn't he? As opposed to waist height.
I mean, this pitch started quite green, been on and off for rain. Whether that's what spiced the pitch up a little bit, certainly, you know, at this stage in most of the other tests we've seen, the ball has died at this point.
Wokes wide of the crease this time. Again, good carry and movement, a little bit of late movement, but non-threatening as it started too wide.
Another super chat.
Yay! Well, I'm going to tell you what.
Super chat game.
Exactly.
Super chat, yeah. Super chat, yeah. Super chat game. Super chat game.
Who's that talking to? Oh, it's Tony on the way back the other week. Said he'd never seen Blankety Blank.
What?
How can you
Hey,
get to
blankety blank,
Oh,
check pen and
Dave.
book. Karen facing up to Wokes. He bowls an absolute snorter at him. This one
thought he got an edge.
was threatening because it was straighter. Prodigious movement once more. I'm not sure he did get an edge on
No, I
that.
don't
Anyway,
think so.
Jamie Smith diving away to his right is immaterial because he shelled it. I don't think he did. I think we'll see. There's.
No, I'm pretty sure he didn't.
I don't think he got anything on that.
No,
Yeah, it almost goes across the face of the bat,
hasn't it? It's gone almost diagonally.
I mean, it is. I mean, it's not hot, but it is warm and a bit close.
It is, yes.
And obviously decent conditions for swing bowling. Wokes from wide of the crease this time, forward in defence, just covering up there. Karen watching it carefully, as you have to when the ball is doing a bit.
And yet that ball did nothing, really.
Well, he came from wider of the crease this time, I suppose, hoping to get perhaps hoping to minimise the movement because it was too much almost the previous one.
Yeah.
If you come a bit wider, then maybe you still get, but inevitably you don't. It goes gun barrel.
Just go straight. Yes. Not that there's anything wrong with a straight ball, to be honest.
No. It's nice
from time
for
to
a bit
time.
of variation. Wokes again from wide of the crease, and it does go again a little bit. This ball, it's clever bowling. Shoulders, arms. That's the end of the over. It remains after a couple of maidens. 123 for 5. Fourthy.
The super chat's previously heralded. It's from Michael Clarkson. $2 I came for the gonorrhea cure and got a wicket. Yes, you did. Well done, you, Michael.
Bonus.
Good stuff.
Just rub some linseed oil into it.
Zibby Tuner says, lovely jingle. Zibby Tuner also adds, sorry, Eco, hope the gonorrhea improves. And he replies, the cream helps.
Who put the gon in gonorrhea? There's your advert. I'll go home, take the rest of the day off.
Thank you, Dave Trott. And Richard Morris says, Samantha Fix. That reminds me, I will have breast of chicken for my tea.
Dear.
Frankie Howard is alive and well.
Tongue sprays one down the leg side again. This one dies in the pitch. More because he just got the direction so wrong than anything else.
Is he the equivalent of the poker player who feigns to be terrible at poker until, the last hand in which he cleans up? Is he that guy?
I think he's that. I also like the avant-garde jazz.
He's that as well, yes.
Comparison. I thought that was a good one. Choo Choo Charlie with Cha Cha Cha. It's not. It's Josh Tongue with the ball in his hand, and this one is actually on leg stump and steered towards square leg. Can't beat the fielder, and the score remains 123 for 5, where it has been for quite some time now. In fact, that was the score on which they lost that 5th wicket. And we are just watching can we call this a heat map? It's more
for God. I'm surprised that hasn't sort of broken the
machine.
Broken the machine, yeah.
So we just, in case you're not watching pictures like we are, we've just seen a recent map of where these balls have been going. Here, there and everywhere. This is wide on the offside and to full, and Jarrell just suspiciously watches it go through to Smith. sprayed left, sprayed right, sprayed left, sprayed right, repeat, and then he bowls that absolute snorter and gets a wicket.
It's like one of those. Do you remember Spirograph? Did you? Have
Yes.
It's like when one of the wheel things was broken and well,
Spirograph, anyone?
Oh, you sorry?
Rubik's cubes,
I was getting mixed
sticks
up,
and hoops.
Getting mixed up with Spirogyra.
He bangs this one in. There must be a wide down the leg side. This is almost comical now. And I do wonder whether, I know he's got the 2 wickets, whether Josh Tongue is doing his best to bowl himself off the plane to Australia.
Come on, down you come, down the steps. But I'm on the plane. He says, well, you can go to the back of economy. No business class for you.
You're not turning left, son.
No. No Bucks fizz for you.
It'd be lovely, wouldn't it, flying first class to Australia? I like that. Back in his crease goes Jarrell and steers this one to backward point. There's no run. However, there has been a run to the total, thanks to that, which could have been given 2 wides, couldn't it, that previous one?
I did fly business class 2/3 of the way to Australia.
Ooh.
But it's not quite as good as...
Well,
I
business class is good.
I got an incredible deal that you just don't see these days, I'm afraid to say. But there you go.
Lucky enough to have someone else pay for a few business class flights. And it's just one of the best things. I absolutely love it. This is full. It's so full that it's a full toss. Jarrell gets a healthy lump of willow on it, but a diving Jacob Bethel at backward point, I think, prevents any run. So he's got away with one there.
Next ball of Jaffa.
Well, it could be.
There's one in the post, Forthy.
I remember seeing...
they got one. Sorry, they got one.
I remember seeing Stuart Broad get the worst sixfer I've ever seen in cricket in the Ashes at Headingley, I think 2009. But this is going to be, if he gets a few more wickets, this is going to be right up there.
Was he getting them off absolute pies then?
Yeah, just bowled terribly. As I
remember
recall.
that. Yeah.
Karen Nair comes on to strike. This one is a bit wide of off stump, and he just allows it to pass through. That completes another relatively painful over. It's 125 for 5.
Jeff Perkins. Surely Tony just can't remember seeing blankety blank.
Could be that, yes.
Lear, I think we need another triple ton from KK9. Muttley, I'm with Grubby. In fact, you could say it's too close for comfort.
Yeah.
Bernard Murray, I know all about blankety blanks. I've had the snip.
Firing the old blankety blanks. Very good.
Zippy Tuna, how can India know where England are bowling if England don't even know? It's brilliant.
How do you set a field?
I mean, where do you start?
Well, you bung a few slips in and hope for the best, I suppose.
Well, I have someone at very fine leg. Tell you that for nothing. You can get
good call.
Take that to the bank.
Take that to
Sod your 5 wides.
Richard Peel says Tongue's bowling avant-garde. More like haven't got a clue.
Very good.
Where the ball is going, he adds.
Chrissy Waux coming into bowl now. Wide of the crease. He's really working out. He's working across the crease to work out the optimum position to deliver the ball. That was a good one. Again, it's that predominant away from the right-hander movement and relatively late in the piece and relatively full. And I think Jarrell, a more confident bat, let's say Gill or someone who's in the form of his life this series, might be looking to get forward and play more aggressive shots. But I think Jarrell is new. Well, he's still only 5 matches into his career, although he averages 40, but he's just having a little look. Not quite as proactive as he might be with a bit more confidence later on. This one is steered quite nicely through square leg. Going to get a couple here.
Bernard Murray's got a prediction for the next Tongue wicket. The way he sees it, it'll come from a ball that hits the umpire, hits the wicket keeper on the head, then ricochets onto the bails. That's probably about right, I think. Yeah.
Would it not be called a dead ball once it hits the umpire?
Details. I think Liam Dawson's on the path.
He is,
he?
yeah.
Who's gone off?
Not sure. It could be Bethel, actually.
And he dived
him recently.
Well, he made that diving stop at backward point last over.
Oh, did he? Well, in that case, I'm talking nonsense.
He's defended. There he is.
There he is.
Rushing in from that position and flinging the ball underarm. He looks right as ninepence cock.
He's saying, fuck you, I'm definitely
But a quick
out here.
single. So one more to the total. 128 for 5 now.
Not just haven't got, but haven't got a clue what guard to take. Would be possibly another.
How would you? That would have been close. That might have been out, by the way.
I think you would just have got there. think.
Would have been close.
Would have been tight.
Probably
Dives everywhere. Dive from the fielder, dive from the batsman. Some of that green pitch on the front of people's shirts now. And by the way, you mentioned the green pitch earlier on, Hendo. And you've seen enough cricket at the Oval in recent years to know that often the pitches look like this, and they usually bat pretty well. So you might look at it, it's an absolute green seamer, and it plays like a dream.
I'll come back to that in a
Yeah.
minute.
Whoa, an inside edge from Karen Nye. He's going to race away to fine leg, but it beat him. Could easily have chopped that on. And a bit of an indeterminate prod, but he's going to get 4 runs for it. Lucky.
Indeed.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
That was hellish close.
Yeah, that missed the leg bail by an absolute sliver.
A boarding house scrape of butter, anyone?
You could argue.
I'll nick that from the 12th man, Billy Birmingham.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Always like to credit him.
A bit like gravy you get in a roast dinner in a pub. Never enough. Never enough gravy. They give you a little jug.
This is defended just outside the off stump by.
I feel the same about tartare sauce you get with fish and chips. Just
I know. They give you one of those little packs, don't they?
Mickey Flanagan talks about going to quite a posh restaurant and having the risotto and asking for some. Excuse me, love. Can I have some tomato sauce? Much to his wife's chagrin, then she comes over like she's doing a little drug deal with a little tiny little pot for me.
Oh yeah, I know.
I said, "Excuse me, hang on a sec, love. Have a little sip." Yes, that's very nice. I have the whole bottle, please.
And it's the way that they look at you when you ask for more.
Yeah.
I know.
Look, Karen Nye forward in defence. The ball just on off stump runs up to mid off, and there's no run.
Well, who's on after me has got Mark Zip as the first one to read out.
Okay, who's back?
Thanks for them.
Here's Messi. Messi is back. He's been away for ages, Messi. Where have you been?
I've been monitoring. I only just discovered that I was supposed to be on in the first session.
You're like some sort of really weird and scary surveillance operation.
I've been monitoring. That was quite frightening to hear.
It was.
Well, anyway, hello, goodbye, Messers. We'll see you very soon.
Fourth, are you back in again at all or not? Or is this the last we see of you? Oh, what a shame. What a shame. See you again virtually, yes indeed. I'm going to play a jingle that tells you what you can do to help us.
The best things in life are free. Just like Gorilla Commentary, we need money. That's what I want. /Gorilla Cricket. We need money. I don't like the BBC. I prefer Gorilla Commentary. I want money. That's what I want.
Right, well,
Yeah,
goodness
yeah.
me, it's been all go, hasn't it?
Well,
all go, but not for you. You've
not
been
for
asleep
me.
on the sofa.
I had a flat-out nap for about an hour, wasn't it?
You did. It's on sofa 2.
On sofa 2, yes.
Hendo's just gone off into the sunset with Samantha.
On sofa 2? Are there 2 sofas then?
Yeah, they are, but they're sort of arranged a bit like buses, back to back. It's all a bit
Well,
weird.
you could just pull it further back. You know.
Over the wicket comes Atkinson, well defended by Juve Jarrell. Message, you may have been monitoring things, but you clearly didn't monitor them to get the message that you were supposed to have done social just after what would have been tea.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't see that until just now. I entirely missed that.
That's okay.
Sorry about that.
That's all right.
It's been one of those days
infallible
today.
Well, Forty was trying to come up with some formula for the rotor. It was just confusing me completely. So I had to sit and calculate it.
He was vaguely talking about 20 minutes or something, or
Yeah,
10
somebody.
overs.
I thought, what nonsense is this? Atkinson over the wicket he comes. That's left alone again by a watchful Durrell.
Well, there is something spooky about you and Forthy.
In what way?
There's something. Well, the fact that in a city of 10 million people,
of all the Southwest
you
trains
two
in all the world,
end up
he walked
sitting
into mine.
next to each other on a train without even noticing.
I know. That was kind of weird. That was kind of weird, it must be said. And then went to Ian fourth. Which I thought, that's just odd. I would never have called him that in my life before. I was quite pissed. Atkinson as that's left alone wide of the off stump again. Just gentle curve, Bear. Just gentle curve.
It is, but the odd one is doing extraordinary things.
Certainly for Tongue, who's got that real hooper in him every so often, isn't
Every
he?
so often. And, England are in a really good position here, 132 for 5. All the main guys are out. Karen there.
If ever there was a toss that Gill needed to win, it was today.
Yeah.
Well, these have been a perfect
wait and see
conditions
until
for
two
England.
sides have batted. That's
True,
what
but
they
if the
say.
weather improves, you imagine the pitch will lose some juice as well as it goes on.
I'll wait and hold. The 3 slips go down. That's Fuller. And on-off stump does swing again, but it's just guided out to short extra. There's no run. This season, in first-class matches, well, basically Surrey, 131 of 150 wickets to fall have all gone to seam, Bear.
Well, that doesn't surprise me whatsoever. And how many spinners have they got? 2?
Well, they've got only part-time spinners.
They hardly ever bowl them, though, do they?
Other teams that play there.
No, I'm talking about
They
India.
don't just play with themselves, sorry, although it has been rumoured.
Yeah, I know, but India have got 2, haven't they? They've got Jadeja and Washington Sundar.
Oh, yes, Atkinson, that's short. And
that one came back.
Shovelled, really, and it shovelled not by design, but by the fact that it really did hurry him up and came nipped back at him and was pushed into the onside. It's the end of the over. It's 132 for 5. The run rate exactly 3. 44 overs complete, Messers.
We have a super chat.
Hey! Bring them in, peeps. Bring them in. Bring
'em
us
in.
home with super chats. It's going to be a long evening.
Super chat. Hasipi Tuna sends us $2 and says, Messi is big brother. The state is always watching.
Well,
he is. He is.
And Mark Zip says, is it possible that Tongue has a deal with Smith to make him look good, like a great keeper?
No.
Martin says, I have a very fine leg. It's so fine you can't even see the bloody thing, can you, Martin?
Very good. Very good. Right, 3 slips, a gully, cover, mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket, and there is a third man and a fine leg that we can see as Wokes is in, and it's down the arse. Smith, who's done well today, but very competent with the gloves. That is meandering its way to the crease at a positively somnambulent 79 miles an hour, Bear.
Oh, I know. It's not the quickest, is he? We were discussing earlier. I think it's Wokes' last series for England. I thought.
Yeah.
And well, if we get conditions that are conducive to a bowling summer next year, I suppose he might get a game. But it'll be 37 next year.
We are getting a pretty good view of the apartments taking shape around the old gas holder.
In the old gas holder?
In the old gas holder. Well, kind of, yeah, but built up to the shape of that. That's worked nicely away by Karen there. Off the bowling of Christopher Roger Wokes of Birmingham.
So they're going to be a donut of houses.
Kind of. I think the prices are...
stupid.
Astronomical.
The modern phrase is eye-watering, which seems to be used for everything.
The problem, I was actually... met a surveyor, because one of these viewers I'm doing, I've got this viewer of this flat down
It's
right
called
near
Viewer.
me.
Oh, okay.
And it's basically a studio, but it seems to have a separate bedroom, and it's tiny.
In comes Wokes, defended by Jarrell into the onside.
And I have now done 10 viewings on that flat, and not a single person has turned up to view it. It's overpriced.
You're kidding?
No.
Hang on, what, you've been there?
Yeah, because it's an auction
them.
place. No, because it's an auction. You just go and stand at the door and people turn up. But it's massively overpriced. It's tiny and it needs a lot of work. And basically, I would see you later. See you in Australia. See you over the Zoom sometime.
It's Forthy. He's got his backpack on his back, his little knotted handkerchief over his shoulder, on a stick, and away he goes. Wokes in. That's down leg again. Grubby is also off, but we'll see him before we see Forthy.
Indeed.
That's steered around the corner, down to fine leg. Did they take a single bear? Or
They did take a single. Obviously.
Waving goodbye to the grubster.
Yeah, so this flat, right, so no one's turned up, no one's viewed it. And I think it's probably worth, with the amount of work you do, I wouldn't spend more than 120 grand on it. You can rent it out for £1,000, but it's tiny, and no one wants to live there, and it's above a shop, and it's a really shitty building. Anyway, so the surveyor comes around, and he was telling me that mortgage companies now basically won't mortgage some of these big blocks of flats because the fucking service charges are like £6,000 a year, and so they've become unmortgageable.
Oh, well, there you go. Right, Wokes, in he comes. That's full again. And Karen Nair defends into the onside. No run. What do we think a good first innings score is, given the conditions and how much they are helping seam?
Well, it depends how well the Indian bowlers bowl, doesn't it? I mean, 200 could be a good score if they can bowl better than England. And let's face it, it's two B team. Well, not. I suppose England's attack isn't really B team. It's just got a bunch of people who haven't played. India's, you may say, Siraj could have a big say.
Last ball of this Wokes over. Down the leg. It's chipped a little bit upish into the onside. Who's that doing the fielding? It's the slab, isn't it? It's the slab. Although it's not the major slab. His
slab
brother's
minor.
The bigger slab. Although I think Jamie's the older of the two brothers.
Yeah.
134 for 5 after 45. Lessers.
Leah says, well, at least I found a still of the run out and bowled by Atkinson. Thumbnail sorted. Did I tell you that I recorded a nerd broadcast with Adjit about Neuromancer? That would drive me to insanity.
I will probably put that on a list of things to listen to at some point.
Neuromancer, God. Bernard Murray says,
where is the point is?
Where is the next tongue ball going? Through a time wormhole that will bowl out Don Bradman in
Atkinson.
1936.
Oh, that would be good. And that was late swing, kept low there, kept low. We didn't really get up much.
Didn't really get up. It was a bit of a skiddy one, wasn't it?
Arthur, where's my washboard?
Someone needs to bring the ball back in every once in a while, because at the moment they're just having it on the stumps and it's angling away, and the batsman can quite happily leave it because he doesn't think it's coming back.
Joe Root is busily describing the movement of that ball. Jadeja and Mohammad Siraj are sitting back in their chairs and they're looking quite relaxed. Jurel won't be relaxed. He's about to face this ball from Atkinson, which again darts wide of off, swings away late, possibly even after it had passed the bat. Taken by Smith, and there was no run. I can tell you, since 1880.
Yeah.
Since 1880.
Since 1880.
Since 1880, Bear. 345 has been the average first innings score in tests at the Oval. The last six tests, though, 255.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm beginning to think that, when we deal with figures like that, we probably should only look at this century.
No, you can't deny history, but I understand the point, and that one's just pushed away around the corner. They take a single. It's interesting to look at this season actually for Moneybag Surrey. Their scores have been in their games, not necessarily them. The team batting first, 253, 283, 255, 217. If you just look at those, that's 250.
Pretty modest.
That's 252. On the other hand, if you add the last game that Surrey played here, 820 for 9, that rather skyrockets it
by about 100
to 365. Yeah. That one's again swinging late, and Karen Mayer is able to leave it quite happily. 135 for 5.
It's a very good point about how averages can be misleading.
Well, when you're only talking, Andy's the one who always pulls me up on any mathematical, statistical calculation I come up with. He can very dismissively go, yes, but is that statistically valid?
Usually no.
Well, I don't know. If I think he's wrong, I tell him. He will climb down on occasions. That's nicely, really not really driven, but sort of guided. Just wide of extra, will be fielded. They'll take a single. 136 for 5.
Bored, I want a wicket. We've been having regular wickets. We need one now.
Yes, yeah, I'm not sure I've had that many wickets today, but it's all been an up and down day.
Yes.
On and off day. Lunch ridiculous. Lunch was only, in fact, 5 minutes early. When the first rain shower hit, but then it persisted. So they had an extra course or late? An extra course. Yeah. And we're on for a long. We think for a long evening.
7:30 potentially, another hour and a half.
Yeah.
And presumably there'll be a late finish tomorrow as well.
In comes Atkinson. That's dabbed away towards mid wicket. They jog an easy single. Pretty good crowd though still. as you would expect on day one at the Oval.
Yeah. They're still not starting early to make up time in England, are they?
Mm-mm. No, and you know what? I think that's the right thing, because 10:30 in the morning, if you did that at Lord's, which they do in county games, the ball is literally
hooping
around corners sometimes, unless it's the Kookaburra, which of course that 8:20 for 9 declared.
Depends a bit on the time of year, though, doesn't it?
It does too.
I mean,
It
this
does.
time of year it's probably not too bad. If you did it in September, it'd be much harder.
Yeah. I mean, this time of year, exactly. I think you can still go on to 8 o'clock at this time of year, quite easily.
Crowd in front of the pavilion. There's a gentleman who's taking his time with his beer to get himself settled. Chris Wokes.
Was that the end of the over? Mark Zip says perhaps Tongue has that scene from Bull Durham in mind. I'll wait.
Yeah, in comes Christopher Roger Wokes. Nicely worked off his hip by Jarrell. He's going to get 4 for it.
Leg slip.
Gus Atkinson was too wide. And he was at deep backward point, and it's gone for 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
The thing is, Bear.
Yeah.
Chris Wokes' pace as he's currently bowling. It's great if you're getting lots of movement. It's the Darren Stevens effect. The bit of wobble here and there.
Well, exactly.
And it works brilliantly. But you can't err on your line and length.
No.
And that is the pro against bowlers, a batsman of this class. And that really has been Wokes' problem. Every so often he's bowled an absolute corker of a ball. That's not a corker, but it's certainly the right line. 3/4 of the way off stump, and Jarrell treats it with suitable respect. 141 for 5. I think in these conditions, on off. Oh, Mick Jagger's there. There he is.
God, he looks old.
I was about to say he's looking.
Well, he is. It's
he
81, 82.
Who's he chatting to? Oh, look. Oh, he's on. What's the name? He's with Mark Nicholas, isn't he? Who's just a star fucker. John Thompson. It's John Thompson in front of him as well, in the celebrity box. Oh, that pops up at Jarrell, and he's surprised by it.
Hurt him a little bit,
and it's hurt him as well. I think that got him on the fingers, didn't it? Let's have a look where it does get him.
Well, we're not going to see.
We're not. We're going to see something else.
Mick Jagger may look old, but he's bloody fit to be on stage for 3 hours straight.
I think it just might be the skin on his face, to be honest. I mean, he's always had a baggy face, hasn't he?
He has had a baggy face.
But it doesn't stop him getting the ladies. That's probably because he's a Rolling Stone and worth millions.
Well, there you are then. Not baggy trousers. That would be something different. In comes Wokes again. Low, late swing. Jarrell can leave.
Has anyone got a bloody in-swinger? Are they all just bowling away swingers?
Yeah, well, at the moment they seem to be. Well, we know Atkinson has, because we've seen it at play today. And we know that Tongue definitely has. Wokes.
Tongue swings it this way and that way. And every which way.
Oh, I see what you mean, yeah. He did bring to mind a little bit Mitchell Johnson. In the days if he swings to the left, he swings to the right.
Yes.
Mitchell Johnson, you're bowling his shite. And that's wide and left again. Does move back the other way on that occasion, but so late as to not trouble the ball.
Which was always true until his last Test series.
And then all of a sudden he was brilliant.
And then he was fucking unplayable.
He was
95 miles an hour. Destroyed
like he'd
us.
been saving it up. This is the last ball of Wokes' 14th over. 141 for 5. It's the 47th over. There's still plenty of movement there on the ball. Maybe not quite as sharp as earlier on in the day. Wokes in, onto his toes goes Jarrell, steers it through square leg, and he may be able to come back for 2. Did he, or did they just take a single?
No, it's 2.
He did come back for 2, so he'll move on to 13. India will move on to 143 for 5, and Messers will bring us your messages.
Yeah. So Mark Zip says perhaps Tongue has that scene from Bull Durham in mind, the one where Nuke is told to hit the mascot and Crash shrugs and says to the batter, "I have no idea where it's going," which is entirely the case with Tongue's bowling. Leah says the correct word is gasometer. Gas holder is someone trying to murder a fart in their lower intestine. She says, I want to tell you, Tony, that she sent you a link on Blue Sky.
Yeah, no, I'm assuming that's to the article about.
I'd say so. Bernard Murray says Einstein said God doesn't play dice with the universe. Obviously, he never saw
In comes
Tung
Atkinson,
bowl.
and that's well defended. Back to him, no run. Not Bradman. Bannerman. It's her Bannerman article. I'll be honest. I have had a quick skim, and it needs some sub-editing.
Who wrote it?
Leah did.
Oh right, okay.
And Leah, I haven't had time to give it my love and attention. But as soon as I can, I will. The reality is, it may just be after this test. But if you're happy with that, then I will happily do it. In comes Karanana. That does move in. There's your in-swinger, but it's from Atkinson, and it's into the offside. There was no run. Rather squared up. Karen there. 18 off 52. He's quite barrelly of stance, isn't he? Karen?
Yeah, he's not
barrelly
tall.
lad. When you say not tall, where is he on the Duckster scale?
I think he's about a Duckster.
He's about
one,
a Duckster.
One Ducket.
One Duquet.
Yeah.
Young Benjamin Duquet. We genuinely thought we might get to see him bowl up at Old Trafford. It didn't happen. It was cruel. The moment was there. The stage was set. That's well defended in front of off, and there was no run. 143 for 5.
Now we set him up here with 3 straight balls. Now if he can get that on exactly the same line with a little bit of nibble, that's the ball.
Well, that would be ideal, wouldn't it?
It would be.
There's Jakey. Where's Bethel? Was Bethel forward short? Was he?
Might be at Gully or somewhere out there.
He was certainly close in. Will he get a bowl as one of England's part-timers? No. That's driven. That's a gorgeous shot. It was over-pitched and might be hauled in though. That's Ollie Pope. Take a long, hard look. It's Ollie Pope who's running after it. And they do come back for 3. Karen Nairn moves on to 21. So it looked a gorgeous shot, but I'm not sure the outfield is super quick given the amount of rain.
The amount of rain we've had. What's the weather like tomorrow?
Well, you better ask the man who knows.
More of the same, I thought. But
No, it should be better tomorrow.
When I saw the forecast on the BBC, it had sort of cloud and raindrops coming out of them for the first 4 days. And on Monday, blazing sunshine.
They may have adjusted session times tomorrow, of course, to make
the
up
Met
for
Office
the time
says
lost
between
today.
11 and 1, it's 60%.
In comes Atkinson. Oh, now that is really close. We're all looking at the chubby finger of Ashan Raza, which does not go up.
Oh, come on. We've got all our reviews left. You've got to review that.
Ollie Pope.
Did he get an edge on it?
No way.
I don't think so. It may have been, it's a no ball.
Oh, fuck.
Ashan Raza. Honestly.
Well, that saved us doing a review.
Well, it did.
But he did shove his leg out at it. It was a horrible looking shot.
Had he said, we'll review, and then the no ball had been signalled, I don't think you'd lose your review, because a no ball is a no ball. You can't review a no ball.
Dead ball. Yeah.
No. The forecast for tomorrow is sunny intervals changing to light showers by lunchtime. So it may be a sort of on and off day.
Much
so
like today,
again, too high, do you think?
Probably.
He's a long way forward.
I think it's probably going down leg side, actually.
Yeah.
But hey.
Right. In comes Gus Atkinson, that scurrying run, which then explodes towards the end, and it's nicely turned around, just down to deep backward square. Josh Tung is stationed there, and they get a single.
He's bowled very well, hasn't he? He's only gone for 23 and 14, 15 overs.
Very economical as Atkinson. Ooh, depends which angle you look at that from.
Yeah, it was a horrible shot. Well, we're going to see here.
Original decision not out, impact in line. Wickets, umpire's call. It may just have tickled the top of the leg bail. So
given not out, it would remain not out.
Ashan Raza would have been right. Oh, that's defended back to Atkinson. He's bowling about 87.
Which is good.
Which is pretty decent. Looks like we're due a drinks break at the end of that over, so we can hand the floor, the
over
ceiling,
to the Messi.
most of the walls to Messers.
Well, I was just going to give you some information about Wokes.
Ooh, go on then.
There were some suggestions this would be his last Test match, which wouldn't surprise me. Last season in England, he played 6 Test matches, took 24 wickets at 20.25.
Yep. Yeah. This season's close to 50.
This season, he's played 5 Test matches for 11 wickets
at 50.
At 50.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, he really hasn't been a patch on what he managed.
Well,
I know the conditions haven't suited him.
Well, this is it. I mean, this is the most un-English summer I can remember for a very, very long time. I mean, to be fair, India have had a good shout at. If they'd have played slightly better, they'd have had a good shout winning this series in these conditions. It's very much not suited England's bowling attack.
No.
Dara Azizi is with us. He says, hi all. And Emma Butland says, I think a knotted hanky over a stick is a bindle, right?
Is that what it's called?
I have no idea.
I don't know. I've never heard it.
I've not heard it called
Leah says, that's all fine, Tony. I just wanted you to see it first before shopping it out to other outlets. Right of first refusal or something like that.
I appreciate that.
Alistair Breeder says, I'm here in Port Elizabeth. And Martley says, I've thought England was pretty ordinary this series. I think their bowling has been,
I think the bowling has been in very difficult bowling conditions, but it's lacked probably the experience to...
massively experienced 2 players.
Yeah, it's lacked the experience to make the best of it.
Yeah,
but
you can't. Consistency is the word that's missing. Seems to me. And Tongue has been the worst of it all. Tongue has just been. It's sort of like a joke bowler in a way, watching Tongue.
And except when he gets the one that's right,
it's very right.
Go, what a ball that was!
Yeah,
yeah, I know. But I mean, it's the conditions certainly suit that capacity. I think if he was in Australia, he would go for 1 million.
Yeah, they won't. Oh dear, bless me.
I mean, Wokes' wicket today
and Wokes similarly. I just don't think either of them have got any prospect.
His wicket today was, I mean, it was the wrong shot from KL Rahul. I suppose any shot you're out to is the wrong shot, but it was just too close to his body to attempt he was he trying to angle it to third man? Was he trying to steer? But either way, he could have just tucked in behind it and he would have been fine and dandy. But the Josh Tongue ball that got Sudarshan
was a cracker.
Was an absolute rip snorter.
The same as the one that got Jadeja.
Yes, indeed it was.
And we have had problems getting lefties out.
Jadeja, in the context of what happened up at Old Trafford, is a big wicket.
Oh, mate, he should have been caught first ball, though, shouldn't he? That
That was Dawson, wasn't it?
No, it wasn't. No, Dawson put Gill down earlier, and then Gill was out, and then it was it Joe Root, I think, the first slip.
That was tragic.
Oh no, right, that first ball. Well, yes, you say that, but
it was difficult. It wasn't easy.
Was that an LBW?
No. It's what's his name was out.
Is it Joe Root with the one?
Yeah, the one over his head,
right above his head, and he juggled it. Managed to get his hand, and then that was a real bar of soap job, wasn't it?
Yeah. And he was at full stretch to virtually get it first time, but still.
Mark asked a question that I'm not entirely clear on it. He says, has there ever been a day at a test match where there was shitty on-again, off-again drizzle, but it cooled the whole or nearly the whole day? Messi, you've been following cricket since 1877, you should know. I'm not quite sure what the question is.
I think days like this have definitely happened before.
Yes.
Oh, frequently.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. On off and on days that still go to like 7:30 in the evening. I think that was Mark's question.
Yeah.
And whilst I couldn't put my finger on one and go, here are 3 or 4 or whatever.
I
know I've seen plenty.
We've done plenty.
Oh yeah.
Overton over the wickets, short cut over the slips and gully,
and
that's gone for 4 runs. That was a great shot.
2 + 2 is on man. 2 + 2 is on man.
Now, England really don't want to leak runs here late in the evening. This should be the time when they should be really on the hunt
for that extra 2 wickets.
For that extra couple of wickets, because they've got an hour and 15 minutes in theory, and they may well have it. That said, it was very, very well played indeed, was that shot. From
Someone
Jude
complaining
Jarrell.
we're not mentioning the score enough.
Oh, a little Overton had come down the track. Jarrell was admiring his handiwork from the shot, and when he turned around, he had, was looking up Overton's nose. That's down leg and left. No run. I don't think it was a confrontation. A couple of words were exchanged. I'm not sure it was a "what are you planning for dinner this evening? Fancy coming round to mine for a glass of wine or two" type conversation there. If I'm honest.
I was thinking I've probably been doing this too long. My recollection of days where we're on and again, off again, is not so much of the cricket, but of poor Tony having to rearrange the rough spreader 7
Been
times.
doing a bit of that
day.
today. A gentle swing, but defended by Jarrell in front of off stump. In fact, an object lesson in how to play gentle swing. Wait and play the ball under your eye line, defend your stumps, and if it's not going to hit the stumps, you won't have to hit it.
Aye, indeed.
Aye.
We're going to have a change in this over. Although I think it's me and you and Hendo's coming to join us.
Is it? I think it might be various. Oh no, we got some Jace.
No, he's on the
later.
last session, I think.
Yeah, that's carefully planned by the rotor person.
So you can go and get the
enable
car.
me to go and get the car. That was a good ball. Now that nipped off the pitch, and Jarrell had a little forward prod at it. That little bit of movement. This is the thing, the movement doesn't have to be hoopy, swingy, prodigious all over the
No,
place.
it has to be enough.
It can be just the nibble, and that was more in the nibble class.
Sorry, Perko's just sent a message saying, Messi Gump, suggesting tongue is like a box of dubious chocolates. You never know what you're going to get.
Is spring surprise, crunchy frog. That's left alone. Again, through it goes to Smith. No run. 150's up, of course, for India. 152 for 5. I would think. I mean, they won't necessarily have a total in their mind. They want as many as possible. Anything over 230, 240 to me feels like letting them off the hook. And I think England would be disappointed and India would be reasonably happy from where they are now. I'm sure that's not the case when they started batting this morning. As in barrels the slab, dropped short on the leg side. Overton goes chasing over it. Not quite sure why, because they were always going to take that single.
The sun's
it
out
made
now.
him happy. Yeah, there is long shadows.
Yep. So I'll do a couple of messages.
We should be done. Well, we should be waiting for Hendo, I think.
Yeah.
Hendo!
Mayank says India should be 3-0 up, but they fucked up 2 to 3 sessions in the first 2 tests to give up the series.
Indeed.
It very often happens. If this attack goes to Australia, i.e. no Wood or Archer, what are England's chances, says Mayank.
Ooh.
And that's the breeder says
are we up
a
to
lot
date,
of
Nessus?
English and chips.
Ah.
Frank Rockefeller is the next one. For you, are you
All
on?
right. I am. As soon as Hendo can leave Samantha behind. Hendo! Bring Samantha and settle yourself in.
Jace, can you switch the screen set thing? Gus Atkinson is going to come in. He bowls, and it's ended by Jarrell. The score is 153 for 5. 49 overs have been bowled. Jarrell is 19. Karen Nair is 21. And England haven't had a wicket for 30 runs. I'm a bit disappointed.
Hendo, could you kindly pass me the iPad as well, so before you put your bum on Samantha?
Ooh. Bum on Samantha. Surely you want it the other way around, really, no? But hey, you know, just saying.
There, don't go there. Behave.
Atkinson in his pterodactyl.
Ooh, hello.
There's an appeal for LBW, and he's
gone.
been given. Jarrell has left.
Well.
Well, that's because you have fucking shouldered arms, mate. He's reviewing it. He didn't play a shot, so it doesn't matter where it hit you. It must have been coming back enough. It was pretty close to the off stump.
Well, they've reviewed it.
Well, they have reviewed it immediately, but the umpire has given it out. Maybe he's one of these umpires who gives it out on the stupidity of the shot. But now all it has to do is be clipping. Did it come back enough? I'm not sure it did.
Maybe height might be involved as well. Ooh, no, I think that's
I don't think that's coming back enough to hit the stumps.
I don't think it's coming back quite enough either. And the height is
Well, he is quite deep in a crease.
He is, but I wouldn't be surprised to see that going over. I mean, it may not be going over by very much.
I certainly don't think it's come back enough. Unless the camera's at a slightly wonky angle and it actually hit him straight, we'll have to wait and see. No, that's not coming back.
Nope.
Ooh, not far off, actually. It's closer
Couple of
than I
inches.
thought. Couple of inches, but yeah, gets away with that one. So that is not out, and Jarrell remains not out. It was Jamie Smith who really went up.
I think it's fair enough for an umpire to give those out because it can go to review, unless, of course, you've lost all your reviews. It's very hard, you know, on the basis of that is missing by a couple of inches. You're quite within your rights at full speed to think that is going to hit.
Yes, I agree with that. Yeah, totally.
So I don't think it's a bad decision.
That one, he's edged, and he's gone. Next ball, though. He's gone to an attacking shot. It rose on him, and he tried to cut it. He wasn't in control. I thought it was going to go over the slips, but it was Harry Brook who caught it. Second slip, I believe. As long as it's not a no ball, it would have been called by now anyway, so no. And that is the wicket we've been craving for. Drew Jarrella's gone. He looked quite good for those 19 runs, but he has to go 153 for 6. Bye-bye.
I think there's must have been a good catch.
The crowd says.
Oh, it is.
The
It
crowd
was.
says. The crowd says you're out.
He's got a very safe pair of hands, hasn't he, Harry
He's
Brook?
really, really good in there,
Yeah.
isn't he? I mean, it's away to his right. He's had to jump a little bit, but he's kept his hands in a good position. He hasn't got confused as to whether to hold them up or down. He's just let it come to him, hasn't he?
Well, he got saved on review for 1 ball.
I wonder whether that. Do you think that that just sort of messed with his head a little bit?
Discombobulated him a bit. Yeah, possibly.
I think it did.
I was just thinking, if you're Duckett and Crawley, are you starting to think, I really don't fancy
You say, "Oh, come on!"
40 minutes of this if it were to come to pass tonight? Thank you.
I did just say to Jason off air that looking at the sort of when the camera pulled back, that cloud does seem to be closing in a little bit, and I think with the lights, we might get to a point in the next half an hour, 40 minutes, where you know, the whole thing about the
Is
natural
that you hoping?
light. Well, it's not me hoping. I'm just thinking that. I mean, England's still got to take 4 wickets, haven't they?
Well, they do have, but it was just bright sunshine over.
Yeah, there was sunshine, but if you looked at the cloud, there was a sort of dark cloud either side, sort of hovering.
Okay, well, if we can get through Washington Sunday, I'll be happy, because then you got Akashdeep, who else? Prashad Krishna and someone else.
Mohammad Siraj.
Yeah, there you go. 3 rabbits.
Well, I wouldn't. Siraj is not quite a rabbit.
He is.
He could be a destructive rabbit.
And he stuck in there for a long time at Lords, didn't he?
Yeah, on a pretty shitty
He
pitch.
could play havoc with your lawn before you finally kill him.
Yeah, it's a better pitch to be bowling on, isn't it? Better conditions to be bowling.
Absolutely. Well, Atkinson around the wicket to Sundar, who Centurion got his maiden Test century in that pass at the end of the last game. Leaves his first ball through to the keeper, and there is no run. I bet there'll be a bit of chirp for him.
Yeah, probably, but you know, let's bygones be bygones.
See, I thought he got that much more elevated. I thought he was
did.
going to get full runs for that.
Yeah, it wasn't as high. It didn't go as high as I thought. No,
it's a very good catch. Went quick, and he's got it with both hands there as well. I mean, that's
He's gone
very
past
good
him though. He
slip,
took it after it.
that's why it's such a good catch. He's kind of
followed it.
Hasn't snatched at it.
Left alone outside his off stump by Washington Sundar. No run. Looking at it from behind.
That's a really good catch.
Really good catch. At last, a pitch with carry.
Well, I was going to say that maybe Gus Atkinson will be happy about having been injured for most of this summer.
Yeah, probably has. Probably
because
is.
he comes back and he gets the best pitch for bowling on that we've had all season.
Yeah,
really.
and he's fresh. And considering he's hardly played any cricket, he's bowled pretty well, you'd have to say. Oh, wow. Left alone by Sundar. Can't have been far away from his stumps. It kept coming at him. And that's the end of the over. I'm going to grab a beer while you give us some stuff.
Certainly can. Frank Rockefeller says, you can see the influence the Aussies have had on Indian lads rough around the edges. Mark Arnold, Jeff Perkins, the trouble is tongued chocolates seldom have centres, usually swinging down the leg, so probably nut clusters. Oh dear me. Mayank I mean, the weather where it's not really raining much, it's just a drizzle for 20 to 30 minutes, then stops for 20 minutes, then starts again, all day. So that's not really any cricket all day.
Where's that, tomorrow?
I think, yeah.
Is he talking about tomorrow? I thought it was supposed to be sunny tomorrow.
No, I think the occasional interruption, but well, I hope that's not the case, Mike, especially if you're there.
Mike's coming in here, isn't he, for one of these days?
I wasn't aware of that.
I think he is.
If he is, that's good to know. What is the England bowling attack in Australia then? 3 of Wood, Archer, Atkinson and Cast, says Matthew Cullen, with Joverton and maybe Stone and Mahmood on the tour if fit.
That's Saki Mahmood. Is he injured again? That one's driven out through the covers. It'll be all 1 run.
Yeah, I do wonder about Saki Mahmood because I think he's looked very good when he's played ODI T20s, and I would have given him a chance in this series, but he's not playing at the moment for Lancashire in 4-day cricket as far as I've seen. So you do wonder.
Is he another one who's too fragile to play for more than 1 day?
Well, he looks stockier, doesn't he? I mean, he looks like a man who should have a bit more to him. He's not, he's not tall and skinny.
Last time he played Test, was it in New Zealand and he got a fifer? Was that right? Am I imagining that?
I don't know, Bear. You do imagine a lot.
It's very true. Overton down on next side.
Oh!
There's an appeal. Surely that's a strangle. No. Well.
Jamie Smith thought so.
Jamie Smith definitely thought so.
Jamie Overton didn't seem sure, and I don't think Ollie Pope has been, once bitten, twice shy, hasn't he? After his record from last year.
Well, he got one right today.
He has got 1 right out of 2.
Well, we didn't review the other one, did we? Because there's no ball. No, he didn't touch that, I don't think.
Well, he didn't touch anything else.
Well,
it
I don't
certainly
think it touched anything.
Well, no, that you may well be right, but it definitely was. If it was anything, it was bat.
Yeah, Overton in again. That's down the leg side, and it's going to be 4 runs. Leg slip would have snaffled that, but there isn't one. But instead, it races away to the boundary for 4 runs.
England need to. I was thinking to myself,
what a wonderful world.
Yeah, well, that too. But it's now time to get Josh Tongue on to clear up the tail. But based on what we've seen today, I'm not sure that's the wisest move.
1 more wicket, and then you get Josh Tongue on to clear up the tail.
Yeah, I kind of go along with that.
Get one of these 2 out and open up an end. Overton in. That's a good ball. Defended by Karen there, but he's got the outside half of the bat that goes past the gully. It's probably going to wake its way down to the boundary. It is indeed. 2 in 2.
I feel a bit sorry for Overton. He's bowled very well. I mean, to have figures of none for 50 from best part of 12 overs is okay. He's had attacking fields, hasn't he? I suppose.
Yeah.
So you can argue that, but he's been consistent in terms of getting that away swing to the right hander and swing to the left.
Maybe a bit too. Maybe he needs to mix it up a little bit. And get some to go straight and some to nibble back. Has he got one that nibbles back? I don't know.
I'm sure he has.
Probably has. Should have. Can't he just turn the ball around and get one to hoop in instead of?
Well, it's a very slightly subtly different action, isn't it? It's sort of looking inside your leading arm a bit more, although keeping that as disguised as you possibly can.
Oi, you move.
Is she being?
Well, she's by a door. She's by a white door. It's not necessary.
Yeah, me.
Yeah,
she's
you.
Me.
Doesn't help that she's wearing black.
No. She's trying to get in the door.
If you can't get in the door,
we'll go and
sit in that seat next to people.
Kumar Dharmasina's kid. I wonder what's going through his mind.
Laser eyes.
She's trying to put in a code now.
She's like trying to get in the studio.
She's trying to get the studio. She can't. It's not happening.
Right.
Just go and sit down.
Just go and fucking move out of the way, love. Jesus Christ. 163 for 6.
You sounded like something out of a bloody working men's club. Then,
well, yeah, you know.
Get out of the way, love.
All right, love. Get out of the way. All right, darling.
Well, she seems to have moved. Oh! Big appeal for LBW.
Inside edge, I think.
Do you think? I don't think so.
I think it was. That's what.
I don't think it pitched outside leg either.
I mean, it's a good shout if it hasn't hit bat, but there was just something about it again that made me think it.
I think that's worth a shout. I would review it. They have reviewed
3
it.
reviews, yeah. I'd go along with that.
I think that's pitched on a roundabout leg, and I think it's swinging away. And if he hasn't got any bat on it, I think it's crashing into leg stump.
I certainly think it's out if he hasn't got bat on it. But there was just something again about the
thought I detected a slight move of the ball or a slowing up of the ball, which
when it hit his leg.
Well, yeah, there was that. But here we go. Let's have a look. Is there anything here?
It's pitched in line.
Pitched in line. Oh no! Oh, missing leg.
Oh
though.
no, it has. Yeah, it's probably missing.
That's
leg.
the nipper backer.
That is a nipper backer.
Nip back too far.
There's the impact outside leg as well. If you
No, well, the impact might be outside leg.
Yeah, it could be. I don't think that's out.
There's definitely nothing on Ultra Edge.
So England, what, down to 1 review now?
No, I think
No,
2.
3.
That's the first review that we'd have lost.
Yeah.
We lost a review when we reviewed. Oh, sorry, that was.
It was a no ball. We didn't. Review.
No, it wasn't that.
It was
No, the review was made by India.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
And
Nope, it's missing.
Yeah.
Review
didn't
is
come
lost.
back enough.
Yeah. So down to
2.
2. Yeah.
Matthew Cullen's bowling selections, by the way, assumed Bashir and Stokes are in the side.
Well, yeah, of course, but I mean, I think the whole thing you've got to think about this, as I said earlier, an England A team is going down there at around the same time.
Yeah.
So you can actually have a 22-man squad, if not more.
More than that, yeah.
Yeah.
Outside half of the bat by Karen there, trying to work it into the leg side, goes out to point, and there's no run.
I mean, I don't know.
End of over.
I don't know the exact dates the England A are going to be down there, but I don't know if anyone does or whether it's actually been worked out yet.
I think it's being worked out to
as we go.
to coincide.
Yeah.
Nice, says Frank Rockefeller. Bear is a good omen. Well, yeah, we've seen 1 wicket. Fuck, says Brian. India's head is on the plane home. They've had enough. I'm not entirely sure I agree with that. Only in England, says Frank Rockefeller, do the clouds hover and the rain drizzles. Leah says Siraj is a rabbit and not destructive like those rabbits in... Don't understand that.
Watership down?
Oh, Watership down. That's not actually what it says.
Oh,
It says
right,
cat
okay.
shit 1, but I don't know what that means. Jeremy Henderson says, good chance of a heavy shower in 20 to 30 minutes. He's like Marvin, isn't he?
Yeah,
the
yeah.
paranoid android.
Marvin
Here
the
I
paranoid
am,
android.
stuck in my weather cave.
Look how much of the there is on the shining on the
That one
head
just
of the bowler.
jumped off Washington Sundar's bat. Would have gone straight to the short leg, but he's not there. 163 for 6 after 51.1 overs. The run rate is 3.19. Washington yet to get off the mark. Karen Nair is on 31, and presumably Sai Siddharthan is the highest scorer, isn't he?
Hey, Messi, great test series, fantastic cricket. It's all going so well. It's going to rain in 20 to 30 minutes.
He sits in that cave with little bits of water dripping
Spreading
down
gloom.
the wall. Yes.
Yeah, watching his marsupials in his
And his
loft
geese.
or whatever it is. That one's left alone outside the off stump. Through the keeper, no run.
Yeah, he got 38, didn't he? And that is the top score, isn't it? Yeah. I think it's been a difficult day to bat, really.
Yeah, it has. It's finally been a decent wicket to bowl on, hasn't it?
Yep. But not just the wicket. I mean the atmospherics as well, and fresh bowlers. Maybe that does make a difference.
Maybe it does make a difference. Very true. Apart from Wokes, but he
Well,
got the
that's
first. He got the first wicket, second wicket,
Second.
wicket. Atkinson around the wickets. Washington defends it down the track. He's very organised, isn't he, Washington Sundar? He's really annoying.
GPL today, by the way?
Oh yeah, there was GPL.
Did anyone enter?
Oh no, I will tell you.
I think we were concentrating very hard on talking about our patrons and Patreon lunch this morning.
Ah, right.
Well, the lowest score is 261.
Well, it would take something now. I mean, and without Rishab, I can't see it happening. Unless, of course, Mohamed Siraj comes in and smashes it all over the place.
Well, you just never know. Mayank can't come in. I'll tell you why in a moment.
Oh, okay. I thought he told us he was. Oh, that's clipped off the pads by Washington Sundar. It goes all the way down to the fine leg boundary for 4 runs.
And it's another.
And it's an over. Ball.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Good shot, actually.
Yeah, it was. He's a very good batsman.
He is a good batsman.
He's a better batsman than he's a bowler.
Well, I mean, he's a.
Well, he doesn't really spin.
He doesn't really spin it, but he does.
He drifts it.
He drifts it quite effectively, doesn't he?
Wow. Yeah, that was defended by Washington. No run.
I mean, he's very similar, I think, to Akshar Patel, isn't he?
Yeah, very much so.
they're both good batting slow bowlers,
Yeah.
really.
But Aksar's a left-hander, isn't he, rather than
A left-arm spinner,
Yeah.
yeah. Both left-handed batsmen, aren't they?
Very, definitely been the pick of the bowlers today as Atkinson. for
He's
me.
been superb.
He has been.
Although possibly the really crucial wickets have come from Tongue.
Yeah, possibly. Atkinson again left alone by Washington Sundar through to the keeper, no run.
Although I suppose if you add in Atkinson's run out of Gill, which was is probably the most
True.
crucial of all wickets.
Doesn't go against his name.
Doesn't.
Which I think is rather
Well,
sad.
it kind of does. It says we'll say
Well, it
run
will
out
say
Atkinson, but they
brackets
don't.
Atkinson, yeah.
They don't add them up, do they? I mean, surely that's got to come. There's no point in saying, well, we've never done it before, so we can't do it, because pretty much all of the stats that Cricinfo has.
Is there a little leg side trap being set there for Atkinson on Washington, trying to lure him? There's
No, because that's his offside. Oh, what you
leg
mean, the
side,
two
he's-
men
yeah,
out
he's
in the
got
deep?
two men deep. He's got
Nah,
deep
he's just
backward
got two
square
men.
and a
Three
fine
men,
leg.
3 men out for a trap, isn't it?
Well, we'll see. I've got a feeling this is going to get a short one soon.
He's over the wicket though again. Oh, that's a good ball.
That wasn't a short one.
Defended by Washington Sundar, back up the track and there's no run. That was the in-swinger. That was a good delivery. If he misses that, he'd have been pinged right in front. End of the over, 52 overs done, 168 for 6.
Right, yeah, so Mayank will be blowing every penny on cider and beer in the stands for the 5 days, assuming
right.
we get that far.
Well, you will be blowing every penny because it's £8.50 a pint at the
will.
Oval.
But he may be in England again in August and September during the white ball games.
Oh,
there
right.
you go. He also says over to 0-50 while Tongue takes all the wickets, bowling like a blind frog with diarrhea.
A blind frog with diarrhea.
Apparently, yes. I don't see again how those two.
That's the
thoughts
first thing
go
that came to
together.
his mind, is what I think.
Frank Rockefeller, Botham with a bellyful, used to bowl his share of filth and would always take a fifer.
Yeah,
he would.
Yeah, but not as filthy as that. I mean, he might bowl a short ball or a really bad short ball, wide ball in terms of it'd be cut for 4 or something, but he wouldn't bowl.
Messi, the
That sort of
Caroline
stuff.
Kirkwood of Guerrilla Cricket, says England Lions are scheduled to be playing during the first and second tests.
Is that all?
No, I would have them. Oh, that one swings again. Karen Nair tries to drive down the ground. A big slab foot, probably a size 14 or something, but stops it in its tracks, and there is no run. I would have them playing Test 3, 4, and 5. Mind you, I suppose they'd have to be out there for Christmas then, wouldn't they?
Didn't know that. That's interesting.
Well, they may keep players on, mightn't they? I mean, I think if there's a signs of their first choices breaking down a little bit, I'm sure they will.
Yeah, true. You'll probably know after a couple. That's a good delivery. Karen Nair just plays at the crease, beats his outside edge through to the keeper, and there ain't no run. He's bowled quite well, Jamie Overton, without success, really.
I think he's bowled. Atkinson really has bowled well. Overton's been unlucky. Tongue has bowled. Well, Tongue has bowled maybe 4 really good balls in the day, and 2 of them have got wickets.
Yeah. Which is, I guess, kind of what you want.
Oh, yeah, as long as you don't go for too many runs.
Exactly. Overton in, driven, sort of inside out, and catches the out bottom half of the bat, goes out to point, and there's no run. Score remains on 168 for 6.
I mean, for his solidity, Karen Nair, and his, big scorer in domestic cricket in India, that 300 against England all those years ago, he's just a little bit lackadaisical outside off stump, isn't he, I feel? Sometimes just needs to be a little bit more intense rather than a little bit the looseness that he shows.
Indeed, Overton in short. Ooh, that popped up square on the leg side. There's no one inside the circle now. Atkinson's out, long leg, and he fields it, and it's a single. I would stay over if I was Overton here, and I would bowl that same delivery because it's an in-swinger to the lefty.
Or he could bowl that little off-cutter that Karen Nair had that LBW appeal turned down. He could try bowling that to the left-hander.
Exactly, and hopefully get a nick through to the keeper, and there's no run. Who's that man with the long hair? Is he anybody?
Looked a bit like Bjorn Borg.
Random chap in the crowd with a lady. We assume to be his partner, unless he's been cold-played.
Oh, God.
Exactly. See, the man at Coldplay was a fool. If he'd have just brazened it out, no one would have known about it, and he'd have got away with it. The fact that she covered her eyes and he ducked out of the way, of course it made fucking news, you muppet.
He's living to regret it.
Yeah, he certainly is. They reckon it cost him, what, 30 million? That's through to the keeper and there's no run.
Was he getting paid that much?
Well,
as a CEO?
Well, I think he owned the company as well.
Yeah, but they weren't a big, they weren't a massive company, were
well,
they?
no, but the companies in America, they all earn stupid money.
Why is the thing I'm looking at here got John on it, and yet I'm reading...
What do you mean it's got John on it?
Yeah, look, it's 85 for 3 according to that. Or maybe I just need to...
Yeah, maybe you just need to do that.
Oh, okay. Doesn't affect the messages, fortunately, I don't think.
No, of course not. Overton in. Oh, that is that ball! Fuck me, how did he not get an edge on that?
Well, that's what he's
Washington, that went over the top of middle stump. Washington played down the line. It's beating the outside edge. No one's going to go up for a catch. But I don't know how he didn't get an edge on that. That should have been an absolute...
Goodness me.
Well,
what a ball that was.
Ends the over 169 for 6.
Well, here's a sum of money that will surprise you.
Ooh.
It's from Brian in Brisbane.
Uh-huh.
There's no rabbits in Queensland. A $33,000 fine if you have a rabbit. Really?
Wow.
Really?
Well, that's Australian dollars, so what's that?
Well, either way.
Still quite a lot of money.
It's 15 and
someone
20,
gave you that in
20,000.
Super Chats. You go, well, all right, I'll have it.
I'm not having that because it's only Australian dollars.
Apparently, it says Fluffy 3-0, Fluffy 3-1 India. Who is Fluffy, like a nice bunny. Says ferrets are also illegal in Queensland. Your uncle wouldn't like that, would
Well,
he?
do you remember? Well, you remember
Nothing to put down his trousers.
You remember the film Rabbit Proof Fence? Do you remember that film?
No.
Rabbit Proof Fence.
Never heard of it.
Get out of it. It was very...
A film called... Really?
Rabbit Proof Fence, yes.
Never heard of it.
Gary, where are you when I need you? And that's not very often, but I do need you now.
Jojo Rabbit, he's always talking about.
No, it's not that one. There was
no
Rabbit
rabbits in
Proof
that.
Fence. Look it up.
169 for 6. The only rabbit film I know is Watership Down. Flash that. Tempter. Is it Josh Tongue? It is.
It is Josh Tongue.
The shite's back. And the first ball is...
Fairly decent ball to start with.
Bat thrown at it. Well, it wasn't that decent, was it? It was a tempter outside off stump and he threw his bat at it. Could have quite easily got it out. Oh, we do a change.
We do a change, Jason.
And then it's over, probably.
Jason does remember Rabbit.
Rabbit Proof Fence.
Yeah.
What
2002.
Okay. Left alone through the keeper and there's no one. What is Rabbit Proof Fence about?
Has it got a Mr. B bunny in it?
I will tell you what it was about.
I tapped that.
The film follows the 3 Aboriginal girls as they walk for 9 miles.
Along a rabbit proof fence?
Well, sort of. It's an epic drama from 2002 based on the 1996 book Follow the Rabbit Proof Fence. Sounds like Follow the Yellow Brick Road, but...
Yeah, exactly. Josh Tongue is in, it's
Follow the
defended
rabbit proof
into the
fence.
leg side and there is no run.
It's loosely based on the author's mother's Aunt Daisy and cousin Gracie, who escaped from the Moore River native settlement north of Perth to return to their Aboriginal families. They had been removed from their families and placed there in 1931. The film follows the Aboriginal girls as they walk for 9 weeks along 990 miles of the Australian rabbit-proof fence to return to their community at Jigalong.
Oh, okay. Tongue thrown out again, thrown out wide, and Karen there is tempted once more, and then once more it doesn't connect with his bat, and it doesn't get caught.
Are there any
because of
actual
it.
rabbits in it?
Well, let me finish.
Presumably that would prove, if there aren't, they prove that how effective the rabbit-proof fence is.
Indeed. They were pursued by white law enforcement officials and an Aboriginal tracker. The film explores the official child removal policy that existed in Australia between 1905 and 1967. Its victims who were taken from their families are now called the Stolen Generations.
That's right, yeah, I know that. I've never heard of that film though. Josh Tongue is in, this time it's angled in at the stumps and Karen Air is able to work it into the vacant leg side where it's fielded by Chris Wokes after they get a single One more ball left in the over, 170 for 6.
There's now a thing called the State Barrier Fence of Western Australia, formerly known as the Rabbit Proof Fence, the State Vermin Fence, and the Emu Fence. Constructed between 1901 and 1907 to keep rabbits and other agricultural pests from the east out of Western Australian pastoral areas. I'm sure Messi, if he's coming back, will tell us all about it.
He's not coming back.
Oh, he's not coming back then.
No.
All
I think
then.
he is at some point, isn't he?
Well, there's only one more
There's
group.
only one more session, and that's with Jason, me, and
right.
Hendo.
Okay.
That's full, and into the pads of Washington Sundar, who defends it up to mid-on, ends the 54th over, 170 for 6.
Well, Neymar Butlin says, let's make wabbit stew. He doesn't say it like that. I said it like that. He spells it with an R. A roast bunny, who says Bernard, well, he spells it roast bunny. Bunny à l'orange.
I
Brian
hate things
says,
with fruit.
no rabbits, but quite a few long-eared guinea pigs in Queensland. Guinea pig doner kebab, says Bernard.
No.
That's sweet, I wouldn't want that. Rabbits are in Queensland. They are just not citizens, says Fluffy. I came up with a blind frog and diarrhea, says Mount Mayak, hoping it takes and becomes a new cultural icon or viral name. I wouldn't hold your breath, Mike.
No, I wouldn't.
Dodgy bunnies, says Fluffy. Bunny burgers.
Bunny
burgers. Oh, but he spelt burglars.
Burglars.
Bunny burglars.
Well, some people might steal them. Right, Overton, continuing from the Vauxhall end into Nair, who jabs down on a ball that rises and comes back in towards his ribs. He'll get a single behind square.
You know who'd be the perfect detectives for bunny burglars, don't you?
The person. Sorry, say it again.
The perfect police to chase bunny burglars.
No.
Have to be Starsky and Hutch, wouldn't it?
Oh.
Well, no, because if they're in their hutch, they wouldn't be able to get out and chase them.
Wasn't that what was his name? Who was the poet? The English poet.
John Betjeman?
No, lady.
Sylvia Plath?
No, more popular than that.
I don't know poets.
Pam Ayres?
Yes.
Oh, right.
Thank you.
Tucked away to mid-wicket. There was a bit of in-swing there from Overton, but well plied by Sunder. He'll take a
She had a
single.
poem about a rabbit. With those,
Oh,
didn't she?
Pam Ayres. I mean,
I am a bunny rabbit.
She used
and
to
I
have a
live in
TV
hutch.
program, didn't she, Pam Ayres?
she did. I mean, I'd be surprised if many of a literary bent were to compare Pam Ayres with Sylvia Plath in any way.
I think I'd have to agree with you on that one.
I'm going to find it.
Pam
back
Ayres
down.
poem on rabbit.
Yeah.
You have to do it in a Norfolk accent.
That's right.
In comes Overton. Oh, big in-swinger this time, but neatly clipped by Karen Nair. And it's gone fine of the man at long leg. 4 more runs. He now
It's me,
is
says
equal top
she.
score.
It's me, says she.
38 off 72. Quite a bit quicker than Sai Sudasan was earlier. But, he's never really looked comfortable, has he? I wouldn't say. It's been a bit of a scratchy innings.
Well, I don't think it's an easy wicket.
It's not, obviously not, but I mean, I felt that Sudasan's innings was more fluent and looked better. Overton in, he got a leg slip in now. He's trying to get it down the leg side. Maybe get him to play it to that leg slip or even get a little glove through the keeper, and it wasn't that far away from that one. Smith takes it. Overton none for 57. Deserves better figures than that. But cricket's a funny game. Tomorrow you might come back if England are still bowling and pick up 3 quick ones. Sometimes don't get what you deserve. It's like life.
Like a box of chocolates, as I believe you were saying earlier.
Well, I did think that maybe that's what Richard Peel had sent.
Yeah, you were hopeful.
Overton bowls Corker,
What a
back of a
ball,
length,
what a
moving away. Onto the back foot goes Nair, but can not really get near it. I think one of the funniest things was, we should tell the audience, was that Richard Peel had been sort of promoting the fact that he was sending us something, but it was allegedly meant for Tony. And Tony was getting very excited. You could see his little face was grinning from ear to ear. It was like a child at Christmas. Overton in bowls, and he tries to get out of the way, or tries to take his bat out of the way of that, but doesn't do it in time, and is lucky that it hits the face and goes to ground. There is no run, 176 for 6, but then it transpired that Richard Peel had got it wrong. It was actually for me, and poor old Tony he was crushed.
Crestfallen.
Absolutely.
Right, before I hand over to Jason and go and get our car, Hendo.
Oh, good idea.
Here is Pamela's poem. I am a bunny rabbit sitting in a hutch. I like to sit up this end. I don't like that end much. I'm glad tomorrow's Thursday, because with any luck, as far as I remember, that's the day they pass the buck.
Oh.
See, a little bit cheeky.
A little bit
bit
cheeky.
cheeky
Is that
at
it?
the end. That's it.
Oh, right. Okay, it's
I'm
very
off.
short.
Jason's coming in.
Short and
That's right.
sweet.
Wearing a hat.
Tongue is going to continue. 10 overs, 2 for 35. He's got figures that flatter him in a way. Finds the edge again, just short of third slip, I think. Crawley it is. He's got a long way to go down. Did his best. Get carried, really. It's quite a way short. India 176 for 6. For all the stoppages we've had today, it's been a fascinating day of cricket.
It has indeed.
As it always is when the ball is doing something.
So much more fun cricket when the ball's doing something.
It is. It's funny. I mean, looking back, full onto his pads and flicked down to long leg by Washington Sundar. He'll take the single. Yeah. I mean, I look back and I think of some of those great knocks that I watched when I was a youngster. I'm thinking of Zahir Abbas at the Oval, getting a big double 100. Viv Richards was it 292? I think Zahir Abbas was 274. I can remember Dennis Amiss getting a double 100 at the Oval. So all those games that I saw at the Oval as a child, and thinking what great knocks they were. But actually, you know, when you think about it, I was just seeing it through a batsman's eyes.
Yes. 229 by Sunil Gavaskar as well.
Of course, that really good innings, full, but tucked away. That's a good shot from Karen Nair. He becomes the top scorer of the innings.
Some
Wokes.
disgraceful time-wasting tactics by England to not lose that match.
I can't remember it that closely. It was 79, wasn't it?
Yeah, they had to go slow at the very end, otherwise India would have overhauled the target. As it was, only 9 runs short.
He did get out, didn't he? 40 to Karen Nair. He's on now. 40 off 75. Got 2 from that.
As Mohsin Khan tried it when England won in Pakistan that time with.
Oh yeah,
Moeen Khan.
In the dark.
Moeen Khan,
in the dark, yeah.
Yeah, when they chased down 200 and something and
Tongue
dark.
in, bowls back of a length, defended. Definitely seeing those shadows developing on the ground. The sun has gone down. Well, it's gone down behind the stand.
Well, surely if they go off now, it's stumps, isn't it?
Oh, it will be
It's
stumps.
past
Yeah,
the end of the
totally.
day.
Yeah. There'll be no return for sure. The run rate's been at 3.2. It's been around that sort of, be a little bit quicker than it has been most of the day, to be honest.
It's been hard graft.
Here is Tongue again. Oh, and he's gone past the outside edge. Dug that one into the pitch. It moved away, beat the bat, and then kept on swinging. It's not easy for keepers.
It was well taken by Jamie Smith as that died on him.
He's done. He's
I
done
thought
very
that
well.
had taken the edge. It went so far.
It was actually a really good ball. Just the first part of it was a good ball, and then it did even more once it had gone past the bat. Oh, another corker from Tongue. There's been a few of them, but not that many. But most of them have got wickets. He's in again, 2 wide this time with the off stump. Still back of a length, left alone. Through to the keeper. End of the over, 179 for 6. Washington 6. Karen Nair 40.
Messenger says, and I was going to bring this up as well, if you think the rabbit-proof fence sounds weird, you should read about the Emu War, and then goes on to say, the Emu War was an unusual conflict in 1932 where the Australian military attempted to cull a large population of emus that were damaging crops in the Campion district of Western Australia.
Was someone
despite being armed with machine guns, the military operation was largely unsuccessful due to the emu's speed, agility, and ability to scatter and evade capture. To which I responded, yes, they employed guerrilla tactics.
Hey. Well,
how can you not be able to shoot a bunch of emus with a machine gun? I mean, yeah, they can run at 40 miles an hour.
And this was a fairly large military operation. There was something like several thousand people involved in it, and they still couldn't beat the emus.
Well, the umpires just got together to have a little chat about the light. They're staying on for the time being as Overton comes in for a new over 87 miles an hour, but too wide of the off stump, left alone by the left-handed Washington.
My crazy nephew, my youngest one, they go out on big fucking utes with massive lights on
they
the
have
top.
do night shooting.
Night shooting of
night hunting.
Yeah.
What do they shoot?
Roos and wild boar.
Oh no! Why do they do that?
Because there's a fucking massive overpopulation of them.
Yep, that's why they wanted to cull the emus.
There is a kind of overpopulation of people, but we don't go out.
Not
looking
really in
to
Australia, you'd say.
Oh, not in Australia. Onto the back foot, looking for the single. Karen Naird comes down quite comfortably, but I thought for a moment that Washington was going to get a little bit
dopey,
of
wasn't
a
it?
hesitation involved, and he having called for the run, he then looked doubtful about it.
What was Shubman Gill thinking this morning?
Well,
It's
he's
fucking
completely
brain fade.
Yeah,
Total
no one else.
brain fade.
Well, the thing is, he looks at the fielder who's square. He doesn't look at the bowler once he's played the shot. So he's thinking about the fielder coming in from point, and he thinks he's safe, but he's just not looking at Atkinson. I think that's the part of the brain fade that is hard to understand, really. But of course, it delighted the England fans.
We've had.
In again comes Overton, back of a length, defending Karen Naird.
Well, it's still up at 86 miles an hour. Into what? It's fifth over
in this spell.
I'd take Overton to Australia.
So would I. He hits the deck hard.
Yeah.
I think no. They're going to break one or two bowlers. You may as well have 5 or 6.
Well,
good to go.
You take as many as you can, basically, because
Like
they
they
are
did
going
in
to break down.
How's Ollie Stone doing these days? Is he fit?
He's not playing at the moment.
No.
No.
Playing for not in 4-day games, I don't think.
All right. Well, it's difficult to bring these people who aren't playing, at least 4-day cricket. That's another good ball, back of a length, rising even more. Karen Naird is beaten again. He's been beaten quite a lot today. Karen Naird. It's been scratchy, but he's worked his way to 40, top score of the day. Really bending his back at the moment, Jamie Overton.
Yep. Well, he knows he can have a long bath afterwards and a cool beer.
He needs a long bath to get into. Bum bum.
Yeah, Ollie Stone. I thought he bowled quite well when he played for England for
He's
about
always
2
bowled
matches.
pretty well, but he's always been fairly fragile.
He's had 3 stress fractures at the back, hasn't he?
That's ridiculous. I'm not sure that you really come back from that. Overton in full this time, and that's insult to injury, isn't it? As it's stroked through mid-off. It's being chased by Chris Wokes. He's just about going to get there, although he may have... Oh, no! What has he done? He's gone over on his shoulder, and he's in some distress. I think he was just about to come back onto bowl. As he's warming up, he's put in the dive to save 1 run, and he's
dislocated his
shoulders. He's gone down because he's pushed
Oh,
it.
look at his arm. He's dislocated his shoulder. That's an horrible fuck. Look at his angle of it. Oh, no, that's
What's
nasty.
wrong with it? What are you talking about?
It looks
I
like
can't
he's
see anything.
Bicep.
He's
His
just
bicep
holding.
is.
It's going in the wrong direction.
Yeah.
No, is it?
It looks like it, yeah.
He's flicked it back. Let's have a look here. He's gone down on his hand, and so what has he hurt? Is it his left shoulder he's hurt there?
Yeah, I think so.
Well.
Oh, well.
Another one bites the dust.
Yep.
Another England
Shall I do some more
medium
messages
pace bowler.
whilst we watch him being attended to? Zippy says the emu war was the inspiration for Predator. I'm not sure.
For what, sorry?
For Predator.
Yeah. And they say no, they're just more intelligent than their pursuers, which is a bit harsh.
Well, they are Australians.
Fluffy 3-0 India says, "Oh, I wish I'd looked after me teeth by John Betjeman in homage to your
mention of him, rather than
the
Pamairs, yeah."
Omboy Neighbour says it's worth looking at the 355-year war between the Netherlands and the Isles of Scilly.
355 years.
Yeah. It was rather silly. Ended in 1986. Well, technically, I think if you're going to talk about long wars, then the war with who was it with? What's that city on the Scottish border? Berwick. has never been resolved. They're still officially at
Still
war
ongoing?
with somebody. Yes.
With somebody.
But how can the Netherlands have a war with the Isles? The Isles of Scilly are off the Cornish coast out in the Atlantic. There's a whole fucking England in Scotland and Wales and Ireland in between.
And Bernard Moray sort of comes up with this thing. Smoking a joint and commenting on Greek leads to some really strange comments. And lots of snacking. Yes, well.
Well, you know, I'm an expert at that. Unfortunately, I can't smoke.
He's got his arm in a sling now.
Yeah. I think he's just popped it out.
Is it just his shirt that he's using as a sling?
I think he's dislocated that shoulder.
Well, he won't be bowling
for the rest of the match.
Probably for the rest of the match. He looks like he's in quite a lot of pain walking off there.
Yeah. And Leah says, if you want to know more about the Emu War, look in the Discord. For those people who have Discord, and no, if you don't have Discord, why not?
Because you need to become a patron.
Sorry, wasn't the Emu War on the Michael Parkinson show?
There was
see what I did
war.
there.
Yeah.
See what I did there. Yeah, he's going off.
And Fluffy says also, talking about joining the two subjects neatly together of poetry and emus, Uluru was named after Pam.
No, it wasn't.
And Neymar says, I just hope they don't put a gorilla-proof fence around Ladywell.
But I mean, what I want to know is how the fuck do you make a rabbit-proof fence?
It's very long.
It's
but surely
deep underneath.
It has to go a long way under, doesn't it?
Yeah,
I suppose so. Yeah.
Point.
I don't know
how
deep.
Pretty fucking expensive.
How deep can bunnies go?
Probably 6-8 feet on a
really?
thought. Warrens, yeah,
possibly. Yeah.
Messages says, somewhat with tongue-in-cheek, it's estimated there are 50 million kangaroos in Australia and 27 humans. I have just the one living in my garden. 27 million humans, he corrects.
27 humans would be very few. Barely enough to get
that's hard,
an Australia A team out.
He says Wokes is malingering. I think hopefully that is before the incident.
Yeah.
To which Fluffy says, oh dear.
Someone's going to get him up against the wall and bash his shoulder back in. That's going to be painful.
God.
Yeah,
Well,
you won't be bowling tomorrow. Take it from me. I've done that before when I was a kid.
Overton in after that delay, swinging in a little bit, but maybe this ball is beginning to show its age, as are many gorillas. Defended out into the offside, and there is no run.
I used to dislocate my shoulder pretty much every week playing rugby.
Really?
Yep, about the age of 18, and to the point where I gave up rugby eventually after that. And no, I could pop it back in by myself because you could do it with gravity's assistance, but it'd be frozen and dead for 2 days afterwards.
Oh God, that's
horrible.
Well, I'm glad I didn't play rugby.
Flank Rockefeller sums that up from Stroke saying, stupid heroics.
Yeah, I mean, you do wonder about it, don't you? Bowlers should not be allowed to dive in test matches, I think, unless it's very tight indeed. Washington's going to face up to Tongue. I feel as if we're not going to maybe get another 5 or 10 minutes in before the light becomes a little bit too tricky. He's round the wicket, jabs it down into the pitch, and Washington responds in kind, also jabbing down the ball that's getting a bit big on him.
The only plus there is it's not his bowling arm, was it? It was his left arm.
Yeah, but you know.
Yeah, but the gather,
the gather,
getting it up there is going to be hard work if
Yeah.
it's frozen on you, and you risk the chance of redislocating it afterwards.
But I mean, would he be able? I don't think he'd be able to bat, would he either? Tongue in, 3 slips waiting. It's a decent enough ball, just straying onto the leg stump. It's tucked away to mid-on.
No, he'd have to do a Malcolm Marshall. Remember when he
One-handed.
batted with the right hand?
Yeah, but that was break. That wasn't a dislocation,
Yeah.
was it?
But
Yeah.
that's the only batting he could do, and they just play wafty little whiffs outside off some. Which in Malcolm Marshall's case,
Well, that was his left hand that he injured, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Malcolm Marshall, yeah.
So he could only bat
He's
with his
got to
right
bat
hand,
with
and he
his
whiffed
bottom
one through
hand.
the bottom hand, through cover for 4.
That's right. Tongue in again, lovely ball. He's got a couple of wickets with that delivery, but this time Washington doesn't oblige in getting the edge. It's the one that angled into the left-hander and then nipping away just back of a length.
That's a good ball.
I mean, it's a cracking ball. He's managed to get Sudderson and Jadeja with that one today, but nothing there.
Ravi Nataraja says, India need to win this game just so I can have a controversy on where the Anderson Tendulkar trophy resides. Well, it'll be half the time in one place and in the other, surely.
Well, currently, presumably, India is it only the one that's over here?
Tung outside the stump, left alone in a rather flamboyant fashion for Washington Sundar, who tends to go about his business without much fuss. 184 for 6.
Yep. Bernard Murray says, yes, Michael Parkinson was abused by Emu. It was typical of BBC celebrities of the time.
Yeah, didn't Michael Parkinson take out a machine gun and have a go at it?
Well, he said, you don't bring that bloody bird on here again. I think was the direct quote.
Yes, indeed. I mean, Rod Hull and Emu was all the same in every show. Outside the off stump, left alone.
Whoever his victim was for the day.
Indeed. I mean, it was funny a few times, and then it was a bit dull.
Same old shtick.
Yeah, and then he fell off a roof
trying to sort out his TV aerial. Yeah. Emu's still going, I think, on his own. One-man show now.
Banana Brooks says, I fell off a motorbike on Welsh gravel. Had to put my shoulder back in on a stout gate post before I could pick the bike up. Ow.
Tongue in again. Straight. It's a bit low, maybe, that one. Defended, and some nice fancy footwork from Tongue as the ball rolls back towards him. And that is the end of the over. 184 for 6.
Victor Pearson says rabbit fence has to be turned out below ground level. Yes, I think but how far down do you have to go?
Yeah.
Fluffy says an emu poured drink over Oliver Reed's head. Yes, I think that also happened on Parkinson as well.
Well, I was going to imagine Oliver Reed was most distressed that he didn't actually pour it down his throat.
Yeah.
Jeff Perkins asked a question. Messi has a human living in his garden?
Got 27 of them.
Just the one.
Overton then to bowl to the right-handed Karen Nair. He's in and he bowls it straight on the top of off, defended on the front foot. 3 slips and a leg slip for Overton.
Am I right in thinking this has been quite a long old spell for Overton?
It's been 5 overs.
I think it's more
Unless
than
maybe the 6th. This may be the 6th. He'd either bowled 9 or 10 before this spell. Not 100% sure which.
Bernard Murray says Emu regularly hung out with Jimmy Savile. Not so sure about that.
No. Well, maybe. I mean, maybe Rod Hull did. I don't know. Overton in bowls, gets that to swing, but not enough, and flicked very nicely by Karen Nair out to deep square. They think about a second. I think Washington to come a few yards down the pitch, but was sent back. Karen Nair doesn't strike me as the man who likes to do a lot of running between the wickets.
Yeah.
He'd rather hit a boundary. I mean, he's not a big hitter by any stretch of the imagination, but he's not particularly rapid. He won't turn 1s into 2s unless it's really necessary.
Yeah. Jamie Dognut says Gill gave England a gift by being run out. Wokes has just returned the gesture.
Yeah. Well, it's unfortunate, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, in one sense, but if it puts Wokes out of the game, then
it's a disaster.
It's certainly not helpful. Driven up to mid-off, and there is no run.
Means Jacob Bethel's going to have to bowl some overs.
Or Joe Root.
Potentially,
but not Harry Brook, unless they really want to rile up the Indians.
I mean, really, because it's been a shortened day, and they're only going to have to bowl 60-odd overs. They haven't missed a spinner, have they?
They haven't had the workload.
No.
And hopefully, if they can wrap it up, they won't in the first innings. It'll only be a problem in the second.
Yeah, indeed.
And if they can rack up a big score,
I don't think they're going to wrap it. I don't think they're going to wrap it up this evening. Over the wicket to Washington, down the leg side. Another tumbling stop. There's been quite a few of those from Jamie Smith today, of course, on his home ground.
Washington flirting with a strangle there. He didn't get that far away from that ball.
He has also got a leg slip in there, so he needs to be aware of that. I mean, I always feel like a leg slip is a slightly wasted position because it's got to go absolutely straight into the hands because you'd have no time to see the ball Even less time than if you're in an orthodox slip. Lovely fluent drive unfurled by Washington. Not sure it's going to make it all the way to the boundary. Hopefully nobody's going to flick it back and roll over and do their shoulder. Atkinson decides, yeah, he did get that slightly further inside the boundary than Wokes in his attempt.
It's another injury that makes a case for substitutes, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I suppose so. But I mean, I'm totally with Ben Stokes on that. It is so open to abuse, and it will happen. And because, match referees and umpires just seem to have been sort of emasculated these days to some extent. Overton in going wide. Oh, now I thought that had got through his defence, but he got bat on it and chipped it a little bit in the air. I thought if that had got through his defences, that would have been plumb LBW. As it was, he could also have chipped it to mid-off, but it fell well short. And there is no run.
Richard Peel says, you actually pull the arm to fix a dislocated shoulder. When playing rugby, I once had a proprio as a doctor do it to me. He sat on my chest.
Oh, God.
Yeah, well, I used to fix it because by bending over and letting it hang under gravity to extend it, and then I could rotate back up and it would click back in. But apparently you do the same thing for a dicky wrist, says Fluffy.
One thing I'm always worried about in rugby, a rugby union, is that if you end up at the bottom of a scrum that collapses, or...
Oh, yeah, that's where the neck problems happen.
Tongue in, clipped off his hip, it's got through the man at square leg, that probably is going to find its way to the boundary. A few runs just coming late in the day for India, move on to 192 for 6.
Ask where I live, is the address I give.
But yeah, really well timed actually.
And we have a super chat.
Oh, good.
Oh, play a little jingle.
Super chat, yeah. Super chat, yeah. Super chat game. Super chat game.
Homeboy Neighbour sends us 2 English pounds to say, "Arise, Sir Duckett, it's your time to shine," with the ball, presumably.
Well, maybe that was because when we were talking, there's another piece of rubbish from Tongue. We haven't seen that for a little while. That was an awfully short delivery, and it ballooned past Washington at, almost at the width, enough to be considered an extra, but it wasn't. In rugby, when you end up at the bottom of that sort of thing, or you're in I don't know whether you call it a ruck or a maul, and you're right at the bottom, I mean, you've got about 60 stone on top of you. How do you actually breathe?
At least of that. That's just if you've got 4 or 5 players.
How do you breathe? Flicked slightly in the air, but doesn't carry to mid-wicket. Atkinson fields. But I mean, I guess these guys that are at the bottom aren't slight themselves, but they could be if it's not a scrum. You could end up with, being quite a slight guy. If you're a scrum half or something.
Game this weekend as well.
There is another one, yes, on Saturday.
So what game this weekend?
Lions.
Last one, yes. Try and get the whitewash in.
Tongue in, bowls short, and Washington swayed out of the way, but it didn't really rise as high as he was expecting it.
Jamie Dognight says, Grot bags used to leave me terrified as a kid in the 80s. Grot bags is in a bikini that would lead to psychiatric problems, says Bernard Murray. And Name My Button says, forgot all about grot bags. You have awakened a weird Freudian memory of the uncanny. I think I need to see my therapist about this.
Yeah. Okay. Ben Stokes looking on from behind the glass, the Bedser stand. Into the legs again. Washington Sunder is going to pick up one as he just clips it away. The fielder has to come riding off the boundary to a more orthodox square leg position to do the fielding. And they take 193 for 6. Washington 16. Karen Nair 44. Look, I'm really happy for Karen Nair if he gets to 50. I think he's deserved it in this series. After it'd be the first time he's got past 50, apart from that 300, and he's had to battle really hard today.
No, we're all assuming they can go to 7:30, but everyone looks around like it's going to finish in an overs time.
Right, Tongue. Oh, horrible full toss. That might be the end of it. It's put away by Caraner, takes him to 48. That was an absolute gift for him, but it might encourage the umpires to say, ooh, if he's going to bowl stuff like that, maybe we should toddle off. 197
4 on the floor, and one more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4s are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
Very nicely put away, actually. Beautifully timed.
And more information from Mayank. It says, when you pop your shoulder, just pop it back in and put some ice bags around it. Tape it around your shoulder, you'll be fine. Wokes is only 36, not 65. You shouldn't be out of the test.
So basically you're saying that if...
he's a big girl.
Well, if some of us dislocate our shoulders, we're in real trouble.
Yeah.
60 overs bowled today. The length of a Gillette Cup match. If any of you remember that.
I do, until about 1982 when they stopped playing them.
It's really quite dark out there now. I don't know that we're going to get too much more. Atkinson is going to start a new spell. Just one more little burst. It might be a very little burst.
I have to break it to you, Hendo. The first Gillette Cup was 65 overs or so.
Yeah, it was.
Oh, that's right. It
1962.
was. It was. Atkinson round the wicket, finds the outside edge. Ooh, has that got away?
Yeah.
No, it hasn't. Duckett has saved that one at Gully. The way the slips reacted, I thought we were looking down at third man in front of the boundary.
Yeah. Gladstone Small would have been okay in a collapsed scrum, says Lockie 6. And Fluffy also says there are more injuries from open field contact than there are in the bottom of a ruck.
Yeah, well,
that happens more often than the ruck does, I think.
Yeah, well, I mean that's I don't know enough about rugby to comment, but I do wince when I see people labouring under about 5 rather large bodies. This is left alone outside the off stump.
Yeah, I mean rugby these days has become
it's far more
harder, isn't it?
The impact speeds are far more than they used to be.
Why is that?
People are bulked up and people are trained more.
So it's just they're all on steroids, and I mean there's so many subs now as well, isn't it? You can have almost unlimited.
Yeah.
How many subs can you have? Is it unlimited?
8 substitutes. I'll come in after this.
Atkinson bowls. Oh, he suddenly realises Washington that there's a single for the taking there. Jamie Overton just sleeping a little bit at cover point,
which basically means that now you can make sure that people play for 40 or 45 minutes at 100% rather than having to eke themselves out at 80% for 80 minutes.
Yeah.
So the argument is that if they reduce the number of substitutes, that people will have to manage their resources slightly better. And that might...
well, they increased them because there were so many injuries, didn't they? I mean, that was the whole point.
Well, you used to have no replacements at all in the early 80s.
Yeah, I remember.
Atkinson again over the wicket now to Karen there. Brings it back into his pads. He wants a quick leg by on the offside. I don't think there was one. Bethel in quite sharply to field. I mean, unless he got an inside edge, I can't see why he was keen to get another run, get nearer to his 50, but if it was just going to be a leg by, that would have been a really silly way to lose a wicket.
Mine says, if Duckett and Crawley play out their whole entire England careers without bowling, I should be extremely distressed.
Yeah, I think you're going to be extremely distressed.
Yeah. And Derek J says, the man you most want to sit behind us at the cinema is Al Gladstone.
Full on leg stump. He's going to go for a single. He could be in trouble, but it's not fielded cleanly at mid-on by Josh Tongue. Otherwise, that might have been interesting. Karen Nair moves to 49. That'd be nice to see if we can get to 50 overnight. That would be good. He's not a great fielder, is he, Josh Tongue?
No.
He got down.
He's a bit gawky.
Hit the hands, rebounded away.
I mean, he could have had a good shot at Washington Sunday's end if he had.
Well, either end, I think. He just needed a better fielder in that position there. Atkinson knew there was a chance. Here he is again to Washington Sunder. Short ball, sways out of the way of it, almost going down on his knees. And that is the end of the 61st over of the day. 199 for 6. The crowd is thinning out somewhat, but there's still a little bit of action to go. Oh, interestingly enough, we're going to see some spin.
Yeah, we're going to have this man. And I've got to find it. Is he? No, I'm sure I put him in here earlier.
You did, I saw it. I saw it.
Jacob Bethel was born in Barbados, now he plays for the English team. They say that he is an all-rounder, but that remains to be seen.
Ombuenova says, I've had to put my knee back in place on a few occasions. Fortunately, I was drunk whilst doing so most of the time.
Well, more than once is bad enough, I would have said.
I did work with someone in Bermuda who had playing football fractured their knee playing football. That must be horrendous. Okay, so it's going to be Bethel. Left arm, I'm not going to say spin, left arm slow.
This is not impressing Lockheed Sixers. Are they going to play all night? I've got to go to the toilet.
Is the toilet a very long way away from your listening device?
You can not take your listening device with you if it's on the phone.
Yes, exactly.
You could do, although I don't really like people doing that, I have to say. Bethel round the wicket. Horrible stuff down the leg side. Caranair is going to go to a half century for the first time since he hit 303. The last time he got to a 50, he made it a very big one. He's got 2 runs there. He's gone to 51. 1 test 50 in 10 matches to go with his 1 triple 100. And the 200 comes up at the same time, 201 for 6.
It's 50, and you know that can't be bad. Yeah, it's 50, and you know you should be glad.
Yeah, I'm pleased for Caranair that he's not just seen as a one-test wonder. He's got a few runs on the board. He's got starts in this series, but never gone on. Bethel bowls. He's to the front foot to this one. Defended. And there is no run.
Philip Shaw reminds us that Rod Hull and Emu attacked Snoop Dogg on the word. That was
Did
really
they?
funny.
Oh, well,
just imagine Snoop Dogg getting not impressed, putting out a piece and picking them out, 2 of them out.
I wouldn't have been aware that Snoop Dogg was known while Rod Hull and Emu were still around.
Yeah.
Defended to shortish mid-wicket.
I think I watched that show.
How long's Snoop Dogg been around for then?
Late 90s?
Early 90s.
Early 90s.
Okay. Washington 17, Caranair 51. A slip and a leg slip for Bethel. Short into the pads, and Caranair probably be a little bit annoyed that the whip he intended through square leg failed to connect and it hit his thigh pad. Applause from his teammates. I'm sure they're all pleased to see him enjoy a little bit of success. A difficult day for batting. Bethel in again, gives that one air, but it's onto the leg stump and he steers that wide of mid-wicket for an easy single.
Yeah, he's just not quite got it right this first over. It's either right length, wrong direction, or right direction, wrong length.
Yeah, but the trouble is, I mean, Bethel, you know, you can talk about part-time spinners, but he's barely bowled in first-class cricket. I think he's got an average, I think he's got 12 wickets at 70.
Well, his test average is 27.
As a bowler?
Yeah.
Has he taken wickets in tests?
4.
Has he really?
At an average of 27.
So he's only got 8 wickets otherwise then. There's 12 wickets from first-class cricket before today. I don't remember him getting wickets, I must admit. Was that New Zealand?
Must have been.
Bethel bowls a flat.
He's not going to get wickets like that, though.
Piece of filth, really. It's tucked away to square leg for a single. End of the over. Not particularly impressive, but he's only gone for 4 runs. India have edged past 200 at 203 for 6. How long to go, chaps? 7 minutes?
Yeah, about that.
Okay.
Brian in Brisbane reminds us there's also a dingo fence in Queensland. Fluffy says, come on, Angleland, don't let slip the advantage again.
Well,
Bernard Moray says, Gladstone Small was a blueprint for Blade, whose vampires couldn't bite his neck.
Yeah, well, we know what happened with Gladstone Small. He came on Guerrilla Cricket, and I made a joke on Facebook about that, and he saw it. So I don't think I was his most popular friend.
Oh, really?
Man, yes. The very first time he came in.
How do you know he saw it?
Because he mentioned it.
Oh, really?
Defended into the offside. They will, however, take a single. Washington Sunder moves to 19. 204 for 6. 5th and 6th wicket have done quite well here for India, haven't they?
They've consistently throughout the series. I guess the ball gets old, it gets a little bit easier.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're 18 overs away from a new ball. England would hope to have them out within that time, I would suggest. If they do have to take a second new ball tomorrow, then things aren't really going their way. Atkinson, 2 for 31. 3 slips and a gully. Point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg. And, Atkinson is into Carinair, who opens the blade, looking for a single beyond gully, but Duckett is round quite quickly and cuts that off. 204 for 6. Maybe England thinking we a couple more overs tonight. They're not going to really go after it. Bethel, get them quicker to a new ball if they do need it tomorrow.
Let's not flog our tired bowlers who are already a bowler down.
Well, I was quite surprised that they brought Atkinson back on. I'm guessing that was probably because they were intending to give Wokes another spell, but couldn't. Atkinson bowls again on off stump. He's been, regimental in his accuracy today. And it's just defended by Carinair.
Lockie says 200 is enough. Declare so I can go to bed and dream about the lovely Samantha.
Well, you're going to have to fight me to get this pillowcase. I'll leave it here overnight for anyone else who wishes to use it as a support tomorrow. Edged into his pad by Carinair, but rolls out on the offside.
So she's not
harmlessly.
exclusive then?
Listen,
You're saying she gets around?
I'm not saying that at all. Maybe it's I get around. Round, get around.
She's a lesbian now, anyway.
Is she?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, she is.
Well, she's also nothing like as young as on this pillowcase.
No.
But then neither am I. But I'm not on a pillowcase. 204.
We can make you one. I'm sure I can take a photo and get it put on a pillowcase.
Richard Peel. We'll have to ask Richard Peel to do one for me as well. Outside the stump, left alone by Karen now.
What, and send it to Samantha Fox?
Yeah. Random old bloke on a pillowcase sent to Samantha. She might wonder what that was all about. 52 to Karen Nair off. 97 balls.
Send it with a little note. I have a pillow called Samantha.
I think that
That's not creepy at all.
I think that might be a little bit creepy, yeah.
You should have a pillow called Hendo.
4 slips and a gully, backward point, mid-off, mid-on, long leg. And Atkinson is coming in to complete probably his work for the day. Oh, big loopy slower in-swinger, which doesn't fool Nair. He waits for it and just comes down with the full face of the bat. And up the pitch it rolls.
Super chat time again.
Oh, super chat.
Super chat.
We love a super chat.
A late super chat.
YouTuber super chat.
Zippy Tuna sends us $5 to say, I started dreaming of wickets lately. Then I'm upset when I wake up and they haven't happened. Thanks for another great day of commentary.
Oh, it's our pleasure. Is it our pleasure? I think it is.
And Lockie says the Hendo pillowcase will make millions.
Of course. It'll be like the Gorilla shower curtain.
Yeah. Or GPL.
Yes. It'd be funny if the Hendo pillowcase did go viral and made us loads of money after everything else we've tried that hasn't. Top score, Karen there. Citizen 38, 14 to roll. Jaiswal made 2. Gill run out for 21. That was a big boost for England. Bethel over the wicket to Washington. Defends to mid-wicket. There is no run. This is surely going to be the last over of the day.
Should be. 1 minute left according to my watch.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Come on.
Get him out.
I love that. Where's the bloke who goes away? Can't have heard him
He's in
recently.
there somewhere.
He is in there. Maybe I've just not been on commentary when he's been chatting. This is played wristily from slightly outside off stump to mid-wicket by Washington.
That's kind of second kind of annoying swish by Washington after the ball's gone and it's not gone where he wanted it to.
Oh, I didn't
not
notice
gone
that.
for single.
Didn't notice that. Bethel is having a word. The sun is still out there.
He looks so much better without that stupid
blonde
hair,
highlights,
peroxide hair.
Yeah. He's going to come round the wicket now with a slip and a leg slip into Washington and beats him on the outside edge.
Oh.
Played for a bit of turn. It wasn't there. The angle took it across him. Good bowling from Bethel.
It's a good line because you attack both edges of the bat.
Indeed. Quite flat. He's not tossing it up by any stretch of the imagination.
He never does, though, does he?
No.
He tends to bowl.
Well, because the main bowling he's done has been in short form cricket,
exactly.
hasn't he? He's in again. Bowls to Washington, who gets right forward this time and smothers this one. 2 balls remaining of another highly watchable day, even though there were big portions of it where we weren't watching anything because it wasn't on.
And they've still
due to
got
the rain.
64 overs in. It's not bad.
Well, that's not bad.
How much rain?
Some days, sometimes in a full day, we only get 75.
Yeah, it's true.
They were fortunate that the breaks occurred round about time of natural breaks in the game anyway, so they didn't lose that much time as a result of it.
Pushed out into the offside. He wants a single. Karen there sort of wandering down the wicket to suggest that he might be ready to come for the one, but Washington then hurries back. I wouldn't like to have to bat with Karen there, and he does seem a little bit slow off the mark when it comes to running.
Encouraging 3 steps and then he says no.
2 slips now, or a slip in a gully, but it matters not because this is kept out full ball to Washington, and that I think must be stumps. Wandering off. India have made it to 204 for 6. They lost Shubman Gill run out. England have lost Chris Wokes with what looked like a dislocated or
shoulder,
damaged shoulder at the very least. So which of those will come back to haunt which side most, we wait to see.
Yes, well, it'll be interesting to find out what exactly has happened with the report later today about Chris Wokes.
Absolutely.
Whether or not he'll be able to bat tomorrow or even bowl tomorrow. I think one's probably unlikely, the other one is possible, potentially.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't really know about dislocations. You say you can pull them back, but it must...
I seem
must
to
be
remember
down to
other
the
people.
pain, isn't it? I mean,
yeah, I seem to remember when Jack Leach dislocated his shoulder, he was out for the test and the next one.
Yeah, and that's right. When he was chasing that ball down to the boundary, and then he was out for the series.
I think wasn't that
he?
his bowling arm rather than his non-bowling arm?
Ah, that could well have been it. Yeah, good point. Anyway, those that remain, there's still quite a few spectators there, but it has gone on till 7:30, so people probably had to get away. Washington and Karen there up the steps into the dressing rooms in the Bedser stand. Gyswell out LBW to Atkinson for 2. Rowell made 14, bowled Wokes. Suderson caught Smith Bodtongue 38. Gill run out 21. Jadeja caught Smith Bodtongue 9. Jarrell caught Brook, bowled Atkinson 19. Karen there not out 52. Washington Sunder not out 19. 30 extras, of which a goodly number must have been wides in Josh Tongue's first over. Wokes 1 for 46. We may not see him again in this test match. Atkinson 2 for 31 from 19 overs. Brilliant. Josh Tongue, brilliant at times, awful at others. 2 for 47 from 13. Overton, unlucky. 16 overs, none for 66. That really doesn't...
Bowled better than that.
He's bowled a lot better than that. Bettle 2 overs for 4. But these last 2 wickets are put on 103.
Yeah, well, the ball gets older, it gets softer, it gets easier to bat, doesn't it? You know.
And in fact, it stayed harder than... much longer than
well, I think
it
it's
has in the
partly
rest
to do
of
with
the
the
series.
wicket, isn't
Yeah,
it?
partly to do with the wicket.
You know, and the fact that the wicket is offering assistance makes the ball last a little bit longer.
Not being bossed to the boundary quite as much as the other. I mean, 64 overs and scoring 200 odd runs. They're going at 3 to 3.5.
Yeah, 3 and a bit. Yeah, 3 and a bit.
Which is a good test rate, but it's not an exceptional test rate.
And also, you have to remember that England have had pretty attacking fields.
Yeah.
All day, really. Anyway, let's do some final tweets and then we will be off. Remembering, of course, it's Graham Thorpe Day tomorrow.
It is.
So let's... I won't be in, but...
I'll be there.
Let's make sure that we mark that. Because Thorpe is just...
He was great.
Was one of my favourite cricketers. I think he was been one of England's
best batsmen
of all time. And it's
always
just
busy, always looking at something.
Yeah, but not just that. People play down how fluent he could be. I mean, he really could be a glorious driver of the ball, which isn't always true of quite short. He's not short, but he was He wasn't tall. I guess he was about 5'10", 11, something like that.
And also, anything just slightly short of a length went through square leg.
Yeah, I mean, he was one of the batsmen I think that's given me, in sort of, since I've been an adult, he's been, one of those batsmen that's given me the most pleasure in watching. So, yeah. And if you've been reading anything about the inquest, it just gets more and more tragic the more you read about it.
Yeah.
Anyway, some final YouTube contributions.
Ryan in Brisbane says, thanks all for a great day. Hear you all tomorrow.
Yep.
Jonathan Seafelt says, my first introduction to Samantha Fox was in dusty posters under dingy flyovers in my childhood home of 1980s Delhi. Could never catch a full glimpse, but I was intrigued. Well, no, unless you've got the sun, there weren't that many full glimpses.
No, to be fair though, this, I mean, it's a very tasteful pillowcase. It's nothing like you might have seen before.
Lockie 6 says, I'm going to make the Hendo pillowcase happen. You have to be huge on Truth Social. Believe that.
I'd like to see it. I think everyone should. It's the pillowcase for the discerning cricket listener.
And a couple of emu messages to finish off. Eric J says, cue the emus. And also Fluffy says, emu runner, as opposed to a road runner.
Oh yes, of course. Well, they are quite quick emus, as are ostriches.
Yeah.
And anyway, that's it from us for today. I won't be in tomorrow. You're in, Bear.
I'm in.
Jason is at the Oval along with Forthy and one or two other people.
Myank and a couple of others.
Gary, I think, is back in tomorrow. Tony's back in tomorrow. And a cast of thousands, no doubt.
Indeed.
But until then, it's been another fascinating day. England slightly on top.
I'd say so.
They put India into bat. They had the best of the weather, 204 for 6 or so. Yeah, be happy with that, I think.
I think early breakthrough tomorrow morning. You're looking at under sub 250 potentially.
Yep, potentially.
And England are kind of looking at or hoping for better conditions, that the sun comes out a little bit. But whether that's going to happen is in the lap of the gods. Until then, it's goodbye from the Bear.
Goodbye.
It's goodbye from Jason.
Goodbye.
And it's goodbye from me. Good night.
Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time has come. This is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution.